Chali Ninyangla. My name is Chen Dongyi, a quintessential ordinary individual. Yet, inexplicably, I have found myself transported to a myriad of peculiar locales on countless occasions. On the first day of my arrival in Lingqing, I encountered a bizarre group of citizens who pursued me with the intent to consume me that I fled to the police station, only to discover that the officers within were far more terrifying, resembling demons clad in human skin. Escaping to a kindergarten, I was met with a horde of little fiends, until I finally reached a nursing home. An elderly woman informed me that I was merely food sent by a cult known as Chuangshijio, claiming they were demons from a lower realm. I could hardly believe such absurdity. After all, I am a highly educated individual, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education. She further asserted that they were hellish specters invading the upper world to vie for immortality against the inhabitants of Lingqing. I remained in a state of confusion, unable to discern whether this was a dream or reality. Only by repeatedly arriving in these cannibalistic locales could I hope to uncover the truth. Chapter 1. Beneath the Human Skin. ZZ. The dimly lit office was illuminated solely by a swaying pendant light, emitting a crackling electrical hum. In the feeble glow, I discerned a boy sprawled across the desk, deep in slumber. The dilapidated office building was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if it had just endured an apocalypse. The boy stretched lazily, yawning. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he gradually opened them. My name is Chen Dongyi. Just moments ago, I had returned from a business trip to the office, feeling weary and drowsy, and brewed a packet of instant noodles for myself. Upon finishing, I felt the encroaching tide of sleep and laid my head down on the desk for a brief respite. Before dozing off, I had reminded my colleague, Sister Wang, to wake me in half an hour. Yet, I had no notion of how much time had elapsed. Sister Wang had not called me. Sister Wang, what time is it? I inquired languidly, awaiting her response. Minutes passed, yet no answer came. An oppressive silence reigned. Suddenly, I opened my eyes wide, and the sight before me left me utterly astonished. What is this place? How did I end up here? As I pondered, I surveyed my unfamiliar surroundings. It was still an office building, yet why did it appear so decrepit? It resembled a site that had recently witnessed a cataclysmic battle, aptly described as a wasteland. I swiftly rose and approached the remaining half of a window, staring intently ahead, for there, on the opposite skyscraper, stood an eerie and punk-styled lightbox. The dark crimson hue formed the words Lingqing. A dense fog enveloped the city, rendering visibility a mere few meters. What is that? Why do I see towering shadows moving among the ruins? I widened my eyes, striving to discern the nature of these beings. Yet, the distance rendered it impossible to make out their forms. Suddenly, I recalled a newly purchased telescope in my drawer. Turning around, I prepared to retrieve it from my desk. What in the world? What is happening? To my astonishment, I discovered that within the entire office, only a solitary, antiquated tungsten lamp illuminated my workspace. The yellow light from the bulb cast a glow over my area, while the surrounding space lay barren, littered with refuse and debris. What kind of cursed place is this? Is this still my original world? Fear gripped me as I hurried to my workstation. I intended to grab the telescope, but then I noticed a line of text appearing on my computer screen. Welcome to Lingqing. Prepare to commence your first trial. Survive for 30 minutes in this city teeming with hellish demons. Success will awaken your abilities. Failure will result in death. The timer begins now. 0:0:01. What the hell? Is this a dream? Or is someone playing a prank? This is not amusing in the least. I seized the telescope from my drawer and hastily approached the window to peer into the distance. Upon finally glimpsing the distant shadows, I was so horrified that I dropped the telescope. They were demons, some with green faces and sharp fangs, others adorned with bone spikes, and some reduced to mere skeletal remains. They were prowling about. In a frenzy, I retreated to my workstation, frantically tugging at my hair. My heart felt as though it would leap from my throat. I couldn't help but glance at the numbers flashing on the computer screen. 35 seconds. Warning, danger is imminent. It is advisable to respond swiftly. After several deep breaths, I finally steadied my breathing. Though I was uncertain of where I was, one thing was clear. This was no longer my original world. My only option was to seek a safer refuge. Or, as the computer suggested, endure for 30 minutes. He searched the surrounding area, but found no usable weapon. Reluctantly, he began to make his way towards the staircase. At that moment, taking the elevator was out of the question. If those hellish fiends were to block him, escape would be impossible. Thus, he opted for the stairs, thankful that his office was not on a high floor. Upon entering the stairwell, a pungent odor of rust mixed with the stench of decaying entrails assaulted him. He tightened his clothing and dashed forward, an unsettling sensation creeping over him, as if something were following closely behind, fear trailing him like a shadow. After a laborious journey, he finally reached the lobby on the first floor, where he heard the sound of something squelching from the security room. Chen Dongyi stealthily approached and spotted a burly man in a security uniform crouched on the ground, rummaging through something. He felt a surge of joy, at last. He had seen a living person. "Big brother, where is this place?" Chen Dongyi's voice trembled. Suddenly, the gnawing sound ceased abruptly. The security guard's body remained still, but his head emitted a sickening cracking noise as it spun a full 360 degrees. There were no eyes, only two penetrating black voids. His emaciated mouth was stuffed with dark red filth, an unknown liquid trickling down his chin. Beneath him lay a grotesquely mangled corpse, a fresh morsel of new food. How delectable! The guard grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and let out an inhuman shriek at Chen Dongyi. Chen Dongyi was paralyzed with terror, turning to flee. The slippery sensation caused him to stumble and fall, his hands and backside smeared with the cold, foul blood. He rolled and crawled out of the alley. Behind him, more rustling sounds and greedy howls emerged from the darkness. "There is fresh food here. Mine. Leave it for me. All for me." Countless figures, resembling the security guard, with stiff and contorted movements, surged from the shadows, their hollow eye sockets fixated on him as they clumsily pursued. In a frenzy, Chen Dongyi sprinted towards the corner of the street, for he had spotted a police station. This could be his only hope. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he dashed forward. The pursuing monsters abruptly halted at the police station's entrance, emitting low growls of fear, lingering but not daring to cross the threshold. A flicker of relief surged within Chen Dongyi as he burst through the police station's doors. "Officer, help! There are monsters outside. Man-eating monsters." He collapsed to the ground, shouting hoarsely. Behind the counter, an officer lazily lifted his head. Strangely, greasy long hair obscured his entire face. "Sir, what seems to be the problem?" His voice was deep, devoid of emotion. Chen Dongyi urgently recounted his harrowing encounter, his voice sharp with fear. Bang, bang, bang. A dull chopping sound echoed from within. "I apologize. My colleague is preparing a midnight snack. If you'd like to stay and eat, you're welcome to join," the long-haired officer explained. "I'm not hungry. Please, go outside and take a look. They are still surrounding us." Chen Dongyi pointed at the monsters lurking outside. Bang, bang, bang. The chopping sound grew louder. The long-haired officer politely replied, "Old four, keep your voice down. Don't frighten our guests." Seeing that there was no response from within, the long-haired officer smiled and said, "Did you just mention monsters outside? That's impossible. Our Lingqing has never had monsters." Bang, bang, bang. The long-haired officer suddenly turned towards the inner room. Roaring in fury, "Old four, why are you chopping bones so loudly? You've disturbed our esteemed guest." In the midst of his furious motion, the long hair was momentarily swept aside. Chen Dongyi caught a glimpse of a ghastly, spiky skull. 2 points of crimson light burned in the eye sockets. He was struck with horror, stumbling back in a desperate bid to escape. At that moment, the door to the inner room swung open. A corpulent officer blocked the entrance, his apron stained with blood, holding a pot from which floated pale sausages and half a head. The rotund monster's eyes gleamed upon spotting Chen Dongyi, and the pot clattered to the floor. "Ha ha ha, a fresh morsel has arrived." Both monsters emitted excited hisses, lunging forward in unison. The force of their movements caused the already hefty body of the officer to tear apart. His face, body, and limbs were all shrouded in human skin. Beneath the torn flesh was the horrifying visage of a ghoul. They disdainfully tore away the troublesome human skin, exclaiming, "The boss was right. As long as we wear this skin, those humans will bring us fresh food." And here it is. The long-haired officer's hand transformed into a bony claw, effortlessly shredding Chen Dongyi's shoulder and clothing. The excruciating pain made him scream. The corpulent monster grinned wickedly as it seized his left arm. With a sickening tear, his arm was brutally wrenched off. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The unimaginable agony engulfed him instantly. He emitted a sound not of this world, his vision darkening. Behind him echoed the enraged roars of the monsters and the gnawing sounds of his severed arm being devoured. The loss of blood and sheer pain blurred his sight. Ding. Arrival failed. Host deceased. Awakening failed. Ding. Talent infinite cycle activation preparing for the next arrival. In the higher realm, a rogue's voice resounded. "Damn it, useless waste, wasting my chi gold. Unable to pass such a simple trial. It seems some measures are still necessary." Chapter 2. The Mist of Survival. Chen Dongyi awoke in terror, veins bulging in his neck, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Was that just a dream? But why did my senses feel so vivid? That hellish fiend, that security guard, and those officers clad in human skin. Cold sweat instantly drenched his shirt, as if the agony still lingered within him. He hurriedly glanced around, fearful of still being trapped in that grotesque and repulsive lynching. Thankfully, he found himself in Tianhai City, at his own company, with his colleague Wang Jie still present. Chen Dongyi wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his emotions finally beginning to stabilize. Hey, top student. Why do you still look so dazed? Hurry up and come over for overtime. A hefty stack of documents was slammed onto his desk. The speaker was Lu Mingsheng, a high-ranking executive's relative, a man who excelled only in flirting and taking credit. Xiao Chun, these clients need your thorough maintenance. You're heading out tonight. Lu Mingsheng, puffing on a cigarette, left the office with an air of arrogance. Another business trip, the fourth this month. Chen Dongyi suppressed his anger and confusion, picking up the documents. He returned to his seat, preparing to review the bizarre clients his supervisor had assigned him. Suddenly, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was his close friend Yangzi calling. Dongzi, what the hell are you doing at the office? Hurry out. Something big has happened. Yangzi's familiar voice rang through the phone. Chen Dongyi's heart tightened. What happened? Yangzi sounded anxious. Damn, hurry. I saw Xin. She went into the Lijing Hotel with that bastard Lu Mingsheng. Buzz. His mind went blank. Are you sure? Of course. I saw it with my own eyes. That guy was driving his flashy sports car. Room 403. Hurry. After saying this, Yangzi hung up. Outside the hotel, the streets buzzed with traffic. Yangzi stood anxiously in the middle of the road, scanning for Chen Dongyi's taxi. A speeding delivery electric bike screeched to a halt, tires shrieking against the pavement to avoid the obstructive figure of Yangzi. Are you blind? What on earth are you doing in the middle of the road? The delivery rider cursed at Chen Dongyi, as if Yangzi were invisible. Chen Dongyi froze, his blood seemingly turned to ice. He glanced at Yangzi, who merely laughed and hopped to the roadside, exclaiming, "What? Almost hit me, scared the life out of me." At the entrance of Lijing Hotel, room 403, Chen Dongyi made one last attempt to call Liu Xinxin via video. The call connected for a mere 3 seconds before it was abruptly terminated, leaving behind only the sound of her breath. I'm working out at home. Damn it. The final shred of hope for Chen Dongyi shattered, and a torrent of pent-up anger, fear, and the humiliation of deception erupted within him. He kicked the door violently, the old lock snapping in response. Inside the room lay a scene too sordid to behold. Lu Mingxing and Liu Xinxin scrambled to pull the covers over themselves in panic. Chen Dongyi strode over and slapped Liu Xinxin across the face. As Lu Mingxing recognized him, his astonishment morphed into arrogance. Xiaochen, didn't I tell you to get lost on your business trip? How dare you ruin my plans? You think you can touch my woman? You're nothing but a lowly beast. Rage consumed his reason. Chen Dongyi, fueled by the resentment of lynching and the indignity of reality, unleashed a barrage of punches upon Lu Mingxing's repugnant face. You filthy beast. Each blow connected with flesh. Lu Mingxing staggered, blood streaming from his nose while he howled in agony. Liu Xinxin screamed, attempting to separate them, but he forcefully shoved her away. Lu Mingxing fought back, and the two men wrestled amidst the chaos of the room. As the sound of police sirens drew nearer, both parties emerged from the fray, bruised and battered. Officers were mediating the situation. Lu Mingxing pointed at Chen Dongyi, shouting, "Officer, he's insane. He was talking to someone named Yangzi. There's no such person in our company. He doesn't even have a roommate named Zhang Yang in his university records. He's just a delusional madman." Liu Xinxin sobbed in agreement. "It's true, officer. He keeps insisting on this Yangzi and often talks in his sleep about lynching, monsters, and being eaten. He truly has a problem." She rolled up her sleeve to reveal a bruise, which was actually from her earlier workout. "Look, he goes crazy and hits people." The police turned their scrutinizing gaze towards Chen Dongyi, a hint of wariness in their eyes. "Mr. Chen, can you explain the situation regarding this Zhang Yang? And what about lynching and the monsters?" Chen Dongyi felt as if he had plunged into an ice abyss. Yangzi stood beside the officers, shrugging helplessly as if to say, "See, they don't believe me." Ultimately, they categorized the incident as mutual assault, issuing a reprimand and requiring them to sign a reconciliation document. Outside the police station, a biting wind cut through the air. Liu Xinxin called out to the dazed Chen Dongyi, "Dongzi, I'm sorry." She looked down, avoiding his gaze. He halted, his eyes vacant and cold. "I know you hate me now, but it's not entirely my fault." Liu Xinxin lifted her head, her voice tinged with grievance and defiance. "We're about to graduate. Look at you, working overtime every day. Has your salary even increased? You think 79 yuan for an eyebrow pencil is expensive. The chance for a permanent position was snatched away by someone else. You talk about buying a car and a house in the future. But I can't even afford a decent bag. I feel utterly hopeless. Yes, Lu Zong is unfaithful, but he has wealth and power, able to provide the life I desire. He can buy me several LV bags in one go. And you? Just look at how neurotic you are. Looking just as frightening as that lynching you always talk about. I've had enough. I would rather cry in a BMW than live in fear on your broken bicycle. Each word pierced Chen Dongyi's heart like a poisoned dagger. Liu Xinxin turned and climbed into Lu Mingxing's car, speeding away. Chen Dongyi remained rooted in place, as if all strength had been drained from him. Dongzi, Yangzi attempted to speak. Shut up, Chen Dongyi roared, his voice hoarse and fragmented. I need to be alone. He turned and stumbled into the darkness. That night, Chen Dongyi found himself intoxicated at a 24-hour food stall. Beep, beep. His head throbbed painfully, the effects of alcohol rendering him dizzy. In a haze, he seemed to see himself lying in a hospital bed, a monitoring device beeping beside him. Slowly, he sat up, only to notice his body covered in tubes, a sudden clarity washing over him. He quickly yanked out the tubes and surveyed his surroundings for safety. The ruins were the same as before, save for the new bed and monitoring equipment. Above him, only two flickering fluorescent lights illuminated the space. The air was thick with a putrid stench mixed with the scent of alcohol disinfectant. All the windows were shattered and tattered, blood-stained curtains billowed in the wind. The ground was littered with discarded medicine bottles, syringes, and bloodied surgical tools. The walls were adorned with bizarre graffiti. Turning his gaze, he noticed the monitoring device displaying familiar messages. Welcome to lynching. Prepare for the second trial. Survive for 30 minutes in a city filled with hellish demons. Succeed in the trial and awaken your abilities. Fail and die. The countdown begins now. 00001. Chapter 3. The terrifying hospital not again? He fumed internally, though fear gnawed at him. The agony of being dismembered lingered in his memory, and he was resolute in avoiding such a fate again. He leapt off the bed, dressed hastily, and prepared to escape. He turned into a narrow alley cluttered with medical waste, discarded syringes, blood-soaked gauze, and twisted floor stands strewn about. As he stepped on a slick, viscous substance, nausea threatened to overwhelm him. The overgrown grass towered above him, and a rusted ambulance lay at an odd angle. The darkened back door of the hospital loomed like the mouth of a beast. The air was frigid, a nauseating mix of formaldehyde and decay invading his nostrils. Silence enveloped him. A faint rustling sound emanated from the right side of the grass. A pale, swollen hand, caked in mud, suddenly reached out. Following that, a person clad in tattered hospital garb crawled out. Their neck twisted at an unnatural angle, their face marred with corpse-like spots, murky eyes devoid of focus. They moved on all fours like a grotesque spider, emitting hissing gasps as they slowly approached him. Get away. Chen Dongyi's scalp prickled with fear as he seized a rusty steel pipe and swung it fiercely. Thud. The impact felt akin to smashing wood. The creature's head tilted even further, its movements momentarily halted, murky eyes locking onto him, and it crawled faster. Damn it. Physical attacks are ineffective. He turned to flee, but the grass around him began to sway violently. Rustle, rustle. 1, 2, 3, a dozen similarly twisted figures emerged silently from the grass, beneath cars, and behind mounds of garbage. They swiftly encircled him, joints contorting in a suffocating display of menace. Despair washed over him like icy water. A skeletal claw nearly grasped his ankle. This way, quickly. Come here. A sudden, urgent cry, clear and trembling with terror, erupted from a shattered second-floor window on the side of the hospital building. Chen Dongyi abruptly looked up. A young woman in a blood-stained nurse's uniform leaned out, her face as pale as parchment, her eyes filled with fear and urgency, desperately waving at him. Hurry. Climb up the side ladder. They are afraid of the disinfectant smell inside and won't come too deep. In this dire moment, he felt a glimmer of hope. He roared, swinging a steel pipe to fend off the monsters, summoning all his strength to rush towards the rusty fire escape by the wall. The spider-like patient behind him emitted a reluctant hiss and quickened its crawl. The cold, rusty iron tore into his palm, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Below, skeletal claws scraped at the base of the ladder. Quick, grab my hand. The nurse urgently extended her hand. Chen Dongyi grasped her icy hand. A powerful force yanked him through the window. He landed heavily on the cold floor, gasping for breath. Quick, close the window. The nurse's voice trembled as she swiftly slammed the broken window shut, drawing the heavy, stained curtains. The scratching and howling outside persisted, yet they dared not breach the window. In the dim light, Chen Dongyi finally saw his savior. Her uniform was torn and smeared with dark red goo, her face ashen, lips tinged with blue, and her eyes held an inexplicable emptiness. Pain shot through his left leg, revealing a deep, bleeding wound. You're injured, the nurse exclaimed, feigning exaggerated concern as she hurried to rummage through a toppled cart. Don't move. I'm a nurse. I'll help you. There's clean gauze and medicine here. She turned her back to him. Chen Dongyi observed her busy silhouette, the relief of survival replaced by an unsettling chill. The hand he had just held was cold as that of a corpse. The lesson from the last trial resounded in his mind. I found it. The nurse suddenly spun around, her face alight with frenzied delight, yet her hands held no gauze or medicine. Instead, she clutched a massive orthopedic scissor, stained with dried brown blood. A chilling glint flashed. The wound is quite deep. Her voice morphed into a sticky, distorted tone, her expression shifting from concern to a horrifying grin that revealed sharp, white teeth. Her eyes gleamed with a raw, gluttonous hunger. We need to trim away the necrotic tissue. It will be far more delectable. She cackled. Amidst her inhuman laughter, the enormous scissors swooped down toward his injured calf. Die, you monster! In the instant the scissors descended, Chen Dongyi unleashed a primal roar. With his sound leg, he delivered a powerful kick to the nurse monster's abdomen. Ugh! Caught off guard, the creature staggered, the scissors clattering to the floor, sending sparks flying. Seizing the moment, Chen Dongyi pushed against the ground with one hand, dragging his wounded leg as he scrambled towards the slightly ajar door leading to a dark corridor. You seek death. A furious shriek echoed behind him, akin to nails scraping against metal. The staccato clacking of high heels resembled a death knell as the orthopedic scissors snapped ominously in pursuit. He fled through the dark corridor, toppling carts and shattering bottles. The wound on his left leg scraped against the ground, causing excruciating pain, blood trailing behind him. The cat-and-mouse laughter grew closer. Run. The scent of fresh blood guides me. At the end of the corridor, a door glimmered faintly. Was it an exit? He had no choice. Just as he was about to reach the door, his foot slipped on his own blood, causing him to lose balance and tumble forward. I've got you. The icy, fetid breath brushed against his neck. The sharp blades of the scissors carried the scent of death aimed for his back. Just as she raised the scissors, ready to pounce, a deafening crash resounded. The massive metal fire door, previously blocked with debris, burst open with tremendous force from the outside. The scattered objects flew everywhere. A colossal figure squeezed through. It was a grotesque giant, composed of countless pale, swollen, and even decaying body parts, forcibly stitched together. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, its bloated torso was riddled with grotesque seams, oozing yellow-green pus. Its head was a rough amalgamation of 3 different human heads, 6 eyes spinning erratically, and 3 mouths opened simultaneously, unleashing a cacophony of overlapping roars, hungry for fresh blood and flesh. The nurse is stealing my prey. The stitched giant was evidently drawn by the scent of blood in the courtyard and the fresh meat that was Chen Dongyi. Its massive hand, formed from several fused arms, descended mercilessly upon the nearest creature, the nurse monster. In its chaotic mind, anything near food was a competitor. What the hell is that? The nurse monster, filled with rage, momentarily disregarded Chen Dongyi, leaping back just in time to avoid the crushing blow of the giant's hand. Get away. This is my prey. It roared. The stitched giant bellowed in unison from its 3 mouths, fixating its 6 eyes on the defiant nurse. It lumbered forward, its grotesque legs, varying in size and decay, charging toward the nurse monster like a rampaging mountain of flesh. The massive bone hammer struck down fiercely. The nurse monster twisted unnaturally, like a boneless serpent, easily evading the blow, while the orthopedic scissors lunged toward the giant's joint seams. You seek death. The 2 monsters collided with one another. The sounds of flesh colliding, scissors tearing, and furious roars filled the courtyard. Flesh and pus splattered everywhere. He struggled to rise, staggering out of the ruins and back onto the desolate street. His vision blurred, body nearing its limits, despair enveloping him like ice. Suddenly, a faint sound of stones tapping against metal echoed from a narrow alleyway ahead. Chen Dongyi snapped his head up. Behind a rusted trash can at the alley's entrance, a human hand quickly waved and then withdrew. A living person? A genuine signal. The flame of survival reignited within him. He felt an unexpected surge of strength as he dragged his battered body toward the alleyway. Who's there? He rasped, lunging beside the trash can. From behind it, a young male voice, tense and low, trembled with disbelief. Tianhai dialect? Are you human too? Hurry in. The Luosha is coming. You're human too? If so, then the speaker must indeed be human. Luosha? Chen Dongyi's heart raced. Yet the fear in that voice felt genuine. Without hesitation, he crawled over the trash can, revealing a wall hole obscured by debris. A warm, powerful hand, albeit stained, reached out and yanked him inside. The hole was quickly concealed by a broken wooden board. In the narrow, dark space, Chen Dongyi leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. He vaguely discerned the pale, terrified face of the young man who had pulled him in, standing beside a composed woman, clad in practical attire, her expression calm and devoid of excessive fear. As if accustomed to this survival. You're gravely injured, the woman said calmly, retrieving a bottle of painkillers and a roll of clean gauze from her pocket. Chen Dongyi remained silent, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on the other party. In a hoarse and cold voice, he demanded, "What on earth is this place? Can anyone tell me?" He stood on the precipice of despair, yearning for someone to illuminate a path forward. Even in death, clarity was preferable, was it not? The cramped space fell into an oppressive silence. The two individuals in the corner abruptly looked up, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. The young man's complexion was as pale as a ghost, his lips trembling. As he met Chen Dongyi's eyes, ablaze with the flames of survival and inquiry. It was as if he were gazing into a mirror. He swallowed hard, his voice dry and desolate. "This is the tainted spirit city, and we are merely delicacies delivered here. As for that Luocha," his eyes brimmed with fear, "it's likely a creature tasked with managing those hellish demons. More terrifying than any monster you have ever encountered, it is coming." No sooner had he finished speaking than the ground reverberated with heavy, rhythmic footsteps, echoing like the beat of a colossal drum, drawing nearer from the distance. With each step, the ground quaked beneath them. A chilling, brutal, and utterly destructive aura seeped through the cracks in the floorboards, constricting the throats of all present. The air froze. Chen Dongyi's eyes were bloodshot as he peered cautiously outside. There, he beheld a creature towering above the buildings, its green face adorned with fangs, a multitude of eyes sprouting from its head, and its body bristling with bone spikes, while a gaping maw on its abdomen awaited its prey. As it approached the hospital, he witnessed the two monsters within engaged in a fierce struggle. A decree echoed, "Private fights lead to death." With a furious roar, it seized the nurse and the colossal monster, devouring them whole. After consuming the two creatures, the giant Luocha scanned its surroundings and continued its advance. Once the Luocha had moved on, the three individuals dared to breathe again. The woman finally exhaled, "Hold on. Conserve your strength. If we survive tonight, we can return." In the midst of Chen Dongyi's confusion, a panel suddenly materialized before him. Trial successful. Survived for 30 minutes. Transporting out of Spirit City in 60 seconds. What? Wasn't it stated that one must survive the night to escape? Was he not like the others? Sensing his unusual demeanor, the woman immediately inquired, "What's wrong? Is something strange happening?" Chen Dongyi hesitated to respond. He no longer trusted anyone and could only gaze at her helplessly. As the seconds ticked away, he felt his body and consciousness begin to blur. Suddenly, the woman lunged forward, thrusting a piece of paper into his hand, whispering urgently, "Open it only when you have the ability to protect yourself. Remember, do not trust a word from the people of Spirit City. Upper World, Secret Monitoring Point Dam." It worked. "Soon, I'll be raking in vast amounts of chi gold." A rebellious young man slammed his hand on the control panel and continued, "However, it's crucial for him to locate a stable portal." With a hearty laugh, he whistled and turned to leave. On the screen, the life signal icon representing Chen Dongyi flickered violently, not extinguished but transformed into an exceedingly unstable, pulsing deep purple. Chapter 4. The Stone Door in the Depths. Chen Dongyi awoke with a start, a look of terror etched on his face. Another dream? Has he been dreaming too frequently of late? Once, it was merely a monthly occurrence. Now, he found himself ensnared in similar nightmares for 2 consecutive days. Rubbing his temples, he rose from the table at the bustling eatery, the remnants of last night's intoxication weighing heavily on him. Just as he prepared to leave, his fingers brushed against a piece of paper tucked in his pocket. A chill ran down his spine, as if cold water had been poured over his head. If last night had been a nightmare, what could this paper signify? Open it only when you have the ability to protect yourself. Remember, do not trust a word from the people of Spirit City. The words echoed in his mind, causing his head to throb. Clutching the paper tightly, his fingers turned white from the pressure. An inexplicable blend of fear and curiosity compelled him to slowly unfold the note. Neatly inscribed on the paper was a single line of elegant script. "I know you will be unable to resist, but I must warn you, when your abilities are insufficient for self-protection, do not seek me out. Even if you do, I will not meet you. Address, Shangjing City. XX Road, XX Street, XX Alley." Upon reading this message, he fell silent. It was not merely a few lines of text. It was irrefutable proof that the events of the previous night were indeed real, and he had encountered a woman who shared a similar fate. His thoughts swirled chaotically, akin to a tangled skein. Chen Dongyi sprinted to his workplace, submitting a resignation letter on Lu Mingxing's desk. Upon returning to his dormitory, he took a cold shower and exchanged farewells with a few college friends, deciding to spend some time in his rural hometown. Just as he was leaving, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask one of his roommates, Xiaodong, why hasn't Yangzi shown up? Which Yangzi? The roommate named Xiaodong hesitated before hastily amending, "Oh, Yangzi mentioned he had something to attend to today. He'll visit you once you return to your hometown." Chen Dongyi acknowledged this and turned to leave the dormitory. Oh, Dongyi's delusions are becoming increasingly severe. he mused. Chen Dongyi's hometown lay in a small rural area on the outskirts of Tianhai City. A mere 2-hour train journey brought him to the county town by noon. From there, a bus ride of just over an hour took him to his rural abode, nestled in a mountainous hollow. As society progressed, most young people had relocated to larger cities in search of opportunities, leaving behind only the elderly and infirm to guard the village. Upon returning to the village entrance, he spotted a few elderly men seated and chatting. They greeted him warmly upon his arrival. "Hey, Dongyi, what brings you back?" As one of the few university graduates in the village, Chen Dongyi felt a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of revealing his imminent unemployment. "Uncle San, Uncle C, I'm about to graduate, and after I find a job, I may not have much time to return home, so I thought I'd come back to tidy up a bit." Good. If you need any assistance, just let us know." Chen Dongyi nodded appreciatively, feeling touched. While the city was bustling, it lacked the simplicity of rural life. He made his way deeper into the village, finally arriving at a dilapidated courtyard halfway up the mountain. The courtyard walls had crumbled over time, and the yard was overrun with weeds. Chen Dongyi's background was indeed tragic. His parents had vanished when he was 12, leaving him to grow up with his grandparents. After their passing, he relied on the village's charity and the local welfare system for sustenance. Fortunately, Chen Dongyi excelled in his studies, gaining admission to a prestigious provincial university, becoming the first in his village to do so. After graduation, he sought opportunities in Tianhai City, only to find himself disenchanted in both career and love. Pushing open the courtyard gate, he surveyed the dilapidation of his childhood home, and with the weight of his emotional and professional failures pressing upon him, a wave of sadness washed over him. I should start cleaning up. After a full afternoon of tidying, the place began to resemble a home once more. Only the cottage remains uncleaned. Chen Dongyi sits on the stone steps, lost in thought as he gazes at the dilapidated cottage, engulfed in memories. Suddenly, a peculiar incident flashes across his mind. Old man, something's wrong. Guodong is digging a cellar in the cottage and has unearthed a strange cave. In the past, due to limited conditions in rural areas, many families would dig cellars in their yards or cottages for grain storage. Chen Dongyi's family was no exception. While his father and mother were excavating their cellar, they discovered an unusual opening resembling an ancient tomb. Without hesitation, the old man hurried back to the cottage. At last, he encountered what appeared to be an entrance to an underground palace, much to the delight of Chen Dongyi's father, Chen Guodong. If they had indeed stumbled upon an underground palace, it was likely they could unearth some artifacts from the netherworld, a stroke of luck indeed. Old Chen held a torch and delved into the cellar to examine the entrance of the underground palace. With the feeble glow of the flame, he finally discerned the entrance, a stone door approximately 2 meters high, flanked by a hefty doorframe. However, the more he scrutinized it, the more it seemed peculiar. It appeared less like an entrance to an underground palace and more like a solitary stone door standing alone underground. Upon closer inspection, he noticed bizarre carvings on the stone door, depicting shapes reminiscent of spirits, phantoms, and monstrous creatures. It certainly did not resemble an underground palace. Rather, it exuded an eerie aura. In his youth, Chen Dongyi remained oblivious to the oddities of that room. Yet now, reflecting upon it, he sensed a profound connection between his parents' disappearance and that very room. Following the incident, his grandfather had repeatedly warned them to steer clear of it. Could there be unspeakable secrets concealed behind that stone door? Just as Chen Dongyi hesitated on whether to investigate further, Yangzi, standing behind him, suddenly spoke. "Dongzi, what are you looking at?" Startled, Chen Dongyi turned around to see Yangzi smiling at him. Her unexpected appearance momentarily disoriented him, but he quickly regained his composure. "Yangzi, what brings you here? They all claim they can't see you. What's going on?" Yangzi, undeterred, stepped forward and patted Chen Dongyi's shoulder. "Don't listen to their nonsense. They're just envious of our friendship, making a fuss over nothing." Chen Dongyi fell silent. "I heard you returned home. I came to keep you company." This question had lingered in Chen Dongyi's mind for many years. However, those familiar with him understood his delusions, and thus, they often indulged him. As a result, he became increasingly entrenched in his beliefs. Yet for Chen Dongyi, Yangzi was undeniably real. She was tangible, a being of flesh and blood. Hence, he remained steadfast in his belief that Yangzi was indeed a person, especially since she cast a shadow under the sun. "Thank you, Yangzi. I was contemplating whether to clean up the cottage." Upon hearing this, Yangzi immediately perked up. Ever since the disappearance of Chen Dongyi's parents, the elders in the village had warned their children to avoid Dongzi's cottage. Rumors circulated that the cottage was haunted and that Dongzi's parents had been taken by spirits. Chen Dongyi's grandfather had even invited the most renowned Taoist priests from afar to perform rituals and seal the house. Yet, each year during the Ghost Festival, strange occurrences still transpired nearby. Those who ventured out at night reported seeing unclean entities lurking in the vicinity. Considering his grandfather's warnings, Dongyi hesitated. However, Yangzi appeared invigorated, tugging at Dongyi to embark on an adventure. Look at you, a spirited young man in the 21st century. How can you be frightened by such superstitions? A true man should venture inside with me. What is there to fear in broad daylight? Unable to resist Yangzi's enthusiasm, Dongyi found himself being dragged towards the cottage. Just then, an elderly villager passed by and noticed Dongyi gesticulating alone, furrowing his brow. What is wrong with this child? Gesturing like that, could he be possessed? With that, he hurried back home. The door of the cottage creaked open as Yangzi tore off the seal and pushed it wide. A thick cloud of dust assaulted Dongyi, causing him to cough incessantly. He waved his hand before his nose, brushing away the dust, and exclaimed, "Wow, that's an incredible amount of dust." Unfazed by the dust, Yangzi explored the surroundings as if she had never seen such sights before. Most of what they found were broken farming tools or decayed wooden objects. Slowly, disappointment began to wash over Yangzi's face. In her frustration, she kicked over a wooden plank propped against the wall, sending another cloud of dust swirling. After a prolonged bout of coughing, the dust began to settle, gradually revealing a patched-up wall. Yangzi's eyes lit up. "Dongyi, what is this? It looks like it's been repaired. There's something behind it." At Yangzi's call, Dongyi leaned in closer, crouching down to inspect the wall. He took out his phone, switched on the flashlight, and illuminated the surface. Indeed, it was evident that the wall had been erected later. Without a second thought, Yangzi pulled a hoe from the pile of tools and began to strike the wall. Startled, Dongyi exclaimed, "Hey, Yangzi, are you insane? Are you trying to demolish my house?" Yangzi paid no heed to him, continuing to smash the wall more than a dozen times until it finally crumbled, revealing a deep cave. Yangzi looked at Dongyi, as if inquiring whether they should enter. After contemplating for a moment, Dongyi retrieved a shovel from the tools, turned on the flashlight, and cautiously stepped into the cave. The cave was approximately 1.6 meters high and 1 meter wide, shrouded in darkness. Dongyi held the phone flashlight, carefully venturing further inside. After walking for about 10 meters, the cave widened to approximately 1.4 meters. The walls on either side were carved with various sized cubicles, each containing jars of different shapes and sizes. Eagerly, Yangzi rushed forward, picking up one of the jars. "Wow, was your family wealthy? Is this made of silver?" "This jar is made of ceramic." "Was your family once landowners?" Dongyi remained silent, for he had noticed that behind the 2 rows of jars, there appeared to be a stone door. Moreover, a faint light seemed to emanate from the center of the door, adding to the eeriness. Seeing Dongyi silent, Yangzi picked up another jar, reaching out to open it. "Let us see what's inside. It might be something valuable." Alarmed by Yangzi's eagerness, Dongyi shouted, "Don't touch that. Do you know what's inside?" Startled by his outburst, Yangzi quickly withdrew her arm and placed the jar back in its original position. As Dongyi slowly approached the stone door, Yangzi followed closely behind. Alas, this time fortune truly beckons. Undoubtedly, there lies a hidden tomb within. "I say, Dongyi, could it be that your family descends from some dynasty's eunuch, tasked with guarding the royal mausoleums? Do not speak without knowledge. You are the eunuch. Your entire lineage is composed of eunuchs. This door, it is the very one discovered by my parents. Upon it are carved demons, night-dwelling spirits, and phantoms." Upon hearing this, Yangzi's hair stood on end, and he grasped Chen Dongyi, exclaiming, "For heaven's sake, do not speak so ominously. Are there really ghosts in this world?" As he spoke, he approached the stone door for a closer examination. The carvings were indeed eerie and terrifying. "Ah, there seems to be light within. This is utterly bizarre." Yangzi retreated, pulling Dongyi to leave. Chen Dongyi turned to Yangzi with disdain, remarking, "Look at you. It is you who wish to break through the wall. Yet it is you who trembles in fear." Yangzi, caught out, felt a moment of embarrassment, suddenly emboldened by an unknown courage. "Nonsense. I fear nothing. I, who have fought at Nanshan Elderly Care Home and kicked at Beihai Kindergarten, fear?" With that, he reached out, intending to push the stone door open. Chen Dongyi, realizing this reckless fool was about to cause mischief, shouted urgently, "Do not move. Your hand is truly troublesome." Yet, as soon as he spoke, the stone door was already pushed open by Yangzi. Chapter 5. Crossing into a different realm in an instant, Chen Dongyi was assaulted by a blinding light, hastily shielding his eyes with his arm, allowing him to slowly open them. After a few minutes of adjustment, he finally beheld the stone door. Darkness, boundless darkness, reminiscent of an abyss, more akin to a disconcerting chasm. What on earth is this? How can the space behind the stone door be so chaotic? Chen Dongyi thought to himself. Driven by curiosity, he instinctively extended his hand inside. The moment his fingers brushed against the darkness beyond the stone door, he felt an immense, invisible force attempting to pull him in. Suddenly, the world spun around him, and the overwhelming dizziness caused him to lose consciousness. In a daze, Chen Dongyi opened his blurred eyes, discovering himself lying in a pitch-black space. Beside him, there was a massive crack in the wall. From the fissure, a steady stream of black mist poured forth, gradually eroding the space around him. Through the crack, he could vaguely perceive the outside world, a basement-like space, adorned with bizarre symbols on the walls and candles strewn across the floor. Surrounding him were individuals clad in peculiar attire, kneeling and bowing toward the fissure. Wait, there seems to be something within the crack, what they are worshipping. A green-faced, fang-toothed demon, a ghost with a white face and black eyes, and a decaying monster. They are actually venerating these malevolent beings? Once again, a wave of dizziness overcame him. He could not discern how long had passed, but he felt someone persistently calling his name. Dongyi, Dongyi, wake up quickly. If you continue to slumber, the living dead will come, and we shall all perish. Chen Dongyi looked up to find his childhood friend, Zhang Yang. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Yang covered his mouth, placing a finger over his lips in a gesture for silence. Once Chen Dongyi was sufficiently quiet, Zhang Yang began to explain in hushed tones. Hush. You have returned once more. I thought you would not come again. Remain silent, for the school is now overrun with living dead, an A-class supernatural pollution incident. You must assist in resolving it. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Chen Dongyi was utterly bewildered, scanning the surroundings. He realized they were hiding in the school restroom, a pungent stench overwhelming his senses. Wait, what did you just say? What do you mean finally returned? What is this supernatural pollution incident? Again? Are you out of your mind? And why the hell are you pinning me down in this restroom? Zhang Yang, realizing he had been forcefully restraining Chen Dongyi in the stall, began to sweat nervously at the sound of Chen Dongyi's furious outburst. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Dongyi. Return? That term sounds familiar. He abruptly lunged, seizing Zhang Yang by the collar, ready to demand answers. Zhang Yang quickly covered Chen Dongyi's mouth again, signaling for silence. Are you seeking death? I told you. The outside is crawling with living dead. If you attract their attention, we shall both meet our demise. Seeing Zhang Yang's panicked demeanor, Chen Dongyi recognized the gravity of the situation. They had known each other for years, and Zhang Yang would not act so seriously unless faced with a dire circumstance. Through the restroom door's crack, Chen Dongyi glimpsed several students huddled in a corner, trembling. They appeared genuinely terrified, prompting Chen Dongyi to ask earnestly, So, you mean to say that the last few times I narrowly escaped death, it was also your doing? Speak. Who exactly are you? Why do you wish me harm? What are these living dead you mentioned? And what constitutes an A-class supernatural pollution incident? He pulled out his phone, only to find no signal, the network displayed as unavailable. Zhang Yang produced a tablet, activating the external surveillance. Taking a deep breath, he said, The situation is complex. I cannot explain it all at once. However, we are indeed in grave danger, and I hope you can aid me in resolving this. Afterwards, I will provide clarity. As Chen Dongyi listened, he scrutinized the footage on the tablet. It depicted the student dormitory at past midnight. Most students were sound asleep. Moments later, a student appeared, heading to the restroom. Just as he neared, he encountered a figure that looked exactly like him, grinning with a stiff, eerie smile that stretched unnaturally from ear to ear. The student was startled but inexplicably entered the restroom alongside this doppelganger. Strangely, although two had entered, only one emerged 5 minutes later. Notably, there were no signs of disturbance within the school. This is no great matter. Perhaps two entered, and one simply went missing. Why would that frighten you? Chen Dongyi mused. Pondering the situation, Zhang Yang wiped the sweat from his brow, shutting off the current video, and clicked on the next one. There is more to this. Let us continue watching. Upon opening the second video, Zhang Yang resumed his explanation. Logically, if this person remained unaccounted for, there would be reports of missing students. However, this has not occurred. What does this imply? After speaking, he and Chen Dongyi focused on the second surveillance video. During evening study hours, many students in a classroom appeared unnaturally strange. In the footage, students diligently studied, yet upon closer inspection, each wore an uncanny smile, glancing around furtively while maintaining their unsettling grins. From these smiles, do you discern any issues? Chen Dongyi felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, it was quite bizarre. Their expressions appeared strikingly similar, and just as Chen Dongyi sought to articulate his thoughts, Zhang Yang interjected. Pretending, right? Strenuously feigning human expressions, putting forth an exaggerated smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyi instinctively raised his hand to pat his thigh, only to be restrained by Zhang Yang. In Lingcheng, we have never encountered such supernatural occurrences, so we remain oblivious to their nature, their intentions, and the logic behind their contamination. We have been observing for a week, yet we have found no solutions. Now, half the school is infested with these ghastly entities, roaming about at night in search of victims to taint. Zhang Yang elaborated, then pressed a button on his earpiece. Xiaoyozi, have you received the surveillance footage I sent? Has headquarters drawn any conclusions? After a moment, a melodious female voice responded through the earpiece. Yanggu, I apologize. But headquarters has never encountered such a supernatural contamination event, so we have no references. I have already summoned the captain for reinforcements. Please be patient. Zhang Yang, upon hearing this, was immediately incensed, pressing down the earpiece to hiss. Damn it, I'm on the brink of death. If you can't derive any results soon, be prepared to collect my corpse. Despite his confusion, Chen Dongyi recognized that the situation Zhang Yang faced was indeed an eerie supernatural event in his world. Rising cautiously, he stealthily pushed open the restroom door and gestured for a few students in the corner to remain silent. He then waved at Zhang Yang, signaling him to exit as well. Upon reaching a wall, he motioned for Zhang Yang to crouch down, intending to step on his shoulders to glimpse the situation outside. Although Zhang Yang was reluctant, he had no choice but to depend on Chen Dongyi to resolve this supernatural predicament. He obliged and crouched down, allowing Chen Dongyi to stand on his shoulders. Chen Dongyi carefully leaned over the windowsill, peering into the corridor, estimating that at least 20 undead figures were wandering outside. Each of these entities appeared increasingly sinister. Chapter 6. The Faux Human. Chen Dongyi was horrified, reflecting that while he often heard such stories in his world, no one truly encountered ghosts. Anyone would harbor a degree of fear towards such events, and at this moment, he felt utterly disoriented. However, hearing Zhang Yang speak of him with such significance, he suddenly felt a sense of being needed. Instantly, the gloom of heartbreak and unemployment dissipated, and he steeled himself to confront the challenge. He thought to himself, my friends are destitute, left with nothing but their underwear. Could these specters be more terrifying than poverty? With this thought, Chen Dongyi's confidence surged, and the fear diminished. He mustered his courage and asked, Yangzi, what exactly are these undead beings? From my observations, these entities can only perceive moving objects, and their movements are somewhat sluggish. Beyond that, I have yet to unravel their nature. Chen Dongyi squinted, deepening his suspicions. In his reality, there were also similar legends. However, without concrete evidence, it remained uncertain whether these beings were indeed the supernatural creatures of his world. Yet given the current situation, he decided to treat this dead horse as a living one. Based on the information you just provided, I conducted a brief analysis. Let me know if this aligns with your understanding. Zhang Yang and a few nearby students leaned in, intrigued. I suspect these beings are what we refer to as faux humans. They possess the ability to control souls, usurping bodies to continue their existence. However, they require a significant amount of time to learn while occupying a body, which means we still have a chance. Zhang Yang scratched his head, incredulous. Faux humans? What are those? I cannot precisely define them, but to resolve this issue, we must locate the source, the first individual they possessed, and find a way to expel the faux human from their body. Upon hearing this, everyone was at a loss. The area outside was teeming with contaminated faux humans, and any exposure would lead to being targeted. How easy would it be to trace the source? Zhang Yang pondered, chewing on his thoughts. After a moment of deliberation, Chen Dongyi felt compelled to take a risk. He could not simply perish so soon after his arrival. For the protagonist, lacking a protagonist's halo was one thing, but to die so ingloriously was utterly unwelcome. Observing Zhang Yang's timidity, he held little hope for him. Chen Dongyi beckoned the 3 trembling students in the corner to join him. The students, captivated by Chen Dongyi's articulate explanation, instinctively gathered around him, looking to him for guidance. Zhang Yang incessantly relayed Chen Dongyi's earlier statements to the external operator. What are the names of you 3 spirited fellows? Wang Chong, Zhou Hong, Li Hongyi. Chen Dongyi nodded, signaling them to draw closer before inquiring, where exactly are we? Brother, we are currently on the 3rd floor of the male freshman dormitory, in the central communal restroom. Wang Chong replied, appearing to retain a semblance of rationality. How did you discover the outbreak of contamination in the boys' dormitory and end up hiding in the restroom? Upon hearing this, the others appeared somewhat apprehensive, with Wang Chong responding again. Around midnight, we finished a WoW raid with Lu Dongxiang from our dorm, and he got up to use the restroom. Since we had a guild event today, we barely managed to make it through after multiple wipeouts, so everyone stayed up late. When he returned, he was grinning foolishly at us. We had recently attended a lecture by the spirit slaying squad and sensed something was amiss, so the 3 of us immediately fled to the restroom. Chen Dongyi abruptly interrupted, asking, what is the spirit slaying squad? And why did you come to the restroom? Upon hearing about the spirit slaying squad, Zhang Yang perked up. The spirit slaying squad, I know them. I am a member of the spirit slaying team 3. Also known as the Night Watchers. They specialize in handling supernatural events. Wang Chong nodded in agreement. Yes, that's them. They say ghosts cannot be killed but can only be sealed, and they usually rely on scent to identify directions and enemies, advising us to hide in places with strong odors, hence our retreat to the restroom. Based on your accounts, could Lu Dongxiang be the initial contaminator? The three exchanged uncertain glances and replied hesitantly, "We're not sure, but he was the first one in our dorm to be contaminated." Chen Dongyi nodded, signaling them to continue. Once we hid in the restroom, it was less than half an hour before your friend also sought refuge here, revealing that the outside world had already succumbed. Do you frequently hold lectures? Chen Dongyi asked Zhang Yang, his expression skeptical. Yes, ever since that major disaster began. We have frequently held public lectures or television programs to educate the general populace on how to avoid supernatural contamination events. If that's the case, there should be many others hiding outside. After a moment of reflection, the three gradually calmed down, no longer exhibiting the earlier panic. That seems likely. Since we entered the restroom, we heard a great deal of noise for about half an hour, after which it fell silent. I believe those timid individuals who scream at the sight of supernatural occurrences have likely been possessed by the pseudo-beings. After listening to several classmates' accounts, Chen Dongyi began to form a logical understanding. According to what you just conveyed, the current situation outside is at least a 50-50 chance, which is not so terrifying after all. However, if we wish to trace the source of these supernatural disturbances, we must venture outside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang, who had remained silent, reluctantly spoke up. No, my friend, given the current circumstances, the probability of us perishing outside exceeds 80%. Is it truly worth risking our lives for a mere 200 chi gold? We should remain here and await our captain's rescue. Chen Dongyi glared at Zhang Yang, feeling an urge to scold him. Yangzi, if you are too afraid to step outside, why drag me into this predicament? Seeing that Chen Dongyi genuinely seemed upset, Zhang Yang awkwardly lowered his head and replied, I only thought this was a Class C supernatural event. Who could have anticipated that the living dead would contaminate hundreds of people in just half an hour? I merely wanted to lend you a hand after witnessing your plight in that world. Hearing Zhang Yang's explanation, Chen Dongyi's anger subsided somewhat, for Zhang Yang had indeed offered him considerable assistance over the years. Fine, even if what you say is true, in this situation, it's inevitable that they will find us. They are merely still learning human habits, but soon enough they will complete their studies. Do you think a bathroom door will protect us? Zhang Yang gazed into the dark corridor outside, the moonlight casting eerie shadows on the floor. You have a point. Even if our captain arrives, he likely won't be able to handle these hundreds of living dead. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, do you have any solutions? Chen Dongyi stood before the toilet, unzipped his pants, and relieved himself. At present, these pseudo-beings possess a low level of intelligence. We must quickly utilize noise to draw them together. We should also devise a means to gather the untainted classmates to combat the pseudo-beings, thus granting us a sliver of hope. Is there a way to create some noise? Chapter 7. Surviving against all odds. Zhou Heng's eyes suddenly lit up as he wished to showcase his ingenuity. Yes, our school has a broadcasting room. If we turn on the loudspeaker, it will surely attract all the pseudo-beings. Li Hongyi smacked Zhou Heng on the head, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? That broadcasting room is in the teaching building, at least 500 meters from here. Given the current situation, reaching there is already a challenge, let alone turning on the loudspeaker. Furthermore, even if you could get there, the broadcasting room would likely be locked at this hour. Are you planning to break the lock? Upon hearing this, Zhou Heng instantly deflated, recognizing the validity of these concerns. Chen Dongyi nodded in agreement, continuing, indeed, that won't work, and we still lack a clear understanding of how these pseudo-beings contaminate people. Is it through speech, eye contact, or some other method? Thus, this plan is far too reckless. Suddenly, Wang Chang's face brightened as if he had conceived an excellent idea. Our building has a lights-out bell, and the switch is in the dormitory manager's room. If we could make it ring, wouldn't that simplify things considerably? Upon hearing this, the group exhibited expressions of delight, realizing that activating the lights-out bell would be far easier than reaching the broadcasting station. Zhang Yang, witnessing the agreement among the others, displayed an overt reluctance. Observing Zhang Yang's distressed expression, Chen Dongyi could not help but scold him. Yangzi, with that attitude, how could you possibly join the spirit-slaying team? Death is inevitable. Why fear the trivial? I faced this situation for the first time without succumbing to your level of fear. However, this assertion was somewhat flawed. In Chen Dongyi's world, various supernatural events were frequently discussed. Fortunately, this time, they were not dealing with ghosts but rather a phenomenon known as pseudo-beings. Conversely, Zhang Yang had never encountered such occurrences before, let alone dealt with them. Humanity often harbors profound fear of the unknown, which rationalizes Zhang Yang's greater trepidation compared to Chen Dongyi. Upon hearing Chen Dongyi's words, Zhang Yang suddenly stood up, eager to retort. Suddenly, a sharp sound emanated from behind, causing the five of them to freeze in fear. It turned out that Zhang Yang had unintentionally knocked over a mop that had been leaning against the wall. The initially inconsequential noise resonated like thunder in the stillness of the night, causing the group to exchange anxious glances, too frightened to move. As expected, several pseudo-beings wandering at the entrance immediately turned their attention toward the restroom. Chen Dongyi shot Zhang Yang a glare, grabbed the mop, and quickly barricaded the restroom door. He then pointed toward the window, signaling for them to form a human ladder. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled thuds echoed as the pseudo-beings outside attempted to forcefully push the door open, only to discover that it was blocked. Just as they prepared to climb onto the windowsill, a gentle voice called out, "Hello, classmate. Are you inside? Please open the door. There seems to be a monster outside. Let me in quickly. Classmate, are you in there? Could you kindly open the door? Bang, bang, bang. If you don't open up soon, I may have to break down the door. Please hurry and let me in. I beg you." The group felt a chill run down their spines, as they could discern the disjointed and eerie intonation of the voice. After all, who speaks in such a terrifyingly fragmented manner with a voice neither distinctly male nor female? Quickly, let us climb up. Chen Dongyi was the first to step onto Zhang Yang's shoulders, crouching on the windowsill and pulling each of them up in turn. Following him were Zhang Yang, Li Hongyi, and Wang Chong, with Zhou Heng being the last to ascend. Just as Zhou Heng was halfway onto the windowsill, a thunderous crash resounded at the door. Bang! The wooden stick propping the restroom door broke, and the door caved inward. Chen Dongyi, who had not yet jumped down, and Zhou Heng, who was still climbing, felt a surge of panic as they turned to look at the door. They saw a pseudo-being with a sinister smile approaching them. "Hello, classmates, where are you off to?" Under the dim moonlight, the two stared in terror as the pseudo-being slowly advanced. Zhou Heng stood frozen in fear, momentarily forgetting that he needed to continue climbing. After 5 seconds, Chen Dongyi snapped back to reality and forcefully yanked Zhou Heng. The jolt brought Zhou Heng back to his senses, and he hastily attempted to scramble up to the windowsill. Just as he was about to reach the top, a pale hand suddenly grasped his ankle. Zhou Heng felt an icy chill run through him, and suppressing his fear, he struggled to break free. He kicked his legs several times, but the cold grip held fast. Unconsciously, he turned to look back, and the sight filled his face with terror, causing him to grip the window tightly and kick furiously with his other foot at the ghastly hand. In that moment, he met the gaze of the pseudo-being, its soulless, pale eyes fixated on him, coupled with its ghastly, luminescent skin and an unsettlingly wide grin. Unable to contain his fear any longer, Zhou Heng let out a piercing scream. Upon hearing that cry, Chen Dongyi felt his hair stand on end, and his heart sank in dread. He swiftly turned to assist Zhou Heng in evading the ghastly pale hand, and leaned over the windowsill, intending to kick at the abominable appendage. In that fleeting moment, he was met with a horrifying sight that sent a chill down his spine. Previously, he had only been able to observe in the feeble light of the moon from a distance, but now, at close range, a wave of terror surged within him. Goodness! This creature bears an uncanny resemblance to the dolls from the Mekong series. It possessed features that were almost human, yet grotesquely distorted. As the thought crossed his mind, a chilling term sprang to Chen Dongyi's consciousness, the uncanny valley effect. This concept suggests that entities that closely resemble living beings may evoke feelings of revulsion when they are not entirely lifelike, creating an unsettling dissonance in observers. Deeply unsettled, Chen Dongyi had no time to ponder this theory. He could only unleash a flurry of kicks at the ghastly hand. The hand recoiled in pain, releasing Zhou Heng's calf. The group hastily leaped down from the windowsill, making their way towards the staircase at the end of the corridor. Zhou Heng's earlier scream had already alerted the surrounding pseudo-beings. Upon reaching the second floor, they were spotted by a pseudo-being lurking across the corridor. The creature, with its back turned, suddenly twisted its head in a full 360-degree rotation, directing its body towards them in an extremely eerie manner. Perhaps due to the unnatural contortion, it did not move swiftly, granting the group precious moments to dash towards the dormitory of the supervisor. Just as they reached the entrance, they encountered another pseudo-being, the very same corrupted dorm supervisor. It grinned widely, tilting its head as it regarded the 5 students without uttering a word. Zhang Yang, leading the group, froze in place, reminiscent of a child playing the game of 1, 2, 3, wooden man. The following 4, witnessing Zhang Yang's sudden halt, recognized the impending danger and stood at attention. As Zhang Yang observed the pseudo-being advancing step by step towards him, its pitch-black eyes fixated intently on him, he felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The others, including Chen Dongyi, trembled in fear, their legs quaking. Their only hope rested on the creature not having detected them. If it were to pass, their chances of survival would remain intact. Just as they clung to this sliver of hope, the pseudo-being spoke. "Hello, students. Where are you headed at this late hour?" Upon realizing they had been discovered, Zhang Yang, seemingly out of nowhere, brandished an ancient-looking lantern. He raised it, muttering incantations, and a beam of green light shot forth from the lantern towards the pseudo-being. The creature, which had been advancing, suddenly came to a halt. Chen Dongyi was about to inquire whether this was magic, but Zhang Yang urgently instructed the others. "Quickly, enter and activate the light-extinguishing bell. My immobilization spell will only last a minute. Hurry." The three students, trembling with fear, pushed through the door and directly activated the switch for the bell. To prolong its ringing, Wang Chong placed a kettle atop the switch, ensuring it would not cease after merely half a minute. Once their task was accomplished, they rushed out of the supervisor's dormitory. Wang Chong, determined to delay the inevitable, grabbed a large padlock from the table and secured the dormitory door. By now, the pseudo-beings wandering through the boys' dormitory had all heard the ringing and were converging towards them. "Let's head to the basement of the faculty dormitory. It's a storage area with fewer people," Li Hongyi urged, and the five of them hurriedly descended into the basement. In just a few minutes, the entrance to the supervisor's office was swarmed by pseudo-beings, all seeking to enter and investigate. In the basement, the five finally experienced a slight alleviation of their tension. Sitting on the ground, each feeling their backs drenched in sweat. "By heavens, that was thrilling. You nearly scared me to death," Zhang Yang gasped, propping himself up with his hands on the floor while taking deep breaths. "That was exhilarating. I've never experienced anything like it in my life." The others looked at Wang Chong, who was laughing heartily, with a hint of disdain. Chen Dongyi rose and suddenly seized Zhang Yang's arm, gazing intently into his eyes. "What ability did you use at the supervisor's door? How much are you still concealing from me? If you do not clarify everything today, do not blame me for turning against you." Zhang Yang, startled by Chen Dongyi's serious demeanor, slowly pushed his arm away and began to speak. "Brother, I didn't intend to keep anything from you. It's just that I don't know much myself." Although Chen Dongyi felt a surge of anger, he patiently listened to Zhang Yang's explanation. "Welcome to the spirit realm." Zhang Yang stepped forward and embraced Chen Dongyi, continuing, "We indeed hail from different worlds. My ability to traverse and select you is due to the advanced level of civilization in my world. Moreover, something about you draws me, perhaps it is fate. How did you arrive in my world? I cannot say for certain. My soul can transform into a quantum energy entity, allowing me to traverse briefly into your realm to seek out those who attract me. You, as my chosen one, may possess the means to aid our world in restoring peace." Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyi stroked his chin, still filled with skepticism. "The spirit realm? A civilization more advanced than ours? Quantum energy entities? Restoring peace? Are you implying that your world was not always this way?" Chen Dongyi keenly grasped the crux of the matter from Zhang Yang's words. Wiping the sweat from his brow and swallowing hard to soothe his dry throat, Zhang Yang replied, "Indeed, our world was once a tranquil realm brimming with spiritual energy, free from illness or disaster, possessing advanced technological civilization capable of curing the ailments of 9,999 spirits. As long as one did not take their own life, we could live until the end of the universe. Not only were there no supernatural events like this, but even legends of supernatural beings were non-existent. Approximately 12 years ago, a rift to the abyss inexplicably appeared in our world, depleting our spiritual energy. And bizarre supernatural events erupted, bringing civilization to the brink of annihilation, with 95 of spirits perishing in this calamity. In response to the escalating supernatural occurrences, our government established 8 major sanctuaries, and we were formed as Night Watchers specifically to combat these events. Each Night Watcher possesses a unique ability. Mine, which was recently bestowed upon me, is the immobilization spell. If we manage to escape, I will elaborate further." "What do you mean by chosen?" Chen Dongyi inquired. "Well, actually, we do not fully understand either. Every individual who gains superpowers has the opportunity for a divine journey, allowing them to select a traveler from your world. Following the supernatural upheaval in the spirit realm, the 3 administrators prophesied that a traveler would endure until the end, identifying and resolving the source of pollution, ultimately restoring peace to our world." Chen Dongyi bowed his head in contemplation, remaining silent, as he suddenly recalled the moment he had just traversed into this realm. He remembered witnessing a group of figures clad in black reverently worshipping malevolent spirits. Now, his childhood friend had mentioned that a fellow traveler would uncover the truth. Damn, what a ridiculous premise. Frankly, as a young man who had been educated in materialist dialectics from a young age, how could he possibly subscribe to such absurd theories posited by Zhang Yang? Suddenly, he remembered the woman he had encountered during his second visit to Lingcheng, who had uttered some profound words. After a moment of silence, he could only feign ignorance. Chen Dongyi looked disdainfully at the others, who appeared equally perplexed as they gazed back at him. Noticing their expressions, he decided not to press the matter further, regardless of the veracity of Zhang Yang's claims. They needed to navigate the immediate crisis at hand. For now, let us set aside this discussion and focus on resolving the current supernatural incident. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, their attention now fixed upon Chen Dongyi. Observing the eager expressions of his companions, Chen Dongyi inwardly cursed. Why are you all staring at me? Although my world is indeed rife with various supernatural legends, it does not mean I can delve into these matters daily. You all seek my guidance. But whom shall I consult? However, seeing the trust in their eyes, Chen Dongyi could only bow his head and reflect, hoping to uncover any critical factors from his memories that could counter the imposters. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Zhou Hong, who had just flashed a peculiar smile. He quickly raised his head to look at Zhou Hong, who returned his gaze with a face full of confusion. Was that merely an illusion? I distinctly saw that strange smile on Zhou Hong's face. Chen Dongyi, puzzled, turned his head to continue contemplating when a post he had previously seen suddenly resurfaced in his mind. It recounted an incident where a delivery man encountered an imposter. The incident began when the delivery man, in an effort to increase his delivery count, rose at 3 in the morning to make deliveries and encountered a bizarre-looking man who persistently probed for his personal information under various pretenses. What was even more chilling was the man's illogical manner of speaking, which was riddled with awkward pauses. During their conversation, the man's appearance gradually morphed to resemble that of the delivery man. Suddenly, the man launched an attack on the delivery man, who, startled, brandished a flashlight from his bag to momentarily blind him. The imposter fled in fear from the bright light. Chapter 9. Awakening the system with this thought. Chen Dongyi's furrowed brow relaxed, as if he had discovered a method to confront the imposters. He beckoned to the others to gather around. I just recalled a post about an imposter, in which a delivery man used a strong light to scare off the imposter. Therefore, I deduce that imposters may fear sunlight. Can we disseminate this information and encourage everyone to use strong light against the imposters? Furthermore, did you not mention that you had already notified your captain? Why has no one arrived to provide support after such a lengthy period? Zhang Yang felt somewhat embarrassed by the inquiry and glanced at his watch, realizing it was already past 2 in the morning. Over an hour had elapsed since he last reported to headquarters. Logically, assistance should have arrived by now. That's not advisable. Dongyi, we cannot yet ascertain that imposters indeed fear strong light. If we disseminate this information and untainted students emerge, following our instructions without results, how shall we manage the aftermath? Perhaps we should venture out to locate a few isolated imposters and conduct an experiment to clarify matters. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's analysis, several students fervently nodded. After all, it would indeed be precarious for those who had thus far avoided contamination to venture out recklessly. Chen Dongyi, acknowledging the potential peril of his strategy, nodded in agreement and suggested that Zhang Yang take the lead to scout the situation. Zhang Yang hesitated, looking innocently at Chen Dongyi. Come on, you are the only night watchman, a member of the Zhanling team, the sole ability wielder. How can you stand behind us? You lead the way first, flanked by the 3 of them, while I bring up the rear. Hurry. With Chen Dongyi's insistence, Zhang Yang had no grounds to refute. He could only blame his bureaucratic position for his lack of initiative. Thus, he produced the ancient lantern to illuminate the path ahead. Wang Chong, Li Hongyi, and Zhou Hong positioned themselves in the middle, with Chen Dongyi at the rear. Zhang Yang had barely advanced 10 meters down the corridor when Zhou Hong suddenly turned, locking eyes with Chen Dongyi with an unsettling intensity. In the dim light, Chen Dongyi beheld Zhou Hong's eerie smiling visage, and his heart plummeted. To his utter dismay, Zhou Hong had indeed been contaminated. Now, he wore a grin as he addressed Chen Dongyi in a strained voice. Classmate, would you like to join our organization? Chen Dongyi had no time to contemplate and instinctively sought to distance himself from Zhou Hong. He leaned back, attempting to retreat swiftly. However, the seemingly sluggish imposter attacked with astonishing speed. Zhou Hong reached out, grasping Chen Dongyi's arms with an iron grip. Chen Dongyi struggled to break free, but Zhou Hong's fingers clung like a vice. Realizing escape was futile, he kicked Zhou Hong's chest with both legs, leveraging the force to finally break free and tumble backward. Hearing the commotion behind him, Zhang Yang immediately called for a halt and turned to investigate. Upon turning, he saw Zhou Hong sprawled on the ground. Yet, in an instant, Zhou Hong's limbs contorted grotesquely, and he sprang back to his feet, lunging once more at Chen Dongyi. Zhang Yang, with no time to ponder, brandished the lantern and charged toward Zhou Hong, muttering incantations. Although Chen Dongyi had executed a desperate maneuver to escape, he too found himself on the ground. In this precarious situation, he would inevitably rise more slowly. As he scrambled to get up, he felt a chilling presence at the back of his head. A pair of ghastly, pale claws reached toward him, the force of which made him instinctively shrink his neck. Am I going to die? Just as he faced imminent peril, Zhang Yang finally uttered a command. Freeze. In that fleeting moment when Zhou Heng was immobilized, a mechanical voice resonated in Chen Dongyi's mind. You have encountered a supernatural event, meeting the conditions for system activation. Would you like to activate? The sweat on Chen Dongyi's forehead threatened to soak through his collar as he heard this voice, and he felt a surge of exhilaration. By heavens, the system has finally arrived. Without a second thought, Chen Dongyi mentally shouted, Activate. Suddenly, a panel resembling an electronic display materialized in his mind. It displayed 5 rectangular gray objects, each accompanied by a progress bar akin to an experience gauge. Ding. System activated. Congratulations. You have awakened the Tianshi system and gained the ability, Yellow Paper. In supernatural events, survive for 5 minutes to gain 1 point of Qi. In dangerous circumstances, points are doubled. Initially harboring hope that the system would save his life, he was dismayed to find that it had granted him merely a piece of yellow paper. Wait, since this is a skill bestowed by the system, does it possess other functions? System, what special abilities does this yellow paper hold? Chen Dongyi hastily inquired in his mind. No, only when you acquire the skills can you utilize them. What use are you to me then? To wipe my backside? This old yellow paper is even unfit for that. The system seemed to comprehend Chen Dongyi's words. Beep. Explanation complete. System exiting. As soon as the words fell, the system vanished. Anger surged within Chen Dongyi, and he was about to tear apart the malfunctioning system when he suddenly recalled the 5 gray rectangles displayed on the panel. Below them was something resembling an experience bar, the shortest of which bore the number 10 at its apex. Could it be that the system indicated he needed to accumulate 10 points of Qi to activate his skills? However, the system had just stated that 1 point of Qi was gained every 5 minutes of survival, which meant he needed to endure for 50 minutes to reach the required 10 points. In this situation, by the time Zhang Yang's immobilization spell wore off, they would be dead before long, let alone surviving for 50 minutes. By then, the grass on my grave would be 2 meters high, and only then would I burn this yellow paper for myself. Chen Dongyi cursed indignantly, yet his body did not dare to slacken. He rolled away from Zhou Heng's attack range and moved closer to Zhang Yang and the others. After a little over a minute, Zhou Heng finally broke free from the immobilization spell, his head spinning in a complete circle. Using both hands and feet like a spider, he quickly crawled toward the group. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yang and the other students turned and ran toward the basement door. Chen Dongyi, quick-witted, seized a few of them and forcefully pulled them back. Where are you running to? We are being pursued by a fake human. Going out now is courting death. Right now, it's merely one fake human. But if we make a scene, all the fake humans in the school will come to finish us off. Did we not just say we needed to find a fake human for an experiment? There's one right here. Upon hearing this, the group halted. It wasn't that they did not wish to run. It was that Chen Dongyi's reasoning was sound. If they led this individual out, whether they could escape was uncertain, but it would certainly attract more fake humans, and by that time, even if they did not die, they would be close to it. Chapter 10. Golden Light spell. Having grasped the stakes, Zhang Yang turned first, raising his lantern, prepared to confront the fake human in a desperate struggle. The 2 students beside him picked up broomsticks to confront the fake human as well. Chen Dongyi pulled out his makeshift phone, activating the flashlight interface, ready to launch a surprise attack on the fake human. The fake human, initially intent on pursuing the group, suddenly found them standing their ground, turning to look for weapons to confront him. Whether it was due to a bruised ego or a lack of understanding of human thought processes, Zhou Heng's transformed fake human stood frozen for a while. Although the fake human's intelligence was not particularly high, it still possessed basic emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Seeing the group transition from fear to calmness puzzled it somewhat. However, after hesitating for a moment, the fake human lunged toward the group. Not wishing to remain in its current state, Chen Dongyi shouted, glancing back at the 3 behind him. Zhang Yang, seeing Chen Dongyi's composed demeanor, gradually shook off his fear and stepped forward to face the fake human's attack. Who would have thought that just as Zhang Yang took a step forward, the 3 instinctively stepped back 3 paces. Zhang Yang appeared bewildered, attempting to cast a spell while urging the lantern. Goodness, you're indeed loyal. Chen Dongyi smirked, uttering a remark that left them all baffled. There's no way around it. If my fellow companions perish, so shall I. Just as the fake human was about to pounce upon Zhang Yang, it was once again immobilized. Strike it, Chen Dongyi yelled, leading the 3 to swing their sticks at the fake human's head. However, this time the immobilization spell clearly lasted a shorter duration, barely holding for 50 seconds. Nonetheless, This bout of beating rejuvenated the group's confidence. Wang Chong gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn, this thing isn't so terrifying after all. Li Hongyi nodded excitedly, exclaiming, this feels exhilarating. Let us immobilize it again and give it another thrashing. The previously immobilized fake human had been struck hard, and upon the spell's release, instead of attacking, it began to retreat slowly. Could it be that these beings can sense our emotions? As we fear them, they grow stronger, but when our fear dissipates, their power seems to wane. To confirm this phenomenon, Chen Dongyi gestured to Zhang Yang, urging him to immobilize it once more. Zhang Yang nodded, promptly understanding Chen Dongyi's intention. As the fake human retreated a few steps, it was once again immobilized. Keep going. The group resumed their assault on the fake human, this time with greater force, causing it to wail and plead for mercy. After over 40 seconds, the immobilization spell wore off, and the fake human was left battered beyond recognition. Why is the duration of your immobilization spell becoming shorter? It could be that frequent use on a single target results in immunity. I believe I've discerned its contamination patterns. It attacks humans by sensing your fear. If you show no fear, it poses no threat. Wang Chong and Li Hongyi nodded in excitement, echoing, indeed, when we struck it just now, we could clearly feel its power and speed diminishing, and I could see fear in its eyes. It's time for a counterattack. Let us head out to the school broadcasting room. The group seized Zhou Heng's transformed fake human, binding it with rope, and each grabbed a suitable weapon. Striding toward the teaching building. Yangzi, once you go out, shout while you strike. As long as you are not afraid of them, you can handle them. Agreed. The moment they burst out of the basement, Zhang Yang, Wang Chong, and Li Hongyi began to shout loudly. Hearing the commotion, the fake humans slowly approached, while some students who had been hiding in fear began to hear their cries. Fellow alumni who can overcome their fear, come out to help. They are not terrifying. They are merely puppets. As long as you do not fear them, they cannot harm you. Just watch. Chen Dongyi led the way with a mop stick, as fake humans bizarrely lunged toward them from all directions. What terrified those fake humans was that they could not contaminate the group, and although they had sustained injuries, there were no signs of contamination, causing some fake humans to panic. The hiding alumni, already feeling stifled, saw that this group was indeed unharmed, prompting some bolder boys to grab sticks from their dormitories and rush over from all corners. High school students are known for their penchant for creating a ruckus. Seeing any lively scene, they can hardly resist joining in, so upon hearing Wang Chong's call, everyone suddenly felt emboldened. The boys unleashed their pent-up anger at the fake humans for transforming their classmates into monsters. The tide of battle suddenly shifted, and some fake humans began to tremble and retreat. 20 minutes later, over 100 people had gathered around Chen Dongyi, occupying the school broadcasting room, continuously broadcasting the patterns of this paranormal event. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have accumulated 10 points of chi. Would you like to learn a skill? Huh. Chen Dongyi was taken aback. Hadn't he not yet reached 50 minutes? How could he learn now? After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized that the system had hinted that in dangerous situations, chi points double. The encounters with fake humans earlier must have triggered this condition. Learn. Chen Dongyi hurriedly exclaimed in his heart. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill Basic Talisman Golden Light spell. You can use the talisman 10 times within 24 hours, with a cooldown period of 6 hours. To think, this is how the Tianxia system operates? It has activated the talisman for me, so encountering supernatural beings in the future will be a piece of cake. With a mere thought, a yellow paper talisman inscribed with red cinnabar appeared in Chen Dongyi's hand. Instantly, the incantation of the golden light spell resonated in his mind. Heaven and earth, Xianzong, the source of all chi. My body possesses golden light, enveloping me. Within lies thunder and the hidden name of the thunder god. Golden light, swiftly manifest, shielding the true person. Taishang Laojun, urgently as per the decree. As he affixed the yellow talisman to his body, a brilliant golden light erupted forth. Although Chen Dongyi did not hail from a lineage of Taoists, he had watched numerous films featuring Jiushu. Moreover, being born in a province that venerates the Sanqing, he naturally had a profound understanding of Taoist practices. Thus, reciting the incantation and waving the talisman appeared quite convincing. The pseudo-beings, still engaged in battle, were startled by the sudden burst of golden light. They retreated, losing the courage to continue fighting. With the golden light surrounding him, Chen Dongyi's eyes became akin to mirrors, revealing the peculiarities of the pseudo-beings. They were all shrouded in dark energy, known on Earth as Sha Qi. It turned out that they relied on this dark energy to corrupt others, specifically targeting those with weak wills. Zhang Yang, witnessing the golden light enveloping Chen Dongyi, realized he had likely awakened some ability. Dongzi, What does it feel like to awaken an ability? Chen Dongyi, brimming with excitement and feeling the power bestowed by the golden light spell, clenched his fist and replied. It feels as invigorating as taking a potent stimulant. Let us follow those retreating pseudo-beings. We should be able to locate their source of corruption. Chapter 11. The source of corruption. They fear the light. Suddenly, a young man in the crowd shouted, and a few bold students charged into the dormitory. As the power switch was flipped, the lights in all the dorms illuminated brightly. The pseudo-beings, seeing the previously dark school now ablaze with light, instinctively fled towards the back mountain. Many students, having been frightened throughout the night, grabbed sticks and prepared to chase after them, concerned for the safety of the students. Chen Dongyi quickly urged Zhang Yang to dissuade those who still wished to pursue. Classmates, do not chase any longer. Leave the cleanup work to our Zhanling team. After saying this, Zhang Yang displayed his soul lamp, perhaps fearing that the students, fueled by youthful vigor, would ignore his advice. He has a soul lamp. He is a member of the official Zhanling team. With this revelation, the students exchanged glances and ceased their pursuit, returning to their dorms to rest. Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang jogged along, following the army of pseudo-beings to the back mountain. This area featured a rocky hill approximately 300 meters high, densely populated with trees and foliage, a perfect hiding spot. Following their trail, they discovered a dark cave within the mountain. Clearing away the surrounding weeds, Chen Dongyi peered inside. Finding it pitch black, he pulled Zhang Yang closer and directed the lantern in his hand into the cave. What are you doing? That's my magical artifact. It's not meant for lighting. Magical artifact? It looks just like a lantern. Zhang Yang snatched the soul lamp back, inspecting it carefully, wary of Chen Dongyi damaging it. This item was not something just anyone could wield. In the spirit realm, there were two types of practitioners. The first were those born with the ability to control quantum energy, known as Lingwen practitioners. The second were those who, through the introduction of soul lamps, could burn quantum energy to achieve their abilities, referred to as soul lamp practitioners. Chen Dongyi scoffed, eyeing Zhang Yang with a teasing expression. You look so smug. I know what you're thinking. Do you believe Lingwen practitioners are superior to soul lamp practitioners? Isn't it true? Strength isn't determined by innate talent or acquired ability. Comparatively, soul lamp practitioners generally excel in ability control and overall qualities compared to Lingwen practitioners. Chen Dongyi appeared puzzled, questioning why those reliant on external forces could surpass innate practitioners. In truth, the hierarchy of strength was not absolute. Soul lamp practitioners needed to awaken their abilities and merge with their soul lamps, which were forged from the cores of fierce spirits or powerful monsters. Therefore, to become a soul lamp practitioner, one's innate qualities and conditions must far exceed those of Lingwen practitioners. Chen Dongyi nodded, understanding now. He examined Zhang Yang's lantern more closely, indeed discovering that it was intricately engraved with numerous runes. You must have awakened naturally. You should be a Lingwen practitioner, possessing a unique rune. How are Lingwen practitioners classified by rank? Zhang Yang smirked, adopting the demeanor of a wise instructor. There are 9 ranks in total, with each advancement in realm. An additional rune is added. They are imprinted on the hands, feet, torso, eyes, mouth, and forehead. Should you encounter someone with 9 runes, they may very well be a transcendent existence. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyi rolled up his left sleeve, discovering a golden rune emblazoned on his arm. This rune is remarkably similar to the talismans from my world. Is there a connection? How can one elevate their rank? Before Chen Dongyi could finish his question, Zhang Yang interrupted. Dongzi, are you a curious child? How would I know? I'm merely a first-tier soul lamp practitioner. After we resolve this matter, we can return to the main city and consult the marshal. You can ask him. Chen Dongyi nodded and summoned 5 golden light spells with his mind, signaling Zhang Yang with a glance. Zhang Yang blew on his soul lamp, which immediately illuminated the dark mountain. They proceeded into the mountain together, while Chen Dongyi casually affixed a talisman at the cave's entrance. After walking for about 20 minutes, they gradually encountered the corrupted students, pseudo-beings, standing within the cave, some upright, some seated, and others lying motionless on the ground. Hey, Dongzi, what do you think happened to these beings? Chen Dongyi stepped forward to examine closely, stroking his chin as he speculated. Perhaps the source of corruption has ceased to instill fear. This must be the wellspring of its power. Without this source, it can no longer control such a multitude of pseudo-beings. That is fortunate. It saves us a great deal of trouble. We must locate this source post-haste. After another 10 minutes, suddenly, over 100 pseudo-beings began to tremble, all heads turning in unison toward the two. Their lifeless eyes, combined with their sheer number, sent chills down Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang's spines. After a few moments of intense staring, the horde of pseudo-beings lunged at the two. Zhang Yang, terrified by the sight, cried out, "Didn't you say that the source lacks power and can no longer control these pseudo-beings? What good does that do us? We need to run." The two swiftly turned and fled, catching a glimpse of a shadow racing toward the cave entrance. Chen Dongyi's heart jolted as he instantly grasped the shadow's intent. "Heaven and earth, Xianzong, the source of all qi. My body possesses golden light, enveloping me. Within lies thunder and the hidden name of the thunder god. Golden light. Swiftly manifest, shielding the true person. Taishang Laojun, urgently as per the decree." With a loud shout from Chen Dongyi, the golden light spell affixed at the cave's entrance erupted with blinding radiance, repelling the shadow attempting to escape. Trying to create chaos to make a getaway? How clever to employ strategy. The shadow that was repelled was flung back several dozen meters, smoke billowing from its charred form. The figure slowly rose, its neck twisting in an eerie 360-degree turn, its fish-like eyes fixated on Chen Dongyi with an unsettling intensity. Realizing there was no escape, it resolved to perish alongside them. Suddenly, the shadow emitted a piercing scream, attempting to command hundreds of doppelgangers to assault the two. Chen Dongyi swiftly produced a talisman imbued with golden light, chanting the incantation as he affixed it to Zhang Yang, enveloping both in a protective aura. Although the golden light talisman was a fundamental spell of Taoism, it was remarkably practical, capable of both defense and offense while consuming minimal energy. Yet, even the bravest cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Over 100 doppelgangers relentlessly pursued them through the cavern. Fortunately, after 2 minutes of frantic flight, the doppelgangers began to collapse as the shadow visibly diminished in size. "Dongzi, its energy is waning. Hurry and seize it," Zhang Yang shouted, wielding a soul lamp to fend off the remaining doppelgangers while urging Chen Dongyi onward. Chen Dongyi, bearing significant injuries and coated in dirt like a beggar, realized the shadow was shrinking. He retrieved his last talisman, intending to vanquish the shadow with the golden light spell. Just then, a woman burst onto the scene, a woman of ample proportions, at least a size F or larger. Chapter 12. Contact. The formidable figure instantly captured Chen Dongyi's attention, momentarily distracting him from the shadow. Clad in a blue combat uniform, she wielded a silver canister and, in the blink of an eye, subdued the shadow. As she turned, she noticed the lascivious gaze Chen Dongyi had fixed upon her chest, and, in response, delivered a swift kick. Caught off guard, Chen Dongyi stumbled, but by chance grasped a sizable stone. "Who dares to ambush me?" he thought, ready to hurl the stone at her. "Don't strike. Dongzi, she's one of us," Zhang Yang interjected, prompting Chen Dongyi to halt and look at him. Upon the shadow being captured in the silver canister, all the tainted doppelgangers fell lifelessly to the ground. "That is my captain. Her name is Yu Linglong. She is a practitioner of the 4 Tao spirit patterns," Zhang Yang added, leaning closer to whisper. "She is quite the shrew, with a terrible temper, which is why she is still single." Chen Dongyi nearly erupted in laughter at this. From a distance, Yu Linglong observed their whispered exchange, her hand resting threateningly on the hilt of her sword, glaring at them. "What are you two conspiring about?" she demanded. Sensing her murderous intent, Zhang Yang quickly shifted the topic. "Captain, why did you arrive so late? If you had delayed any longer, I would have been left to collect the remains." Yu Linglong shot him an exasperated look, responding, "We arrived some time ago. It was the higher-ups' directive to refrain from intervening too early unless you were in life-threatening danger." Zhang Yang's eyes gleamed with cunning as he approached Yu Linglong, saying, "Captain, this incident cannot be classified as an A-level supernatural contamination. Do you realize how perilous it was? Hundreds of contaminated entities, and we managed to minimize casualties." Yu Linglong tapped his forehead teasingly, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Understood. I will request S-level compensation for your efforts." Zhang Yang immediately burst into jubilation, exclaiming, "Long live the captain." Yu Linglong beckoned Chen Dongyi to follow her, instructing, "Let us go, Zhang Yang, back to the base." Zhang Yang, eager to comply, followed Yu Linglong out of the cavern, ensuring Chen Dongyi accompanied them, aware that Chen Dongyi's contributions had been pivotal in resolving this supernatural event. The mention of the higher-ups indicated they were aware of Chen Dongyi's successful summoning of an otherworldly entity, which would certainly enhance his standing within the base. As they emerged from the rear mountain to the school entrance, they found the area swarming with members of the spirit-slaying team, donned in blue combat uniforms, diligently utilizing various instruments to conduct final cleanup operations. "Captain, has the seal been established?" A striking young man approached Yu Linglong, evidently another core member of the team, as his uniform appeared significantly more advanced than those of the cleanup crew. Yu Linglong did not respond verbally, but simply handed him the silver canister and gestured for him to proceed. The young man nodded silently before conferring with a middle-aged individual in a blue uniform, and then making his way to a heavily armored off-road vehicle parked at the school entrance. That was Ah Zhang, our team's vice-captain, Yu Linglong informed Chen Dongyi, who nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, this civilization is advanced. Even their off-road vehicles resemble Earth's concept of tanks. Chen Dongyi thought with envy as he stepped into the vehicle, having always dreamed of owning a fine car. He noticed a ceramic-like coating on the vehicle's surface and curiously touched it. Why is there porcelain on the car? Isn't that rather impractical? Can such fragile material withstand bullet impacts? He pondered, suddenly struck by an idea. Could it be that the specters of this world fear porcelain? Yu Linglong opened the front passenger door and climbed in, signaling for Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang to take their seats in the back. Once inside, they discovered the vehicle was remarkably advanced, operating through a neural link with the young man. As Chen Dongyi prepared to inquire further, Yu Linglong preempted him, stating, "Indeed, you are correct. In the spirit realm, specters can only be sealed by silver and porcelain. Their abilities are formed from quantum energy, which can penetrate most barriers. However, the unique properties of silver and porcelain can block the majority of quantum energy impacts." "Do you assert that the abilities of specters are derived from quantum energy?" Chen Dongyi asked, perplexed. "It is not merely an assertion, it is a certainty. Our civilization, prior to the Great Cataclysm, had achieved a status comparable to that of parallel universe civilizations, only a step away from that of the Creator civilization. Alas, the Great Cataclysm nearly obliterated our civilization," Yu Linglong explained. "According to our scientists, a space exists in two polarities, yin and yang. Yin represents all negative energy, while yang signifies all positive energy. Energy is the fundamental element that constitutes the world." Chen Dongyi, still bewildered, inquired, "In your theory, how many levels of civilization exist?" "There are 7 stages: planetary civilization, stellar civilization, galactic civilization, interstellar civilization, dimensional civilization, parallel universe civilization, and creator civilization," Yu Linglong delineated. "And where does Earth stand?" Chen Dongyi pressed. Yu Linglong chuckled mockingly. "As far as I know, your Earth is merely a planetary civilization. What distinctions exist between them?" he asked. "Planetary civilization can only harness the energy of its home planet. Stellar civilization can draw energy from an entire stellar system. Galactic civilization can utilize all energy within its galaxy. Interstellar civilization can access energy from 70 to 80 of the universe." She clarified. "Dimensional civilization, capable of traversing multiple universes. Parallel universe civilization, masters of creation energy, able to manipulate time and space at will, even capable of forging a new universe. Creator civilization, the pinnacle of civilizations, capable of crafting a universe." Chen Dongyi pondered, astonished by the vast disparities. "So, you extraterrestrial beings possess such formidable power." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang exhibited a hint of sorrow. "However, that was before the catastrophe. Currently, we are exceedingly vulnerable and may still require your assistance." Chen Dongyi's eyes glimmered with confusion. "You highly advanced civilizations need the help of a lower civilization like mine?" "I am uncertain about that. I only know that after the catastrophe, the 3 leaders of the spirit realm prophesied that a traveler would assist the spirit realm in locating the source of the paranormal pollution, enabling it to escape its plight." "A traveler? Are you referring to me?" "Not necessarily. Since 12 years ago, many travelers have arrived in the spirit realm, yet none have uncovered the source of the paranormal pollution. You are neither the first, nor will you be the last." Chen Dongyi felt a jolt at those words. 12 years ago? Wasn't he that the timeline of my parents' disappearance? Perhaps my parents, like me, arrived in this world. Given the multitude of uncertainties, why should I assist you? Yu Linglong's expression darkened. "One point I must correct. Aiding us is tantamount to aiding yourselves. If our spirit realm is destroyed, Earth will suffer the same fate." "Why?" Chen Dongyi was utterly shocked. Yu Linglong shrugged, spreading her hands. "I do not know. That is merely what our 3 leaders have stated." "Does what they say hold absolute truth?" "Certainly. The sovereign of the spirit realm would not stoop to falsehood." Chen Dongyi's gaze flickered as a peculiar notion surfaced in his mind. Could the destruction of the spirit realm be linked to Earth? If so, what could that connection entail? Chapter 13. The base. Upon receiving this revelation, Chen Dongyi found his thoughts ensnared in chaos. Yet, his current capabilities remained limited, rendering him incapable of comprehending the higher secrets. As the off-road vehicle sped along, it traversed countless abandoned streets, arriving at a towering edifice in the city center. Clearly, this building served as the nucleus of a commercial hub. The Spirit City housed several such commercial centers, surrounded by sprawling slums. Reminiscent of Hong Kong in the 1970s and 1980s, with pigeon cage-like dwellings dotting the landscape. Upon reaching the base of the building, Yu Linglong led her companions through a labyrinth of corridors before ascending the elevator to the 18th floor, where they encountered a spacious office. Before the office door stood a row of armed security guards, with the wall behind them emblazoned with the words Chen Dongyi. Behold our office. What do you think? Is it impressive? Chen Dongyi surveyed the expansive office, comparable in size to a football field, bustling with a myriad of individuals engaged in work. Wow, it certainly appears impressive. At that moment, 5 youths clad in peculiar combat attire approached Yu Linglong. The leader, upon noticing her, greeted her with a broad smile. Yo, Linglong, you have finally returned. I heard your team encountered an A-level paranormal pollution incident at the abandoned street high school. If you cannot resolve it, I can lend a hand. Before he could finish, Yu Linglong executed a swift kick aimed at the leader's face. The force behind the kick was tremendous. Had it struck an ordinary person, they would likely be incapacitated. Unexpectedly, the leader, a 4th-level spirit pattern user, effortlessly caught her kick. He bore no anger, instead inhaling deeply from Yu Linglong's leg with a look of delight. Truly, you are the fiery pepper of the Zhanling team. I rather enjoy this temperament. Witnessing their captain being bullied, Zhang, who had been silent, could no longer contain himself. He suddenly produced a crimson human skin lantern from his chest, instantly chilling the air within a radius of several dozen meters. Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang instinctively shivered, tightening their garments. In an instant, 5 crimson tendrils emerged from the lantern, reaching towards the 5 youths. Sensing Zhang's intervention, the youths revealed their spirit patterns, all of which were level 3 or higher. 2 of them launched a combined attack against Zhang, who was directly repelled several meters. The other 2, recognizing Zhang Yang's lower abilities, sought to vent their frustrations on him. Initially reluctant to intervene, Chen Dongyi could not stand idly by as his friend faced oppression. He had consumed 5 talismans to deal with the false beings. He had precisely 5 left. Chanting the golden light incantation, a golden talisman materialized in his hand, which he hurled at the approaching duo. The 2 youths, dismissive of the golden paper fluttering toward them, were soon acquainted with the vivid reality of the phrase "Why are flowers so red?" Upon contact, the talisman erupted with a fierce golden energy, resulting in a violent explosion. The 2 were blasted back several meters, spitting out blood. What kind of ability is this? There was not the slightest hint of quantum energy fluctuations. How bizarre. The leader, witnessing his subordinates' injuries, swiftly drew a silver spear, exuding an intimidating aura akin to a ravenous beast. He dispelled Yu Linglong and charged toward Chen Dongyi, who, seeing the leader's intent to engage seriously, drew his sword in response. Halt. This is a base. If you seek to unleash your strength, do so while addressing paranormal pollution incidents, not here where you risk public ridicule. A resounding voice echoed, prompting both to sheath their weapons and return to their respective teams. A robust man in his 40s approached, his short hair and square face marred by a fearsome scar. His gait revealed him to be a battle-hardened soldier. He approached Chen Dongyi, smiling. You must be Chen Dongyi. Well done, young man. I have been observing you for quite some time. Consider joining our Zhanling team. Chen Dongyi's eyes flickered. Having just traversed here, he was yet to process many matters and thus hesitated to respond. Moreover, he was preoccupied with thoughts of returning to his own world. Thank you for your concern. I will give it due consideration. The middle-aged man said nothing further, nodded at Yu Linglong, and then addressed the leader. If you wish to embarrass yourself, do so outside the base. Otherwise, I shall personally break your legs next time. The young man, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately assumed a formal stance, his fist pressed against his chest. The middle-aged man ceased speaking and proceeded toward the team headquarters. Yu Linglong glanced back at the leader, addressing her team. His name is Zhou Zhang, the captain of our Zhanling team. Let us return. We shall complete our tasks and rest for the day. It is too late, and we can reconvene tomorrow. The leader, watching Yu Linglong and her team depart, ground his teeth in frustration. Why pretend to be high-minded? Sooner or later, I shall make you cry out in bed. Who was that person named Chen Dongyi just now? Find out his background for me. The 2 injured teammates were supported by the leader, and with a nod to him, the group left in indignation. After completing their mission, Yu Linglong presented Zhang Yang with an electronic card. Zhang Yang took it and swiped it against his wristwatch, exclaiming in excitement, "Thank you, Captain." Ha. Yu Linglong then suggested to Zhang Yang, "Why don't you take him to your place for the night? We can discuss matters tomorrow." Zhang Yang grinned mischievously. "Don't worry, Captain. I guarantee I will complete the task." With that, he pulled Chen Dongyi out of the base. "Yangzi, where are we going?" Chen Dongyi inquired. Zhang Yang smirked slyly. "First, we'll visit the black market to find some fresh curiosities, and then we can unwind at a bar." The two took the aerial subway and arrived at the impoverished district where Zhang Yang resided. The houses in the Lingjia were unlike those on Earth. Many floated in the air, constructed from numerous blocks. Zhang Yang led Chen Dongyi into the intricate black market, explaining, "Today, we are quite fortunate to have obtained 500 Qi gold. I brought you to this market to see if we can find any supernatural artifacts. If luck is on our side, we might acquire one or two, which would prove invaluable in future encounters with the supernatural." Chen Dongyi's eyes glimmered with curiosity. "What? The official channels don't supply equipment?" Zhang Yang retorted, "What are you thinking? The phenomenon of supernatural revival has only been around for a little over a decade. The fact that we can now utilize ghostly soul lamps to awaken humanity is already the pinnacle of technological advancement. Do you expect the authorities to furnish you with gear?" Chen Dongyi asked, "Awakening humanity with ghostly soul lamps?" Zhang Yang approached a stall and picked up a bloodied head, its origins unclear. "Indeed," he affirmed. "Those like you, the Lingwen practitioners, can awaken their abilities without external aid, simply cultivate later on. Unfortunately, those of us who cannot awaken on our own must rely on merging with soul lamps, a process fraught with difficulty and high fatality risks, demanding exceptional physical and mental fortitude. Do you see this?" Zhang Yang continued, "My soul lamp was forged from a shadow ghost, its ability being immobilization. Merging with it entailed enduring the gnawing of the spirit, yet I managed to persevere." Chen Dongyi asked about a certain Zhang. "What about his soul lamp?" Zhang Yang inspected the head in his hands, sensing nothing particularly noteworthy. The stall owner, noticing their interest, eagerly promoted his wares. "Sir, this is the head of a fierce ghost, slain by a group of bounty hunters. It still exudes a potent malevolent aura, making it a formidable weapon for only 50 Qi gold." Zhang Yang waved dismissively, returning the head to its silver container. Zhang's soul lamp was crafted from an octopus monster. Its tentacles provide its power. "What?" Chen Dongyi was taken aback. "Are there not just ghosts in this world, but also monsters?" Zhang Yang, observing Chen Dongyi's astonishment, replied dismissively, "You've guessed correctly. There are indeed monsters as well." He elaborated, "While there are exchange points within the alliance, the costs are prohibitively high for those of us at the bottom rungs of society. The black market is chaotic, yet it offers numerous illicit treasures at lower prices, though the risk of acquiring counterfeit items is significant." After walking a few steps, Chen Dongyi spotted a pair of imperial green bracelets that appeared genuine. He picked one up and inquired, "Are these imperial green genuine or not?" Zhang Yang, astonished, responded, "No way, brother, you actually want something like this? You must understand that in our world, silverware, magical artifacts, supernatural tools, porcelain, and the like are of little value. Who would bother with worthless trinkets? This pair is worth at most 1 Qi gold, and even then, you'd need to haggle for extras. Who would counterfeit something so cheap? Then why are people selling them?" Chen Dongyi asked. Zhang Yang shrugged. "Well, to impress girls, of course. Some individuals with a bit of money use it to woo women." Chen Dongyi was astounded. Was this how extravagant people in the Lingjia were? An imperial green bracelet was merely a decorative item. If brought back to Earth, it could fetch a fortune. Currently, Earth was experiencing a peaceful era, where chaos rendered gold valuable and stability elevated jade. Thus, many on Earth were enamored with such items. With this thought, Chen Dongyi pointed at the pair of imperial green bracelets, declaring, "I want them. Buy them for me." Without hesitation, Zhang Yang turned and waved to the stall owner, effortlessly purchasing the bracelets and securing an additional blood diamond the size of a pigeon egg. "This mission's credit primarily belongs to you. I'll take 200. And you 300. Since you lack a Lingjia card for now, we'll hold your share here until you formally join the team tomorrow and receive your card." Chen Dongyi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked, "Are you that certain I will join you?" Zhang Yang, with a playful glint in his eyes, smirked at Chen Dongyi. "Dongzi, I know what you're thinking. You intend to sell these items in your world for money. Greed is a fundamental aspect of human nature. You are not the first to traverse between worlds, nor will you be the last. And what of your government?" Chen Dongyi probed. "They do take action," Zhang Yang replied. "As long as you join us and assist in managing supernatural pollution incidents, our government will turn a blind eye. If you refuse to join, your next entry here could lead to death." Zhang Yang emphasized the word death heavily, as if to threaten him. Of course, there are some reckless individuals who sneak in to stir trouble. Chen Dongyi fell silent, deep in thought. Zhang Yang seemed to understand his contemplation, stating, "All beings entering our Lingjia are monitored by our quantum heavenly eye. If any are detected, their souls can be locked and ultimately converted into energy, absorbed by our main city's protective barrier as nourishment." Continuing, Zhang Yang stopped at another weapon stall in exchange for a device resembling a wristwatch, a silver ion shield. This silver ion shield is used for protection while sleeping in the Lingjia, shielding against ordinary supernatural creatures. As for this watch, it is a portable teleportation device crafted specifically for travelers. With a press of a button, you can cross over, or I can guide you here. After exploring the market without acquiring anything particularly useful, Chen Dongyi declined Zhang Yang's invitation to the bar and opted to return home to rest. As soon as he fell asleep, he felt the world spinning around him, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself in his childhood room back on Earth. Earth, my hometown. Chen Dongyi pressed his temples, striving to focus his gaze. He noticed Chen Ergu and Chun Mao Mao dozing at the foot of his bed. Ergu Mao Mao, what are you doing here? He asked, his eyes shining with surprise. Chen Ergu and Chun Mao Mao were childhood friends, having grown up together. Due to the difficulties of raising many impoverished rural children, many were given rather unfortunate names. Even he had an unappealing name, Chen Chodan. Merely because he had been accepted into university, the villagers chose to spare his feelings and ceased to call him by that name. Upon hearing Chen Dongyi's call, the two opened their eyes and spoke. I heard from Mao Mao that you returned to the village, so we thought we would come and see you. We arrived only to find you lying in your own farmhouse, so we carried you inside. Chen Dongyi felt a sense of relief. Just as he was about to inquire about Yangzi's whereabouts, he suddenly recalled the circumstances of his transmigration and was instantly enlightened. Perhaps in this world, that person named Yangzi truly did not exist. As Chen Dongyi prepared to rise and retrieve some delicacies from his bag for his two companions, he unexpectedly felt something in his pocket that resembled a watch and a pair of imperial green jade bangles. Am I actually able to bring these back? He mused. If I manage to acquire more during my next visit, could I not become immensely wealthy overnight in this world? With that thought, he produced some jerky from his backpack and offered it to Ergo and Mao Mao. The two received the food with great delight, having grown up on the streets with little opportunity to taste good things. Ha ha ha, this is exquisite. No wonder you come from the big city. Mao Mao and I haven't savored meat in ages. Chapter 15. Injustice on the road. Chen Dongyi paid no heed to his two childhood friends. As it appeared these two had truly struggled in the countryside. He sat on a stool, carefully examining the imperial green bangles, pondering their immense value. If he were to sell these in the city center, they would undoubtedly fetch a handsome sum. However, without acquaintances in the city, he feared being taken advantage of. Never mind, he concluded. With these in hand, I have no doubt I can find a good price in Tianhai City. After sharing some food with Ergo and Mao Mao and chatting for a while, he learned that they also intended to work in the city, so he decided to bring them along. The three set off, purchasing train tickets, and soon arrived in Tianhai City. Due to the lengthy journey, they reached the city well past midnight. After settling the two, Chen Dongyi led Ergo and Mao Mao to a roadside stall for a meal. Wow, Stinky Egg, you are truly impressive. To establish yourself in a city like this is remarkable, absolutely phenomenal, Ergo exclaimed, while munching on skewers. However, before he could finish, Mao Mao interrupted him. Ergo, from now on, call him Donggo. Understand? Ergo paused, then quickly realized that addressing him as Stinky Egg was somewhat inappropriate in the big city. Yes, Donggo. Chen Dongyi did not mind and waved his hand in camaraderie. In the past, he would not have dared to say so. But now with a pair of imperial green bangles, what did he have to fear? Suddenly, a screeching sound of abrupt brakes startled the three, splashing water all over them. What the hell? Who can't drive properly? Ergo, tall and muscular, stood up abruptly. Although they had not enjoyed fine food in the countryside, both Ergo and Mao Mao could easily consume 3 large bowls of rice and were robust from years of hard labor. As they stood, they realized that a Bentley had nearly collided with a Porsche, and 4 burly men emerged from the Bentley, ignoring the trio and attempting to open the Porsche's door. Feeling slighted, Ergo, despite his rural origins, had spent years establishing himself and felt disrespected by their disregard. Just as he was about to confront them, a well-dressed young man stepped out of the Bentley's back seat. Noticing Chen Dongyi and his friends drenched, he pulled out a wad of cash from his wallet and tossed it at Ergo's face. How dare you? Ergo began to protest, but was interrupted by a woman's cries for help from inside the Porsche. What kind of drama is this? Do these local bullies think they can act so brazenly in Tianhai City? Chun Mao Mao crouched to peer into the Porsche and was instantly intrigued by the sight of a beautiful woman inside. Chen Dongyi recognized that this was merely another episode of the wealthy second generation causing trouble, but he felt compelled to intervene. The arrogance of these wealthy youths irked him greatly. Suddenly, the Porsche's door swung open, and a stunning young woman, estimated to be around 24 or 25, was yanked out. The man approached her, cursing, and began to inappropriately touch her. You filthy wench, thinking you can act so arrogantly just because your family is wealthy? Let us see how bold you are once I get you pregnant. The moment the girl heard his intent, She cast a desperate look at Chen Dongyi and his friends. Please help me. My name is Wang Yuding, and I am from the Wang family. If you save me, I can offer you a great deal of money. Seeing Wang Yuding's pleading eyes, Chen Dongyi felt a pang of compassion. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that the wealthy second generation in Tianhai City were rampant, and confronting them could lead to dire consequences. Just previously, he had heard of a certain Wang Shizong, who, thinking he was being filmed, slapped someone, only to find that he was then required to pay over 100 in damages. Thus, it was best to stay out of the dealings of the affluent. Ergo picked up the cash from the ground, his face brimming with excitement as he said to Chen Dongyi, "Wow, these rich kids are so extravagant. They just throw out over 3,000. Are you not ashamed? They just tossed it in our faces." Mao Mao retorted, "Oh please, how much is face worth? They can blow through money on projects for generations. What is wrong with them tossing a bit our way?" Ergo replied, stuffing the money into his pocket. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as a wealthy young man, Zhang Xiaohai, received a blow to the face. "Do you not understand your own family's standing? You think you can flaunt a bit of influence and act superior?" The man who had been slapped did not retaliate with anger, but instead eyed the girl lecherously. Abruptly, he shoved her into his Bentley and closed the door, intent on his vile intentions. The four burly men immediately surrounded the vehicle. It was now early morning, and the streets were nearly deserted. Even if a few pedestrians were present, they dared not intervene in the affairs of the affluent, merely glancing before hastily retreating. After being shoved into the car, the girl began to scream, and the sound of tearing clothes filled the air. Chen Dongyi was reluctant to intervene, yet the ingrained morals from years of upbringing compelled him to act. He picked up a small hot pot from their table and strode toward the Bentley, with Ergo and Mao Mao quickly following suit, prepared to stand by him. As Chen Dongyi approached one of the burly men from behind, he poured the scalding hot pot over the man's head, causing him to collapse, howling in pain and rendered incapable of further aggression. The remaining men, initially unaware of the trio's resolve, quickly realized their mistake as Ergo smashed a stool over one of their heads, shattering it, while another man fell unconscious, blood oozing from his wound. Mao Mao was equally unyielding, smashing a bottle over the head of another burly man, perhaps due to the small size of the wine bottle. The burly man only suffered a head injury and did not lose his fighting spirit. Seeing this, Mao Mao swiftly retaliated with a kick to his groin. "Damn, your strikes are merciless." The burly man, clutching his groin, collapsed, and in an instant, 3 other burly men fell to the ground as well. This was, of course, a sneak attack. Otherwise, given their strength, a fair fight would have resulted in considerable self-harm. The last remaining burly man was utterly bewildered. Although they were henchmen, they had never encountered such reckless aggression. The thought of engaging in a brutal fight filled him with dread. By the time he gathered his wits, he was nearly on the verge of kneeling in fear. When Ergo and Mao Mao saw this, they seized the man's head and began to pummel him mercilessly. Chen Dongyi opened the car door without uttering a word and pulled out Zhang Xiaohao, who was almost undressed. A resounding slap echoed as it struck Zhang Xiaohao's face. He attempted to call for his bodyguards, but upon glancing around, he discovered all 4 of his men lying motionless on the ground. Momentarily stunned, he quickly regained his composure and began to threaten Chen Dongyi and his companions. Chapter 16. Pursued. Who are these little brats? Do you know who I am? How dare you interfere in my affairs? Before he could finish, Chen Dongyi delivered a swift kick to his face. So you think you're wealthy, huh? Bam. So impressive. Are you? Bam. You think being rich gives you the right to humiliate women at will? A barrage of strikes left Zhang Xiaohao utterly subdued, kneeling and begging for mercy. "Brothers, please don't hit me. I'm not your enemy. What have I done to offend you? I, Zhang Xiaohao, am not lacking in anything." Ergo landed a punch on Zhang Xiaohao's side, causing him to collapse and convulse, foam forming at his mouth. Chen Dongyi was alarmed by this and quickly grabbed Ergo, scolding him in concern. "What the hell? Just a few hits would have sufficed. Why are you going all out?" Ergo feigned innocence, shrugging as he looked at Chen Dongyi. "Brother Dong, how was I to know he was so fragile? I merely struck him a couple of times. A spoiled rich kid who drinks and chases women. Can he withstand 2 punches from you? He'd be weak even without being hit." After this exchange, he glanced towards the car, where a girl sat, her clothes tattered, covering her vital areas as she looked at Chen Dongyi in fear. "Are you all right, miss? Come out. We've already dealt with them." Chen Dongyi then removed his jacket and tossed it to Wang Yuding, grasping it like a lifeline. She donned the clothing and emerged from the vehicle. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaohao and the 4 burly men unconscious, she was taken aback. "Did you do this?" Chen Dongyi nodded affirmatively. "You should leave quickly. We need to go too." However, after walking a few steps, he noticed that the other 2 had not followed. Turning around, he found them fixated on the girl's curves, nearly drooling. Have you never seen a woman before? He exclaimed, delivering a kick to each of their behinds. Finally snapping out of their trance, they wiped the drool from their mouths and turned to leave. Just as they exited the alley, a Porsche Cayenne caught up with them. Wang Yuding, wearing Chen Dongyi's jacket, drove up and honked her horn. Thank you. What are your names? Chen Dongyi replied. There's no need for names. You should leave quickly. Zhang Xiaohao's family has some influence, and I fear he may retaliate against you. Perhaps you should come with me for safety? Chen Dongyi added. We didn't act solely for your sake. He splashed mud on us and was so arrogant. Wang Yuding insisted, regardless of the reason, you saved me, and I don't want to bring you trouble. Chen Dongyi reiterated, it's truly unnecessary. Just head back now. Be cautious when out and about. Seeing the three unwilling to accompany her, Wang Yuding drove away. At that moment, Ergo tugged at Chen Dongyi's sleeve, exclaiming, wow, are all the girls in this city so enchanting? Just look at her skin and figure. He gestured, causing Mao Mao to nod in agreement. You two look like you've never seen a woman before. There are beautiful ladies everywhere here. The trio returned home after 2 in the morning, foregoing a shower and collapsing into bed together. They slept soundly through the night. The next day, they awoke late, around noon. After having lunch, Chen Dongyi took them to an antique market. After browsing, he produced the imperial green bracelet for evaluation, only to be met with constant attempts to haggle or claims of it being a counterfeit. Frustrated, Chen Dongyi decided to abandon the sale. After dinner, they casually returned to their residence, a very old and dilapidated apartment complex. There were no security cameras, and the streetlights were dim, epitomizing the notion of an old and shabby place. As they entered the alley, Ergo suddenly sensed an object slicing toward the back of his head. Years of brawling had instilled in him muscle memory. He ducked just in time as a knife struck the wall with a clang, sending sparks flying. Who the hell is trying to take my life? He shouted, pulling out 3 collapsible batons from his pocket and hurling them at the assailants. Reacting quickly, Ergo seized a nearby object from the side of the alley and pushed it toward the attackers. The object toppled over, temporarily blocking the assailant's path and buying the trio precious moments. They readied themselves to face the threat, only to be met with a chilling realization. It was none other than the henchman of Zhang Xiaohao, led by the very man who had attacked Ergo the night prior. This time, he had brought over 30 men. Despite Ergo and Mao Mao's years of fighting experience, they knew that sheer numbers could overwhelm even the strongest fighters. Run, Chen Dongyi urged, realizing he could not match the combat prowess of Ergo and Mao Mao. Although he regularly exercised and engaged in physical labor, he was still no match for a single opponent in a real fight. Fortunately, having lived in the area for over a year, he was familiar with its labyrinthine alleys and quirky shortcuts. With Ergo and Mao Mao providing support, they managed to inflict some damage on their pursuers. Duck! Chen Dongyi shouted, spotting a few bamboo poles that an elderly woman had set out to dry. The trio instinctively lowered their heads and charged forward, leaving the pursuing men bewildered. They ran too fast to stop in time, crashing into the poles and sending several burly men tumbling. As Ergo and Mao Mao turned back, they unleashed a flurry of strikes with their batons, causing the nearest attackers to flee in panic. Enough! Let us go! Chen Dongyi shouted while frantically dialing for help. After several painful lessons in the past, the lead thug had finally learned caution. Damn it! You lot go left and take a shortcut. You others go right and intercept them. The rest of you, hurry and chase them down. Although the attackers were unfamiliar with the local terrain, their numbers made up for it. They quickly closed in on the trio, cornering them in a narrow alley. Realizing escape was futile, Chen Dongyi decided to stop running. The 3 individuals chose a relatively confined space, leaning against the wall to catch their breath. Chen Dongyi, aware that his skills paled in comparison to those of his companions, readily handed his baton to Ergo. He casually retrieved an old long bench from a pile of miscellaneous items and positioned himself in the center, using it to shield Ergo and Mao Mao from any impending strikes. A robust man, brandishing a machete, approached after an intense chase, seemingly unfazed. What? Are you not running anymore? Keep going. Chen Dongyi paid no heed to their taunts, as they had yet to catch their breath from the relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, the trio had rested for some time, and upon seeing the burly man drawing closer, Chen Dongyi's patience waned. To hell with you. He swung the bench at the man's head, catching him off guard. The bench connected solidly with his skull, rendering him incapacitated on the ground. Curse it, they truly are a bunch of fools. Take them out. A thug shouted from behind, charging forward with his weapon aimed at Chen Dongyi. Chapter 17. Reinforcements from the Wang family. Chen Dongyi, disregarding the possibility of being struck, thrust the long bench forward. Fortunately, the alley was relatively narrow, preventing too many adversaries from advancing at once. Nearly half of them remained trapped behind, desperately trying to push through. Seeing Chen Dongyi standing alone against the onslaught, Ergu and Mao Mao felt compelled to join the fray. The baton in their hands fell like rain upon the heads of their assailants, causing blood to flow and cries of anguish to erupt. What the hell are you doing? It's the middle of the night. Can't you let people sleep? Suddenly, a bare-armed woman opened her window to shout. However, upon witnessing the chaotic scene below, she quickly retreated and shut her window. 10 minutes later, a blade found its mark on Chen Dongyi's arm, blood streaming forth. Yet, he had no time to tend to his wound, forcing himself to swing the long bench vigorously to prevent more attackers from closing in. Ergu kicked one thug away, but two more latched onto him, leaving him battered and bruised. Mao Mao too bore several cuts. Yet the three of them fought like feral beasts driven mad by the scent of blood, growing more ferocious with every exchange. Those accustomed to fighting understood that once a spark ignited, their combat prowess surged to new heights. However, that vigor could dissipate just as quickly. The thugs, sensing this shift, called out to one another. Surround and harass them. Don't engage directly, but ensure they can't catch their breath. Damn it, after injuring so many of my brothers today, I will not let these country bumpkins escape. This tactic proved effective, as the continuous harassment inflicted more wounds upon the trio. As they fought to the death, they found themselves retreating, only to be met with more attacks from the front. Back and forth they went, and soon their energy waned. Chen Dongyi, gasping for air, realized he could barely lift his arms. Ultimately, the three surrendered, leaning against the wall in a corner. At that moment, the earlier woman re-emerged, shouting from her window once more. Hey, can you spare a life? There's no need for total annihilation. As her words faded, everyone fell silent, turning their gaze toward her. Suddenly, an older man stepped forward, bowing deeply in apology. My apologies, please continue. Don't mind us. Chen Dongyi wore a bitter smile. He had initially hoped to embark on an adventure in the big city with his friends, only to find their journey cut short the very next day. It had been nearly half an hour since the police were called, yet no help had arrived. Clearly, the wealthy heir had bribed them, orchestrating their predicament. Ergu discarded the baton, trembling as he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He offered them to Chen Dongyi and Mao Mao, who bit one out. Chen Dongyi waved his hand in refusal. Ergu lit one for himself and took a deep drag. Brothers, I'm sorry. Dongyi, I couldn't help you make a fortune. Cut it out. We've grown up together, sharing everything. Having company on the road to the underworld isn't so bad. Upon hearing Ergu's words, both Chen Dongyi and Mao Mao chuckled. Suddenly, the lead thug bellowed, "Kill them." 5 or 6 small thugs charged forward, but the trio stood their ground, their eyes reflecting fierce determination. They cared not where the blades fell, suddenly surging forth to push back the majority of their assailants. Ergu grappled with one of the smaller thugs, wildly stabbing with a knife he had seized from somewhere until the thug lay lifeless. The remaining thugs hesitated, witnessing the trio's ferocity and the fatality they had wrought. The lead thug shouted repeatedly, yet none dared to advance, infuriating him further. He raised his machete, intent on striking Chen Dongyi's neck. Just then, a muscular figure emerged from the shadows, delivering a powerful kick that sent the lead thug sprawling. The thug stumbled back several meters, coughing up blood in shock as he beheld the newcomer. How dare you commit murder in broad daylight? That little rascal Zhang Shaohai has some nerve. As the figure stepped into the light, the onlookers recognized him. It was Wang Hu, the formidable enforcer of the Wang family. Retreat. Without a second thought, the lead thug fled, even dragging the body of his fallen comrade with him. Impressive. I've been watching for over 10 minutes, and those 3 held their own against 30. Before he could finish his thought, the trio, believing themselves doomed, found strength in their unexpected savior and collapsed from exhaustion. Hey, don't go. I haven't finished speaking. The muscular young man, exasperated, waved at the fleeing crowd. This is what happens when you don't exercise. You're slower than a damn turtle in a crisis. The leading youth, drenched in sweat, looked up at the muscular man, eager to appease him. Brother Hu, you've trained since childhood under renowned masters. How can we mere mortals compare? The muscular young man smirked, tossing his long bangs aside, nodding towards the unconscious trio on the ground. Stop flattering me. Hurry and save them. If they die and Tingting holds you accountable, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Quickly save them. The leading youth gestured, and a throng of people rushed to carry the stretcher, accompanied by doctors ready to provide aid. Chen Dongyi gradually regained consciousness, opening his eyes to a startling sight, Zhang Yang's enormous face looming over him. What the hell? You were gone for just a short while, and you're nearly dead. What were you doing? Zhang Yang looked at Chen Dongyi's myriad of injuries, his tone laced with concern. I just received the mission call, but when you didn't respond, I had to force you back. I didn't expect you to be in such dire straits. According to your planet's medical standards, you should be dead. Chen Dongyi finally grasped the gravity of his situation, glancing down at the deep wounds, each revealing bone beneath. How much time do I have left? Zhang Yang replied. Why speak such morbid words? In the last mission, we earned 500 chi gold. Don't worry, my friend. I'll arrange for a nanobot reconstruction for you. You won't perish. What are nanobots? How many chi gold do they require? Zhang Yang. The nanoworm is the pinnacle of our spiritual realm's medical technology. With just 1 nanometer, it can assist humanity in reconstructing their bodies. However, it is quite expensive. 200 chi gold, which is enough to purchase a high-end apartment in the city. Chen Dongyi. Yangzi, I have 2 friends outside. You must help me save them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's head instantly felt heavy, and he exaggeratedly exclaimed, Wow! How generous you are! Do you realize how difficult it is to earn 200 chi gold? In the past, I could only earn 20 points each time I was in a tight spot. Get your facts straight. Chen Dongyi closed his eyes and matter-of-factly stated, I don't care. If you don't save those 2, even if you save me, I will never assist you with any supernatural pollution in the future. Seeing Chen Dongyi's defiant demeanor, Zhang Yang had no choice but to contact his captain. 10 minutes later, a futuristic off-road vehicle arrived to take Chen Dongyi away. In a daze, Chen Dongyi felt as though he was being operated on by several individuals in white coats. Chapter 18. S-Class mission time passed, and when Chen Dongyi awoke again, it was already past 9 in the evening. To his amazement, his body had miraculously recovered. Furthermore, his various abilities seemed to have strengthened significantly, whether it was speed, strength, or insight, all had improved considerably. He tested his fist and thought that this punch could probably kill a cow. Stop right there. The best was used on you. It cost me a total of 500 chi gold. The chromium nano worm, the strongest metal at present, has reconstructed your body, making you formidable in the spiritual realm. Zhang Yang leaned against the door with a look of despair. This was my entire savings, all used up at once. Feeling the changes in his body, Chen Dongyi excitedly asked, Does this mean I am invincible now? Huh, you wish. It merely enhanced your physique, improving your insight, reflexes, speed, and strength. You might as well be considered half a robot. Even the 3 main administrators of the spiritual realm wouldn't dare to claim invincibility. Disappointed, Chen Dongyi pouted and suddenly remembered something. Wait, if 500 chi gold was spent on me, what happened to my 2 brothers? Zhang Yang shrugged apathetically. Don't worry, I used your portal to give each of your brothers a metallic nanoworm. They won't die. Where did you get that much chi gold? I borrowed 100 from the captain. By the way, you owe me for that. 100? Didn't you say 200? Well, for ordinary folks, a stainless steel nanoworm will suffice. I can't believe how pragmatic you are. Zhang Yang looked at Chen Dongyi with a pained expression, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Stop standing there complaining. You've already drained my savings. Hurry and take the next mission, or I'll have no money left to woo women. Chen Dongyi sighed in resignation, feeling like a mere beast of burden each time he came here. So, what do you want me to do this time? Hey, this time it's a good mission. I'm telling you, there are not only official rewards, but also private rewards from the boss. Quite a sum, 200 points of chi gold. Seeing Zhang Yang's money-hungry expression, Chen Dongyi tapped his forehead. Get to the point. All right. There's a shopping mall over at Entertainment Street. Since yesterday, anyone who has visited the mall has inexplicably committed suicide by hanging. Chen Dongyi's eyes flickered as he stared at Zhang Yang for a long time. Feeling embarrassed under Chen Dongyi's gaze, Zhang Yang had no choice but to add, It's an S-Class supernatural pollution incident. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyi nearly exploded with anger. Do you not remember the last time I almost met my end? He moved to strike Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang quickly recoiled, blocking Chen Dongyi's blow. Brother, 500 chi gold. Think carefully. I borrowed 100 from the captain, and we agreed on an interest of 5 a day. I swear, I'll make you regret this. As they bickered, they finally arrived at the shopping mall called Qianda. The area was already cordoned off, surrounded by police in combat gear. The lead officer spotted Zhang Yang and Chen Dongyi approaching and quickly opened the barricade. Night Watchers, you have finally arrived. Zhang Yang nodded at the lead officer and followed Chen Dongyi into the mall. The mall was extravagantly luxurious, resembling a futuristic foreign film. As they walked, Zhang Yang began to explain the situation to Chen Dongyi. This mall sees at least 5,000 visitors daily. If this continues, it could escalate to an SSS-class supernatural pollution event within 3 days. Just yesterday, we received a report from a distressed citizen claiming a family member had inexplicably committed suicide by hanging. You know, in our spiritual realm, deaths are rare unless due to suicide or supernatural events. This revelation piqued the interest of the Zhanling team, and upon investigation, it was discovered that 86 people had died in a single day. Chen Dongyi's eyes sparkled, interrupting Zhang Yang. Did you conduct an investigation on these deceased? Of course, we started investigating immediately after the report. We discovered two common traits among the victims. Can you guess what they are? Zhang Yang winked at Chen Dongyi, who was infuriated and wanted to slap him. The first is hanging, and the second is that they all visited this mall, right? Zhang Yang looked incredulous, grabbing Chen Dongyi. Wow, how did you know? Are you some kind of genius? Chen Dongyi shrugged off Zhang Yang's grasp. You're supposed to be a night watcher. This is something anyone could deduce. Well, this is unprecedented in our spiritual realm, and we have no experience with such cases. Zhang Yang's eyes darted around, fearful that Chen Dongyi would continue to criticize him. Ignoring him, Chen Dongyi thoroughly examined the mall from the basement to the 5th floor. After a full inspection, they found nothing suspicious. Just as Zhang Yang was about to complain, they passed by a cinema and noticed a poster that made Chen Dongyi's heart skip a beat. He recognized the poster featuring a disheveled woman hanging, her crimson eyes staring intently at him. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could there be a connection between the 86 suicides and this image? Hanging. Is there a connection to this incident? Yangzi, check if these individuals bought movie tickets. Zhang Yang approached, scrutinizing the promotional poster. Are you suggesting it's related to this poster? I can't say for sure, but I sense a potential link between these two events. Come on, don't be ridiculous. How could watching a movie lead to someone's demise? Before Zhang Yang could finish his complaint, Chen Dongyi impatiently retorted, Are you going or not? If you aren't, I'm done with you. That remark silenced Zhang Yang, cutting off his grievances. Fine. I'll check right now. He quickly pulled out his communicator to contact the mall's owner. The owner, cooperative, agreed to look into the ticket purchase records and promised to respond in 10 minutes. Taking advantage of the wait, Chen Dongyi wandered around the cinema and noticed it was plastered with posters for the new film. The film Dianjing Gipo is inspired by true events and narrates the tale of a long-suffering blind woman from a rural village, affectionately known as Dianjing Gipo. Throughout her life, she endured the loss of her husband in middle age and her child in old age, leading the villagers to regard her as an omen of misfortune. Consequently, she faced relentless verbal abuse and physical assaults from the townsfolk. Ultimately, overwhelmed by despair, she hanged herself in the village's ancestral hall, after which peculiar occurrences began to plague the village. Upon reading the film's synopsis, Chen Dongyi felt a shiver run down his spine. He pondered the existence of supernatural phenomena, questioning how a director could create such a film in a world where such entities were not supposed to exist. Curiously, he turned to Zhang Yang and asked, Did you not claim that your spiritual realm is devoid of any supernatural occurrences or legends? How could anyone produce a horror film? Zhang Yang replied, Indeed, there were none before, but ever since the cataclysmic supernatural event 12 years ago, they have emerged. This director truly adapts to the times by daring to create such a film. In Chapter 19, Movie Terror, Chen Dongyi found solace in the realization that his understanding had been muddled. It was indeed true that supernatural occurrences had surfaced 12 years prior, making the production of horror films a normality. Suddenly, he felt a prickling sensation as goosebumps erupted across his body. A profound sense of danger enveloped him. Zhang Yang, is your communicator receiving any signal? Zhang Yang checked his phone, only to find it devoid of service. Chen Dongyi turned to gaze outside the cinema, panic seizing him as he noticed the absence of the police who had been patrolling moments earlier. Zhang Yang, alerted by Chen Dongyi's growing anxiety, recognized the gravity of their situation. The mall had previously experienced supernatural incidents and was under investigation. Thus, it was expected that officers would be patrolling every floor to prevent further tragedies. Why was there not a soul in sight? And why did the entire mall exude an unsettling silence? The two stood in the center of the mall, scanning their surroundings, sensing that the very space around them had begun to warp. Suddenly, the lights throughout the mall extinguished, leaving only the large promotional screen at the cinema entrance, which continued to play the latest film. The scene that repeated was that of Dianjing Gipo hanging. Despite her singular eye, her disheveled baldness, blackened teeth, and the terrifying scar on her face induced a bone-chilling dread. Rooted beneath the flickering screen, the two dared not move. Although the imagery was horrific, the faint light provided a semblance of safety amidst the encroaching darkness. Chen Dongyi swallowed hard, his anxiety mounting. Yangzi, it seems we have unwittingly stumbled into a domain of spirits. Zhang Yang frantically dialed his captain on his communicator, yet it remained out of service. Trembling, he tucked the device away and slowly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it to calm his nerves. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he turned to Chen Dongyi, saying, What a stroke of bad luck. My captain once mentioned that only spirits filled with profound resentment can create a ghostly realm. What is a ghostly realm? Chen Dongyi inquired. It is an energy field shaped by the lingering resentment of a wronged spirit. Chen Dongyi nodded and patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder. Congratulations, Yangzi. You stand to earn 500 Qi gold. Zhang Yang's spirits lifted at the prospect, believing Chen Dongyi had discovered a way to escape. Really? Big brother. I'm counting on you. Chen Dongyi remarked in disbelief. You're not picking up on my sarcasm? I'm terrified out of my wits. This is my first encounter with a ghost. Zhang Yang recoiled, retreating behind Chen Dongyi as he whispered, I think I saw a figure of a woman in the cinema. Where? Be careful. Do you not know that fear can lead to peril? Zhang Yang, trembling, pointed towards the entrance of screening room 1. Right over there. Utilizing the flickering light from the lone movie screen, Chen Dongyi discerned a woman standing at the entrance of screening room 1, fixated on them with an eerie grin. Let us investigate, Chen Dongyi urged, despite his own trepidation. He understood that remaining passive in a ghostly domain could spell doom. Dongzi, let us not venture further. At least we have some light here. Zhang Yang hesitated, but ultimately followed Chen Dongyi, knowing that inaction could lead to entrapment. Those familiar with cinema know that entering the theater leads down a long corridor, with screening rooms flanking either side. As they advanced, the door to screening room 1 swung open on its own. Once inside, they searched for a light switch but found none, relying solely on Chen Dongyi's flashlight. Suddenly, a radiant beam illuminated the screen, revealing a terrifying scene. The image depicted a dilapidated room filled with corpses, hundreds of them, each bearing a grotesque expression, bloodshot eyes, tongues protruding, bodies marred by gruesome wounds. Why would they subject themselves to such cruelty and death? Zhang Yang clutched Chen Dongyi's sleeve, peeking cautiously. The scene did not appear as self-inflicted, but rather as victims of heinous torment. As Chen Dongyi spoke, the screen flickered out, casting shadows of the countless corpses upon the walls. The two stood frozen in terror for several minutes, unable to move. What on earth is behind us? Could the corpses from the film be manifesting in reality? Even Chen Dongyi, typically bold, felt a tremor of fear. Suddenly, they sensed droplets of liquid falling from above, as if something was suspended overhead, dripping an unknown substance. Chen Dongyi fought against his fear, reaching up to touch the liquid. It was blood, thick and reeking of a nauseating stench. No, he screamed, as countless pale, decaying hands emerged from the corpses, reaching out to pull them into an abyss. In a flash of white light, they found themselves in a dilapidated village shrouded in thick fog. In the distance, a few villagers toiled in the fields, a stark contrast to the high-tech realm of the spiritual world. Where are we? You mentioned that your spiritual civilization is advanced. Such a decrepit village should not exist here. Chen Dongyi encouraged the still trembling Zhang Yang to gather his composure. Zhang Yang took several deep breaths, finally calming himself as he surveyed this bewildering world. Alas, this village seems oddly familiar to me. A sudden shock coursed through Chen Dongyi's mind. Perhaps discovering the reality behind this place could yield some clues. What? Where have you seen it before? Stuttered Zhang Yang, suddenly pointing towards the distant village, his face a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. I've seen it on a movie poster. A ringing filled Chen Dongyi's ears as he rapidly sifted through his memories. Indeed, he too recalled glimpsing the village on that promotional material. Could it be that he was ensnared in the ghostly realm of that vengeful spirit? The immense resentment it harbored before its demise might have forged this ghostly domain resembling a cinematic world. Clearly, it had drawn them into its spectral territory, and this village was undoubtedly the epicenter of its lingering grievances. Chen Dongyi articulated his thoughts. Zhang Yang, ever vigilant, surveyed their surroundings, noting the bewildered villagers who, like malevolent specters, fixated their gaze upon him, sending chills through his spine. Dongzi, what exactly is this ghostly realm you speak of? The ghostly realm emerges when a soul, before its death, encounters an overwhelming terror that breeds profound resentment. In our world, we refer to this as Yuan Sha. This malevolent energy is both terrifying and uncanny, capable of manipulating human brainwaves, leading one into hallucinations, where survival becomes a perilous endeavor. The spirit that can wield such power to manifest a ghostly domain must be an exceptionally formidable entity. Upon hearing Chen Dongyi's account, Zhang Yang's resolve solidified. Dongzi, I seem to have developed a peculiar ailment that prevents me from entering the village. Perhaps I should wait outside for you. Chen Dongyi chuckled, sensing Zhang Yang's desire to flee, and feigned a frightful warning. Are you certain you wish to remain alone outside? Take a good look at those villagers. Zhang Yang wiped his eyes and scrutinized the young man, till then engrossed in tilling the earth, who suddenly raised his head, sensing an unseen gaze. The moment their eyes met, Zhang Yang staggered backward, horrified. The young man's face was grotesquely marred, resembling a skull, with a decaying eyeball dangling beneath a sunken socket. Disgusting insects writhed in and out of his mouth. As their gazes locked, the young man unexpectedly broke into a grin. Zhang Yang, overwhelmed by the ghastly sight, collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. In contrast, Chen Dongyi, accustomed to the horror of zombie films, managed to maintain a semblance of composure. At that moment, through the mist, an elderly figure approached, a pipe clamped between his teeth. Chen Dongyi quietly warned Zhang Yang to brace himself, in case the old man turned out to be another grotesque specter. As the elder drew near, they gradually discerned his features, sighing in relief. He appeared to be an ordinary man, albeit one they felt they had seen before. "From where do you hail? What brings you to our Yuming village?" the elder inquired, tapping the ash from his pipe onto his shoe before refilling it with tobacco and lighting it. Chen Dongyi was the first to respond, extending his hand toward the elder. "Ah, greetings. We are police officers investigating the suicide of the one-eyed ghost woman. Could you direct us to the village chief's home?" The elder, taken aback by Chen Dongyi's gesture, was not accustomed to such courtesy from visiting officials, who typically regarded him as a mere peasant. Slowly, he extended his hand, which felt unnervingly cold and sticky, as if it were nothing but a decayed remnant of bone. A strange thought flickered in Chen Dongyi's mind. What manner of place was this, where the dead resembled the living? Legend speaks of a realm existing at the juncture of life and death, known as Yudu, a city said to harbor all souls of the departed. The path to this city is called Huangquan Road, where various shades of the deceased traverse. Time and space become distorted, rules are inverted, and the living and the dead are turned upside down. After death, one must endure trials on this path to gain the right to reincarnate. Those who fail are doomed to suffer in purgatorial torment. Yet, he had been forcibly dragged into the ghostly realm. Why had he arrived here? Did this ghostly domain possess a connection to Yudu? Chen Dongyi's mind raced through various possibilities. If this were merely a ghostly realm, the inhabitants should appear as they did in life. Why, then, did they manifest as the deceased? If this were a village along Huangquan Road, what was the origin of this ghost that could cast its domain in such a manner? Just as he began to piece together some understanding, the elder's expression soured, his demeanor darkening. "I am indeed the village chief. Haven't we already clarified this matter? Why do you officers still come to investigate?" He snapped, irritation evident in his tone. "Do we not have work to do? You are wasting my time." With that, the village chief turned on his heel and began walking away. Suddenly, Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang noticed a gaping black hole in the center of his chest and back. Beneath tattered clothing, ribs jutted out, connected by a bloody spine, revealing that the village chief was nothing but a decaying shell. With little choice, they followed the chief into the village. Upon entering, they observed numerous families in mourning. The entire village resonated with sorrow. After passing several farmhouses, they arrived at the village chief's residence, a modest two-story building. Chen Dongyi, having grown up in a rural setting, scrutinized the village with increasing bewilderment. The village chief pushed open the courtyard gate and called out, "Xiao Chui, we have guests. Bring 2 cups of tea." Upon entering the hall, the chief gestured for them to sit. Shortly, a lovely young woman, around 18, emerged with 2 cups of tea. She appeared unremarkable, save for her relatively intact clothing, leaving her status ambiguous. Xiao Chui set down the tea and regarded the 2 men with a complex expression. The village chief raised his cup and took a sip. "What questions do you gentlemen have?" Chen Dongyi snapped back to attention, hastily producing a pack of cigarettes from Zhang Yang's pocket and offering it to the chief. "Ha ha ha. Chief, we wish to inquire about the one-eyed ghost woman." The chief accepted the cigarettes, his demeanor softening considerably. "Ah, she too was a tragic soul, widowed in her middle age and bereaved of her child in her old age, ultimately leading to her suicide. Wasn't this case already closed? Is there something more you gentlemen wish to discuss?" Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyi realized that since the case had been resolved, pursuing this topic for clues was no longer a pragmatic endeavor. It could arouse the suspicions of these specters, potentially leading to dire consequences for them that very night. Suddenly, he recalled that several families in the village were in mourning, thus seizing the opportunity to provide a plausible explanation. "Oh, we received a report indicating that several families in the village have experienced mysterious deaths recently. So we came to investigate." At this moment, Xiao Chui, who happened to pass by, froze momentarily. Though she did not turn her head, it was evident that she was startled by what she had overheard. The village chief, noticing her stunned expression, rapped his pipe heavily on the table. Xiao Chui seemed to receive an unspoken signal and hurriedly departed. Chen Dongyi silently committed these details to memory and continued to inquire. "Might the village chief accompany us to take a look?" Realizing evasion was futile, the village chief rose and, hands clasped behind his back, walked toward the nearest house of the deceased. As he walked, he spoke. "Ah, in this secluded mountain village, what does it matter if a few people die? I remember in my youth, we had wild wolves here. During winter, when food was scarce in the mountains, they often came to the village in search of sustenance. And incidents of injury and even fatalities occurred. So, are you suggesting these villagers fell victim to wild beasts? Chen Dongyi inquired. The village chief, sensing the implication, quickly amended his statement. I wouldn't dare to assert that. However, the village doctor has examined the bodies and indicated they were indeed attacked by wolves, as the remains of these families were found completely ravaged. Ravaged by wolves? Chen Dongyi mused, fully aware that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. If this were truly the case, there would be no necessity for the specter to exert such effort to ensnare them in a formidable ghostly domain. Upon arriving at the first deceased's residence, the village chief communicated the circumstances, and the family, displaying remarkable composure, permitted Chen Dongyi and his companion to examine the wounds. As the coffin was opened, Chen Dongyi was taken aback. The deceased had indeed suffered horrific injuries, their bodies torn asunder by some beast. However, what truly astonished him was not the gruesome state of the corpses, but a different revelation. The conditions of these individuals bore an uncanny resemblance to the corpses he had seen on the cinema screen. Furthermore, each body was shrouded in a thick, ominous aura, the essence of vengeful spirits. If they were to be hung up, they would resemble a macabre display. Although countless thoughts flooded his mind, he refrained from divulging too much to the village chief until further clarity was achieved. Thank you, village chief. The wounds do indeed suggest an animal attack. We hope your village can enhance its defenses. Upon hearing their words, the village chief's face brightened with joy. Ah, leaders, the night has fallen. Why not stay for dinner and rest a while? You can depart tomorrow, he insisted, urging them toward the banquet hall. Upon noticing the village chief's arrival, the villagers hurriedly prepared a seat for him. Despite the village chief's fervent insistence on drinking, Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang, still wary, insisted that they could not partake in alcohol while on duty. The village chief, recognizing their resolve, ceased his insistence and indulged in merriment with the villagers. Zhang Yang, observing the lavish spread of delicacies, found his stomach growling, as he had not eaten since entering the marketplace. In this chaotic temporal realm, he had lost track of time. Dongzi, perhaps we should eat a little? Zhang Yang, unable to bear his hunger any longer, reached for a pair of chopsticks to grab some braised pork. Smack! Chen Dongyi swiftly swatted the chopsticks from Zhang Yang's hand, lowering his voice as he warned, You don't believe these dishes are genuine, do you? What do you think the dead can consume? Realization dawned upon Zhang Yang as he comprehended the grim implication. They were in a realm of the deceased. What could the departed possibly eat? Merely poisonous insects, ants, and maggots. With this thought, he hastily discarded the chopsticks, his appetite evaporating. At this rate, we might starve to death before we even escape. Chen Dongyi remained silent, quickly pondering their next steps. Based on the few deceased individuals he had observed, or rather, the restless spirits, he deduced that this ghostly domain was likely a manifestation of the vengeful spirit of the one-eyed ghostly matron, seeking retribution against the village. However, one question lingered in his mind. Why would these souls, already departed, still be subject to vengeance? Could the deceased still experience pain and fear? Or was the resentment of the one-eyed, ghostly matron so profound that even in death, she would not relent in her pursuit of vengeance against these villagers? To unravel the mystery of this spectral domain, it was imperative to locate the source of the events. Only by alleviating the ghost's wrath could they hope to dispel the haunting. Unbeknownst to them, the two soon awaited the conclusion of the banquet, following the village chief, who stumbled back to his home. The village chief called for Xiao Chui, instructing her to prepare a guest room for the two, before collapsing into slumber. Xiao Chui had already arranged the space and led the two toward the side guest room, cautioning them, This village is rife with wild beasts. I hope you refrain from wandering about at night. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to find me. The two nodded in acknowledgement, but did not take her words to heart. To uncover the truth, they needed to venture out after dark, as this village was undeniably peculiar. Once Xiao Chui departed, Chen Dongyi stealthily opened the window to observe the direction in which she had left. Isn't that the direction of the village chief's residence? Noting Xiao Chui's age, he mused that there should be no connection between them. Zhang Yang, noticing Chen Dongyi's murmurs by the window, approached with a sly grin. You aren't smitten with that girl, are you? Chen Dongyi shot him a glare, retorting, You're truly desperate, taking even a living corpse as your object of affection. Zhang Yang stared in surprise, his expression turning serious as he questioned, How do you know she's a corpse? The scent she carries is identical to that of these villagers. You must have detected it, right? Zhang Yang paused, suddenly feeling embarrassed, realizing that despite his experience, he needed reminders from someone more seasoned in supernatural affairs. Oh, I was aware all along. I was merely testing you. Chen Dongyi rolled his eyes and glanced out the window, confirming that indeed, the village chief's home was deserted. Let us go investigate. We'll start with Xiao Chui. Zhang Yang understood the gravity of the situation and followed Chen Dongyi in silence. Chen Dongyi headed toward the direction where Xiao Chui had vanished, seeking her quarters to ascertain whether she posed a threat. However, as they stepped outside their room, they heard rustling noises beyond the walls. Zhang Yang pressed his ear against the wall, listening intently before turning to Chen Dongyi. It sounds as if there are many people outside. The number is terrifying, almost as if the entire village is gathered. Chen Dongyi glanced at the corner, where Zhang Yang noticed a ladder, and a knowing smile spread across his face. This was an opportunity to scale the wall and observe the situation. Meanwhile, Chen Dongyi continued toward the direction where Xiao Chui had disappeared, discovering that several rooms in that area were unoccupied. Now, only the village chief's room remains. Chen Dongyi was startled by the thought. Indeed, men are all the same. They prefer the young. He drew his dagger, gently prying open the window, peering into the village chief's chamber. To his astonishment, he spotted the figure of Xiao Chui on the chief's bed. However, it was peculiar that the village chief was absent, having seemingly vanished. Chen Dongyi had sensed something amiss with Xiao Chui from their first encounter. At her age, and given her deliberate distance from the village chief, she could not possibly be his wife, especially since there were only the two of them in the household. Now, seeing them share a bed, it raised the question, if she was not the village chief's wife, then who was she? Pondering this, Chen Dongyi returned to the foot of the wall. Zhang Yang was peeking outside, his curiosity evident. The sight before them was astonishing. Villagers were gathered in droves, numbering at least in the hundreds. Zhang Yang instinctively covered his mouth and gestured frantically for Chen Dongyi to come and see for himself. Chapter 22. A collective hanging. Chen Dongyi's emotions were tumultuous as he wondered where the village chief had gone. However, once he climbed over the wall, the scene that unfolded before him filled him with dread. The villagers, led by the village chief, were bowing in unison, their heads striking the ground with a thud that resonated like a drum. Some villagers had even deformed their skulls from the force of their prostrations. Yet, they showed no signs of stopping. These people were truly steadfast. Each bow echoed loudly. When Chen Dongyi turned to follow the direction of their reverence, his heart sank. It appeared they were paying homage to the one-eyed witch. Were they indeed venerating her? After a resounding conclusion of their ritual, the village chief led the crowd in search of places to hang themselves. Before long, the entire village of hundreds collectively committed suicide, a sight that was utterly horrifying. Zhang Yang and Chen Dongyi, witnessing this tragedy, could not help but curse under their breaths. The psychological impact of witnessing such a mass hanging was profound for any sane individual. Dongyi, should we intervene? Intervene? Those out there are already dead. How can we save them? Let us just retreat to our room and wait until dawn to figure this out. Zhang Yang conceded, realizing that many of those corpses were already decomposing beyond recognition. The two men took refuge indoors, spending a sleepless night, anxiously awaiting the morning light to unravel the mystery. At last, dawn arrived, and the two awoke early. Though the sun had risen, the village remained shrouded in mist. However, a glimmer of light provided a semblance of comfort. As Chen Dongyi opened the door, he spotted the village chief washing up in the courtyard. Upon noticing the two men, the chief smiled and greeted them. "Oh, you two leaders are up so early." Zhang Yang, upon seeing the village chief, felt a shiver run down his spine, his skin crawling. "Village chief, weren't you?" Before Zhang Yang could finish, Chen Dongyi quickly interrupted him, fearing that their knowledge of last night's events might provoke suspicion. The village chief was clearly a figure of mystery. Having seen the entire village, except for Xiao Chui, hang themselves, his presence here certainly raised questions. This village was undoubtedly hiding a malevolent spirit, though its triggering conditions remained unknown. If Zhang Yang carelessly mentioned their knowledge, it could incite the village chief's wrath, leading to dire consequences. "You were quite drunk last night. How did you wake so early?" The village chief remarked nonchalantly. "Really? I was drunk again. No wonder I have such a terrible headache." He then rubbed his forehead, revealing a deep gash that bore witness to the previous night's fervent bowing. Zhang Yang, still shaken, recalled how vigorously the village chief had led the villagers in their ritual. After finishing his ablutions, the village chief addressed the two men. "Aren't you here to investigate the villagers killed by the wolves? Come, I shall take you there." Chen Dongyi, upon hearing this, felt a thought arise in his mind and quickly nodded, following the village chief to the homes of those mourning. At the coffin, the village chief negotiated with the villagers, who readily opened the casket. Chen Dongyi peered inside. It was much like the last time, except now, the deceased villager bore new wounds on his forehead and fresh strangulation marks around his neck. After thanking the village chief, Chen Dongyi continued, village chief. We have gathered sufficient evidence. This was indeed an attack by wild beasts, and we will conclude the case upon our return. The village chief nodded in satisfaction. His hands clasped behind his back, beaming with approval. Excellent. Concluding the case is good. You two leaders should stay for a meal. He insisted on pulling Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang into the feast, where he continued to urge them to drink. However, the two men quickly declined, citing their ongoing duties. The village chief, understanding their stance, turned to drink with other villagers. This time, Chen Dongyi remained observant, scanning the crowd for any potential leads. His eyes fell upon an eccentric old man, squatting outside the villagers' gathering, watching them with longing. Chen Dongyi recognized that this man was likely ostracized within the village, otherwise, he would not be left without a seat. He whispered to Zhang Yang, I sense that this place is ensnared in a ghostly cycle, a consequence of some calamity that has stirred the villagers' wrath. Otherwise, how could such a vengeful spirit linger here? Zhang Yang blinked in agreement. Recognizing the validity of Chen Dongyi's insight, they decided to grab a bottle of liquor and a platter of roasted chicken and peanuts from the table. After informing the village chief of their departure, he paid them no further mind and resumed his revelry with the villagers. The two men, unnoticed, approached the eccentric old man with their offerings. The old man was unkempt, with long hair and a disheveled appearance, exuding a foul odor of decay and sweat. It was no wonder no one wished to drink with him. Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang waved the food and drink in front of the old man, who suddenly perked up, a glimmer of greed in his eyes. How about it, old man? Care to join us for a drink? The old man, seizing the bottle, hurried toward his dilapidated hut at the edge of the village. Upon entering, he beckoned them inside with enthusiasm. Come in, come in. The interior was stark, devoid of furnishings. Zhang Yang set down the chicken and peanuts, surveying the surroundings. The old man eagerly devoured the roasted chicken and gulped down the liquor. Once the old man seemed satisfied, Chen Dongyi inquired, Old man, has something terrifying occurred in this village? The old man paused, a fierce expression flickering across his face, but in an instant, he resumed devouring the chicken. While eating, he kept muttering to himself. You cannot speak of this, the village chief warned. Anyone who dares to utter a word will face dire consequences. Zhang Yang took out a badge from his pocket, waving it in front of the old man. Don't worry. We are police officers, and we will protect you. Upon seeing the badge, the old man widened his eyes in astonishment. Is that true? Can you really protect us? Zhang Yang patted his chest and assured him, we are sent by the higher authorities to catch the bad guys. Are there any bad people in your village? The old man tilted his head, pondering for a moment, then replied, Yes, there are bad people. Everyone in the village is bad, and the village chief is the worst of them. Arrest them all. Seeing an opportunity, Chen Dongyi quickly seized the moment. All right, as long as you provide evidence, we will ensure that all these villains are apprehended. Really? Can you truly stand up for us? Many officers have come before, but they just took bribes and left. Chen Dongyi promptly handed him another bottle of liquor, saying, You see, we are different from them. We are willing to drink with you. We are the good guys. Hearing this, the old man suddenly burst into laughter. Hee hee. Indeed, you are willing to drink with me, so you are different from them. I will tell you everything. Zhang Yang and Chen Dongyi leaned in eagerly, listening intently. Our village is called Qinjia Village. It is a very poor place, nestled deep in the mountains. About 10 years ago, we brought in a female university student. They say she was extraordinarily beautiful. Her skin was as white as tofu. The old man spoke, drooling at the memory. What a pity, she was bought by Tai Zhu from the neighboring village. However, after 3 months, it was rumored that this university student was unable to bear children. In a rural setting, a woman bought for such purposes who cannot conceive has a predictable fate. Alas, she endured daily beatings and starvation, and over time, she became somewhat deranged. Eventually, Tai Zhu, lacking humanity, forced her into prostitution to earn money, and she became the plaything of all the men in the village. Truly tragic. Unexpectedly, trouble arose when the university student became pregnant. How is it that you also have superstitions in the spirit realm? It turns out Tai Zhu was incapable. If you can't perform, why call yourself Tai Zhu? Yang Wei would be a much better name. Chen Dongyi looked curiously at Zhang Yang, who appeared awkwardly embarrassed. After the contamination of the spiritual realm, our worlds are reflections of one another. The events that transpire in your world also unfold in ours. Though Chen Dongyi did not fully grasp Zhang Yang's words, the old man seemed increasingly interested in recounting his tale. Later, the university student gave birth to a daughter. This girl inherited her mother's beauty. Before even reaching 10 years of age, she developed into an alluring figure, driving all the men in the village wild with desire. What a beast! They even target children. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth in anger. The old man sighed heavily while drinking. Who could argue with that? Eventually, the village chief's son could no longer resist. He paid Taiju a handsome sum to take the girl as a child bride. The university student refused, having suffered greatly herself. She did not want her child to endure the same fate. So, she cried and protested at home. Taiju was indifferent, for he had no idea whose child she was. He simply hung the university student up and beat her, then sold the girl. The university student, of course, would not comply and fought back against Taiju, resulting in him stabbing her in the eye. Later, she went to confront the village chief, begging him to have her bound and subjected to a fate worse than death. The girl was even more ruthless. You have no idea. She verbally agreed to marry the village chief's son, but at the wedding banquet, she poisoned the entire village with rat poison, leaving not a single survivor. Then she donned red trousers and hanged herself. Was that girl named Xiao Cui? Chen Dongyi interrupted the old man. However, the old man seemed oblivious, too busy devouring roasted chicken. Excuse me, old man, is that girl named Xiao Cui? Zhang Yang raised his voice to repeat the question. The old man looked at them with confusion, as if he could not comprehend what they were saying. What are you saying? Can you not hear us? The old man nodded, even more perplexed. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in fear as he realized the word was taboo in this ghostly realm. Chen Dongyi analyzed the situation further and continued to interrogate the old man. Since the entire village perished, were you not also poisoned? The old man froze. Confusion etched across his face, which soon morphed into terror. Indeed, I should have perished. Why am I still here? Why? A piercing scream erupted, startling both Zhang Yang and Chen Dongyi. The old man's body contorted grotesquely, his features warped beyond recognition, as he desperately clawed at his own hair and skin in a state of agony. Moments later, he disintegrated into dust, dissipating into the air. This scene left Zhang Yang and Chen Dongyi in shock. Did revealing the truth of his death shatter this ghostly domain? If so, then the village chief and others would realize they had also perished, breaking the ghost's hold over this realm. After much contemplation, Chen Dongyi suddenly seemed to understand. These ghosts were likely manipulated by the fearsome entity known as the One-Eyed Ghost Granny, clouding their perception and leading them to believe they were still alive. Trapped in this realm, enduring decay and self-mutilation daily, all to serve the ghost's vengeful purpose. Zhang Yang nodded vigorously in agreement. So what shall we do now? We have vanquished one spirit. This vengeful ghost will surely notice the absence by nightfall, putting us in danger. We must swiftly locate the female ghost's remains and perform a rite for her. Can you perform such a rite? Zhang Yang's question momentarily stunned Chen Dongyi. I cannot. But surely I can still vanquish it. Chen Dongyi declared. Let us capture the villager named Taiju. He should know where the One-Eyed Ghost Granny is buried. After saying this, he led Zhang Yang back to the banquet, when suddenly, Zhang Yang shouted, Is it Chen Taiju we are seeking? His exclamation startled even Chen Dongyi. Why are you yelling? Are you trying to attract more danger? Zhang Yang lowered his voice. No? I just recalled that the family we visited with the village chief today had a man named Chen Taiju. Chen Dongyi's eyes lit up with realization. He soon understood. The Chen Taiju they sought had already met a grisly fate at the hands of the ghost. So, does that mean our lead has vanished? Zhang Yang lamented. Chen Dongyi rested his chin on his hand, contemplating deeply before pulling Zhang Yang away from the feast. Once outside, he cautiously remarked, Do you remember? Last night, everyone in the village knelt in one direction. Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. A broad smile spread across his face. Are you suggesting that is the direction we should investigate? Precisely. Otherwise, why would those ghosts kneel in that direction? They quickly appropriated 2 shovels from the villagers' homes and rushed towards the front of the village. As anticipated, there stood a new grave at the entrance of the village. Erecting a tomb at the forefront of the village seemed to imply a desire for the entire village to accompany it in death, Chen Dongyi mused. Alas, has everyone already perished? The two exchanged glances and silently commenced their excavation of the grave. Chapter 24. The Crimson Coffin. After approximately half an hour of toil, they finally unearthed a blood-red coffin. Pausing to stand beside it, they could not help but marvel at Xiao Cui's cunning. Not only had she convinced the village chief to allow her mother to be interred in this location, but she also employed a coffin of such a ghastly hue. With such a burial method, it was no wonder that vengeful spirits might arise. Zhang Yang, apprehensive at the sight of the eerie crimson coffin, trembled and hesitated to approach. Now is not the time for fear. Soon, we shall open the coffin, summon her spirit, and I will guide her to reincarnation, Chen Dongyi declared. Grasping a shovel and descending into the tomb to pry open the coffin, Zhang Yang, initially reluctant to join, understood that lingering in the realm of spirits would only lead to greater peril. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and followed suit, taking up a shovel. Together, they effortlessly pried the coffin lid open halfway. At that moment, as the lid creaked open, an ominous wind swept through, chilling them to the bone. Both men instinctively sprang back to the surface, alertly scanning their surroundings. A chilling, sharp laughter echoed, followed by the lid of the coffin being violently thrust aside. Who dares to disturb my grave? Who excavates my tomb? A sinister figure emerged, an elderly woman with a stooped posture, elongated fingers with grotesquely long nails, a pallid face marred by the marks of her violent demise, and a countenance that bore a single dead fish eye, while the other had long succumbed to blindness. You are not from this village. What brings you here to desecrate my grave? Zhang Yang, confronted with this terrifying visage, momentarily forgot Chen Dongyi's instructions. Chen Dongyi, observing that the spirit did not immediately attack, sensed an opportunity for dialogue. Ah, greetings. You must be the one-eyed, ghostly matron, correct? We find ourselves ensnared in your realm of spirits, and we kindly request your assistance in allowing us to depart. The specter appeared bewildered at his words. What realm of spirits? I never intended to trap you here. Chen Dongyi's mind raced. Could it be that this realm was not of her making? Yet, such potent malice. Could another spirit conjure a domain capable of ensnaring an entire village? Was it not you who condemned these villagers to suffer endlessly in this cursed domain? Tormented by decay and despair? The one-eyed, ghostly matron's face contorted with rage. They deserve their fate, every last one of them. I advise you to leave while you can, lest you wish to face my wrath. Chen Dongyi felt a surge of helplessness. If they could escape, would they need her warning? With negotiations failing, it was time for decisive action. Recognizing the spirit as a formidable presence, a direct confrontation might lead to dire consequences. Zhang Yang, stop dawdling. Chen Dongyi's sharp command jolted Zhang Yang back to his senses. He swiftly retrieved a soul lamp from his pocket and shouted at the one-eyed matron, "Be bound." In that instant, terror flashed across the specter's face. You are a Yuta ghost envoy. Spare me. She was momentarily subdued. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Dongyi withdrew a golden talisman he had prepared and recited the incantation, striking the matron's forehead. A brilliant golden light enveloped the vengeful spirit, gradually consuming her essence until she was reduced to a pile of ash, which settled upon the ground. Both men exhaled in relief, gazing at the remnants. Dongyi, have we been attacked cruel? She endured such agony in life. Chen Dongyi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Although he had awakened the Tianshi system, this marked only his second encounter with a vengeful spirit. Yet, the system's energy levels remained unchanged, indicating that the spirit had not intended to harm them. Was that specter referring to you as a Yudu ghost envoy? Why would she call you that? Zhang Yang shrugged, equally perplexed. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the village, causing both men to stand on end. The fear was not solely due to the scream, but also because they realized the spirit realm had not been dispelled. Chen Dongyi turned towards the sound, his heart sinking as he recognized it came from the direction of the village chief's home. Dongyi, look, the villagers are converging this way. Suddenly, an alarm rang in Chen Dongyi's mind, prompting him to open the system panel. The display revealed a staggering increase of 50-fold in energy levels, indicating substantial danger. Yet, he pondered why the system had never issued warnings before. Had his skills advanced, unlocking new features? As he gazed into the distance, hundreds of villagers, wielding farming tools, charged towards them. Alas, there are too many. Despite our enhancements, we cannot withstand such a throng. Zhang Yang exclaimed, panic etched across his face. Chen Dongyi, though equally anxious, managed to maintain his composure. He focused on the approaching villagers, realizing they had little time, perhaps 10 minutes before they would be upon them. With urgency, he reopened his system panel. In comparison to his previous experience, the panel now displayed numerous new options. The first row still contained 5 gray progress bars, with only the first yellow talisman glowing. Additionally, the golden talisman slot was illuminated. Below, a second row appeared, its gray progress bars noticeably longer, with 10 gray slots beneath. In the top right corner, 5 gray circles emerged. Chen Dongyi felt a wave of understanding. Perhaps his recent acquisition of a skill had altered the system panel. Yet, he wondered why other systems provided clear guidance while his remained enigmatic and unhelpful. Fool. A voice echoed in his mind, startling him. He scanned his surroundings, but found no one. Only Zhang Yang, who appeared equally bewildered. Why are you staring at me? Zhang Yang asked, feeling uneasy under Chen Dongyi's gaze. Realizing the voice must belong to the system, Chen Dongyi mentally queried, System? Is that you? Chapter 25, The Infuriating System Humph. Now you seek my assistance? Is it not a bit too late? The tone of the system seemed to convey an unmistakable dissatisfaction with Chen Dongyi. Yet he was utterly unaware of how he had offended it. Hey, big brother, why are you behaving like this? Who was it that insulted me back then? Who despised me for being merely a piece of toilet paper, and even found me bothersome? In an instant, Chen Dongyi experienced a moment of clarity. Realizing that he too possessed a golden finger, there was no reason for him to be inferior to others. It became evident that the issue lay here. Clearly, this system was one that appreciated flattery, so he hastily began to ingratiate himself. Big brother, I was wrong. I was young and foolish, unaware of your prowess. Please, as a magnanimous being, let my past transgressions be forgotten. Indeed, a joyous voice resonated within his mind. Well, considering your sincere attitude of repentance, I shall let you off this time. Chen Dongyi's heart soared with elation as he suddenly glimpsed a flicker of hope for survival. After all, in the realm of Zhangxi novels, with the support of a golden finger, even an 80-year-old divorced woman could lead a life akin to that of a protagonist. However, the subsequent words from the system felt like a bucket of cold water dousing his excitement. However, your name is utterly unappealing. If you wish for my assistance in the future, you must henceforth be called Chen Tiantian. What? You are going too far. Chen Dongyi felt a surge of indignation. A man may be slaughtered, but he cannot be humiliated. Such a name was an affront to his dignity. If you are unwilling, then I shall take my leave. And you can save yourself. In that moment of distraction, over 3 minutes had slipped by, and if they continued to delay, they would face a certain death. All right. From this day forth, you are the big brother. Your word shall be law. Quickly, devise a solution. The system's voice continued in a leisurely yet soothing manner. Very obedient. Well, you currently find yourselves within the domain of a formidable ghost, and there are several hundred living dead eager to engage you in battle. The situation appears rather dire. If you continue to prattle, I shall kindly suggest you seek a host more skilled at flattery than I. What is the rush? How many Jingguang spells do you have stockpiled? The system remarked slowly. Chen Dongyi could no longer afford to wait for the system's strategies. He grasped Zhang Yang and fled in the opposite direction. Even a minute's delay is better than none. What do you mean by stockpiling Jingguang spells? Can that even be done? Chen Dongyi asked as he ran. You should not be called Chen Tiantian. You may continue to be called foolish goods. You receive 10 talismans every 24 hours. How is it that you have none stockpiled? Can I stockpile them now? Chen Dongyi replied anxiously. Alas, it must be done this way. Take 10 talismans and affix them to yourself and your companions. What use is it to stick them on myself? Foolish goods. Have you forgotten? Jingguang spells can withstand and counterattack. Affix them to yourself and fight. Upon hearing the system's words, Chen Dongyi felt as if he might explode with frustration. Even if he could withstand the blows, how could he possibly defeat several hundred living dead without facing his own demise? Is this your brilliant idea? Do not be hasty. There is another method. The system chuckled. Quickly tell me. Chen Dongyi was burning with anxiety, as he could see the living dead closing in. That is to abandon your teammate and affix all the talismans to yourself. It should suffice to eradicate them. This suggestion was even worse. If you do not speak seriously, I shall stand here and await my demise. At this moment, the system finally ceased its mocking tone. Alas, you truly lack a sense of humor. Here is the plan. The two of you must endure for 40 minutes, gaining a 50-fold energy point return, totaling 1,000 points, which will allow you to learn formations. At that time, you can learn a Qi Sha locking soul formation to trap these living dead. Is it truly effective? Rest assured, as long as they are dead entities, they can be refined within the formation. However, speak quickly. Chen Dongyi was now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. With no time to spare for idle chatter, can you withstand blows? The system asked timidly. What do you mean? Chen Dongyi felt a sense of foreboding as sweat beaded on his forehead. It is just that 10 talismans are required to protect you for 40 minutes, which may prove challenging. May fortune favor you. Upon uttering this, the system fell silent. What a scam. Yet, this was no time for curses. The living dead were upon them, and they could only hope for the best. With a thought, Chen Dongyi conjured 10 Jingguang spells into his hands. Swiftly chanting the incantation, affixing one to each of them, they both sprinted mindlessly towards the village, hoping to use the terrain to evade the living dead. However, they overlooked one crucial detail. The living dead were far more familiar with the village than they were. Within 10 minutes, they were cornered by the villagers. The leading villager, brandishing a hoe, pointed at Chen Dongyi and unleashed a torrent of abuse. You vile thief, I have provided for you generously, and yet you dare to slaughter our villagers. Now that you have fallen into our grasp, it is your misfortune. With that, he swung the hoe, disregarding Chen Dongyi's attempts to explain. As the villagers rallied behind the leader, several hundred surged forward. Just as Chen Dongyi was about to speak, he saw the villager's hoe swinging toward him with great force. The hoe struck with the force of a hammer, crashing down upon Chen Dongyi. Despite the villagers appearing gaunt and frail, their strikes were unexpectedly fierce. Fortunately, both Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang had undergone enhancements, endowing them with superior physical abilities compared to the villagers. Chen Dongyi sidestepped the hoe and seized the opportunity to deliver a kick to the villager's face. The already emaciated visage caved in upon impact, eliciting a pained howl from the villager. In retaliation, the villager reached out with a skeletal hand, attempting to grasp Chen Dongyi's heart. Seizing the moment, Chen Dongyi grasped the villager's arm and yanked with all his strength, tearing the arm free. The villager merely glanced at his severed arm. Despite his wails, it did not hinder him from wielding the hoe with one hand and continuing his assault on the duo. Although they were adept in combat and had enhanced physiques, they were ultimately outnumbered. Were it not for the protection of the Jingguang spells, they would have already been reduced to pulp. Yet, the Jingguang spells were not omnipotent. They merely absorbed energy to defend against attacks. Once the force of an attack exceeded the energy available, the spells would fail. Thus, both of them bore wounds. Chen Dongyi glanced at the system interface, noting that the energy for the formation was nearly full, estimating they had about 10 minutes left. However, looking at the talismans in his hand, only 2 remained. With nearly 100 living dead before them, if they did not devise a plan, they might meet their end here. One talisman would undoubtedly be insufficient to last for 10 minutes. Suddenly, Chen Dongyi recalled a moment shared over drinks with an elderly man, when Zhang Yang inadvertently mentioned that the man was already dead, causing him to awaken to the truth and disintegrate. This meant that if they could convince the living dead that they were already deceased, they would vanish. Chapter 26. Qi Sha locking soul formation with a whoosh. A decayed villager brandished a scythe toward Chen Dongyi. Grasping the villager's wrist, he wrested the scythe away and held it to the villager's throat, shouting, "You are already dead. Why do you continue to serve others?" The captive villager's gaze turned vacant, his voice trembling with anger as he retorted, "Humph. Do not deceive me. I am perfectly alive." Chen Dongyi's heart sank. He realized that some villagers had already been brainwashed. Unless they were shown the truth, they would never believe it. With a swift motion of the scythe in his hand, he severed the head of the villager in an instant. Holding the severed head aloft, he addressed the lifeless body. "Do you see now? If you were truly human, could you still survive in this state?" Initially, the eyes of the head darted about, but soon they settled in recognition of the grim separation from its body. The expression shifted from disbelief to sheer terror, culminating in a piercing scream. "Impossible. How can my body be detached from my head? Am I truly dead? No, no, I do not wish to die." Before the villager could finish his lament, both body and head disintegrated into dust. The surrounding villagers beheld this macabre scene, their expressions morphing into doubt as they exchanged incredulous glances. Zhang Yang quickly seized the moment to unleash his verbal prowess. "You have all long since perished. You are merely a heap of skeletal remains. Look upon your bodies. Do they not reek of decay, reduced to mere frameworks?" Upon hearing this, the villagers instinctively glanced at themselves, only to discover the truth of their own decomposition. Most were left as nothing but foul husks, with only a smattering of flesh, infested with maggots. How could this happen? Why am I dead? No, it cannot be. I am still alive. As more villagers came to the grim realization of their demise, they too were rapidly reduced to dust. "Dongyi, look, it's working. They are vanishing." Just as Zhang Yang reveled in their success, the villagers' eyes suddenly turned crimson. One by one, they stood motionless, as if entranced. This is bad. The malevolent spirit is beginning to control these undead. There are still about 40 to 50 of them left. The two were utterly exhausted. If these remaining villagers continued their advance, they might truly perish here today. Suddenly, several villagers with red eyes extended their hands and stiffly approached the duo. Gradually, all the villagers began to move slowly towards them. "Quick, to the rooftops!" Chen Dongyi shouted, leaping over the wall and scrambling to the top. This tactic proved effective, for the villagers, now under the spirit's control, exhibited stiffened thoughts and movements. However, both Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang were nearing their limits. Retreating to higher ground where mobility was hindered, the undead were momentarily obstructed by the walls, allowing the duo to escape for several minutes, finally shaking off their pursuers. Zhang Yang collapsed onto the rooftop, panting heavily. "Ah, we're finally safe." Chen Dongyi, also gasping for breath, urged Zhang Yang to lower his profile. If that malevolent spirit were to discover them again. Seizing the moment of respite, Chen Dongyi hastily opened the system panel, and indeed, the formation section lit up. The chi value had reached 1,000 points, enabling the selection of a talisman for advancement or any formation of choice. He noticed that the first talisman option was also illuminated. It was a blue paper requiring 300 chi points for advancement. Chen Dongyi recalled that the last time he awakened the first talisman, it was a yellow paper needing only 10 chi points. Now, the blue one had escalated to 300. Could this be the hierarchy of Taoist talismans? They were categorized into 5 colors: yellow, blue, purple, silver, and gold. Yellow represented the most basic talismans used by Taoists, with higher tiers demanding greater mastery. Understanding this, Chen Dongyi resolved to seek guidance from a Taoist master upon his return. According to the system, only formations could turn the tide. Otherwise, a war of attrition would surely lead to their demise, not to mention the presence of a far more vicious spirit. Without hesitation, he selected to learn the 7 Fiends soul-locking formation, which the system had mentioned as the most effective against the souls controlled by the malevolent spirit. Upon completion, he noted the description beside the formation. The 7 Fiends soul-locking formation, one of the most ruthless Taoist formations, is governed by the 7 Fiends: Qi Mei, Wangliang, Xiaojiao Bai. 2a. Its greatest strength lies in its unpredictability, where a single movement can influence the entire formation. Day and night, it torments the souls trapped within, until their very essences are obliterated. With a thought, 8 yellow, white, and blue serrated flags materialized in his hands. A diagram of the 8 trigrams quickly appeared in his mind. After mentally rehearsing the setup, he contemplated the most suitable location for the formation. Given the cunning nature of the spirit, if it were not ensnared in a single attempt, it would be increasingly difficult to invoke the formation again. With this in mind, he gazed towards the village chief's house, formulating a plan. Yangzi, can your talisman still be used? Zhang Yang, finally catching his breath, weakly replied, I can't do it anymore. I'm out of energy. I can no longer summon ghosts from my soul lamp. What? Chen Dongyi was taken aback, realizing he should have directly acquired the ability to summon spirits. Did it require a summoning after all? This was reminiscent of the legendary ghost-controlling techniques from their homeland. Chen Dongyi's thoughts quickly returned to the task at hand. Since Zhang Yang was incapacitated and his talismans were depleted, with a cooldown time of 6 hours, he lamented, had I known, I would have stocked up on more talismans. Yangzi, are you still a virgin? Zhang Yang, appearing disheveled, responded with little energy. I haven't been one for centuries. A virgin indeed. That's unfortunate. The most effective means against malevolent spirits involves items imbued with yang energy. Since neither of us qualifies, we are at a disadvantage. Zhang Yang, intrigued, sat up to inquire, what does that have to do with being a virgin? Chen Dongyi shook his head, explaining, in our world, virgin urine is considered one of the strongest sources of yang energy, and neither of us possesses it. What alternatives do we have? There are also rooster blood, black dog blood, and vermilion, but alas, in this ghostly place, none can be found. Zhang Yang scratched his head, displaying his own helplessness. Suddenly, Chen Dongyi spotted a willow tree near the village and burst into joyous laughter. Indeed, the heavens do not forsake those in need. There is a willow tree. Let us go. The third interpretation pertains to the 2 gate deities, Shintu and Yulei. According to legend, these 2 celestial beings were appointed as gate guardians, dutifully safeguarding the peace of their domain, making it so that all malevolent spirits dared not approach. It is said that in ancient times, a formidable beast wreaked havoc upon the human realm, prompting Shintu and Yulei to be dispatched to capture it. After a fierce battle lasting 3 days and nights, the 2 deities finally subdued the beast. However, during the fray, they inadvertently lost the binding rope meant for capturing demons. In their moment of despair, they noticed a nearby willow tree with its long and supple branches. Thus, the 2 deities utilized their magical prowess to bind the beast with the willow branches, ultimately bringing it under control. Ever since, the willow has become an object of fear for malevolent spirits, imbued with divine power. Zhang Yang listened intently, taken aback by the multitude of legends. While conversing, the 2 arrived at the willow tree, and Chen Dongyi reached out to select some branches. We must hasten. Gather some willow branches to set up the formation, and then lure the female ghost into the trap to eliminate her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang quickly crouched beneath the willow tree and began to break off branches. After about 10 minutes, Chen Dongyi selected a branch that was neither too thick nor too thin, but possessed the greatest resilience, and turned to find Zhang Yang. To his astonishment, Zhang Yang had fashioned a hat and armor from the willow branches, presenting himself in a ludicrous manner. What on earth are you doing? Zhang Yang spun around with a grin, showcasing his whimsical attire. How do I look? If I dress like this, that fierce ghost won't be able to harm me, right? Chen Dongyi shot him an exasperated glance. The branches are only effective when used against it. Wearing them serves no purpose. Though disappointed by this revelation, Zhang Yang did not remove his makeshift armor, mumbling, Better to have something than nothing, right? He chuckled as they stealthily approached the village chief's house, where Chen Dongyi began to set the formation. Following the 8 trigrams in his mind, he methodically placed the flags at the formation's focal point. Their objective was to lure the fierce ghost and the undead into the formation for refinement. Once the formation was established, they confidently entered the village chief's home. Upon reaching the chief's room, they instinctively made their way inside, for they had deduced that the fierce ghost was none other than Xiao Chui. As they stood before the door, Zhang Yang kicked it open. Inside sat a woman clad in a red robe and shoes, meticulously arranging her hair at a dressing table. Chen Dongyi remained silent, patiently waiting at the threshold. After Xiao Chui finished styling her hair, she slowly turned to gaze at Chen Dongyi, stating, "I have warned you countless times to refrain from meddling. Yet you persist. If you refuse to listen, then you shall remain here to accompany my mother and child in death." The once delicate features of Xiao Chui morphed into a grotesque visage. Her blood-red eyes fixated menacingly on Chen Dongyi. Sensing the danger, Zhang Yang quickly took to the roof. Chen Dongyi, observing Zhang Yang's retreat, turned back to Xiao Chui, saying, "I truly understand your plight. You are justified in your actions." Xiao Chui appeared momentarily taken aback, unsure of Chen Dongyi's intentions. Yet, after a fleeting moment of silence, her countenance contorted with rage. "If you comprehend this, why do you let them go? They deserve to be trapped here, enduring the torment of decay and hanging. They have already met their demise, and the karmic cycle of your suffering should have concluded. Moreover, they should have descended to hell to be reborn long ago. By confining them here, you defy the natural order." Chen Dongyi scoured his mind for cinematic lines, as he was but a novice monk. Engaging with a fierce ghost required the wisdom gleaned from watching films in his youth. To his surprise, his words only incited greater fury in the ghost. "Nonsense about the natural order. The righteous are often struck down, while the greedy thrive. My mother was a wonderful person. She should have graduated and pursued a successful life in the city. Instead, she encountered supernatural events that altered her fate. Even if she had been sold, she could have lived well, yet she fell victim to an inept man. The responsibility for childlessness lies not with the woman, but the man, compounded by the ignorance and shamelessness of the villagers." Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyi could indeed sense Xiao Chui's resentment. Lacking eloquence, he struggled to find the right words to console her. The traffickers deserved death, and the buyers even more so, for without the trade, there would be no harm. After much contemplation, he could only express the thoughts that weighed heavily on his heart. "I do not wish to involve myself in your affairs, yet I find myself inexplicably ensnared in your ghostly realm. If I do not dismantle your domain, both my companion and I shall perish within it. You speak nonsense. You are all cut from the same cloth as those directors. How dare they exploit such cruelty for entertainment? Should they not be punished? And you come here to thwart my plans. You claim to be innocent?" At this, Chen Dongyi realized that Xiao Chui harbored hatred for those who derived amusement from her family's tragic plight. Just then, a voice echoed from the rooftop. "Dongyi, it seems the remaining undead have entered the courtyard. You must act swiftly." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's voice, Chen Dongyi spoke slowly. "While I sympathize with you and your mother, you have both ceased to exist and should no longer inhabit this world." The fierce ghost erupted in a cloud of black mist, her teeth and nails elongating grotesquely. With a derisive cackle, she seemed to find amusement in Chen Dongyi's predicament. As the ghost's claw drew near, Chen Dongyi swiftly turned, drawing a willow branch and striking the ghost's arm with great force. The sharp crack resonated, sending a tremor through her very essence. The ghost gazed at the willow branch in fear and disbelief, inquiring, "What is this? How can it harm me within my domain?" Chen Dongyi had no intention of explaining. His previous dialogue was merely a ruse to buy time for summoning the remaining undead from the village. With renewed vigor, he struck the ghost thrice more with the willow branch. The ghost instinctively shielded herself with her arm, releasing plumes of black smoke upon impact. She could hardly fathom that a mere mortal could challenge her so fiercely. With a furious roar, the undead surrounding the village chief's courtyard surged into the room. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Dongyi dashed toward the window, crashing through it and escaping the formation's confines. As he exited, he silently recited an incantation, channeling his energy into the formation. In an instant, the 7 fiends' soul-locking formation activated, the 8 trigrams glowing with blinding light, relentlessly incinerating the fierce ghost and the undead within the formation. Their anguished cries echoed, as both the ghost and the remaining undead were reduced to ashes in mere moments. All souls were in disarray. Chen Dongyi had just retracted the command flag and was preparing to turn away when he noticed a glowing piece of metal amidst the formation. Filled with curiosity, he approached to inspect it. only to discover it was a small, enigmatic fragment of black metal, emanating a dark luminescence and exuding an icy chill that sent shivers down his spine. The moment Chen Dongyi made contact with this peculiar black metal, it felt as though his very soul was being violently torn apart. A whirlwind of disorientation engulfed him, akin to a ride on a roller coaster. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying beneath a colossal dead tree, surrounded by a dense mist. Within the fog, he could vaguely make out the silhouettes of enormous creatures, aimlessly wandering and occasionally letting out anguished roars. Beside him flowed a pitch-black river, its depths obscured. Numerous paper figures tumbled and screamed within the water, their faces contorted in agony as they drifted downstream. As Chen Dongyi looked up for a clearer view, he spotted a massive lantern hanging from the dead tree. The lantern emitted a flickering yellow glow, while the paper figures formed an orderly queue beneath it, circling once before plunging into the dark river. It dawned on him that the paper figures emerged from beneath the tree. Why were they compelled to do so? Curiosity piqued. He turned to see a winding path disappearing into the depths of the mountains, where the paper figures were lined up like a dragon, all converging beneath the great tree, circling once before leaping into the black river. As Chen Dongyi gradually regained consciousness, he rubbed his eyes and peered intently into the mountains. Behind the giant tree stood a colossal humanoid mountain, though the fog obscured his view. "You have arrived?" A hoarse voice resonated. A man clad in a black robe stood not far from him. Chen Dongyi was taken aback, straining to see the identity of this figure. But his face remained shrouded in obscurity. "Who are you? Where's this place?" Chen Dongyi inquired. "The question of who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are but a pawn, manipulated without your knowledge," the man in black replied. "What? A pawn? What are you talking about? My point is that you so-called traversers or descendants are merely chosen pieces on a chessboard. You speak nonsense. I am indeed not from this world. Yet I am not their pawn," Chen Dongyi retorted. Suddenly, the indistinct figure erupted into laughter. "Your world is merely a vessel, a conduit connecting the upper and lower realms. Congratulations, you possess the qualification to unveil the truth." Chen Dongyi struggled to open his eyes wider, yet remained unsuccessful. "What are the upper and lower realms?" he questioned. "Despite knowing this truth, this is something you must explore yourself. Do you naively believe that when they refer to this realm as the spirit realm, it is indeed the spirit realm? Have you ever pondered the connection between this world and your own? How did you traverse or descend here?" Chen Dongyi's gaze turned vacant. Since his last arrival, he had not contemplated these matters deeply, merely perceiving this as an opportunity for a fresh start. "Then tell me, why is this the case?" he implored. "They continuously present you with supernatural incidents to solve, allowing you to grow until you possess the means to find a door, to uncover the truth behind the transformation of the spirit city into its current state." "Find a door? What grounds do I have to believe you regarding the ultimate truth of this world?" "I do not compel you to believe me. I merely caution you. Whether you choose to believe is your own affair." Chen Dongyi was astounded, attempting to rise and reclaim control over his body, yet he found himself powerless. It felt reminiscent of a summer night, teetering between dream and reality, striving to rise, yet finding himself utterly weak, yearning to scream but unable to produce a sound. Surely, everyone has experienced such moments. Lastly, let me offer you a piece of advice. If their world falls into ruin, your world will face utter calamity. Resigning to the futility of his struggles, Chen Dongyi's mind raced, seeking valuable information from this enigmatic figure. "Can you provide me with the most practical suggestion?" The man in black turned away, slowly departing while speaking. "Regardless of who they are, all beings are selfish, even the divine." With that, he tossed a cloth bag to Chen Dongyi, and in the blink of an eye, he was engulfed in dizziness once again. After a fit of harsh gasping, Chen Dongyi opened his eyes to find himself back in the Qingda cinema. Beside him, Zhang Yang awaited anxiously, helplessly observing as Chen Dongyi stood immobile. Upon seeing Chen Dongyi awaken, Zhang Yang finally exhaled in relief. "What on earth happened? I called for you for ages. I thought you were still trapped in that cursed domain." Chen Dongyi nodded, signaling that he was fine. Suddenly, he felt something in his hand and looked down to discover the cloth bag containing a small, hard piece of metal. As he touched it through the bag, the chilling sensation that had once gripped him vanished. It must have been the bag that shielded him from the soul-sucking aura. Chen Dongyi pondered, carefully tucking the bag into his pocket. "Zhang Yang, has this matter been resolved?" Zhang Yang had already contacted his superior and was currently boasting to other staff members. "You have no idea. I nearly scared that guy out of his wits. Thank goodness for me. Otherwise, this incident would have been a disaster." Before he could finish his tale, a sharp sound echoed as something struck his head. Fresh from resolving the supernatural incident and brimming with confidence, Zhang Yang thought to himself. Who dares to hit my head? Turning around, he found Yu Linglong and Ajing standing behind him. Seeing the captain had arrived, Zhang Yang immediately tempered his arrogance. Ah, Captain, you are here. We truly faced a life-or-death situation. You wouldn't believe that the claws of those living dead were mere millimeters from our throats. Yu Linglong shot him a glare and walked directly toward Chen Dongyi. Congratulations, Chen Dongyi. You are now an official member of our Zhanling team. Zhang Yang will be your partner from now on. With that, Yu Linglong extended her hand to Chen Dongyi, welcoming him to the team. Chapter 29. The Three-Body World. Chen Dongyi shook hands with Yu Linglong, yet his thoughts remained occupied with the words of the man in black. Yu Linglong exchanged greetings with Zhang Yang, and together they made their way to the battle vehicle. Zhang Yang, eager to open the captain's door, was stopped by Yu Linglong, who instructed, "You and Ajing take the back vehicle. Chen Dongyi, you will accompany me." Afterward, Yu Linglong dismissed the driver from the vehicle, turning to Chen Dongyi and gesturing for him to enter. Chen Dongyi had no choice but to follow her, opening the passenger door and taking a seat. Zhang Yang, relegated to the rear vehicle, felt disgruntled and exchanged glances with Ajing. "Deputy Captain, what's going on? Is our captain interested in Chen Dongyi?" Ajing cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Yang. "Come off it. What sort of person is our leader? Zhanling stands unparalleled. Can he just take a fancy to some newcomer?" Inside the vehicle, Yu Linglong remained silent, focused solely on driving towards the Zhanling headquarters. Chen Dongyi discreetly observed Yu Linglong, unable to suppress a gulp. Wow, this woman's figure is simply stunning, especially in that black combat attire which accentuates her physique exquisitely. Particularly that profound neckline, adorned with black lace. What man could possibly resist such temptation? Just as Chen Dongyi was lost in his thoughts, Yu Linglong finally spoke. "Have you seen enough? You seem different today." Chen Dongyi's gaze faltered, and he stammered, attempting to change the subject. "Let us not stray from the topic. Speak plainly." Yu Linglong was direct. "Why do you think I will definitely join you?" Initially, Chen Dongyi believed this was merely a simple journey, a chance to acquire a golden opportunity, enabling him to return to his original world as a wealthy and handsome CEO, marrying a beautiful heiress, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of life. However, the recent encounter with the man in black left him pondering many unresolved questions. Thus, he inquired. Yu Linglong remained unperturbed, gazing calmly at Chen Dongyi. "If you choose to join us, I can reveal many truths about our world. What if I don't join? Can't you share that information then?" "Of course not. That is classified information. Only by joining the organization will you be entitled to know." "Is this a blatant threat?" Chen Dongyi asked with a smile. "It's the truth. Moreover, considering your current abilities, I have no need to threaten you. All right, I will join you, but you must answer another question. Once you join, I will answer all your inquiries." Yu Linglong turned her face to look at Chen Dongyi. "Okay, I want to know about the connection between our worlds, and why you believe I will certainly join you." Yu Linglong brushed her hair back, arranging the naturally disheveled locks into an orderly appearance. Yet, upon witnessing this gesture, Chen Dongyi's face flushed suddenly. Yu Linglong, surprised by his expression, asked, "What's with that look? Was there something wrong with my earlier action?" "Oh, it's nothing. It just seemed a bit flirty in our world." Hearing this, Yu Linglong fixed her large, watery eyes on Chen Dongyi. What does that mean? Chen Dongyi's heart raced at her inquiry. If she discovered he was insulting her, would she not draw her sword and stab him on the spot? It just gives off a neighborly sister vibe, a rather sweet impression. Yu Linglong had never received such compliments and felt a bit bashful. Boring. Let me answer your later question first. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyi finally relaxed, assuming that perhaps in this world, the term green tea BTCH did not exist. "I sense you are quite dangerous." Chen Dongyi's heart skipped a beat, wondering if she had uncovered his only golden opportunity. He trembled as he asked, "What makes you say that? The first time you used that yellow paper against the false beings for the final strike, I sensed an astonishing energy. I have only seen such things in ancient texts, and I believe this energy can annihilate spirits. You know that in our world, spirits cannot be killed, only sealed. This time, after you dealt with that supernatural incident, I felt no malevolent energy at all. There is only one explanation. You completely eradicated that vengeful spirit in the ghost realm. That alone does not imply that I am dangerous." Yu Linglong's expression remained unfazed as she continued. "A creature that our civilization, a creator, cannot kill, posed no resistance in your hands. Does that not seem alarming? If we cannot be friends, we certainly cannot be enemies." At this point, Chen Dongyi suddenly gained clarity. He realized that this woman feared he might overturn their civilization. If he refused to join them, would they resort to underhanded tactics against him? Perhaps the legends about exterminating supernatural entities from our world indeed held some truth. Yu Linglong did not confirm or deny. Observing that Chen Dongyi grasped the situation, she proceeded. Moreover, there exists another lower realm connecting your world and ours, known as the Santee world. Chen Dongyi was momentarily taken aback by this explosive revelation, pondering how their world could possibly be linked to the Santee world. He thus inquired, perplexed, what? The Santee world? The one that requires immersion? Yu Linglong was also stunned, unsure of his reference, suspecting he had read too many novels. What do you mean by immersion? If you speak nonsense again, I will cut you, she said while reaching for the cold gleam of her sword at her waist. Chen Dongyi quickly suppressed his smile and asked seriously, what exactly is the Santee world? Witnessing Chen Dongyi adopt a serious demeanor, Yu Linglong continued. In simple terms, it comprises 3 parallel worlds, each interdependent and indispensable. Intrigued by this theory, Chen Dongyi eagerly probed, how do they support each other? And why are they indispensable? Yu Linglong deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, explaining, the spirit realm and the lower realm are akin to extreme yang and extreme yin. Without a middle ground to harmonize, spatial chaos is likely to ensue. So you mean our world serves as that harmonizer? Precisely. And what do you mean by indispensable? Do you think the 2013 Russian meteor event occurred by mere chance? Why did the meteor suddenly disintegrate? You should know that meteor's mass equated to that of 200 atomic bombs in your world. Had we not accurately calculated its trajectory using a wormhole and employed ion lightspeed cutting technology to dismantle it, your world would have perished long ago. Similarly, the solar storm in 2012, had we not utilized a wormhole to divert its path, that year would have been more than just a movie plot. Our ancient texts document at least hundreds of such incidents. After hearing this, Chen Dongyi felt a chill run down his spine. While he often encountered similar posts online, he had never believed in such absurd claims, dismissing them as mere jokes. Yet now, hearing it from Yu Linglong imbued him with a semblance of trust. After all, she belonged to a higher civilization and had no need to deceive an ordinary individual from a lesser civilization. Chapter 30. Joining the organization after listening to Yu Linglong's words. Chen Dongyi rapidly replayed the events in his mind. From the moment he was summoned by Zhang Yang, or rather, descended into Ling Cheng, they had claimed they could assist the spirit realm. However, today was not his first arrival in Ling Cheng. Did that mean they were lying? Or perhaps they were reluctant to mention that matter, fearing he might make some connection? Furthermore, the spirit realm possessed many travelers who had crossed over from their own world, and crossing over necessitated joining them to become a member of the Zhanling group. The connection between one's own world and the spirit realm is profound. Aiding the spirit realm equates to preventing the annihilation of one's own existence. In essence, assisting the spirit realm is inherently advantageous to oneself. But how true is this? Why did that woman clandestinely warn me not to trust anything uttered by the inhabitants of Ling Cheng? Conversely, the man in black claimed he was merely a pawn of the spirit realm, a vessel on the path to its salvation. Yet he also stated that saving the spirit realm is tantamount to saving one's own world. Although the methods may diverge, the ultimate goal remains the same. But why did he utter such words? Perhaps he is not aligned with Ling Cheng. Rather, he may be in league with that woman. This man in black likely desires to avert the destruction of his world. Yet he does not want the denizens of the spirit realm to easily uncover the source of the supernatural corruption. The spirit realm must indeed be interconnected with our own world. The information imparted by Yu Linglong should not be mere deception. So who is lying? And who is orchestrating this entire affair? Yu Linglong noticed Chen Dongyi's prolonged silence and turned to inquire, what are you pondering? Her call roused Chen Dongyi from his reverie. Despite his multitude of questions, he resolved to acquiesce to Yu Linglong's request. After all, joining the organization would grant him access to more precise intelligence. If his world were indeed to undergo a transformation, he could receive assistance from the spirit realm. Very well, I agree to join the Zhanling Tuan. Upon hearing Chen Dongyi's willingness to join her team, a faint smile graced Yu Linglong's visage. Welcome aboard. We will process your formalities upon our return to headquarters. Upon arriving back at headquarters, they found themselves in the familiar hall. Ajing facilitated the completion of Chen Dongyi's onboarding process, presenting him with a metallic identification badge. Zhanling B, code name 9527. Chen Dongyi gazed at the number on the badge, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Just then, Yangzi approached him and remarked, Zhanling Team B, your code name is 9527. At that moment, Yu Linglong entered the room and added, I have already claimed your reward. Your identification badge not only serves as access to headquarters, but also functions as your bank account within the spirit realm. Chen Dongyi, perplexed, held his identification badge, unsure of its usage. Give me your card, and I'll demonstrate, Yangzi said, snatching the badge from Chen Dongyi's grasp and swiping it against his wristwatch. A sequence of numbers and letters materialized before them. Qi Jin, 500 points, Zhanling B team, code 9527. With a mere thought, Yangzi deducted 150 points from Chen Dongyi's identification badge. Young Master Wang from Qinda Plaza has already transferred my payment, so I will only take 150 points. We'll split it evenly. He tossed the identification badge back to Chen Dongyi. Curiously, Chen Dongyi swiped the badge against his wristwatch, and indeed, the identical numbers appeared before him, though the Qi Jin points had diminished to 350. Turning to Yu Linglong, he declared, Captain, Yangzi borrowed 100 points from you. I am now returning 105. A rare smile graced Yu Linglong's face as she replied, Oh, it's nothing. 100 points is insignificant to me. You will need to purchase equipment and magical artifacts. Consider it a welcome gift. Chen Dongyi felt a surge of joy at her generosity, though he maintained a facade of politeness. How could I accept such kindness? To his surprise, Yu Linglong countered, If you truly feel uncomfortable, then please return it to me. Chen Dongyi instinctively took several steps back, a surge of irritation coursing through him. Chen Dongyi, why are you acting so pretentious when she has already stated it as a gift? Fortunately, Yu Linglong did not insist on reclaiming his identification badge, instead leading Ajing away. Our team consists of 8 members. With your addition, we are now at full capacity. However, the other 4 are currently on a mission. When they return, we shall dine together. Yangzi, please show him around our headquarters. As Yu Linglong departed, Yangzi quickly bowed in her direction, promising, I will ensure the task is completed. After Yu Linglong and Ajing left, Yangzi escorted Chen Dongyi to the headquarters cafeteria for a meal. It must be noted that the cuisine of the spirit realm is quite delightful. Once consumed, a wave of energy surged through Chen Dongyi's veins, invigorating his spirit. After the meal, they visited Team B's dormitory, where Yangzi secured Chen Dongyi a room with an excellent view, overlooking the bustling heart of Lingcheng. As Chen Dongyi familiarized himself with the dormitory, he recalled the harrowing encounter with those ruffians, and how Yangzi had saved him in a moment of crisis, prompting his desire to purchase nanoworms. Yangzi, do you still have those nanoworms for sale? Yangzi took a sip from his drink and replied, We do. But purchasing them would be of little use to you. Why is that? Chen Dongyi inquired. Because they are single-use only, apart from healing. They will have no further effect on your body. After another sip, he continued, The crux of the matter is, you cannot take them home. Chen Dongyi felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. If they could save 3 severely injured individuals, how incredible would it be to possess such a marvel in his own world? The wealthy in his realm lack nothing but eternal life. If he could procure a few to bring back, he would surely become immensely wealthy. Why is that? Chen Dongyi asked, visibly crestfallen. Yangzi gestured toward the ceiling and lamented. Because it is forbidden. If these items were to infiltrate your world, the balance would be irrevocably disrupted. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dongyi acknowledged the validity of this reasoning. Over the past decade, numerous travelers had visited the spirit realm. Had they managed to bring back its advanced technology, the original world would undoubtedly be transformed. Just as Chen Dongyi wallowed in despair, his fingers brushed against an object. He mused that this bag might obscure the scent of the metal pieces. Perhaps it could also conceal the nanoworm's essence. Without further deliberation, he decided to purchase one as a trial. Who knows, it might work, since he was already there. Acquiring one would not be a loss even if he couldn't take it with him. With this resolve, Chen Dongyi promptly instructed Yangzi to lead him to the purchase. Ultimately, he spent 50 points on a stainless steel nanoworm, convinced that even if he could not bring it home, it would not be a regrettable investment. After bidding farewell to Yangzi, he focused his thoughts and traversed back to his own world. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. Ergo and Mao Mao, similarly swathed in bandages, were seated on their respective beds, gazing at Chen Dongyi. Chapter 31. This is unscientific in Chen Dongyi's world. Within the confines of a hospital ward, he rubbed his head, feeling somewhat dazed. Propelling himself up by the edge of the bed, he realized his movements were severely restricted. His entire body was ensconced in bandages, leaving only his eyes visible. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to a Mumu, the weeping prince from League of Legends. The sight was undeniably comical. He swiftly removed the bandages from his body and turned to his 2 childhood friends, inquiring, Are you both all right? Ergo and Mao Mao stared wide-eyed at Chen Dongyi, somewhat incredulous. I thought only those of us who frequently engage in fights and suffer injuries were the rare prodigies. I never imagined you would recover so much faster than us. After Chen Dongyi tore off the bandages, his previously battered body now appeared pristine. Most notably, his muscular definition had significantly strengthened, each muscle brimming with explosive power. However, Ergo and Mao Mao had also miraculously recovered from their severe injuries. Even the most elite medical team in Tianhai City was astounded, deeming it a miracle in medical history. Nevertheless, after sustaining serious injuries, they still faced some inconveniences. Enough of the nonsense. Who brought us to the hospital? Just as Chen Dongyi and the others were conversing, a flamboyant voice echoed from the entrance. If it weren't for my timely arrival, you guys would have been minced and fed to the dogs. A towering young man, standing an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, strode in with an air of confidence. In his haze of near unconsciousness, Chen Dongyi had vaguely seen what appeared to be a bear charging forth, swiftly dispatching the thugs before he lost consciousness. Today, he finally saw clearly. This young man had a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, exuding a military demeanor, though a long fringe obscured half of his face. Chen Dongyi recalled that this was the person who had saved them just as they were on the brink of collapse. He promptly got up and approached the burly youth. Thank you. From now on, you are my brother, and I will stick by you. Although Chen Dongyi's words sounded like mere pleasantries, he recalled hearing the young thug mention that this individual was the pinnacle of strength from the Wang family. Though he did not fully grasp its meaning, it certainly sounded impressive. It was undoubtedly a wise choice to associate with him. Just as Chen Dongyi contemplated showering him with more compliments, the sound of high heels echoed from outside. All right, stop flattering him. He'll go mad. A slender young woman approached Chen Dongyi, extending her fair and delicate hand. Upon seeing her, Chen Dongyi remembered that she was the girl he had saved from a wealthy heir. This recent attack was undoubtedly related to her. Otherwise, he would not have dared provoke that group of heartless brutes. With some reluctance, he extended his hand to shake hers. Wang Yuding, I rushed over as soon as I learned that you miraculously recovered within a day. She then turned to Ergo and Mao Mao, signaling Chen Dongyi to introduce them. Chen Dongyi, this is my childhood friend Chen Ergo, and this is Chen Mao Mao. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuding unexpectedly burst into laughter. Ha ha, perfect. You all should get along splendidly. You're all like cats and dogs. This is Wang Hu, my cousin, and he is also the strength representative of the Wang family. Chen Dongyi was taken aback at the mention of the Wang family. Could it be the Wang family he was thinking of? The one that monopolized the pharmaceutical business and operated nationwide. He pointed upwards and asked, that Wang family? At that moment, Wang Hu draped an arm around Chen Dongyi's shoulder, grinning mischievously. Indeed, we're the Wang family you think we are. After saying this, he couldn't resist pinching Chen Dongyi's arm. Following that, he stared at Chen Dongyi with an unusually serious expression. He was astonished to find that when he pinched him, Chen Dongyi's muscles involuntarily resisted his strength. Your injuries have completely healed, and you seem transformed. You appear somewhat different. Suddenly, he lunged forward, seizing Chen Dongyi by the collar, ready to challenge him. How did you achieve this? Why have you suddenly grown stronger? Did you inadvertently unlock your potential? He then executed a classic shoulder throw, intending to test Chen Dongyi's skills. That was his signature move. In a previous encounter, he had used it to incapacitate a formidable judo practitioner weighing 200 pounds, earning him a fearsome reputation. Ever since, anyone he encountered on the ground had to refer to him as Tiger Brother. Wang Yuding, noticing Wang Hu's impending aggression, quickly intervened. He is my savior. Please don't be reckless. If you harm him, I will tell our ancestor to deal with you. Wang Hu, however, paid no heed to her warnings. With his calves engaging his entire muscular build, he insisted on testing Chen Dongyi's prowess. As he lunged forward, intending to throw Chen Dongyi, he was determined to demonstrate his strength. Little did he realize that with this attempt, even if Chen Dongyi were to survive, he would be severely injured. To his surprise, Chen Dongyi executed a smooth turn and confidently stood behind Tiger Brother. Chen Dongyi was taken aback, wondering if this guy was out of his mind. Why was he so eager to fight? Yet after the transformation, his body was no longer comparable to an ordinary human. Both Wang Hu and Wang Yuding watched in disbelief. Wang Hu was known as the most gifted martial artist in the Wang family. Having undergone intensive training for 3 years and serving in the nation's most elite special forces for 2 years, his comprehensive combat skills made him the pinnacle of strength in Tianhai City. How could he possibly be thwarted by a refined young man in a single move? It defied logic. He began shouting, "Let us do it again." I wasn't ready the first time. For Tiger Brother, who had fought numerous battles, this was unacceptable. He recalled a time when he had wielded 2 kitchen knives, cutting a path from the city god temple to the northern gate. He had never faltered in battle. As he spread his arms to grapple with Chen Dongyi, hoping to engage in a wrestling match, Chen Dongyi's mind raced as he deliberated whether to exert his full strength. A being such as he, recently transformed, would surely be an anomaly in the real world. If discovered, it could lead to unnecessary trouble, such as being captured by the state for experimentation or apprehended by the elusive Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Moreover, there were still many mysteries that Chen Dongyi could not comprehend, so it was wiser to conceal his true abilities. Yet he could not appear too obvious either. Thus, as Tiger Brother lunged at him, Chen Dongyi opted to evade, avoiding a direct confrontation, although he underestimated Wang Hu's true capabilities. Tiger Brother, frustrated at his inability to subdue this chicken, felt a surge of unbridled fury. Chapter 32. Chi Observation Technique. Wang Hu, humiliated in front of everyone, was undoubtedly incensed. Consider the status of this scion from a prestigious family. He possessed both status and strength. Among the wealthy heirs in Tianhai City, he was a figure who commanded respect. Today, after launching a surprise attack that was effortlessly thwarted, his sense of pride was severely wounded. Suddenly, he pivoted, aiming to charge at Chen Dongyi again. Determined to reclaim his lost honor, he launched a fierce attack, but Chen Dongyi sidestepped him, delivering a swift kick that sent Wang Hu staggering back several paces. Wang Hu could clearly sense that Chen Dongyi had not exerted his full potential, deliberately avoiding any critical strikes. Rising from the ground with a grimace, Wang Hu's eyes glinted with newfound determination. A palpable aura of menace emanated from Wang Hu, who was poised to confront Chen Dongyi. Startled, Chen Dongyi recognized this aura as akin to one he had sensed in the spirit realm, though he could not quite articulate the difference. Suddenly, a delicate hand landed on Wang Hu's shoulder, and a playful voice chimed in. "What's the matter, Tiger Brother? Has your defeat revealed your lack of skill? Can't you handle a loss?" Wang Hu paused momentarily, shaking his head as he realized he had momentarily lost his composure. In an instant, his expression reverted to its usual roguish demeanor. With a flick of his hair, he clasped his fists and exclaimed, "Brother, I never anticipated you were a wolf in sheep's clothing. Today, I've gained a new perspective. However, I must inquire, from whom have you learned your secrets? If you possess any unique cultivation methods, might you enlighten me? Rest assured, should you teach me, I shall fight for you for life." At this juncture, Wang Yuding could no longer contain herself. She pulled her brother, who had been leaning excessively close to Chen Dongyi, and hastily redirected the conversation. "Ah, Tiger Brother, shall we invite these 3 benefactors to our home for a meal? We can discuss matters of conflict later." Seeing that his sister had spoken, Wang Hu felt it unwise to persist and reluctantly acquiesced. Wang Yuding instructed her secretary, "Please arrange for the discharge of our 3 benefactors and ensure transportation is ready for their return home." A mere 10 minutes later, the secretary had completed all necessary arrangements. Wang Yuding led the group towards the lobby on the ground floor, where several luxury vehicles awaited outside. Upon their arrival, drivers rushed to open the car doors, ushering them inside. Chen Dongyi was assigned to share a vehicle with Wang Yuding. Upon hearing Wang Yuding's address, Chen Dongyi felt somewhat uncomfortable and said, "Miss Wang, please. In the future, just call me by my name." Wang Yuding paused, then beamed a captivating smile. "Very well, then. May I call you Donggo? You can simply refer to me as Tingting." Chen Dongyi nodded in agreement, relieved to abandon the formal title which left him feeling slightly befuddled. "Donggo, where do you hail from?" Wang Yuding inquired gently. "Oh, I come from a village on the outskirts of Tianhai City." "And you?" Chen Dongyi replied earnestly. "My ancestral roots lie in the northeast, but several centuries ago, my forebears fled to Tianhai City and ventured into business." "Donggo, I have a question, though I wonder if I should ask," Wang Yuding said shyly, covering her face. "Feel free to ask." Chen Dongyi thought to himself, "Surely, this girl is not enamored by my charm and prowess, considering offering herself to me? I observed you upon your admission. Your injuries will not heal in just a few days. Therefore, I am curious. Of course, everyone has their secrets, so if it is inconvenient to share, you need not." Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyi felt a twinge of disappointment. "Well, this inquiry is indeed a conundrum, but I am unsure how to respond. Would you believe me if I claim to be an unparalleled prodigy?" Wang Yuding playfully twirled a lock of hair behind her ear and smiled. "Donggo, you are quite the joker. Surely you must be a descendant of some esteemed sect or an extraordinary figure. I am merely the son of a humble farmer, not any great master." Noticing Chen Dongyi's reluctance to discuss the matter further, Wang Yuding tactfully fell silent. With her quietude, Chen Dongyi closed his eyes, pondering whether he could summon his system. "Hey system, are you there?" he softly called within his heart. "What do you want? Wow, you can actually manifest in my world? This is incredible. But enough of the pleasantries. What do you require?" "Ah, system, it's nothing significant. I just wanted to see if I could summon you here." Chen Dongyi thought, quickly checking the progress of his Qi gene value. He noted that aside from the golden light charm, the 7 Fiend Soul Lock Array had also illuminated. His Qi points had reached 26, and the other talisman, The Qi observation technique had been activated. Upon clicking the talisman with his mind, an explanation materialized. The Qi observation technique allows one to perceive the auspicious or inauspicious qualities of mountains, waters, objects, people, and animals, capable of observing static states and dynamic trends. A bright aura suggests prosperity, while a dull aura indicates decline. Red signifies immense wealth, black suggests misfortune, purple denotes great nobility, and gold indicates the presence of a path. Could this be the heavenly eye spoken of in Taoist lore, granting the ability to see what ordinary eyes cannot? Could it be that I will be able to perceive spirits? This thought reminded him of his earlier encounter with Wang Hu in the hospital, during which he had sensed a malevolent presence. Was it possible that Wang Hu was also a practitioner of the Tao? However, according to the explanation of the Qi observation technique, one would expect a golden aura instead. Could this malevolence indicate he was a spirit? Yet, during the day, it seemed absurd to consider him such. Turning his gaze towards Wang Yuding, he mused that as a member of the Wang family, she might provide clarity. Resolutely, Chen Dongyi chose to learn the technique, feeling a surge of qi coursing through him, culminating in his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found the world remarkably vivid. He could even discern Wang Yuding's pores and glimpse the purple aura on the horizon. Was the qi observation technique indeed the fabled heavenly eye of Taoist tradition? Abruptly brought back to reality, he caught a glimpse of Wang Yuding, noticing a faint golden glow surrounding her. Could it be that she possesses Taoist powers? While Wang Hu exuded malevolence, Wang Yuding appeared to embody a subtle Taoist essence. What kind of family was the Wang family? As Chen Dongyi pondered deeply, Wang Yuding's voice broke through his reverie. Donggu, what are you looking at? Startled by her call, he quickly averted his gaze and wiped away any sign of his previous distraction. Regardless of the reason, staring so intently was rather impolite. Oh, you are the most exquisite and charming woman I have ever encountered. As these words left his lips, Wang Yuding's cheeks flushed crimson. She turned her face away, her waist swaying like a sinuous serpent. Chen Dongyi gazed at her profile, momentarily entranced. Chapter 33. The Wang family. Noticing Chen Dongyi's lingering gaze, Wang Yuding's blush deepened. In truth, Chen Dongyi felt even more awkward, as his limited skills prevented him from discerning the nature of Wang Yuding's essence, leading her to misconstrue his interest in her. His hands fidgeted awkwardly, finding themselves on the luxurious leather seat. Fortunately, they soon arrived at their destination. A sprawling estate at the foot of Shi Mountain in the outskirts of Tianhai City, covering an impressive area of 10,000 square meters. Even the drive from the entrance to the Wang family villa took nearly 20 minutes. Goodness, what an enviable lifestyle the wealthy enjoy. Has your family truly acquired this entire mountain? Chen Dongyi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with awe. Indeed, our Wang family possesses not only this estate, but also numerous other branches spread throughout Tianhai City. A prominent family, are you? What sort of enterprises does your family own? The realm of real estate, finance, medicine, antiques, furniture and appliances, and even ships is encompassed within their family business. Wang Yuding proudly proclaimed her deep-seated pride in her lineage. Upon hearing that her family also engaged in the antique trade, a thought crossed Chen Dongyi's mind. He possessed 2 exquisite pieces of imperial jade and a blood diamond the size of a pigeon's egg. If he could sell these to her, the bond formed from saving her life would surely allow him to negotiate a price far exceeding several hundred thousand. Resolute in his decision, Chen Dongyi resolved to have a thorough conversation with Wang Yuding shortly. As the vehicle came to a halt, a doorman approached to open the door. Immediately, Chen Dongyi's gaze was drawn to an unusual sculpture at the entrance, an imposing python, coiled around a stone pillar, exuding a lifelike grandeur. This sight momentarily stunned him. While he had encountered dragons, phoenixes, and lion guardians, he had never seen a colossal python carved at the entrance of a residence. Intrigued, he circled the massive pillar and inquired curiously, "Ting Ting, your family's taste is rather unique, isn't it?" Wang Yuding, with a gentle smile, stepped forward to explain. Legend has it that my ancestor, Wang Yi, was saved by a colossal green-scaled python in his youth. Therefore, after achieving prosperity, our family has since honored this serpent. Chen Dongyi nodded in understanding, recognizing the rationale behind such a tradition. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, as if he had recalled something significant. Wow, Brother Dong, this place is truly divine. It's absolutely magnificent. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted by Ergo, who came sprinting over. Indeed, if I could reside here, it would be worth it even in death. Meow Meow chimed in, affirming the beauty of the surroundings. Without delay, Ergo and Meow Meow approached Chen Dongyi, whispering conspiratorially. Brother Dong, I sense that the young lady of the Wang family has an interest in you. If you were to exert a little charm, our future welfare would hinge upon you. Exactly. Chen Dongyi chose to disregard their comments, following Wang Yuding into the grand estate. Upon entering the Wang family courtyard, they were greeted by an imposing screen wall, intricately carved with two dragons playing with pearls, vividly brought to life. Further inside lay an expansive courtyard adorned with pavilions, terraces, and rockeries, creating a picturesque scene. Ergo and Miao Miao gazed in awe, resembling country folk venturing into the city for the first time. As they finally entered the main hall, they beheld a long wooden table surrounded by 10 ancient chairs. The room was adorned with various exquisite porcelain pieces and wall paintings, unmistakably of great value. At the table sat a formidable middle-aged man, who, upon seeing Wang Yuding and Wang Hu enter with the three of them, greeted them with a warm smile. You must be the heroes who saved my precious daughter. I am Wang Zhentian. A pleasure to meet you. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Dongyi realized that this man was undoubtedly Wang Yuding's father. Yet he carried himself with the demeanor of a seasoned figure of the underworld. His square face and stern brow hinted at his formidable character, bearing a slight resemblance to Wang Hu's aura. As Wang Zhentian stood to greet them, the three promptly nodded and shook his hand. At that moment, Wang Yuding spoke up. Father, this is Mr. Chen Dongyi, the one I mentioned who saved my life. These two are his childhood friends. Perhaps finding Ergo and Miao Miao's names too rustic, she chose to omit their names. However, both Ergo and Miao Miao were already quite content with the opportunity to meet such an esteemed individual. After a round of pleasantries, the family steward, Chen Ping, approached to signal that the meal was ready. The guests were seated alongside Wang Zhentian, who welcomed them with a table laden with delicacies. Welcome to my home. Allow me to propose a toast. They all raised their glasses in unison. Wang Zhentian continued. I learned from Tingting that you three nearly lost your lives due to the assault of over 30 men. For this, I am deeply apologetic. Please allow me to toast you once more, in gratitude for your gallant intervention. Chen Dongyi promptly stood, raising his glass respectfully. It was only right to lend a hand to those in need. Wang Zhentian nodded with a smile, adding, This girl has always been my jewel. I cherish her above all. Our family shall remember this kindness, and should you find yourselves in need in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall do my utmost to help. Seeing Wang Zhentian's generosity, the three nodded enthusiastically in agreement. I heard from my daughter that despite your grievous injuries, you recovered astonishingly fast. I am curious to know how you managed such a feat. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyi realized the implications of Wang Zhentian's words. It dawned upon him that it was not their humble backgrounds that had attracted the attention of the Wang family patriarch, but rather the miraculous recovery they had experienced. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dongyi decided it best not to disclose the matter of the nanomachines. Instead, he concocted a casual excuse. Wang boss, you jest. We simply grew up in the countryside and are accustomed to rough living. We frequently endured scrapes and bruises while hiking and swimming, so it is likely we simply adapted. As long as we do not perish, we recover swiftly. Wang Zhentian, upon hearing Chen Dongyi's response, recognized the evasion but bore no ill will. After all, such resilience likely stemmed from a hidden lineage or clandestine sect. It was understandable that they would keep their secrets close, which only solidified Wang Zhentian's conviction that these three individuals were of notable origin. After the lunch concluded, Wang Zhentian excused himself, entrusting Wang Yuding to entertain their guests while he attended to his own affairs. With his departure, Chen Dongyi and his companions felt a wave of relief wash over them. Eagerly, Chen Dongyi retrieved the 2 pieces of imperial jade from his pocket. Tingting, I possess an heirloom. Your family deals in jewelry and jade. Would you be so kind as to evaluate its worth? Wang Yuding's interest was piqued at his words, understanding her father's intentions to probe their identities. She too was eager to see what treasures he might present. Chen Dongyi leisurely extracted a bulging bundle from his coat, systematically unveiling each layer, wrapped meticulously in tattered towels. Wang Yuding was left astounded. She had never witnessed such careful packaging of a treasured heirloom. When Chen Dongyi finally unveiled the 2 pieces of imperial jade, Wang Yuding's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Could this truly be the fabled imperial green? Where did you acquire such remarkable pieces? As she spoke, she donned a pair of white gloves and picked up a piece for careful examination right before her eyes. Though she was not a professional appraiser, her lifelong exposure to exquisite items had naturally endowed her with the ability to discern authenticity from imitation. The material, the color, the texture, none of it paled in comparison to that which she had encountered in the past. Donggu, where on earth did you acquire this? Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyi realized the item was indeed valuable, and he casually concocted a tale. This was passed down from my grandfather. Is it truly worth that much? Wang Yuding, cradling a pair of jade bangles, exclaimed, "It is certainly valuable. A conservative estimate would place it at 500 million. That single imperial green bangle fetched over 11 billion. And since this is a pair, the price could easily double, especially if a collector takes an interest." What? 500 million? Wouldn't that mean I'd never exhaust it in a lifetime? Not only Chen Dongyi, but even Ergo and Mao Mao, who had initially been rather reserved, nearly leaped at the mention of such a figure. Do you accept purchases in your family? Wang Yuding's excitement surged at Chen Dongyi's words. After all, what girl could resist such exquisite artistry? Donggu, would you truly part with it? If you are willing. My Wang family's Tingxian Gu is in need of a prized treasure. If you sell it to me, I assure you it will be held in high esteem. Chen Dongyi cared little for reputation or whether it would serve as a prized possession. Can it truly be sold for 500 million? Wang Yuding chuckled in response. Absolutely. I will summon the old master for authentication, and if all is well, the payment can be processed immediately. Thus, after several balding experts completed their evaluation, Chen Dongyi received a black gold bank card from the Wang family. This is a bespoke black card from Citibank for our Wang family, containing 500 million in cash and an additional 100 million credit limit. Feel free to spend as you wish, Donggu. Upon hearing this staggering sum, Chen Dongyi, Ergo, and Mao Mao felt their legs weaken, collapsing onto the sofa, unable to rise. 600 million. My heavens, I've never even seen 60,000. How could I possibly spend 600 million? Ergo exclaimed, embracing Chen Dongyi in excitement, trembling as he declared, a lifetime would not suffice to spend it all. After a moment of struggle, the trio finally stood up and left the Wang family villa with this enormous fortune. Once outside, Wang Yuding hurried to show her father the pair of imperial green bangles. After examining the pieces, her father's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This lad is indeed extraordinary. He claims to be just a poor country boy, yet his taste is remarkable. The quality of this jade suggests he hails from a hidden aristocracy or a legendary sect. Chen Dongyi, Ergo, and Mao Mao, who had previously walked with hunched backs, now strode with a newfound confidence befitting their wealth. Chen Dongyi felt a surge of joy, despite many unanswered questions lingering in his mind. Yet for one who had lived in poverty for so long, such matters were cast aside in favor of indulgent spending. He then turned to Ergo and Mao Mao, eager to know their aspirations now that they had money. Now that we are affluent, what is your foremost desire? Ergo pondered for a moment, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. I want to feast on barbecued lamb kidneys, 10 skewers. I will eat 5 and toss the other 5, and then get another 10 skewers of leeks, 5 to eat and 5 to discard. And I want to find a few ladies. With a swift motion, Mao Mao slapped Ergo on the back of the head, scolding him for his ostentatious behavior. Look at your nouveau riche demeanor. It's truly revolting. If it were me, I would order 10 servings of beef offal and 10 servings of bull pizzle instead. This time, it was Chen Dongyi who interjected, staring at the two in disbelief. Honestly, you're not even as sensible as Ergo. Let's acquire some stylish outfits before we indulge in seafood. With a newfound sense of pride, they entered a high-end clothing store, ready to select garments. At that moment, Chen Dongyi spotted Lu Mingxing, accompanied by Lu Xinxin, also shopping nearby. Initially wishing to avoid any confrontation, he intended to turn away, but just as he did, Lu Mingxing caught sight of him. Since their last encounter, when Chen Dongyi had thoroughly bested him, the memory had festered in Lu Mingxing's mind. Given the circumstances surrounding their previous meeting, he felt somewhat justified in his animosity. Ah, if it isn't the scholar. Still looking rather shabby, I see. And look, you've brought along 2 beggars. Ergo bristled at the insult directed towards Chen Dongyi and, without hesitation, raised his fist to strike Lu Mingxing. Chen Dongyi quickly restrained him, aware that Ergo had undergone enhancements that could prove lethal. A single punch could easily incapacitate a bull, and should it land on Lu Mingxing, it could lead to dire consequences, especially in Tianhai City, where physical altercations bore criminal repercussions. Forget it, Ergo. This scum relies solely on connections for advancement. He has a family, yet still engages in infidelity. Striking him would only soil your hands. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinxin felt a pang of discomfort, mistakenly believing that Chen Dongyi was stalking her out of lingering affection post-breakup. Dongzi, why must you do this? We have already parted ways. Why follow me and harass me? Her words rendered Chen Dongyi speechless. What on earth are you talking about? We are merely out shopping. It is mere coincidence that we crossed paths. Lu Xinxin, I believe you are mistaken. I am genuinely just here to buy clothes. Chapter 35. The joy of wealth. Observing Chen Dongyi's vehement denial, Lu Xinxin raised an eyebrow, smirking in disdain. Here to buy clothes? With your meager salary, you would exhaust it after merely glancing. Can you truly afford anything from this store? You only ever bought those cheap 10 yuan three-piece outfits. How can you boast so brazenly? Faced with Lu Xinxin's accusations, Chen Dongyi glanced down at his own modest attire. Realizing she had a point. Reflecting on this, he could understand why she had chosen to leave him. Ultimately, Chen Dongyi chose not to linger on explanations and let Air go and Mao Mao into an XX brand store. Is this the university girlfriend you dated for 4 years? Ergo whispered to Chen Dongyi. Mao Mao, intrigued, leaned in with a smirk. She is not bad-looking, though she must be blind. Seeing that Chen Dongyi had chosen to ignore her, Lu Xinxin felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Nevertheless, she maintained a lofty demeanor and followed Lu Mingsheng into the store. She was eager to witness how the boy who typically purchased 10 yuan garments would attempt to acquire high-end fashion today, likely hoping to impress her for attention. As soon as they entered the brand store, a stylishly dressed female salesperson approached, scrutinizing the trio before adopting a haughty posture. Welcome, gentlemen. Feel free to browse. But please do not touch anything without permission, as these garments are quite expensive. Ergo and Mao Mao bristled at her condescension, thinking, what does it matter how pricey they are if you aren't the one wearing them? The two individuals had grown up navigating the streets, capable of exchanging heated words with unreasonable rural women for hours, let alone a seemingly sophisticated salesperson. No matter how expensive, you aren't even qualified to wear it. Are you? You still have to serve others in wearing it. Upon hearing this, the female salesperson felt a surge of indignation, pondering where these three country bumpkins found the audacity to speak so rudely. However, being in the service industry, she refrained from engaging in a quarrel with customers in the store and simply rolled her eyes and walked away. Chen Dongyi, on the other hand, chose not to take offense, having faced his share of disdain since graduating. Turning, he noticed a young woman standing nearby, evidently an intern, and approached her with a question. Are you a recent graduate? The girl, taken aback by the inquiry, quickly regained her composure. Yes, how may I assist you? She replied enthusiastically, promptly leading the trio in selecting clothes. Meanwhile, Lu Mingxing and Lu Xinxin stood behind, their expressions filled with disdain, thinking it was absurd for her to act so earnestly. I won't leave today. I'll stay and witness your embarrassment, they mused. To their surprise, each of the three selected 5 outfits, averaging over 80,000 each. The intern, seeing the amount they had chosen, stood there momentarily stunned. Chen Dongyi, noticing her bewilderment, reminded her to pack their selections, prompting her to snap back to reality. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pack everything, she exclaimed. The intern quickly ushered the three to sit down, serving tea and water, while she gathered the numerous garments to take to the counter. At that moment, the earlier female salesperson spotted them and immediately approached with a feigned smile. Oh, esteemed guests. Allow me to assist with your packing. She is new and doesn't know what she is doing. Upon hearing this, Mao Mao waved her hand dismissively. Who was it that just mocked us for our inability to purchase? Now you dare to shamelessly try to steal our business? The female salesperson seethed internally, recognizing that the value of the clothing they selected could account for her sales performance for half a year. If she secured this sale, it might lead to a promotion and a raise. Thus, she swallowed her pride and approached them, apologizing. Oh, esteemed guests, I was merely joking earlier. I hope you won't take offense. Chen Dongyi interjected. Please, don't act so contrite. I rather enjoyed your earlier attitude of defiance. This elicited laughter from the trio, leaving the female salesperson feeling awkward as she retreated to the counter. Yet, she was unwilling to concede defeat and stealthily snatched the clothing from the intern. The girl, unwilling to comply, was threatened by the salesperson. These customers were originally mine. You're merely benefiting from my efforts. Know your worth and be smart about it, or else. The intern, fearing repercussions in a tough job market, could only hold back her tears. Observing this scene, Chen Dongyi strode over and proclaimed loudly. You've touched these clothes. Can you afford them? Why touch my garments if you cannot buy them? Ergo and Mao Mao joined in, leveling accusations at the female salesperson. The store manager, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. After a brief discussion, Chen Dongyi made it clear that if the female salesperson was not penalized, they would forfeit the clothing. Upon realizing the value of the garments, which amounted to at least 400,000 per person, the manager's demeanor shifted to one of obsequiousness. With a swift slap across the female salesperson's face, he exclaimed, Have you lost your senses? Offending these esteemed guests? Go to finance and settle your wages immediately. The female salesperson, left to cover her face in tears, stormed out in indignation. Ergo and Mao Mao reveled in her downfall, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, having money is delightful. The manager, now faced with an order worth 1,200,000, approached them with deep bows and apologies. I sincerely apologize for your unpleasant experience. I shall offer you a 10% discount on this purchase. I will personally attend to your service." While he feigned personal service, Chen Dongyi understood that the manager sought to claim the commission for himself. With a wave of his hand, Chen Dongyi replied, "No need, let her handle it. She has spent hours accompanying us." The manager, though reluctant, recognized the situation and instructed the intern to ensure the trio was well attended to. Observing the pile of packages the three carried, Lu Mingxing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, "These three country bumpkins likely have no idea what these clothes cost." He jested, "I advise you, Xiao Chun, to check the prices before purchasing. You wouldn't want to be embarrassed when the bill comes due." Lu Xinxin echoed his sentiments, eager to witness Chen Dongyi's humiliation. Unexpectedly, Chen Dongyi merely cast them a cold glance before producing a prestigious black card. "Is that a Citibank black card? Surely, it cannot be real." Although Lu Mingxing was a petty character, his years as a manager had endowed him with a modicum of insight. The intern approached to take the black card and swiped it. "Sir, your total is 1,275,000 with the discount. It comes to 1,147,500. Here is your receipt. Would you like to provide an address for delivery?" Chen Dongyi accepted the receipt and black card with satisfaction, thinking how exhilarating it was to have money. "All right, add me on WeChat, and I'll send you the address shortly." The intern, looking relieved, quickly added Chen Dongyi on her phone. Chapter 36. You still love me, don't you? Lu Xinxin stood in bewilderment, questioning how this seemingly impoverished individual had suddenly revealed such wealth. Was his prior poverty a mere facade? Was he perhaps a scion of a wealthy family experiencing life among the common folk? Having felt heartbroken, did he decide to drop the act and reveal his true self? Originally intending to humiliate him when he paid, she was caught off guard by his readiness to pay the bill. Chen Dongyi, uninterested in a mindless melodrama, added her on WeChat and departed, leaving Lu Mingxing and Lu Xinxin in a state of disarray. With their shopping complete, the next logical step was to consider purchasing a home. After all, today's youth labor tirelessly in pursuit of a concrete box in a bustling metropolis. Standing at the mall entrance, Chen Dongyi rested his chin on his hand, contemplating his next moves. Ergo and Mao Mao ordered 3 cups of milk tea and found a shaded spot to sit. They understood that Donggu was deep in thought, but were content as long as they had food and drink. Chen Dongyi accepted the milk tea and began to reflect on the information he had gathered recently. Firstly, what exactly is the Lingjia? How credible are Zhang Yang's claims? And was the one who manipulated him previously truly Zhang Yang? Were the various cosmic levels mentioned by Yu Linglong authentic? Who are the 3 great marshals of the Lingjia she spoke of? Additionally, what prompted the sudden emergence of the supernatural contamination event? And why was there a search for descendants on Earth? Do the 2 worlds share a connection? Through these 2 experiences of crossing over, it became evident that this world indeed possesses a high level of technological civilization. Yet, why did the aura of the Lingjia feel so familiar since awakening the Tianshi system? Could their so-called quantum energy have any relation to his awakened Qi? What of the enigmatic figure clad in black who claims to be but a mere pawn? Yet he also asserts that should the spirit realm meet its demise, the earth shall inevitably follow suit. Does this not imply an intrinsic connection between the spirit realm and earth? Could it be that uncovering the door to this world reveals the truth of existence? What manner of door could this be? Chen Dongyi scratched his head, his mind engulfed in chaos. Is it the peach blossom paradise from Shiri Zongyan, or perhaps the end gate from Isho Miqing? Or could it be the blood gate from Guishi? Suddenly, Chen Dongyi struck himself across the face twice, realizing he had been overly engrossed in suspenseful novels, allowing their scenarios to cloud his judgment. A flash of inspiration struck him as he recalled the terrifying tales recounted by his grandfather in his final moments. The spirit realm? The bizarre world beyond the Antarctic ice wall, the earth, 3 realms. Alas, it seems I have digressed, veering into the realm of immortality. Chen Dongyi promptly redirected his thoughts, acknowledging that these were merely ancient legends passed down through millennia. How could they possibly hold any truth? If pondering brings no clarity, then let it be. After all, I have wealth now, why not indulge? Though he summarized the events of recent times, he still found himself at a loss. After all, he was not Qixia. However, the ominous warnings from the man in black were indeed unsettling, compelling him to prepare for impending calamity. Thus, he resolved to acquire a small villa worth several million, followed by a luxury vehicle worth a few million. After much deliberation, Chen Dongyi made this decision, intending to secure both a residence and a means of transport before contemplating any future endeavors. With a lifetime of wealth at his disposal, the prospect of boredom was indeed daunting. In Tianhai City, Purchasing a villa necessitated a choice of Songjiang. The environment there is superior, although the old city boasts vibrancy. It is notoriously congested. Furthermore, the villas in that area are the finest in Tianhai City, with each unit costing upwards of 10 million. Additionally, affluent individuals seeking villas tend to congregate in that vicinity. Even the Wang family estate resides there. The trio decisively acquired a luxurious villa valued at 7 million, sprawling over a generous 3,000 square meters. It stands as one of the most desirable villas at the foot of Shi Mountain. In truth, the size was not merely for habitation, but to prepare for any potential disasters. A solid foundation would facilitate the creation of a superior refuge. Subsequently, he sent the address of his new home to a female intern at the clothing store, and within half an hour, she delivered all the garments. Mr. Chen, I have placed all your items at the entrance. Please take care. Chen Dongyi hardly glanced at the packages, calling out to Ergo and Mao Mao to assist with the unloading. Enthralled by the luxury villa, Ergo and Mao Mao reluctantly emerged to help. As soon as the intern departed, a familiar voice pierced the air. Xin, do not be upset. That worthless Chen Dongyi must have stumbled upon some luck and made a bit of money, but he could never afford to rent a luxurious villa in Shi Mountain. Upon seeing this, Chen Dongyi recognized it was indeed Lu Mingxing, accompanied by an agent as he sought to rent a villa nearby. Lu, when will you truly buy me a grand villa? I have no desire to rent a mere floor. Came a delicate voice. It was Lu Xin. Most of the villas here are purchased by wealthy individuals for investment, who rarely reside in them. Only a select few prefer the tranquility of the area. Some second-tier landlords and agents rent these properties at bare-bones prices, converting them into single apartments for those seeking discreet arrangements. The villa district offers both prestige and excellent security. Even if those affluent wives are aware of their husbands' dalliances, they are powerless without access to the community gates. Xin, rest assured, as long as you truly love me, I will undoubtedly buy you one. A floor is not so bad. At least that pauper Chen Dongyi has never provided you with such luxury. Before Lu Mingxing could finish, he glanced up to see Chen Dongyi standing at the entrance of the most opulent row of villas, wearing a mocking expression as he regarded the pair. Lu Xin, upon spotting Chen Dongyi, was momentarily taken aback. Lu Mingxing, what the hell, you insolent brat. Even if you've made a bit of money, there's no way you could afford to rent a villa here. Speak, are you stalking my Xin? Hearing this, a slight smile crept onto Chen Dongyi's lips. My ability to rent is none of your concern. However, you, Lu Mingxing, as a mere sales supervisor at a pharmaceutical company, how could you possibly afford such lavish expenditures? Have you engaged in any illicit activities? Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxing felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he and Chen Dongyi had once worked for the same company, and they were somewhat aware of each other's salaries. The rent for such a villa is no trifling matter. It starts at over 30,000 a month, over 360,000 a year. As a supervisor, he earned a maximum of 20,000 a month, and even with commissions, it would not exceed 40,000. How could he possibly afford to maintain a mistress? The only explanation was that he had undoubtedly engaged in some criminal activity. You're talking nonsense. I am a senior executive. Do you have any idea? I earn enough to cover your expenses for half a year. But you, a mere salesperson, how could you rent a place here? Are you here to steal? Just then, 2 security guards approached, prompting Lu Mingxing to call out, Guards, come here. I am a tenant here. This pauper is attempting to steal from the owners. The guards, upon recognizing Chen Dongyi as the newly minted owner of the luxury villa, retorted angrily, what audacity for a mere tenant. Do you wish to jeopardize your job? Leave at once. This gentleman is the new owner of our luxury villa district. They saluted Chen Dongyi. Mr. Chen, if you need anything, do not hesitate to call upon our security team. Chen Dongyi nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude. What? Is this for real? This pauper can actually afford a luxury villa? Lu Mingxing was left speechless, while Lu Xinxin's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she abruptly released Lu Mingxing's hand and rushed over. Dongzi, I am so sorry. It is my fault. Lu Xinxin exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she grasped Chen Dongyi's hand tightly. Our 4 years of love. Surely you still love me, right? Just say you love me, and I will return to your side immediately. With your newfound wealth, why didn't you tell me? Are you playing at some rich man's life experience game? It's all your fault. If only you had told me sooner, we wouldn't have parted ways. Chen Dongyi, feeling a headache coming on, thought, how is your infidelity somehow my fault? He forcefully shook off Lu Xinxin's hand and replied, I apologize, but my home is too small to accommodate a goddess like you. There is room. I only need 1 bedroom. The master bedroom by the window will suffice. Lu Mingxing seethed with rage at this exchange, inwardly cursing Lu Xinxin for her insensitivity. Realizing he could not rid himself of Lu Xinxin, Chen Dongyi summoned the security guards. Seizing the opportunity, the guards promptly intervened, escorting the individuals away from the villa. Following this melodramatic interlude, Chen Dongyi took Ergo and Mao Mao to the Bentley dealership. Chapter 37. The Death Notice. The trio casually purchased a modestly priced vehicle worth over $3 million at the Bentley dealership, much to the delight of Ergo and Mao Mao. Having only ever ridden in a tractor, this luxurious yet affordable car was a novel experience for them. They took the car for a spin, bought some everyday necessities, and eventually returned to the villa. As Chen Dongyi opened the door and stepped inside, a shadowy figure darted from the corner by the entrance. With swift reflexes, he seized a fruit knife he had just bought and instinctively hurled it at the dark shape. A metallic clang resonated as the knife lodged itself into the doorframe. Ergo, quick to react, approached to investigate. Although he could not see the shadow, he sensed Dongyi's action and instinctively moved closer. Upon inspection, he found the knife pinned to a small, blood-stained effigy made from talismans, which held a note. "Dongyi, what is this?" Ergo asked, presenting the effigy to Chen Dongyi. As Dongyi employed his divination technique once more, he noticed that the shadow on the effigy had vanished. Carefully unfolding the talisman-crafted figure, he furrowed his brow. It resembled a talisman from Huaxia Taoism, yet it appeared somewhat different. What a peculiar object, Chen Dongyi mused. Since awakening the Tianshi system, he had been diligently studying talismans, as the system had indicated he could stockpile them. He had meticulously examined all the unactivated talismans he possessed, but had not encountered any with a similar design. Cautiously, he tucked the talisman away, planning to research its origins online later. Next, he opened the note, which startled him with its content. It was written on black cowhide paper, adorned with various symbols akin to zodiac cards. At its center lay a hexagram diagram featuring a skull, above which were inscribed several blood-red characters. Death Notice. Death List. Chen Dongyi, Chen Ergo, Chen Mao Mao. The trio gathered to scrutinize the ominous note, unable to decipher its meaning. Could this be the handiwork of your deranged ex-girlfriend, trying to scare us? Ergo speculated. Indeed, it's quite possible. If she cannot have you, she wishes to ruin you. Mao Mao chimed in. As they discussed, it seemed they had unearthed the truth. And both hastily rose to fetch some snacks and opened 2 bottles of beer. Gazing at the menacing note, Chen Dongyi felt an inexplicable sense of unease, not due to the terrifying imagery, but rather because of the earlier shadow. Ergo and Mao Mao had not encountered any supernatural occurrences, leaving them unaware of the myriad inexplicable phenomena in the world. However, Chen Dongyi was acutely aware, experiencing it firsthand. Upon seeing the note, he could no longer relish the joy of recently acquired wealth. He stood up, grabbed the tablet he had just bought, and began searching online. He typed in black sheepskin paper, yet found no useful information after an exhaustive search. Next, he entered Death Notice, only to encounter an array of suspenseful, supernatural literature. After contemplating, he tried Hexagram Skull, but the results were similarly irrelevant. After numerous attempts with no fruitful results, he almost lost hope when he stumbled upon a 3-year-old post on the Dia forum discussing onmyoji. User A. Friends, let me share a secret. This is information my brother obtained from the dark web. Absolutely true. There is an organization called the Dark Web infiltrating our Huaxia, allegedly led by Japanese onmyoji, forming an underground assassination group that includes sorcerers, ninjas, and shamans aiming to disrupt our great land. User B. Come on, the previous poster is just blowing hot air. Can the current Huaxia be shaken by such petty criminals? User C. Haha, are you writing a supernatural novel? Even if they come, Huaxia's Taoism is their ancestor. User D. Exactly. The sorcery from abroad is like ants before Huaxia's cultivators. User E. Do they think Huaxia's Taoists are easy prey? What can they do to our vast land? User F. Are you serious? The previous poster is writing a fantasy novel, and you believe it? User A. Ignorance. Just because you haven't encountered it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just wait and see. Chen Dongyi then remembered he had a talisman in his pocket and took a photo with his phone. He uploaded it to DeepSeek, requesting a search for similar talismans and their origins. After inputting the command, DeepSeek promptly provided an answer. Indeed, it was a talisman from the Japanese onmyoji, essentially a poorly executed imitation of Taoist talismans. Their talismans required the blood of an onmyoji, making it challenging for the frail to fulfill that role. Puniepa. When did we incur the wrath of the onmyoji? Although I possess some Taoist skills now, should I encounter them, my current abilities may be insufficient against those dark web assassins. Chen Dongyi pondered, his mind racing with strategies. While the 3 of them had undergone physical enhancements, they were still merely the equivalent of 10 ordinary individuals. Moreover, They were in the light while their adversaries lurked in the shadows, leaving them vulnerable to unforeseen dangers. Fortunately, the Wang family was not far away, and in the event of peril, he could only hope they would dispatch skilled individuals for rescue. Chen Dongyi's reliance on the Wang family was not unfounded. After all, he had witnessed the dark aura surrounding Wang Hu. Moreover, many members of the Wang family exhibited similar dark energy, while only Wang Yuding radiated a golden aura. This led him to speculate that the Wang family members were practitioners of some form of cultivation, though he could not determine their specific path. With a resolute clap, Chen Dongyi continued searching for a reputable security company online and placed an order for comprehensive home security. After completing this task, he headed to the kitchen to grab some food and joined Ergo and Mao Mao for a meal. After careful consideration, he resolved not to disclose the situation to them. After all, the trio was merely slightly stronger than ordinary people. Informing them would be futile and could only incite unnecessary fear and anxiety. Once they finished eating, the three of them squeezed onto a single bed, and Ergo and Mao Mao quickly fell into a deep slumber. Only Chen Dongyi remained awake, preoccupied with thoughts of the dark web information he had uncovered that day. After much contemplation, he decided to make some preparations, rising once more. Chapter 38. The Kappa strikes in the dead of night at Chen Dongyi's villa. The three slept soundly when suddenly, the front door was flung open by a large, damp claw. The expensive password lock crumbled as if made of paper under the grip of that claw. In the hazy darkness, a tall, wet figure moved with heavy steps toward the living room, seemingly able to cloak itself, leaving behind a long trail of water footprints. As the figure reached the center of the living room, it abruptly opened its large, bell-like eyes, resembling those of a serpent, glowing with a ghostly green light. He surveyed the surroundings and noticed the bedroom in the center of the first floor, where it appeared someone was asleep on the bed. The enormous figure stealthily approached the room. Meanwhile, in a room above, Chen Dongyi was sleeping soundly, yet his phone beneath the pillow vibrated inexplicably. He abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp with icy intensity. Gently nudging the two companions, he swiftly rolled over and stealthily made his way towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he cautiously peeked his head out over the staircase to observe the room below. His eyes activated a form of clairvoyance, and he froze momentarily upon sighting the creature. A grotesque monster, approximately 1.6 meters tall but exceedingly wide, stood before the window, its claws raised menacingly. The creature was hideously deformed. With a frog-like head and serpentine eyes, sparse strands of hair atop its head resembling that of an aging man. Its triangular mouth dripped with green viscous fluid, and its skin bulged with festering sores. Utterly repulsive. How could they send such a foul creature to ambush me? Chen Dongyi thought, simultaneously forming a spell and murmuring incantations. Qi Mei, Wang Liang, Xiao Bai, summon the spirits of the dead, lead the charge, 7 ghosts heed the call, assemble at the altar. Obey the law, divine might declared, demons and ghosts, vanquish in the heavenly realms, supreme holy power, boundless and overwhelming, hasten as commanded. As the incantation echoed, the flags of the Bagua formation illuminated, radiating a 7-colored malevolent light. Just as the creature raised its massive claws to strike the bed, it punctured the covers without drawing a drop of blood. The monster, perplexed, lifted the blanket only to discover nothing but a few pillows stuffed inside. Realizing it had been deceived, the creature attempted to flee. However, after only a few steps, it was repelled back by a surge of malevolent force. With a clap, all the lights in the villa flickered to life, revealing Chen Dongyi, Ergo, and Mao Mao standing at the door of the room where the creature was located. It was too late to escape. Gradually, the aura of the formation thickened, and the temperature rose alarmingly. The creature, trapped within the formation, widened its eyes in terror, fully aware of the peril it faced, and began to claw frantically at the barriers. Unfortunately, the formation had already been established, and the creature began to wither visibly before their eyes. Ergo and Mao Mao, despite their well-known bravery in the village, could not help but feel nauseated as they witnessed the creature evaporating into foul-smelling jerky. Knowing its demise was imminent, the creature flailed desperately, attempting to break free. Just as it was on the brink of collapse, a colossal serpent's tail descended from above, crashing down and striking one corner of the formation, sending a talisman flying. The malevolent aura within the formation diminished significantly, but it mattered little, for the creature was already reduced to mere bones. Run, Ergo Mao Mao, quick! Chen Dongyi shouted urgently as he noticed the giant snake. Ergo and Mao Mao, driven by a strong instinct for survival, hurriedly swallowed their nausea and fled toward the villa's exit. Oddly enough, no matter how fast they ran, they could not escape the garden in front of the villa. as if an invisible force held them in place. We're done for. We can't escape. Ergo spat out his bile and shouted to Chen Dongyi. With nowhere to run, the three gathered together, preparing for a desperate battle. At that moment, Chen Dongyi regretted his choice of villa. Had he chosen a smaller one or one closer to neighbors, someone might have heard the commotion. Unfortunately, this villa was far too expansive, with several hundred meters of yard surrounding it. Now, ensnared by a spell, if fate did not intervene, they would soon meet their end. The trio had managed to exit the villa, initially believing they could escape. Now it seemed they had merely become fodder for another. The hissing of the giant serpent echoed as a green behemoth, as thick as a barrel, slowly emerged before them. Its massive triangular head dripped with bright green venom, and its enormous scales were like those of a fan. Ergo and Mao Mao gaped in astonishment. In the 21st century, they had never seen such a colossal python. What in the world is that? So thick and green. If the entire village feasted on this, it would last a week. Mao Mao slapped Ergo on the back of his head, scolding, "Damn it, what time is it? Still thinking about eating." Chen Dongyi's eyes flickered, not with fear, but with awe. Despite having encountered malevolent spirits and witnessed horrors of dismemberment and hell, this serpent instilled not only dread but an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Stay calm, find cover," Chen Dongyi shouted, urging the others not to dawdle and to seek shelter. They were in an open area, and the giant snake could easily crush them like ants. The two immediately sought refuge, crouching beneath a wall. The giant serpent, true to its ferocity, lashed its tail back and forth like a steel whip, forcing the trio into a corner with no place to hide. The concrete walls crumbled like mere tofu before the serpent. In a moment of desperation, the serpent swung its tail again, launching the three into the air. Fortunately, Chen Dongyi had prepared in advance, placing a protective talisman on himself. Although it absorbed much of the impact, the talisman shattered. They landed heavily, tasting the metallic tang of blood in their mouths. Ugh, they all coughed up blood. Had their bodies not been altered, that strike might have claimed their lives. Damn. We are too weak. Though I've dealt with a few supernatural incidents, facing a true master leaves us utterly powerless. Chen Dongyi lamented, wishing he were an ordinary person, for then his life would not be in such peril. As the green giant serpent raised its towering head, it looked down upon the three, as if mocking its prey. It opened its gaping maw, dripping with venom, and lunged toward them. Though they contemplated a struggle, the heavy blow had left them resigned to their fate. Just as they seemed destined to become the serpent's waste, a massive black python suddenly erupted forth, sinking its fangs into the green serpent's neck. With a resounding roar that shook the heavens, the three opened their eyes in terror. They beheld a black serpent, entwined in dark energy, fiercely gripping the green serpent's throat. "Another snake," Chen Dongyi exclaimed, bewildered by the turn of events. At that moment, a burly man clad in a black trench coat leaped from the villa's roof, crashing down and cracking the ground beneath him. "You three worthless fools. At first, I thought you were formidable," a gruff voice echoed, bringing a sense of reassurance to the three. This figure could only be Wang Hu of the Wang family. This is not our Yushu Lin Feng surpassing Panin. It is indeed Hu Gu, who resembles a pear blossom crushing a begonia. Upon hearing Ergo praise himself, Wang Hu lifted his head and flicked aside his half-long bangs. "Fear not, brother, I am here," he declared, and continued to control the massive black serpent to attack the green snake, as the two engaged in a fierce battle. At that moment, Chen Dongyi finally discerned the origin of Wang Hu's black serpent. It turned out that the black serpent was a manifestation of a dragon tattoo on his hand, and the black mist enveloping the serpent was identical to what he had observed on Wang Hu previously. Upon closer inspection of the dragon tattoo, he noticed a menacing giant python coiling around Wang Hu's right hand. Unlike a typical snake, this python was adorned with bone spurs all over its body, especially on its head. Two elongated dragon horns indicated its impending transformation into a true dragon, although it had yet to develop legs, thus resembling a large black snake. As they spoke, the black serpent pressed the green snake firmly against the ground. Suddenly, the green snake spat a cloud of green mist at Wang Hu. The surrounding flora and fauna withered upon contact, yet Wang Hu remained unfazed amidst the green haze. Moments later, the green snake appeared bewildered as Wang Hu flicked his bangs and laughed. "You beast! Are you not a real demon? Speak. What is your origin? Do not wait. Even if you wait a lifetime, I will never succumb to your poison. You are a snake, and I am also a snake. Do you think I fear your venom?" The green snake regarded Wang Hu for a moment before attempting to flee, but Wang Hu swiftly blocked its path. "What? Do you think there is no one in our huaxia? You think that summoning this undead creature makes you invincible?" The green snake hesitated for a moment and suddenly spoke. "I do not know you, nor do I wish to offend you. Why do you hinder my endeavors? Upon hearing this, Wang Hu burst into laughter. Huh, you truly are a little devil. You dare come to my huaxia to harm my friends and claim you have no grievance with me? Seeing Wang Hu's unwavering stance, the green snake began to threaten. Baka, who do you think you are? Dare to oppose us? Are you not afraid we will flatten your Wang family? Wang Hu, unfazed, spat in response. Oh, this little devil speaks boldly. Just wait. You might find yourself regretting your arrogance. Just as Wang Hu finished speaking, a chilling scream echoed from afar. A terrifying blade aura sliced through a hidden area, and after the blade passed, the vegetation remained untouched. Only a strangely dressed short figure rolled out of the bushes. Half of its body drenched in blood. It turned out that its right arm had been severed, lying not far from it. Baka, the Huaxia people are despicable and shameless. You drew my attention while another attacked from behind. Upon hearing this, Mao Mao could no longer contain herself. Baka, your entire family is Baka. Who is it that, in the middle of the night, sneaks around to ambush us? That makes you even more despicable. Before the little devil could retort, a Qinglong Yinhua knife was suddenly pressed against its neck. A girl dressed in a princess gown stood with her back to the three, holding the large knife against the little devil's throat. The girl appeared to be only about 1.60 meters tall, yet her figure was exquisite. With curves that drew the attention of Chen Dongyi and the others, the little devil, upon seeing her, likely guessed that the earlier blade aura had originated from her. Moreover, it seemed she had approached without them noticing. Realizing this, the little devil was startled and dared not scream anymore. Suddenly, the girl spoke in a sharp tone. Hey, little devil, with your level, you dare attempt assassination? Today, I shall sever your arm. Go back and tell your elders that the Wang family is protected. If you seek trouble, I do not mind playing with you. The little devil, intimidated, hastily produced a talisman and fled. As soon as the little devil escaped, the green snake attempted to burrow into the ground to flee as well. Unexpectedly, the girl shouted fiercely, "Beast, stay!" With a single stomp, she crushed the massive black serpent into a form resembling parchment. My goodness, that is astonishing. She flattened that great serpent into a sheet of paper. The three were astounded, finally catching a glimpse of the girl's true appearance. She was a stunning little lowly, with an astonishing E-cup figure. Wang Hu, noticing the three staring at the girl with gluttonous eyes, quickly kicked each of them. Chen Dongyi and the others regained their senses. Realizing their behavior towards their savior was rather impolite, the girl glanced at the three with disdain and remarked, I thought you were someone of importance, even needing to be assassinated by the dark web. Turns out you are merely a bunch of weaklings. After saying this, she beckoned to Wang Hu, who surprisingly changed his demeanor and hurried over, wearing a sycophantic expression as he asked, Elder, what commands do you have? What, elder? Chen Dongyi was taken aback, realizing that the Wang family's elder was this little lowly. This was utterly mind-boggling. The little girl firmly pinched Wang Hu's ear and scolded, Who are you? Cannot even defeat a Shikigami of a Inyang master? It seems you have been quite lazy these years. Wang Hu nodded submissively, a respectful smile on his face as he replied, Elder, that is not true. The one who summoned the Yomi green snake is comparable to me. It is possible we fought to a standstill. Upon hearing this, the girl simply snorted and let go of Wang Hu, casting a glance at the three and saying, Utterly disappointing. Help them. Wang Hu nodded eagerly, repeatedly affirming. Once she finished speaking, the little lowly vanished. At that moment, Ergo and Mao Mao were left in astonishment, while Chen Dongyi was somewhat calmer, as a normal person would not expect the existence of such systems. Wow, Donggu, was she filming something? She vanished with a swoosh. Was she on a wire? Wang Hu flicked his bangs and looked at the three with disdain, exclaiming, I love your astonished expressions. Ha ha. Chen Dongyi paid no heed, as he had long suspected that the Wang family was not an ordinary clan. However, now his villa had been ravaged by the green snake, which was a newly purchased property, and the remains of that creature in the room were another concern. With these thoughts, he approached the spot where the green snake had disappeared and crouched down to examine the parchment-like item, using his clothing as a barrier. He picked up the object and scrutinized it closely. A foul odor assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to retch. Hugo, what is this? Parchment? Wang Hu shook his head and grinned. Brother, take a closer look at that skin. Does it not resemble your own? Chen Dongyi, pinching his nose, leaned in for a closer inspection and instantly felt a chill. Each tiny pore was filled with hair. This was unmistakably human skin. On the human skin was a pattern resembling a hexagram, with a smudge of dried blood above it. What the hell is this? Chen Dongyi exclaimed in disgust as he tossed the human skin aside, frantically shaking his fingers. One could hardly wish to rid oneself of one's fingers. Ergo, filled with curiosity, crouched down to pick it up, examining it closely before turning to Chen Dongyi with a puzzled expression. Human skin. Chen Dongyi retorted irritably. Goodness. This revelation startled Mao Mao, who had intended to join in on the commotion, causing him to retreat to a safe distance. Brother Hu, is this a talisman for summoning spirits by an onmyoji? Brother Hu flicked his hair back and replied with a smile. Not bad, young man. You have some knowledge. This is called a human skin talisman, a remnant of the little devils who kill humans and skin their heads. It is inscribed with a formation, using blood as a guide to summon hellish demons to fight for them. Chen Dongyi responded. Only the little devils could be so twisted. What about this house and the remains within? Brother Hu reassured him. Do not worry, the elder has already spoken. I will take care of it. After making a phone call, a team arrived a few minutes later to handle the situation and repair the villa. Let us go, brothers. We will stay at the Wang family estate for a few days. Chen Dongyi pondered. The villa needed repairs, and they were currently being hunted. It seemed only appropriate to head to the Wang family. The three of them wasted no time and quickly packed a few clothes before following Wang Hu to the grand estate of the Wang family. Wang Hu led them to a nearby villa, preparing to leave. Wait, I still have so many questions. Chen Dongyi exclaimed, chasing after him. Brother Hu, can you tell me who those people are? Why do they want to kill me? Wang Hu looked disdainfully at the three of them, flicking his hair as he scolded. You three novices, why do you need to know so much? The more you know, the quicker you'll die. With that, he turned to leave. Chen Dongyi exchanged glances with Ergo and Mao Mao, signaling them to act. Ergo quickly said, I initially thought Brother Hu was so formidable that he would know quite a bit, but it turns out he is just as clueless as us. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu's expression soured. He thought to himself that he was one of the most skilled in the younger generation of the Wang family, frequently hearing whispers from the elder. How could he possibly not know? Huh, not know? I just don't want you novices to perish too soon. Mao Mao sensed an opportunity and quickly produced a bottle of fine liquor, flattering him. Exactly. Just look at that green snake from earlier. It was dispatched in no time by Brother Hu. I believe you are indeed a remarkable figure. How could you not know? Right, Brother Hu? Wang Hu, flattered by the praise, couldn't help but smile. Observing this, Chen Dongyi seized the moment to add, Brother Hu, even if you don't tell us. We have gathered some intel. I've already discovered the existence of the dark web. Do you think that if you remain silent, we will be free from danger? Wang Hu was taken aback, realizing this young man had knowledge of the dark web, which loosened his lips. Brother Hu, you must know something. Wang Hu tilted his head, pondering for a moment before saying, since you all are aware of this, it wouldn't hurt to share a bit more. Come, Mao Mao, ever considerate. Promptly offered Wang Hu a seat, preparing food and drink, pouring him a glass. Once Wang Hu downed a cup, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold. This was the coarse liquor Chen Dongyi had purchased at a high price, known for its potency. Let me tell you about these scoundrels. They have been infiltrating our huaxia for decades, relying on a motley crew of half-baked onmyoges, sorcerers, ninjas, and witches. They seek to seize immortality in our land. What? Immortality? The three exclaimed in unison, astonished. After all, under 9 years of compulsory education, only a fool would believe in such notions. It was akin to a eunuch telling a joke, utter nonsense. Wang Hu paused, suddenly realizing he had divulged too much, promptly shutting down the topic of immortality. Noticing Wang Hu's silence, Ergo quickly raised a glass and continued. What? Even our valiant brother who is unaware of the inside scoop? Wang Hu relished this kind of conversation. As long as he was stroked the right way, he would spill his thoughts. Ha ha ha, am I not brave? The trio nodded vigorously in agreement. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that you ordinary folk wouldn't know what to do with it if you did. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, he continued, you know, ancient humans could achieve immortality. It's just that now they cannot. Why? The three asked in unison. Why? I only know it's the will of those above. Wang Hu pointed upwards. Ergo, perplexed, inquired those above. Who lives up there? With a swift motion, Wang Hu struck Ergo on the neck. Who do you think those are? Ergo, now agitated, retorted, Brother Hu, spare us the nonsense. Who is up there? All I see is a comet in the sky. Besides, immortality. Have you ever witnessed it? I, Ergo, have lived many years and have yet to hear of anyone living past 100. Wang Hu scoffed disdainfully, smirking, nonsense. You, a country bumpkin, have seen little of the world. Taking another drink, he leaned closer, lowering his voice. My ancestor lived for over 1,000 years. Look at how naive you all are. Chen Dongyi, Ergo, and Mao Mao were left in stunned silence. In unison, they exclaimed, what? That little girl. Over 1,000 years old? Wang Hu smacked each of them on the neck, scolding, damn, this is a secret, a truth that ordinary people will never know. Strictly forbidden from being disclosed. Do you want me to shout it out for you? The trio felt a dryness in their mouths, realizing they might have stumbled upon a shocking secret. A person over 1,000 years old? This completely shattered their understanding of reality. Perhaps they could not even be called human, but something else entirely. Chen Dongyi's mind became a whirlwind. The information he had encountered in just a few short days overwhelming him. What was going on? It was all so chaotic. Yet, this also ignited his thirst for knowledge. What is the truth? What is happening in this world? Suddenly, he recalled his second visit to Ling Cheng, when that woman handed him a note. He retrieved it from his pocket, feeling an instinctual belief that this note might harbor unexpected secrets. With that thought, he returned the note to his pocket. Chapter 41. Special training. Having consumed a sufficient amount of alcohol, Wang Hu stood to leave. Noticing his inebriation, Chen Dongyi hurriedly asked Ergo to see him off. As Ergo helped Wang Hu out the door, Wang Hu turned to the three of them and said, "You little ones are fortunate. The elder has specifically instructed me to look after you. Starting tomorrow, you will join me for special training." The three were taken aback, inquiring, "Brother Hu, what kind of special training?" Wang Hu waved his hand, saying, "You will know tomorrow. Now get some sleep." As he departed, he let out a peculiar laugh that made one's teeth ache. After Hu Ge departed, Chen Dongyi selected a master bedroom and took a refreshing cold shower. His mind racing with the intelligence he had acquired that day. The dark web, yin-yang masters, curse practitioners, ninjas, witches, longevity, and a forebear who had lived for over 1,000 years. Everything seemed increasingly absurd, and he couldn't help but resent his own overactive mind, which had led to such a tangled mess. With a sigh, he resolved to take things one step at a time. Even if he yearned to uncover the truth, he was powerless, for he was still a mere novice with zero combat prowess. The night passed in silence. The following morning, a resounding gong echoed in Chen Dongyi's ears, nearly jolting his soul from his body. Startled, he tumbled out of bed. Who on earth is making such a racket? Can't anyone let a person live in peace? Chen Dongyi bellowed in fury. Opening his eyes to discover it was the devilish Wang Hu. Clad in camouflage, with his bangs swept aside, he looked anything but amiable. "Hu Ge, what on earth is wrong with you? Are you trying to drive me to madness?" Chen Dongyi exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the man's early morning antics. Unperturbed, Hu Ge merely smirked, picked up the gong, and struck it thrice more beside Chen Dongyi's ear, compelling him to rise and abandon any thoughts of further slumber. Observing Chen Dongyi's reaction, Hu Ge chuckled. "5. Do you think you deserve to sleep in? Look at your unfortunate encounter with the yin-yang master. Hurry up and get ready for training." Without delay, Hu Ge tossed Chen Dongyi a set of camouflage clothing. "You have 5 minutes to dress and assemble in the yard." When Chen Dongyi finally descended, clad in his attire, he found Ergo and Mao Mao, both looking disheveled in the courtyard. "Ha, what happened to you two?" Chen Dongyi inquired. Ergo sighed, "Don't ask. Ever since we recovered from our last beating, I felt invincible. This morning, when Hu Ge came to bang the gong, I foolishly challenged him, and look at us now." Seeing Chen Dongyi's lack of seriousness, he widened his eyes in alarm. "Get in line, you fool." Faced with Hu Ge's menacing expression, Chen Dongyi quickly straightened up. Fortunately, they were not the only three participating in the special training. Many young members of the Wang family were also present, which slightly eased their minds. The first lesson of the special training was long-distance running, and without a word, they were commanded to complete a grueling 5,000-meter run. Thankfully, the three had undergone physical enhancements. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. After finishing the run around noon, Wang Hu led the group to the training grounds cafeteria for lunch. Just as they had begun to eat, Wang Hu's phone rang. He answered, and it was the workers sent to repair Chen Dongyi's villa from the previous night. They reported that the job was nearly complete when, inexplicably, they all fainted. Fearing retaliation or disruption from a yin-yang master, they promptly called Hu Ge. Slamming his hand on the table in frustration, Hu Ge cursed, "Damn it. Our Wang family hasn't sought you out, yet that yin-yang master keeps provoking us. Do they think our family is without defenders?" After speaking, he took Chen Dongyi, Ergo, and Mao Mao back to the villa. By the time they arrived, the unconscious workers had regained consciousness, claiming that a sudden cloud of smoke had caused their fainting spell. Wang Hu detected a foul odor in the villa and furrowed his brow. "It seems Yu Zhao Qian has paid us a visit. Her cultivation is quite formidable." Chen Dongyi, puzzled, asked, "Hu Ge, who is this?" Hu Ge took a moment to gather his thoughts, then sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. "It's a high-level fox spirit from the little devil's side, most likely orchestrated by the yin-yang master." Exhaling a plume of smoke, he continued, "But what could she be scheming here?" Just then, Chen Dongyi's phone rang. The voice on the other end was audibly arrogant, as if it sought to shatter eardrums. "Is this Chen Dongyi? I am Zhang Xiaohai." Upon hearing his name, Chen Dongyi's nerves twitched, and he signaled to the others to be quiet, switching the call to speaker mode. "What do you want?" Zhang Xiaohai replied. We seem to have a misunderstanding, but it's nothing serious. Just return the 2 human skin talismans to me, and we can consider the matter resolved. Chen Dongyi glanced at Wang Hu, who signaled him with his eyes. What human skin talismans? I have no idea what you're talking about. Zhang Xiaohai retorted. You better not play dumb in front of me. You should know your worth. Don't think you can act recklessly just because the Wang family backs you. You can't stay with them forever, can you? Wang Hu gave Chen Dongyi an approving gesture and nodded. Understanding the implication, Chen Dongyi replied, I can return the items, but I must demand a transaction, 5 million. At this, a derisive scoff came from the other end of the line. So you still want money? Fine. Meet me tonight at 10 o'clock in the suburbs of Songjiang. I'll send you the address. With that, the call ended abruptly. As soon as the call concluded, Hu Gu erupted in fury. That brat thinks he can challenge the Wang family. If he hadn't been hiding recently, I would have skinned him alive. And now he dares to flaunt himself before me. Chen Dongyi pocketed his phone and immediately began analyzing the situation with Hu Gu. If a transaction were to occur, they would undoubtedly need the assistance of the ancient ancestor who had lived for over a millennium. Chen Dongyi was painfully aware of his own inadequacies after his encounter with the Yin-Yang master the previous night. If such a situation were to arise again, he feared he might not be so fortunate. Hu Gu, do you think he has sought external help? Perhaps that Yu Zhao Qian you mentioned? Hu Gu flicked his bangs aside, grinning. Yes, Yu Zhao Qian. Don't worry, our Wang family has been performing ritualistic offerings in Tianhai City for over a century. We possess some depth in our heritage. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu suddenly clamped his mouth shut, realizing he had misspoken. Chen Dongyi was taken aback, pondering the implications. Ritualistic offerings? According to Taoist beliefs, such practices did exist, where humans would seek the blessings of supernatural beings to ensure favorable weather and prosperity. Ritualistic offerings could also allow these beings to partake in human faith, enhancing their power. Chen Dongyi mused, so the Wang family is connected to the supernatural? And the dark aura they occasionally exude is a manifestation of their powers? Chapter 42. The transaction. With this thought, Chen Dongyi involuntarily shivered, pinching himself sharply. If only this nightmare had begun when he first fell under someone else's control in Lingqing. Even an extended nightmare would suffice. The pain was real, yet he remained trapped in this waking world. Alas, it appears this is indeed reality, he sighed. Though Wang Hu was boisterous and carefree, his position as the Wang family's combat representative indicated he was no fool. He glanced at Chen Dongyi and sensed that he had grasped something significant. Quickly changing the subject, he declared, let us prepare ourselves. Otherwise, when we head out for the transaction tonight, you'll all end up on the receiving end of another beating. Ergu and Mao Mao appeared rather foolish, eagerly preparing to choose their weapons for the impending night of combat. Chen Dongyi observed the duo with a sense of contentment, appreciating their carefree existence, unlike his own, which was burdened with countless secrets he dared not share with anyone. Upon returning to the Wang family's training grounds, Brother Hu sought out the petite, playful elder known as the Clipper Sound. He promptly informed her of the peculiar scent he had detected in Chen Dongyi's villa, which instantly invigorated her spirit. How delightful! It had been over 8 centuries since she had encountered a worthy adversary. She hoped this one would not disappoint. With this thought, Wang Hu felt reassured. Even if the first generation Yu Zhao Qian were to emerge, she might still be unable to contend with this elder. With both the combatants and their weapons at the ready, Wang Hu summoned 3 individuals. Though their physical prowess was commendable, their lack of battle experience rendered their fighting akin to that of rural children brawling without any form or strategy. This afternoon, he intended to provide them with a glimpse of what true combat entailed. For the entire afternoon, the trio endured rigorous tactical training under Wang Hu's guidance, ultimately emerging with newfound skill and discipline in their fighting style, no longer resembling the ruffians they once were. As the clock struck 6, the group finished their meal and took a moment to rest, fully aware that they would soon be facing practitioners of Onmyodo, as well as sorcerers, ninjas, and witches. Insufficient preparation could lead to dire consequences. Chen Dongyi, feeling particularly anxious, quietly readied the 10 talismans he had acquired over the past few days, along with his Qi Sha Soul Lock formation flag. After a short while, the Clipper Sound elder entered, accompanied by 3 distinguished figures, a Taoist priest and 2 monks. Wang Hu promptly rose to greet them, as did Chen Dongyi and his companions, who did not dare to show any disrespect. The elder introduced the Taoist priest, Zhang Xiantong, and his disciple, Master Feiko from Wutai Mountain. At this moment, Ergu could not contain himself and chuckled softly, whispering to Chen Dongyi, Feiko, Feiko. Why does that sound so much like a curse in a foreign tongue? How could this great mage have such a ridiculous name? With a swift motion, Brother Hu playfully reprimanded Ergu, causing him to shrink back in silence. The monk, possessing a kind demeanor, did not take offense at Ergu's irreverence. Instead, he bowed respectfully, saying, Ba, please forgive the young donor's jest. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyi felt a resonance within his qi, bringing him tranquility. The monk seemed to embody the essence of Zen mastery. Noticing Ergu's stunned silence, Chen Dongyi quickly joined his hands in reverence and bowed. Please do not mind my brother's lack of etiquette. The monk smiled gently. Ba, it is of no concern. The two monks then settled nearby to meditate, soon entering a deep state of tranquility. Meanwhile, the Taoist priest scrutinized Chen Dongyi with keen interest, who too observed him discreetly. The priest appeared youthful and ethereal, with a refined visage that suggested an air of otherworldliness. After stroking his beard, the Taoist nodded in acknowledgement to the group, prompting them to rise and return the gesture. Curiosity piqued, Chen Dongyi noted that the priest did not fit the mystical image often portrayed in novels. Rather, he wore simple, coarse garments, akin to an elderly gentleman practicing Tai Chi in a park. He held a finely crafted wine gourd and had only a small sword sheathed at his waist. He appeared rather ordinary, albeit slightly rounder than the average elder. Chen Dongyi remained unaware of the true purpose behind the Wang family's gathering of such esteemed individuals, likely due to their upcoming encounter with the enigmatic practitioners of Onmyoto. After exchanging pleasantries, the Taoist settled beside the others to sip his wine. It was then that the elder of the Wang family spoke. Recently, an audacious faction has emerged in Tianhai City. Just last night, these reckless individuals dared to assassinate our compatriots on our territory. Tonight, we shall seek retribution. As he spoke, Chen Dongyi's phone chimed with a message from Zhang Xiaohua, revealing the location of their target, a dilapidated factory in the outskirts of Songjiang district. Under Wang Hu's leadership, they gathered a contingent of the Wang family's most skilled disciples, along with the elder, Taoist Zhang Xiantong, and Master Feiko, and set off for their destination. After approximately half an hour's drive, they arrived at the forsaken factory grounds, where a group of thugs loitered at the entrance, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Wang Hu led Chen Dongyi and the others out of the vehicle, approaching the thugs with a commanding presence. The sight of the well-dressed figures evoked fear in the hearts of the thugs, rendering them momentarily paralyzed. They likely thought, why bring such a large entourage for what seems to be merely a transaction? Wang Hu stepped forward and inquired about Zhang Xiaohua's whereabouts. The lead thug replied, he's inside. Did you bring the goods? Chen Dongyi affirmed, patting the bag in his hand. Everything is right here. Seeing the goods were indeed present, the lead thug ushered them into the factory. As Chen Dongyi entered, he marveled at the hidden sophistication within the seemingly decrepit structure. After traversing less than 100 meters, they encountered a cleverly concealed door, seamlessly integrated into the abandoned walls. Upon entering, they were greeted by a throng of bare-chested fighters training in a makeshift arena. As Wang Hu and his companions stepped inside, the trainees halted their activities and converged around them. There were at least 40 to 50 of them. Wang Hu regarded the fighters with indifference, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Dongyi. Understanding the unspoken message, Chen Dongyi scanned the crowd for any sign of the assailants from that fateful night. After a thorough inspection, he found no trace of the Onmyo practitioner among them. He shook his head at Wang Hu, who, upon confirming the absence of their quarry, strode directly toward Zhang Xiaohua, who lounged on a sofa, preening a woman. Chapter 43. His intentions toward his sister-in-law. Just moments ago, Wang Hu had worn a fierce expression, but upon encountering the arrogant Zhang Xiaohua, his demeanor transformed into one of cheerful camaraderie. Ah, is this not young Master Zhang? You've been keeping a low profile lately. What has brought you here today? Wang Hu had long instructed his men to locate Zhang Xiaohua, for he had wronged the daughter of the Wang family head. Naturally, the notorious Wang family heiress could not be so easily dismissed. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua had been evading public appearances for some time. Today, however, he had unexpectedly contacted Chen Dongyi to negotiate the purchase of 2 human skin talismans. He was not an Onmyo practitioner himself, so it was evident that he was acting on behalf of one. It was clear how crucial those talismans were for an Onmyo practitioner. Zhang Xiaohua, cigar in mouth and an arm around a beautiful woman, felt a moment of confusion as he saw Wang Hu approaching. Aren't we supposed to be trading with Chen Dongyi? Why is he here too? This complicates matters. Unbeknownst to him, after the small demon had escaped, he had not informed Zhang Xiaohua of Chen Dongyi's connection to the Wang family. When adversaries meet, tensions rise. With Wang Hu present, it was inevitable that the situation would be resolved. Zhang Xiaohua immediately pushed the woman off his lap and stood to greet Wang Hu. Ah, isn't that the formidable young heir, Hu Go, from Tianhai City? What brings you here? Hu Go, without extending any courtesy, bypassed him and settled himself comfortably in the center of the sofa, showing no regard for Zhang Xiaohai. Although Zhang Xiaohai's expression reflected his displeasure, he was aware of his own shortcomings and could only swallow his indignation as he hurried over. Hu Ge, would you like a cigar? Zhang Xiaohai ingratiatingly offered a cigar to Wang Hu, trimming the end before attempting to light it for him. Wang Hu, unceremoniously accepting the cigar, took a deep drag. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaohai spotted Chen Dongyi, Ergo, and Mao Mao, his eyes ablaze with fury. The prior encounter, where he had been severely beaten, had nearly cost him his life. The sight of old foes ignited a burning animosity within him, prompting him to signal to the nearby thugs. Instantly, dozens of them surrounded the trio, eager to avenge the previous night's humiliation. Just as tensions were about to escalate, Wang Hu pulled a long object from the bag of a fellow member of the Wang family and hurled it towards Zhang Xiaohai. Zhang Xiao catch. Zhang Xiaohai, bewildered, instinctively reached out to catch the flying object. Upon closer inspection, terror gripped him as he recognized it. The severed arm of the Onmyoji who had ambushed Chen Dongyi and the others the previous night. Zhang Xiaohai recoiled in shock, his legs trembling, nearly collapsing before being steadied by a thug. Although he knew the Onmyoji had lost an arm, the privileged upbringing of this young master left him unaccustomed to such gruesome sights. What do you mean by this, Hu Ge? Wang Hu took a puff of his cigar and retorted, you little brat, do you think that just because we haven't found you for a while, the events of that night have been forgiven? Zhang Xiaohai froze, realizing that Wang Hu was referring to his earlier misdeeds against Wang Yuding. These wealthy scions, while lacking genuine prowess, were adept at employing underhanded tactics. Oh, Hu Ge, we are all men of reason and dignity. As the saying goes, the marketplace is akin to a battlefield. The rules dictate that regardless of profit or loss, one must not settle scores after the fact. Otherwise, how would our brothers in the underworld regard us? He continued, besides, I am here to conduct a transaction with this boy. You wouldn't want to disrupt the rules, would you? Wang Hu sprang up, striding over to Zhang Xiaohai and lifting him effortlessly, akin to a chick in his grasp. Damn it, if you're bold enough, confront me and my family openly in the marketplace. If you wish to play dirty, I will match you blow for blow. How dare you touch my sister? Wang Hu's outburst indicated his intentions to end Zhang Xiaohai, drawing out the hidden forces behind him. As Wang Hu unleashed his wrath, Zhang Xiaohai's entourage of 40 to 50 thugs closed in, tensions reaching a boiling point. Zhang Xiaohai was acutely aware of the Wang family's entrenched power in Tianhai City, a century-old lineage. Should a conflict arise, the outcome could be unfavorable for him. Even with the backing of the underworld, he understood that their aggressive methods might not be conducive to a sustainable alliance with his family, especially if it meant confronting the Wang family. Hu Ge, please, calm down. Our grievances are trivial. Every man makes mistakes. Name your price, and I assure you, I shall not hesitate to meet it. Zhang Xiaohai thought to himself that it was merely a brief indiscretion with Wang Yuding and that he could easily compensate the Wang family with $1 billion in reparations and an apology. Chen Dongyi sensed the gravity of the situation. Initially, Zhang Xiaohai had viewed their trio as easy prey. If he was let go now, the repercussions could be dire. The Wang family, while protective, might not be inclined to confront Zhang Xiaohai directly. That cannot be allowed. Do you think the Wang family's daughter can be bullied like a mere animal? If word spreads, how will she face others? Chen Dongyi interjected, further provoking Hu Ge. This fellow here is clearly not a good person. Today he dares to harass your sister, and tomorrow he will not hesitate to target your wife. Wang Hu, ever blunt, found merit in Chen Dongyi's words and tightened his grip on Zhang Xiaohai, glaring fiercely. How dare you stir trouble under my nose? Zhang Xiaohai, feeling the pressure, retaliated against Chen Dongyi. Shut your mouth, you country bumpkin. When did I ever think of your sister? Unfazed, Chen Dongyi shot back. Just because you don't dare now doesn't mean you won't in the future. You committed a vile act the other day. I fear this fellow will continue his misdeeds unless dealt with. Zhang Xiaohai's anger flared. Even the likes of Wang Shizong would not dare act so brazenly in front of him. The audacity of this rural bumpkin to suggest such a thing was a profound humiliation. I will offer 1 million. Bring me the heads of these 3. The surrounding thugs erupted into chaos upon hearing Zhang Xiaohai's bounty. Some armed with barbells, others with dumbbells or iron rods, charged at the trio. Wang Hu felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had a hold on Zhang Xiaohai, they lived in a society governed by law. While the Wang family could manage scuffles, the death of this young heir would land him in dire legal trouble. Zhang Xiaohai's reckless gamble relied on the assumption that the Wang family would not dare act against him in public. Wang Hu cursed Zhang Xiaohai's cunning. He had calculated that Hu Ge would hesitate to truly harm him, thus allowing him to act with impunity. Hu Ge, sharp-witted, thought, I cannot kill you, but I can certainly teach you a lesson. He swung Zhang Xiaohai like a sandbag, pummeling the surrounding thugs mercilessly. As Zhang Xiaohai was used as a weapon against the approaching thugs, they could only dodge and weave, knowing that a direct hit would be disastrous. After all, he was a wealthy heir, no one dared to strike him seriously. Just as Hu Gu hurled Zhang Xiaohai at one thug, two others seized the opportunity, locking Hu Gu for a brief moment, while several burly men lunged to reclaim Zhang Xiaohai. However, by this time, Zhang Xiaohai was bloodied and unconscious, leaving their collective strength diminished amidst the throng of assailants. Though Chen Dongyi, Ergo, and Mao Mao had enhanced physiques, they were still outnumbered by the ravenous pack. Various individuals were striking at each other's heads. No matter how formidable a person's abilities might be, they could hardly withstand such an onslaught. Thus, despite the valiant efforts of Hu Gu and his company of over 20, they could not endure for more than 10 minutes before sustaining injuries. Surrounded and barely holding their ground, Hu Gu found himself puzzled. Although the Wang family had only half the numbers of their opponents, each member possessed some form of sorcery. Why were they being cornered by a band of ruffians today? After observing for some time, he noted that the Onmyoji had yet to intervene, and this group seemed to grow bolder with each passing moment. Realizing that his side was on the brink of collapse, Hu Gu could no longer hold back and commanded his subordinates, "Increase the intensity, do not hold back." Upon hearing Hu Ji's orders, the Wang family disciples' eyes suddenly glowed crimson. A dark aura enveloped each of them, and their combat prowess surged dramatically. In a few exchanges, they managed to push the ruffians back, even showing signs of overpowering them completely. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohai, who had fainted, groggily regained consciousness, touching his head and nose, which were still oozing blood. He was terrified and yelled in shock. When he finally regained his senses, he saw that most of his side had been overwhelmed, and the remaining members appeared unlikely to last 5 more minutes. In his injured state, Zhang Xiaohai had lost all reason. One could only imagine the indignity of a wealthy heir being beaten in such a manner. This was the first time it happened with that mud-stained fellow, and the second time was also due to him. Today, he vowed not to rest until he had dealt with all 3 of them. He bellowed, "If I do not eliminate you today, I shall not bear the surname Zhang." Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohai struggled to rise, retrieving a peculiar talisman from his pocket. He spat out a mouthful of blood and chanted incantations. The strange talisman spontaneously ignited, turning to ashes. At that instant, the ruffians who had been knocked down emitted cracking sounds from their joints, their eyes turning pitch black. Each of them rose from the ground in an extraordinarily eerie manner. Chen Dongyi swiftly activated his divination technique, noticing something writhing within the ruffians' bodies. "Hu Gu, something seems amiss. There is something inside these individuals." Chen Dongyi shouted at Wang Hu, who had sensed the impending danger and quickly called for the Wang family disciples to retreat and regroup. The ruffians' bodies began to undergo rapid transformation, and Zhang Xiaohai was no exception. A chorus of terrifying roars erupted from their mouths, accompanied by their grotesque metamorphosis. Some sprouted sharp horns, others developed massive pincers, and still others grew various spines on their backs, even sprouting boar-like tusks. Zhang Xiaohai transformed into a wild boar-like creature, his skin grotesquely swollen, his back covered in bony spikes, and even a tail resembling that of a cobra. The onlookers were frozen in terror at this bizarre spectacle. "Ha ha ha. I can feel the power. Kill them for me. Turn them into delicacies." With a sudden command from Zhang Xiaohai, dozens of half-human, half-demon monsters charged wildly toward the Wang family disciples. The Wang family disciples, no longer holding back, summoned massive serpents, with some transforming into enormous snakes themselves. The battle grew increasingly fierce, and the Wang family disciples began to slowly withdraw from the warehouse. Hu Ji's serpentine companion was desperately entangled with Zhang Xiaohai, who barreled through like a tank. Hu Ji's massive serpent could not penetrate Zhang Xiaohai's defenses and was left with no choice but to evade. Meanwhile, Chen Dongyi and his companions had already retreated from the warehouse upon sensing something was amiss. It was not that Chen Dongyi lacked loyalty. Rather, this battle had escalated beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals like them. Additionally, it was imperative that someone hasten to inform the ancestors. Their goal was to draw out the Onmyoji from the dark web, so the Wang family's ancestors and 3 adept individuals remained in their vehicle at a distance, not yet disembarking. They had also sensed that something was amiss and arrived at the warehouse entrance just as Chen Dongyi and his companions fled in a panic. "Esteemed masters, please intervene to save those inside. It seems there is something within Zhang Xiaohai's group." The other 3 remained silent, merely observing the fierce clash. A wolf-headed ruffian, accompanied by 2 bear-like creatures, lunged at a Wang family disciple transformed into a giant python, pinning him down with ferocious scratches. Each Wang family disciple faced 2 or 3 monsters, making the situation exceedingly challenging. Suddenly, Master Fak, who had been silently chanting, opened his eyes and spoke. These are hellish demon species. How did they come to the realm of the living? Master Fak pondered aloud when the Wang family ancestor replied, Master, could these be the machinations of the Onmyoji? Master Fak shook his head, stating, their meager abilities are insufficient to summon genuine hellish demon species. Witnessing the indifference of the four masters only intensified Chen Dongyi's urgency. Masters, could you please delay your discussion? The situation is dire over there, he implored. If Huga doesn't get beaten into a pulp, he might be crushed by that wild boar demon. Chapter 45. A display of divine power. Zhang Xiantong stroked his beard leisurely and remarked, young man, your resolve is wavering. To subdue demons, one must first understand their origins to ensure victory in battle. Ergo, sensing the urgency, urged, indeed, Master Fak, have you grasped the situation? If we delay any further, Huga will soon become a mere shadow of himself. At long last, Master Fak slowly retrieved a wooden fish from his sleeve, seated himself cross-legged, and began striking it. Remarkably, as he struck the wooden fish, the movements of the demon entities began to slow considerably. The once frenzied beings were now less violent. Following this, Master Fak commenced reciting incantations. Aromatic offerings rise in warmth. The realm of Dharma is enveloped in fragrance. All Buddhas gather, their presence felt from afar, forming clouds of auspiciousness. With sincere intent, the Buddhas manifest fully. Namo Shangyun Gai Bodhisattva Mahasattva. The sight of Master Fak sitting down to chant left ergo and Mao Mao in a state of alarm. Why is he chanting? Shouldn't he just use a talisman to eliminate them? Chen Dongyi quickly restrained ergo and Mao Mao, urging them to be silent. He could distinctly sense the righteous energy emanating from Master Fak's recitations, which were far from ordinary. As the rhythm of the wooden fish continued, the 50-odd demon species gradually calmed, their eyes no longer as dark. They began to regain their human expressions. Soon, Master Fak's voice grew louder, and many began to kneel before him. Chen Dongyi, puzzled, remarked, Master Fak possesses remarkable skill. His recitations seemed to guide souls toward paradise. At this moment, Master Fak remained unperturbed, calmly explaining, my junior apprentice specializes in Zen Buddhism, primarily focused on guiding wandering souls. Under his incantations, ordinary spirits and demons cannot endure even a single round. Chen Dongyi, ergo, and Mao Mao nodded in understanding, realizing how little they had seen of the world. As more and more mutated demon species appeared, they instinctively knelt down. Clouds of inky black mist rose from the minions, perhaps hastening their journey to the western paradise. Although Zhang Xiaohai was nearing a state of frenzy, a sliver of rationality remained. Upon witnessing his subordinates being transcended one by one, he let out a piercing roar of rage. He then broke free from his struggle with Brother Hu and retrieved a second strange talisman from his tattered pocket. Biting his tongue to draw blood, he spat it onto the talisman. The four masters, aside from Master Fak, continued chanting to transcend those demon species, while the other three paid little heed to Zhang Xiaohai's actions, merely observing. Chen Dongyi felt a surge of terror. Indeed, those skilled in the arts were often audacious, showing no concern for what Zhang Xiaohai might unleash. Perhaps the four masters were merely curious to see what this individual could conjure. Transformed into a wild boar, Zhang Xiaohai muttered incantations, though it was unclear whether he was truly casting a spell. As he completed his chant, a dark aura enveloped him, forcing him down. Suddenly, numerous sharp bone spines extended from his back, resembling a mutated wild boar spider hybrid, terrifying and grotesque. With a furious roar, the black mist surrounding Zhang Xiaohai lunged towards the nearby demon species. Each minion captured by the mist immediately fell to the ground, eyes rolling back and foaming at the mouth, suggesting dire consequences awaited them. The three masters, upon witnessing this scene, suddenly comprehended his intentions. Zhang Daoshang remarked, this creature intends to sacrifice these children. While they may lead unruly lives, their sins do not warrant death. By this time, Zhang Xiaohai had devoured several minions, his size swelling to more than 3 times its original dimensions, and multiple bone claws had sprouted from his back, rendering him even more fearsome. Chen Dongyi inwardly lamented that true masters always delivered their lines before acting. It appeared he needed to strengthen himself first. Relying on these individuals for rescue would only result in his own grave overgrown with grass. Suddenly, Zhang Daoshang leisurely produced a wine flask, took a sip, and directed a spray towards Zhang Xiaohai. A miracle unfolded as the liquid transformed into countless sword-shaped droplets that shot towards Zhang Xiaohai. Chen Dongyi, ergo, and Mao Mao exclaimed in unison, is this sorcery? A multitude of tiny water sword droplets surged forward, instantly severing Zhang Xiaohai's bone claws. Zhang Xiaohai roared in furious outrage, seemingly intent on devouring everyone before him. With the loss of his bone claws, he could no longer absorb other demon species, and the dark light dissipated. However, compared to his previous form, he had grown significantly larger. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Xiaohai charged towards the others. Brother Hu, seeing this, commanded the massive black serpent on his right hand to attack. The gigantic mutated pig demon and the black serpent engaged in a fierce struggle. Brother Hu aimed to entangle the pig demon with the serpent, but the sheer size of the pig proved too formidable. After a few rolls, it broke free and turned its head, using its sharp tusks to charge at Brother Hu. With several tons of weight behind it, a collision could spell disaster for the Wang family. Brother Hu relied on his agility to evade. The pig demon, realizing it could not subdue Brother Hu immediately, succumbed to its own fury and let out a roar, charging with increased speed. Brother Hu began to struggle. Each dodge was a harrowing experience. After several charges, the ground was left slick with a foul, dark liquid. Suddenly, from that black liquid emerged numerous tentacle-like strands resembling fine hairs. As Brother Hu dodged back and forth, the strands ensnared him tightly, rendering him immobile. Seeing its scheme succeed, the wild boar prepared to charge at Brother Hu. Its sharp tusks glinted ominously in the moonlight. If this strike landed, it would surely result in a grievous fate. In that critical moment, Chen Dongyi glanced at the four masters, who, aside from Master Fact transcending the undevoured demon species, remained utterly unfazed, showing no inclination to intervene. Chen Dongyi felt desperate. What was to be done? Did these individuals possess such unwavering confidence? If they did not act soon, Brother Hu would truly meet his end. As the pig demon readied its charge, Chen Dongyi could no longer hesitate. He formed a golden light spell with his hands, recited an incantation, and leaped in front of Brother Hu, prepared to intercept the mighty pig demon's onslaught. No matter what, Brother Hu had saved him twice, once during a brawl with Zhang Xiaohai's subordinates and once against a Japanese on Myoji. To not stand up in this critical moment would weigh heavily on his conscience. Ergo and Mao Mao, witnessing Chen Dongyi standing before Brother Hu, instinctively tore a steel panel from the dilapidated factory door, positioning it in front of Chen Dongyi. The three exchanged glances, filled with unwavering trust and support. They understood that this meager defense would amount to nothing against the colossal wild boar demon. Brother Hu, observing this scene, felt a tear escape his eye as he roared, "You three weaklings, get away. Your fighting strength is negligible. Don't throw your lives away." Chen Dongyi, Ergo, and Mao Mao did not turn back. They only faced away from Brother Hu, saying, "Brother Hu, don't forget, you promised to fight for us in this life. Now let me fight for you." Ergo and Mao Mao smiled at each other as they added, "Brother Hu, while we may be weak, we are certainly not cowards." Tears streamed down Brother Hu's face as he struggled to articulate his feelings, choked with emotion. The wild boar demon, having completed its charge, lunged at Brother Hu with astonishing speed, creating a sonic boom. The three were drenched in sweat, realizing that at this velocity, it would take no more than 10 seconds to send them flying. Each one wondered why the masters remained unmoving, seemingly waiting for their demise before taking action. Just as the wild boar demon was about to collide with Ergo and Mao Mao, a shadow flickered, and the ancestor of the Wang family appeared before them. Wielding a long blade, the famed Qinglong Yenyue Dao, which had previously severed the Onmyoji's arm. With a resounding crash, the collision between the wild boar demon's tusks and the Qinglong Yenyue Dao sent shockwaves through the air, propelling the three aside. In an instant, the wild boar demon was knocked backward, flying several dozen meters, the force of which shattered several walls of the dilapidated factory. At that moment, Zhang Daoshang also sprang into action, swiftly positioning himself above the wild boar demon. With a talisman in hand, he silently recited an incantation before pointing the talisman at the demon's head. With a thunderous crash, the Zhu Yao was suddenly no longer affected by the force of retreat, plummeting directly towards the ground. It created a deep pit several meters in length, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Chen Dongyi, who had been on edge, was momentarily paralyzed with fear at the sight. Goodness, that old man seems to be using the Jingguang spell. Realizing the insignificance of his own abilities compared to the old man's, he felt a considerable blow to his confidence. The Jingguang spell appeared to shine like the sun, while his own efforts resembled a mere firefly in the dark of night. The disparity was staggering. At that moment, Chen Dongyi could only think of cursing his own system for its inadequacies. Why was the Jingguang spell so formidable when he struggled to learn even the basics? Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder, and his system was no different, viewing him as a pawn. As the two masters unleashed their power, They swiftly returned Zhang Xiaohai to his original form. Lying motionless on the ground, blood gushed from his mouth and nose, his meridians severed, leaving him trembling uncontrollably. The dark mist surrounding him dissipated without a trace. Consequently, the tendrils that had ensnared Hugu also began to fade. Once liberated, Hugu leaped into the pit and seized the incapacitated Zhang Xiaohai, raising his fist to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, the Wang family elder interjected. You cannot kill him yet. Even if you wish to, you must have evidence to condemn him. Hugu, momentarily blinded by rage, regained his composure upon the elder's reminder. In this world, the death of one or two minor figures was inconsequential, but killing someone without any proof of wrongdoing, especially a wealthy heir, was absolutely forbidden. Sometimes, even with evidence, one could not secure a death sentence, let alone in this situation. Any backlash from the Zhang family would only complicate matters further. Hugu pulled the unconscious Zhang Xiaohai from the pit and tossed him before the onlookers. He then poured a bottle of mineral water over Zhang Xiaohai's head. Gradually regaining consciousness, the injured Zhang Xiaohai glared at the crowd with gritted teeth. Hugu placed his foot on Zhang Xiaohai's face and demanded, Has your Zhang family allied with the dark web, engaging in illegal activities for those deranged individuals? Zhang Xiaohai wore a sinister grin. Despite his injuries, he retained some defiance. If you think you can extract information from me, forget it. I won't say a word. Just as Hugu prepared to strike him, Ergo intervened, saying, Hugu, don't rush. Even if you kill him, he likely won't talk. I have a plan. Ergo exchanged a knowing glance with Mao Mao, who immediately understood his intentions. She forcefully pinned Zhang Xiaohai against a door panel and bound his hands and feet with ropes. Mao Mao deliberately spread his legs apart, grinning wickedly as she taunted. What a shame. If you become a eunuch, it would be a pity for a rich heir like you. With that, she began to unfasten Zhang Xiaohai's trousers, while Ergo selected a dull cleaver from the discarded weapons nearby. At this moment, the Wang family elder, a petite girl with an inquisitive demeanor, approached with curiosity, eager to see what Ergo and Mao Mao planned to do. Zhang Xiaohai, who had previously been so defiant, now felt a surge of fear. What do men fear most? Certainly, the fear of impotence. As a young master accustomed to the pleasures of life, he regarded his manhood as a treasure. Should a swift blade sever it, his fate would be sealed. Why then did Ergo choose a dull knife? This thought rendered Zhang Xiaohai utterly paralyzed with fear. Where do these people come from? How can they be so ruthless? He thought, if you have the guts, give me a swift end. Don't use such despicable methods. Ergo remained unfazed. After all, he was the one wielding the knife, while Zhang Xiaohai was the prey. Allowing Zhang Xiaohai to vent his frustrations before his demise was merely a form of amusement. He brandished the dull knife before Zhang Xiaohai, as if contemplating where to strike without severing it entirely. Suddenly, he pinpointed an appropriate location, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he raised the knife to strike. Zhang Xiaohai could no longer maintain his composure, and, with a trembling voice, cried out, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just don't cut my... You know. Ergo lowered the knife, awaiting Zhang Xiaohai's confession. He revealed that a group claiming to be part of the dark web had approached their once obscure family, promising vast investments and support in their cultivation. Consequently, the head of his generation had agreed to their proposal. Who are these people? What do they want in Huaxia? Hugu inquired. Zhang Xiaohai replied, I'm not sure who they are, but there's one named Bei Xiaoquan who has been in contact with us. What assistance has your Wang family provided him? Hugu pressed further. Zhang Xiaohai responded, I can't say much, but my role was to recruit laborers, deceive the homeless, and even abduct children. Upon hearing this, Ergo could no longer contain his anger and shouted at Zhang Xiaohai, Beast, are you even a Huaxia person? I'll castrate you. He raised the knife again, causing Zhang Xiaohai to plead for mercy. Please, I really don't know what they're up to. I only know they need a large number of people every year. Where they take them, I truly have no idea. Suddenly, Chen Dongyi recalled something significant. It seemed that during his first trial in the spiritual realm, he had heard that they would be provided with fresh blood and flesh. This connection filled him with dread. Could the missing persons be linked to the Zhang family? As Ergo heard Zhang Xiaohai's words, a sudden surge of ferocity overcame him. He lunged at Zhang Xiaohai, aiming for his groin, but the dull knife failed to deliver a decisive blow. As he struck, he cursed, You scoundrel! Here you are, enjoying your life as a wealthy heir, yet you engage in such heinous acts. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaohai cried out in agony, and the onlookers watched in stunned silence, showing no inclination to intervene. Just as Ergo was about to deliver a heavy strike, a sudden gust of wind swept through, enveloping the area in a thick fog. The four masters immediately became alert, sensing a formidable presence. In an instant, a fierce whirlwind surged past Zhang Xiaohai, lifting his wails into the air. Zhang Xiantong reacted swiftly, retrieving a small sword pendant from his waist and chanting an incantation before tossing it into the air. The pendant split into dozens of golden-hued swords that shot towards the whirlwind. With a resounding clang, something was struck down by the swords, prompting everyone to rush towards the fallen object. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it to be a white fox tail. The four masters realized they had been deceived by an illusion. However, upon seeing the fox tail, they deduced it must belong to Yu Zhaoqian. The Wang family elder remarked, They used a single tail to mislead us, while the true form whisked Zhang Xiaohai away. Zhang Daoshang remarked that this young creature holds significant value in the dark web. Otherwise, why would the fox spirit sacrifice one of its tails to rescue him? It is well known that a tail of a fox demon is akin to a life itself. Hu Gu inquired about the fate of the fox demon's tail, questioning whether it should be destroyed. The four esteemed masters exchanged glances and concluded that it would be unwise to provoke the fox demon, as she would fiercely defend her tail. They agreed that it would be best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Nodding in agreement, they prepared to return, with Zhang Daoshang stowing away his magical artifacts. Chen Dongyi contemplated that the fox demon must possess a means to retrieve her tail if she was willing to use it as bait. However, if he were to place the fox's tail in his possession, he wondered if she would still be able to reclaim it. Excusing himself for a moment, he stealthily retrieved the fox's tail and placed it into his bag. Utilizing a divination technique, he observed that there seemed to be no residual demonic energy emanating from it. By the time they returned to the Wang family, it was already past 11 at night, and everyone was preparing for rest. Chen Dongyi had just finished washing up and was about to sleep when he felt an inexplicable force pulling at him. After a dizzying whirl, he opened his eyes to find himself in his dormitory within the spirit realm. Zhang Yang was seated at his desk, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Chen Dongyi awake, he promptly stood and greeted him, exclaiming, Dongge has arrived. Your timing is impeccable. We have a mission. Chen Dongyi rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that it was Zhang Yang who had summoned him. What mission? Zhang Yang replied as he stood, inviting Chen Dongyi to follow. This time, we might have to venture far afield. The supernatural incident is occurring at the very edge of the safe zone, and it may have even crossed the boundary. Chen Dongyi felt a jolt of surprise, reflecting on the spirit realm's assurances of his inclusion in the Zhanling Corps, which had offered him rewards and accommodations, yet had not yet integrated him into their inner circle. He realized that this situation could only imply one thing. They were reluctant to allow him into their core group, or perhaps still harbored suspicions about him. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Dongyi recalled the woman he had encountered during his second visit to Ling Cheng, who must have known some insider information. However, he was concerned for her safety and decided it was unwise to seek her out just yet. Rising, he followed Zhang Yang toward the Zhanling Corps Special Incident Handling Center, feigning enthusiasm as he inquired, if we successfully complete this mission, how much Qi Jin can we earn? Zhang Yang grinned widely, 1,000 points. Stunned by this revelation, Chen Dongyi wondered just how terrifying this supernatural incident truly was. Are you kidding? You find humor in such a perilous situation? You might earn your life, but lose it in the process. Zhang Yang, driving with a carefree demeanor, laughed, not at all. I've had my fortune read. I'm tough as nails. Before long, they arrived at the Special Incident Handling Center, which served as the Zhanling Corps mission intake location. Zhang Yang presented his identification badge to the guard, who scanned it, revealing Zhang Yang's personal information. Chen Dongyi produced the identification badge given to him by Zhang Yang, which the guard scanned, displaying Chen Dongyi's status in the Spirit City. Qi Jin, 300 points, Zhanling Team B. Codename, 9527. The guard confirmed their credentials and allowed them access to the hall. Since Zhang Yang had already accepted the mission, their purpose here was to review information on the supernatural incident and collect shared equipment. Chen Dongyi felt intrigued, recalling that Zhang Yang had previously stated that equipment would not be provided. Why was it different this time? What? We can actually receive equipment? Chen Dongyi expressed his confusion. Zhang Yang, appearing somewhat sheepish, chuckled, Haha, since we are heading to the outskirts of the safe zone, we are granted special permission to obtain some shared gear. Chen Dongyi internally cursed Zhang Yang, thinking it disingenuous to call it merely an outskirts when it was clearly dangerous. After walking a short distance, they arrived at an archive room, where an elderly staff member welcomed them. Please, this way. All visual records, witness testimonies, and the shared equipment you requested have been prepared for you. You may enter and review at your convenience. With that, the staff member departed. Upon opening the door to the archive room, a chilling cold enveloped them. Inside, not only were there files, but several corpses lay sprawled about. Clearly, both Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang were taken aback by the presence of the bodies. After a moment of shock, they steadied themselves. Chen Dongyi approached one of the corpses and lifted the covering. The deceased had a strikingly serene appearance, eyes wide open, frozen in a moment of sheer terror before death. The most horrifying detail was a charred, grotesque brand of a bull's head, its twisted horns resembling blades, and hollow eye sockets that seemed to peer into the abyss. Zhang Yang examined the remaining corpses, each displaying a similarly tragic fate, all marked by the same chilling bull's head imprint on their foreheads. Chen Dongyi inspected each body carefully, finding no additional irregularities, and proceeded to cover them with white cloth. Donggu, look at this. Zhang Yang handed Chen Dongyi a mobile phone, displaying footage from a recent live-streaming team that had ventured into Nyosho village. The team's 5 members had mysteriously vanished. Chen Dongyi took the phone and opened the video of the last exploration conducted by the live-streaming team. The screen revealed a jarring, shaky perspective, with the camera bouncing violently, accompanied by heavy breathing and thumping sounds. Occasionally, a pair of dirted sneakers flashed at the edge of the frame, indicating the cameraman was in a frantic run. Damn, damn, damn. A high-pitched voice, laden with a thick accent, erupted from the phone. It was the young host with straw-colored hair. I can't shake them. They're right behind us. Hurry up, fatty. Do you want to become cow dung? The camera suddenly swung, revealing a face twisted in horror, glistening with sweat and oil, lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Behind him loomed a narrow, filthy hospital corridor, the walls peeling to reveal dark red bricks beneath, thick fog engulfing the entire scene. Massive, inhuman shadows flitted past at the corridor's end, their heavy hoofbeats resonating like thunder, striking terror into everyone's nerves. Yellow hair. Look ahead. A girl with thick black glasses and a ponytail screamed hoarsely. The camera jolted violently, focusing on the corner of the corridor, where a terrifying sight petrified the 5 adventurers, preventing them from advancing another inch. Several figures clad in tattered white lab coats stood rigidly, their backs turned to the camera, in bizarre postures. One of them slowly and unnaturally turned their head, revealing a lifeless, bluish-gray profile, the corners of their mouths seemingly tugged upwards, resembling a smile, yet appearing more like a feeble muscle spasm. One eye was clouded in white, while the other socket was a bottomless abyss. Doctor. It's a doctor. We are saved. Whether it was due to sheer panic or mere illusion, they failed to perceive the oddity of these several doctor-like figures. Another young man shouted excitedly, his voice heightened by hope, sounding unusually shrill. Yes, yes. Hurry over. The voice of the blonde echoed with ecstatic tremors as the camera frantically zoomed in on the rigid figures clad in white coats. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted, not from the screen, but from Zhang Yang beside Chen Dongyi, startling him. He slammed his fist onto the cold metallic control panel, his knuckles turning white. He fixated on the doctor whose profile had turned towards the screen, muttering through clenched teeth, "Fool, that thing lacks any semblance of life." Chen Dongyi replied with a wry smile, "What is wrong with you? You nearly gave me a heart attack." As he spoke, his gaze did not linger on those eerie faces but pierced through the flickering, blurred imagery, capturing the edges of the doctor's white coats. He noticed a few extremely fine, almost imperceptible wisps of black mist, writhing like living entities, slithering along the stained floor. A sense of unease washed over him, suddenly. He realized he hadn't T-watched from the beginning. Perhaps starting from the beginning would yield some clues. He rewound and found the segment where they first entered Nyosho village. The scene ultimately froze at the moment when 5 young people squeezed into an old, rusting elevator. The elevator's metal walls were riddled with scratches and suspicious dark stains, the overhead light flickering ominously, emitting a crackling sound that rendered their youthful yet tense faces pale and ghostly. The blonde gasped for breath, forcing a smile at the camera. However, the muscles in his cheeks twitched uncontrollably. Family, did you see that? This elevator has a vibe. Definitely a haunted house, or should I say a haunted building standard. Beside him, the chubby one clutched a cheap plastic bagua mirror pinned it tightly against his chest. The mirror was warped, his fingers turning white from the strain, and his lips trembled as he chanted, "Sanqing Daozu, Wuliang Tianzuan." The girl with glasses anxiously adjusted her black-rimmed spectacles, her eyes bulging behind the lenses, fixated on the floor buttons. There was only a solitary, half-peeled button labeled B1. This hospital has been abandoned for at least 10 years, right? Where did the underground floor come from? Her voice trembled, laden with apprehension. What are you afraid of? Another boy in a basketball jersey feigned calmness, patting his chest. The more sinister, the higher the views. Fortune favors the bold, you know? Once we get out, everyone needs to act it up, cry, scream, and panic. Make it dramatic. This is our ticket to fame. A dull, raspy chime, akin to rusted gears grinding against each other, echoed ominously. The elevator doors did not slide open, but trembled violently, as if something had jammed them. After a few intense shakes, they reluctantly parted to reveal a narrow gap. Instantly, a thick, chilling white mist surged through the opening as if it were a living creature. Ugh! The chubby one emitted a stifled whimper, instinctively retreating until his back collided with the icy elevator wall. The mist carried an indescribable odor, reminiscent of decades old, decayed earth mingled with a metallic, sweetish scent of rust. It enveloped them in an instant, the cold penetrating to the bone. Contact with the mist elicited a sensation akin to being pricked by countless icy needles. Wow, the dry ice effect is intense. The sponsors really went all out. Though the blonde shivered, the professionalism of a streamer kicked in, and he suppressed the tremor in his voice, directing his phone towards the slowly opening elevator doors. Ladies and gentlemen, witness the moment of miracles. High energy ahead. Gifts rolling in. Rockets. I want to see rockets. The elevator doors finally creaked open completely. Observing this, Chen Dongyi gazed quizzically at Zhang Yang, who appeared equally bewildered. Donggu, have you discovered something? Why do you keep staring at me? Do you guys in the spirit realm also do live streams? Do you get rockets too? Donggu, saying that implies where their S capital, their S greed. Our spirit realm is no different from your world. Chen Dongyi nodded, contemplating the truth in this statement. Indeed, those capitalists are truly malevolent. He resumed watching the live stream. Chapter 49. Otherworldly space outside the door was not the expected hospital basement corridor, but an endless, swirling sea of white fog, surrounded by remnants of ancient, dilapidated architecture. The fog was as dense as liquid milk, rendering visibility horrifically low, barely allowing them to discern a few cracked fragments of concrete beneath their feet. The entire world was devoured by this eerie white mist, silence enveloping them. Only their heavy breathing and the thunderous beat of their hearts reverberated in their ears. An absolute stillness prevailed, more suffocating than any sound. Brother Huang. The chubby one's voice quavered, teeth chattering. Are we getting out? Of course. The blonde swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing as he forced himself to rally. The scene is set. We must not disappoint the sponsors. Let us go. Stick close to me. Keep your phone steady. If we lose followers, it's on you. He took a deep breath of the icy, acrid mist, coughing twice as he steeled himself and stepped out of the elevator first. The ground beneath his feet was cold, hard concrete, with patches of withered, darkened weeds stubbornly pushing through the cracks. Each step he took was muted by the fog, producing an unusually heavy sound. The other four exchanged glances, fear radiating in their eyes, but seeing Huang stepping into the dense mist with his selfie stick, they gritted their teeth and timidly followed, huddling together like startled quails. The girl with glasses clutched the hem of the basketball jersey boy's shirt, her fingers turning white from the strain. Their vision was compressed to the extreme, only able to see the vague outline of Huang and the faint glow of his phone screen a couple of meters ahead. Surrounding them was an absolute silence, as if the entire world consisted solely of these 5 living beings. This mist feels wrong, Brother Huang. We should go back. It's too frightening here. The girl's voice trembled uncontrollably, pitched low. It's so cold, and do you hear? There's no sound. Aside from the occasional faint crunch of gravel beneath their feet and their own heartbeats and breaths, there was nothing. No wind, no insects chirping, no distant hum of the city. An absolute vacuum of silence enveloped them like an immense, invisible membrane, tightly binding them within. Silence yourself. Do not frighten yourself. The boy in the basketball jersey spoke with a hoarse voice, striving to straighten his back. The peculiar fog was undoubtedly a characteristic crafted by the previous live streaming team, perhaps even enhanced by an enormous soundproofing device to create an atmosphere. Before he could finish his thought, the boy with yellow hair abruptly halted, his body tensing instantly. What's wrong? Xiao Pang almost collided with him, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The boy with yellow hair did not respond. He simply stared intently into the depths of the swirling fog, his grip on the selfie stick tightening, causing his hand to tremble slightly. The phone camera shaking violently in response. The barrage of comments on the screen erupted in chaos, but he had no time to glance at it. Deep within the fog, an exceptionally low, almost agonizing sound emerged, reminiscent of a decrepit bellows struggling to draw breath. The sound was intermittent, imbued with a grotesque quality that sent chills down one's spine. Following this was another sound, the heavy scraping of a solid object dragged across the rough ground. It resembled the sound of chains or blades scraping against the surface, producing an unsettling sensation. Again and again, it resonated like a massive blunt instrument rhythmically scraping the ground in the eerie silence of the fog, and the source of the sound seemed to come from multiple directions. To the left, to the right, it appeared to be gradually and resolutely moving towards the elevator from which they had just departed, forming an imperceptible encirclement. The fog rolled menacingly, as if a colossal shadow was slowly writhing within. Something seemed to be approaching from the direction of the boy with yellow hair. "Run!" A panicked, almost deflated cry escaped his throat. Terror gripped his heart, nearly causing it to explode. "Run!" He finally unleashed a piercing scream, his voice distorted by sheer fear. He turned abruptly, disregarding his teammates, bolting towards the elevator like a startled rabbit. "Run! There is something! Help!" Panic spread like wildfire. Xiao Pang emitted a primal howl, and the girl with glasses along with the two boys instinctively followed the yellow-haired boy in retreat. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all reason and the live-streaming performance. They merely yearned to return to the elevator that could liberate them from this accursed place. In the chaos, the phone slipped from their grasp, crashing to the ground, its screen instantly engulfed by the swirling fog. The image spun wildly, shaking violently, finally freezing on a pair of soiled athletic shoes and a blurry figure stumbling through the mist. A terrifying shadow loomed, exceptionally tall, its outline indistinct but suggestive of enormous curved horns. Zhang Yang's body was taut like a drawn bow, his gaze fixed intently on the phone screen, locking onto the last frame that concealed a horrific silhouette in the fog. "That seems to be a bovine hoofprint." Zhang Yang's voice was low and raspy. "And it has horns. Could it be the legendary bull-headed monster?" Chen Dongyi's pupils contracted slightly. "Bone fragments." He slowly uttered the words, his tone chillingly calm. "Human frontal bone." He lifted his gaze, redirecting it towards the terrifying outline of the bull's horns hidden deep within the fog. Could this truly be the bull-headed monster? Did such a beast with a human body truly exist? Fragments of the frontal bone still carried a lingering aura of malice. Zhang Yang's voice dropped even lower, echoing Chen Dongyi's unspoken question. "That entity is alive. Does the bull-headed man truly exist?" Chen Dongyi did not respond directly. Instead, he began to analyze the situation alone. After all, the contents of the live stream might pose dangers beyond imagination. He intermittently recalled chaotic snippets, a violently shaking perspective, a blurred shadow of a doctor in a white coat, along with the bone-chilling sound of heavy hooves and the muffled thud of walls being struck. In the final moment before the stream cut off, the haunting scream of the yellow-haired boy resonated, accompanied by an unsettling, wet chewing sound. He turned to Zhang Yang and said, "Things are more complicated than we thought. What exactly is this bull-headed monster and the doctors in white coats? Are they friend or foe? We must be prepared." Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is said that this hospital was sealed off 10 years ago due to a boiler explosion. It doesn't seem as simple as it appears. 10 years ago? That could very well indicate a supernatural incident. Let us go gather our equipment." Chapter 50. The bull-headed monster. Zhang Yang led Chen Dongyi to the equipment cabinet, using his card to unlock the door. Inside lay an array of equipment, much of which Chen Dongyi had never seen before. Spirit-binding ropes, a bagua compass, dispelling talismans, and soul-fixing nails. Have you ever encountered these? Chen Dongyi was astounded. So many spiritual artifacts existed in the spirit realm. Why had he not been provided any in the previous 2 missions? "Let us take them all. They will surely prove useful." Zhang Yang wasted no time, stuffing the equipment into his pockets. "Of course, we need to take them. You have no idea how stingy the team can be. If it weren't for the mandatory task difficulty, they wouldn't provide any equipment at all." In less than 10 minutes, an inconspicuous black SUV burst through the rain, racing towards the forgotten, paranormal-infested wasteland on the outskirts of the city. The interior of the vehicle was eerily quiet. Zhang Yang drove, his sharp gaze fixed on the slick, dilapidated road ahead. Chen Dongyi sat in the passenger seat, fiddling with a bagua compass. "How does this bagua compass work?" Zhang Yang replied while driving. "It should function similarly to our use of talismans. Just infuse it with your own energy." Chen Dongyi guided the chi within him into the bagua compass, and suddenly, it began to spin wildly. "Wow, this compass spins quite vigorously." Zhang Yang glanced at the frantically rotating needle. 2 hours later, they arrived at the old site of the Nyosho village hospital. Even in the rain-soaked night, its dilapidation and eeriness were palpable. The main building resembled a colossal skeleton, its darkened windows like hollow eye sockets. The surrounding wall had collapsed significantly, wild grass thrived, engulfing the crumbling pathways. The air was thick with rust, mildew, and a faint, indistinguishable stench that rain could not wash away. The vehicle halted a few hundred meters from the hospital. Beyond lay only mud and ruins. The 2 men exited the car, the icy rain instantly soaking their shoulders. Chen Dongyi opened a large black umbrella, its ribs crafted from special metal, the inner surface adorned with dark red runes. Zhang Yang carried a heavy tactical backpack, clutching a bundle of spirit-binding ropes that shimmered with a ghostly metallic sheen, as thin as spider silk. Stay close to me. Do not lose sight. Chen Dongyi's voice rang clear amid the sound of the ring, with one hand holding the umbrella and the other forming a golden light incantation. The tip of the compass emitted an exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible azure glow. The two navigated through the mud and debris, advancing towards the imposing doorway that loomed like the throat of a gigantic beast. As they approached, the air seemed to thicken further. The hospital's entrance had long since decayed, reduced to a twisted and warped metal framework. Within the door lies a deeper, viscous darkness, infused with the scent of dust and decay that assails the senses. Chen Dongyi halted at the threshold, the azure glow of the talisman illuminating a small patch beneath his feet. On the cement floor, amidst layers of thick dust, fresh and disordered human footprints starkly contrasted, leading deep into the abyss. These were their footprints, extending towards the innermost elevator. Zhang Yang whispered, his fingers resting on a hard object at his waist, a specially crafted dagger inscribed with runes. He stepped forward, resolutely crossing the decaying threshold. The corridor grew increasingly dim, the emergency lights barely penetrating the gloom. The two could only rely on the feeble azure light emanating from the talisman to faintly illuminate a few meters ahead. The faint metallic tang in the air intensified. Suddenly, a series of violent, inhuman roars and heavy impacts erupted from the darkness ahead. The cacophony was immense, causing dust to cascade from the corridor walls. Bang! Clang! A howl. Following this were sharp, human screams, quickly drowned out by the more ferocious sounds of conflict. It was the sound of battle. They were still alive. Zhang Yang felt a surge of adrenaline, but his body tensed immediately. Chen Dongyi furrowed his brow, despite the noise. There was no sign of life, not even a shadow. Something felt amiss, Chen Dongyi murmured, his gaze sharp as an eagle. They might not be in this space. In a flash, he recalled a vision of them entering an elevator. He hurried inside, remembering that an elevator should be close ahead. Observing his movement, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and followed suit, cursing under his breath about the unsettling nature of their task. Upon reaching the elevator, Chen Dongyi silently recited the golden light incantation, pressing a talisman onto himself, and then affixed one onto Zhang Yang before pressing the button. How could this elevator still function after years of abandonment? No wonder this place was rife with supernatural occurrences. After a brief wait, the elevator displayed its arrival at B1, the very location the live-streaming team had visited. As the doors opened, a dense white mist billowed forth, the stench almost inducing nausea in both men. Zhang Yang grimaced at the sight of this fog-laden realm, exclaiming, "What kind of place is this? A ghost domain? It resembles the underworld." Chen Dongyi stepped out of the elevator, making his way towards the street outside. Just as in the live stream, the area was filled with ancient Chinese architecture, albeit in a state of disrepair. No sooner had they ventured less than 100 meters than they heard a sound in the distance. Thud, thud. The deep, resounding footsteps approached, and a towering figure swayed in the mist. Chen Dongyi quickly yanked Zhang Yang behind a building, his heart racing in his throat, for he had glimpsed a minotaur-like creature that seemed to have spotted them. He pulled out a bagua compass, its needle spinning erratically, devoid of any pattern. "Be careful," Chen Dongyi shouted, pushing Zhang Yang back by half a step. Simultaneously, his Tianshi system chimed in. "Alert! Host detected a life-threatening situation. Chi points doubled." "Alert! Host detected a life-threatening situation. Chi points doubled." A blood-soaked bone spear whizzed towards them, landing precisely where Zhang Yang had just stood. It embedded itself into the ground with a resounding thud, sending stones flying. "Run over there," Chen Dongyi urged, not daring to look back as he pulled Zhang Yang towards a nearby building, the only structure devoid of minotaurs. They were surrounded. A small group of minotaurs emerged from the very spot they had just hidden, clad in armor, wielding weapons, their muscular bodies resembling forged steel. They looked less like monsters and more like an organized battalion. Zhang Yang glanced back, noticing a critical detail. Chen Dongyi remained silent. There was no time for dialogue. Escape was paramount. The bone spear was at least 2 meters long. The creature wielding such a weapon must possess immense strength. At that moment, a minotaur's deep voice echoed, "Humph, the battle over there is fierce. We cannot allow fresh human meat to supply those hellish beasts, or our struggle will be arduous. We must capture these two." Chapter 51. Hurry inside. The small cadre of minotaurs continued their relentless pursuit of Chen Dongyi. Terrified, he hastily retrieved a formation flag, setting up the 7 Fiends Soul Lock formation. Just as he initiated the array, 2 bone spears shot towards him. He rolled to evade, quickly positioning himself for the minotaurs to enter the formation. In mere moments, the group of minotaurs surged forward, stepping into the array. "Chime, miao xia ba tue." Summon the demons, The eagle hounds lead the way, 7 ghosts respond to the call, stand before the altar, obey the command, divine power declared, demons and monsters. Slay through the heavens, the supreme holy power, boundless and vast, urgently as the law commands. Chen Dongyi formed seals with his fingers, chanting incantations. Activating the 7 fiends' soul lock formation without hesitation. The flags illuminated, each direction shining brightly, yet an unusual occurrence unfolded. The small group of minotaurs remained unfazed, even passing through the 7 fiends' soul lock formation. This is not good. These creatures are not mere ghosts. My formation is ineffective, Chen Dongyi yelled, retreating towards the building ahead. Whoosh! A tremendous sound pierced the air as a massive axe swung towards him. With no time to evade, Chen Dongyi raised the bagua compass, infusing qi into it as a shield. Buzz! The compass emitted a deep hum, its azure glow intensifying. Instantly, a translucent shield, inscribed with flowing runes, enveloped both men. Thud! 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 Not just one, but several bone spears struck simultaneously, shaking the shield with a resounding hum, cracks threatening to form. Witnessing this, Chen Dongyi felt astonished. He had no idea the bagua compass could serve such a purpose. Perhaps he should procure another from the black market. It won't hold for long. This is draining the qi from the compass. Chen Dongyi's complexion paled, his fingers trembling as he maintained the formation. The sudden ferocity of the assault surpassed his expectations. He exchanged glances with Zhang Yang. They silently agreed to muster their strength to repel the incoming weapons. Seizing the moment, Chen Dongyi produced 4 soul-fixing nails, flinging them towards the minotaurs as one would a cleaver. He could not be blamed for wastefulness. He simply had not learned the art of launching concealed weapons, resorting instead to the most straightforward approach to fend off the foes. Clang, clang, clang. Though his aim was somewhat lacking, he managed to stall the minotaurs momentarily. A thunderous crash erupted from around the corner of the corridor. Both men and the minotaur beasts turned their attention towards the commotion. Accompanied by the roar of collapsing walls, a towering figure emerged, muscular with dark red skin. A terrifying figure, adorned with massive, curved bull horns, burst through the wall like an out-of-control truck. In its hand, it wielded a colossal bone axe, entwined with black flames, its crimson eyes emanating a deafening roar. It was a larger and more imposing minotaur. It appeared to have been driven back here by a fierce battle. The minotaur clearly noticed Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang, who were frantically sprinting under the protection of a glowing shield in the corridor, as well as the flailing pale tendrils that filled the air. In an instant, a more ferocious fury ignited in its blood-red eyes, as if it felt deeply provoked and insulted. It let out an earth-shattering roar, completely disregarding Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang. The enormous bone axe, imbued with destructive force, swung violently towards the flailing tendrils attacking the shield. With a howl, the black flames on the axe surged, accompanied by a chilling whistle that tore through the air. In an instant, several tendrils, caught off guard, were severed by the frenzied axe blade. The severed ends erupted with a viscous, foul-smelling black liquid. The remaining tendrils recoiled in terror, retreating abruptly into the shadows. The sound of scales scraping faded swiftly. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang hurriedly dashed towards the inner building. At that moment, the several minotaurs finally reacted, witnessing Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang stepping into the structure. They seemed hesitant to approach the building, collectively raising their weapons to hurl them at the two. Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang widened their eyes, their hair standing on end in fear. With so many weapons, we'd be dead or crippled, Zhang Yang said with a bitter smile. Just then, the retreating tendrils suddenly lashed out, knocking several weapons away. Suddenly, a figure resembling a doctor, clad in a white coat with a small parting and glasses, rushed over. He shouted at Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang. Come here quickly. If you don't want to die, get inside. They dare not enter here. A human? Indeed, it was a human. And Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang could see it clearly. We're saved, Zhang Yang exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards the doctor. Chen Dongyi felt something was amiss, but could not articulate it. Seeing Zhang Yang run over, he hurriedly followed suit. They jogged alongside the doctor, arriving at a corner. A vast space, likely once a waiting area of a hospital, unfolded before them. It was evidently the epicenter of the battle, a scene of utter chaos. The glass walls of the hall had long been shattered, rain and wind pouring in through the enormous gaps. The once comfortable seats and reception desks lay in ruins, engulfed in eerie green flames. Scattered across the floor were broken live-streaming devices, backpacks, and several pools of dark red, uncoagulated blood. At the relatively intact end of the hall, Near the entrance to the inner corridor, a makeshift circular barricade had been hastily constructed with overturned metal chairs, shattered cabinets, and some faintly glowing talismans. Behind the barricade huddled 5 disheveled figures, the live-streaming quintet. The blonde-haired member had his straw-like yellow hair matted with sweat and blood, his face marked with abrasions and terror. He tightly gripped a rusted iron pipe, seemingly salvaged from somewhere. The chubby member sat on the floor, pale and shaken, his pants damp, nervously clutching a crooked plastic mirror. The bespectacled girl had one lens of her black-framed glasses shattered, her hair disheveled, and her gaze vacant. All of them faced the center of the hall, their eyes filled with abject fear and despair. Chen Dongyi scanned the hall, abruptly stunned. Where were the other two? And where had that doctor gone in the blink of an eye? Moreover, the manner in which he fled seemed rather peculiar. A shiver ran down Chen Dongyi's spine, an ominous premonition rising within him. Zhang Yang, upon spotting the 3 survivors, felt a wave of relief and approached them to check their condition. Meanwhile, Chen Dongyi sought a hidden corner, meticulously observing his surroundings. The area where the battle had taken place was drenched in crimson liquid. The metallic, rancid odor unmistakably belonged to humans, and more specifically, fresh human blood. Had those 2 individuals already been fed to the monster? Suddenly, he noticed remnants of human entrails scattered on the ground nearby. Those 2 had undoubtedly been chewed to pieces by something. Chapter 52. Who is it? Who devoured those 2 boys? The Minotaurs or those doctors? Chen Dongyi was in a state of utter confusion, shaking his head in disbelief. Suddenly, 4 or 5 similarly horned, dark-skinned Minotaurs, their muscles bulging, charged with bone spears, massive axes, or chains wreathed in black flames, unleashing earth-shattering roars as they crashed against the opposite side of the hall. Their adversaries were a dozen figures clad in tattered white coats, wearing soiled masks or nurse caps. These doctors and nurses moved with a stiff yet swift grace. Entirely unlike humans, their skin exhibited a corpse-like ashen hue, with murky, white eyes, some of which were mere hollow sockets. In their hands, they wielded surgical knives, syringes, and even rusted forcestands. Yet these ordinary medical instruments possessed astonishing lethality in their grasp. One doctor swung a surgical knife with a rigid motion, the blade slicing through the air, leaving a sickly green arc, effortlessly carving into the arm of a minotaur, revealing bone beneath. Black smoke billowed forth. A nurse plunged a syringe into the ground, causing the needle to erupt in a cloud of dark green mist that enveloped a small area, forcing a minotaur within the mist to emit a pained howl as its skin began to rot. Although the individual strength of these medical personnel appeared inferior to that of the minotaurs, their coordination was eerily harmonious, seemingly impervious to pain. Even when struck by a minotaur's axe, as long as they were not utterly obliterated, they continued to act. Sticky black blood oozing from their wounds without a hint of hesitation. They fought in silence, the sounds of weapons slicing through the air and the metallic clinking of injuries echoing in the expansive hall, amplifying the horror. The minotaurs were frenzied, each attack landing with tremendous force, cracking the ground and sending debris flying. Their objective was clear, to break through the doctor's defenses and seize them. Yet, to the 5-person group huddled behind the barricade, the minotaurs glanced only occasionally, their expressions tinged with a weary disdain, as if they found them merely an annoyance, showing no inclination to attack. Hold the line. Keep the entrance secure. Don't let them in. A middle-aged doctor, appearing to be the leader, rasped, his voice dry and grating, like sandpaper scraping against wood, as he wielded a surgical knife enveloped in black mist to block a powerful axe strike. He shouted towards the 5 behind the barricade. You, don't just stand there. Find a way to help. Throw something at them. They fear the light. Use your phones. Shine them in their eyes. Huang Mao was jolted awake by a thunderous roar, and as he beheld the horrific scene in the center of the hall, where flesh and blood were strewn about like a vision from hell, he was gripped by sheer terror. Yet, the instinct for survival compelled him to instinctively grasp a shard of brick from the ground and hurl it with all his might at the nearest bull-headed monster. The brick struck the creature's thick back with a resounding thud, akin to a mere tickle. The bull-headed beast spun around abruptly, its crimson eyes locking onto Huang Mao, nostrils flaring as it exhaled scalding vapor while emitting a low, ominous growl filled with menace. However, it did not attack. In a state of utter fear, Huang Mao collapsed onto the ground, his hands and feet icy cold. Useless fool. The leading doctor spat, his voice laced with icy fury. At that moment, a particularly robust bull-headed monster, seemingly its leader, lashed out with chains wreathed in dark flames, sending 2 nurses flying. Its massive hooves shattered the floor beneath it. Charging towards the entrance like a heavily armored tank, its target unmistakably the lead doctor. "Stop it!" the lead doctor shrieked, his voice rising in pitch. Several nurses bravely lunged forward in an attempt to block the beast, but were violently tossed aside, the sound of splintering bones echoing through the chaos. As the enormous bone axe neared the lead doctor's head, a voice rang out from behind the fortifications. "Watch out!" The bespectacled girl, cowering behind the barricade, instinctively cried out. In that critical moment, a piercing whistle sliced through the air from the direction of the entrance corridor, followed by a resounding crash. Chen Dongyi's heart skipped a beat. He had intended to tell Zhang Yang to hold off, to assess the situation first. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yang had chosen to attack the bull-headed creature without discernment. A dagger, glistening with an eerie cold light and tied with a dark red knot at its hilt, shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Striking the side of the bone axe with pinpoint precision, the tremendous force caused the axe to veer sharply, narrowly missing the lead doctor's shoulder and embedding itself in the ground. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The bull-headed leader swung its head around, its blood-red eyes fixated on the source of the dagger's flight, Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang, who had just burst into the hall. Zhang Yang maintained his throwing posture, his gaze sharp, while Chen Dongyi stood beside him, holding a dimly glowing compass in one hand. Though filled with dread, he prepared himself for battle, his other hand clutching a yellow talisman that flickered with golden sparks. His cold gaze swept across the battlefield, lingering particularly on the stiff, shadowy figures of the medical personnel. "Retreat if you wish to live." Chen Dongyi's voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority amidst the turmoil. His gaze ultimately settled on the lead doctor, whose white coat had been torn by the wind of the bone axe, revealing not flesh and blood, but a glimmering, cold surface resembling dark green tree bark. The fierce battle in the center of the hall momentarily halted due to this unexpected interruption. The lead doctor, who had narrowly escaped a deadly blow, abruptly turned to face Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang. His ashen face bore no expression, save for his murky, clouded eyes, which seemed to constrict slightly, akin to a serpent honing in on its prey. The bull-headed leader was equally startled, addressing the two with a commanding voice. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" The leader's glaring, lantern-sized crimson eyes fixated on the audacious human before him. Stumped by the question, Chen Dongyi found himself at a loss. Who was he indeed? What gave him the audacity to interfere in the affairs of these two formidable beings? Scratching his head in embarrassment, he hastily conjured a response. "Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that your soldiers have just pursued us." With a clang, the bull-headed leader hoisted the massive axe from the ground, the iron scraping against the floor producing sparks. With a snort, he slung the axe onto his shoulder, the extinguished black flames rekindling with ferocity. He exhaled a cloud of white vapor, buzzing as he spoke. "Humph. Do you know who he is? You dare to assist him?" This remark left Chen Dongyi momentarily bewildered. They had originally entered to locate the live-streaming quintet and to address a routine case of supernatural contamination. Little did they expect to encounter a battalion of bull-headed creatures, relentlessly pursuing them within the building, only to find themselves embroiled in a chaotic battle with a cadre of doctors and nurses. Truly, it was a scene of utter pandemonium. At that moment, Chen Dongyi held the Bagua compass in his left hand, channeling qi to form a defensive shield. With his right hand, he clutched 10 golden talismans and positioned himself beside the group of doctors, asserting, "I care not who they are. They are humans like us. And you are the ones who resemble monsters." The bull-headed leader snorted, releasing another dense cloud of white mist, contemptuously labeling Chen Dongyi as an idiot. With that, he charged towards the doctors and nurses, wielding the enormous axe wrapped in black flames, raising it high as destructive power gathered at its edge. "Watch out!" Zhang Yang bellowed, his muscles tensing in readiness. Although his injured arm still bore the lingering numbness, the instinct for survival ignited his resolve to confront the impending threat. He fixed his gaze on the descending axe, bracing for the impending strike. However, in that critical moment, all the doctors and nurses were drawn to the charging bull-headed leader. Chen Dongyi seized the opportunity. He did not focus on the rampaging creature. Instead, his eyes were locked onto the lead doctor. The talismans nestled between his fingers flared with golden sparks, erupting into a blaze. "Golden light talismans. Activate." The 10 talismans soared toward the 10 doctors, and he swiftly retrieved several more talismans, reciting incantations as he directed them toward the nurses. "With the righteous qi of heaven and earth, dispel the evil and reveal the truth. With righteous spirit, slay the demons and eliminate the monsters." Command. The talismans exploded midair. There was no cataclysmic roar, only an intensely blinding radiance, as if the essence of midday sunlight had been concentrated into a single point. In an instant, this brilliance erupted. It pierced through the lead doctor and the surrounding space like an invisible blade, exuding an aura of righteousness, warmth, and an ability to dispel all malevolence. The lead doctor was engulfed in thick, black smoke as a piercing, inhuman scream erupted from him, sharp enough to shatter glass. Under the explosive golden light, his corpse-like, ashen skin was corroded as if by acid, turning charred, cracked, and peeling away. What lay beneath was not flesh but twisted, dark red fibrous tendrils, resembling a peeled vine. His murky, clouded eyes now only reflected two bottomless pits, burning with a green flame of vengeance. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were tendrils emerging from the ground. At the ends of these vines rested the skeletal remains of humans, transformed into puppets resembling doctors and nurses. Ghosts. The first to crumble under the horror was the bespectacled girl, who gazed upon the doctor, their commander, for over an hour. Revealing his terrifying visage in the golden light, letting out a shrill scream, she succumbed to a complete mental breakdown and fainted. My goodness. The chubby boy, terrified beyond measure, lost all composure, his trousers once again soaked, as he scrambled backward, wishing to merge with the wall. The blonde, too, was pallid and trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze, his mind utterly blank. What they had believed to be a sanctuary and protectors turned out to be more dreadful than the monstrous creatures outside. It suddenly dawned on them that the doctor had led their two companions into a room from which they had never emerged. The debris in the corner of that room was all that remained of those two boys. Even the rampaging, bull-headed leader was momentarily stunned by the sudden manifestation of the golden light and the revealed specters. In the crimson depths of its eyes, the furious rage seemed to be replaced by a flicker of bewilderment and understanding. Its enormous axe halted midair. A chilling scream erupted. Yet, the wail of the leading specter was not born of pain, but of wrath at being utterly exposed. Kill them. The leader shrieked in a voice that tore through the air like a beast's howl, its charred, twisted face illuminated by green flames dancing in its eye sockets. With its cry, numerous figures clad in white coats and nurse uniforms surged forth from the room. Their movements abruptly froze, only to explode forth with an even more terrifying speed and force. Tendrils of black smoke rose from their bodies, and their actions, no longer feigned human stiffness, became as swift and distorted as beasts. The surgical instruments in their hands, scalpels, syringes, and force stands, were instantly enveloped in dense black mist, emanating a disquieting aura of malevolence. They abandoned their skirmish with the bull-headed monsters, transforming into relentless killing machines commanded by an unseen force. Charged with a foul wind and piercing shrieks towards the entrance where Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang stood. Their primary targets became these two intruders who had unveiled their true nature and posed a significant threat. The bull-headed creatures were temporarily disregarded. Retreat, Chen Dongyi bellowed, yanking the bewildered Zhang Yang backward. Meanwhile, with his other hand, he struck down upon the Bagua compass cradled in his palm. A low hum emanated from the compass, overwhelmed by its burden, erupting once more in dazzling azure light. This time, the azure glow did not form a shield, but transformed into countless slender threads of azure light, shooting forth like living beings towards the approaching specters. The azure threads pierced through the foremost specter nurses with precision, igniting azure flames at the points of penetration, accompanied by sizzling sounds and even more anguished wails. The movements of the specters faltered, black blood gushing from their wounds, dripping onto the ground and rising in wisps of blue smoke. Yet, this was merely a drop in the bucket. The number of advancing specters was overwhelming. The azure light from the compass dimmed at a visible rate, and Chen Dongyi's complexion turned as pale as paper, clearly drained of energy. Zhang Yang, rope. Chen Dongyi gritted his teeth, his voice strained and breathless. Zhang Yang instantly comprehended. He bore the excruciating pain in his right arm, his left hand darting towards the heavy tactical backpack behind him. His fingers precisely caught hold of the end of a bundle glimmering with a cold metallic sheen, the Sua Ling rope. Release it, Zhang Yang roared, flinging his left hand. The heavy Sua Ling rope, like a waking black serpent, was thrown with an ear-piercing metallic screech, propelled by his immense strength. The rope unfurled midair, stretching 7 to 8 meters long. The rope, thick as an infant's arm, exhibited a deep, restrained dark golden hue, its surface etched with an intricate array of ancient runes, flickering with a cold silver glow as it expanded, like a breathing entity. One end bore a heavy, sharp metal tip, also inscribed with runes. The moment the Sua Ling rope unfurled, an invisible, mountain-like force of restraint spread outward. The frenzied specters faltered, as if ensnared in an unseen mire. The The swirling black mist surrounding them seemed subdued by this power, becoming sluggish and dim. A prime opportunity. A fierce glint sparkled in Zhang Yang's eyes. He flexed his left arm, muscles taut and veins bulging, exerting all his strength to swing the released Sua Ling rope towards the densest cluster of specters. How dare they treat us like soft persimmons? Today, I shall make you taste the wrath of the third eye of the King of Horses. Chapter 54. Breaking through the defense line. As they realized escape was futile, Zhang Yang and Chen Dongyi resolved to retaliate fiercely. The Sua Ling rope whistled through the air, akin to a dark golden lightning whip. Crack! The dull thud of impact accompanied the sickening sound of tearing flesh. The Sua Ling rope struck two unsuspecting specter doctors with precision. The silver runes shimmering on the rope branded the specters' ashen bodies. In an instant, the struck areas were as if splashed with strong acid, emitting thick black smoke and the agonizing cries of the specters. One specter's arm and half of its shoulder were completely consumed, charred and shattered by the power of the runes. With the successful strike of the Sua Ling rope, several specters were forced back, temporarily clearing a small space. However, Zhang Yang's left arm throbbed with pain from the exertion, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. The Sua Ling rope was unbearably heavy, a significant burden on him. Roar! At that moment, the previously overlooked bull-headed leader let out a thunderous roar. This roar contained not only fury, but also an urgent anger and impatience. A flash of insight struck Chen Dongyi. He suddenly looked at the leading specter, wounded by the golden light, glaring at them with venomous intent, then glanced towards the hallway entrance leading deeper into the hospital's core area, the very direction the bull-headed creatures had been attempting to breach. The compass in his hand trembled violently, its needle steadfastly pointing towards the depths of that entrance, as if something within was drawing it with intense allure. Their target lies within. These doctors and nurses are merely puppets of that entity. This could only signify that something even more terrifying lurked inside. Chen Dongyi instantly grasped the situation, shouting at Zhang Yang, "They are stalling for time. There must be something far more significant inside. Or perhaps they are preparing something. These old fiends are undoubtedly up to no good." As soon as these words were spoken, the leading malevolent spirit seemed to comprehend. Casting a venomous glare at Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang, it then glanced at its temporarily repelled subordinates, before finally fixating on the dark entrance deep within the hall. The twisted visage of the creature, charred and grotesque, appeared to contort as if a malicious grin formed at the corners of its torn mouth. Ignoring the threat of the entrance, it abruptly pivoted and, with inhuman swiftness, transformed into a distorted shadow, racing towards the dim recesses of that entrance. The other malevolent spirits, as if receiving a command, ceased their frenzied assault on Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang, diverting the majority of their numbers like a tidal wave following the lead spirit into the dark entrance, leaving behind a handful of ghostly nurses, evidently tasked with holding the line to prevent anyone from approaching the entrance. This further corroborated Chen Dongyi's suspicions, prompting him to hastily retrieve a pre-prepared talisman from his person. He thought, "Stop it. It must not enter. If it does, we may very well meet our end." A dire warning echoed in his mind. Once more, he activated the dim compass, directing several feeble beams of azure light towards the ghostly nurses, attempting to disrupt their advance. The Minotaur leader emitted a more frenzied and urgent roar, its colossal form turning abruptly towards the entrance now swarmed by spirits, its crimson eyes brimming with rage and a sense of humiliation as if it had been mocked. No longer hesitating, it swung its massive bone axe with devastating force towards the ghostly nurses braced in front of the entrance. Simultaneously, other Minotaurs unleashed thunderous roars, recklessly charging towards the entrance in a furious assault. Chaos erupted in the hall, as the Minotaurs' violent onslaught sent remnants of chairs flying, their heavy hooves resounding like war drums. The ghostly nurses emitted shrill cries, the syringes in their hands bursting forth noxious, emerald-hued mists. Surgical knives traced arcs of sickly green light, fearlessly obstructing the advance of the Minotaurs and the two men. "Stay close to me," Chen Dongyi barked at Zhang Yang. In that moment, he truly felt the weight of mortal peril, so frightened that his voice changed. Witnessing the terrifying Minotaur leader fighting desperately, he knew that if he did not fight with all his might, he might indeed perish here. Thus, he shed his usual nonchalance, adopting an expression of grave seriousness. His gaze shifted towards the three paralyzed burdens behind the construction, his eyes icy. "If you wish to survive, find a place to hide. Do not be a hindrance." As a mere apprentice, he could scarcely manage his own safety, let alone protect these streamers who had recklessly intruded. Huang Mao and the others were already terrified beyond belief. Hearing Chen Dongyi's words felt like receiving a pardon. They scrambled to drag the unconscious glasses girl and their injured companion towards a more secluded corner of the hall, packed with debris and refuse, eager to bury themselves within it. Charge! Chen Dongyi no longer glanced back, his voice low and commanding as he wielded the dim compass once more, unleashing several faint beams of azure light to disrupt the ghostly mists. Together with Zhang Yang, they pressed forward against the heavy constraints of the binding rope, rushing towards the chaotic defensive line at the entrance. Their objective was to follow closely behind the Minotaurs, to break through the malevolent spirit's obstruction, and to intercept the leading spirit. At this juncture, Zhang Yang was already acutely aware of the perilous nature of their situation. Yet witnessing Chen Dongyi's fierce determination, he too disregarded all else. To reclaim that 1,000 points of Qi gold, he had no choice but to risk his life. With his left hand firmly gripping the binding rope, its weight dragging along the ground with an ear-piercing scrape, he drew forth his runic dagger with his right hand, eyes fierce like a beast cornered. The two men, akin to sharpened blades, plunged into the whirlpool of chaos between the Minotaurs and the ghostly nurses. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang's dagger accurately pierced the back of a ghostly nurse attempting to ambush the Minotaur from the side. The power of the runes surged forth, and the ghost let out a brief, piercing shriek. Its body stiffened abruptly, black smoke rising from the wound, movement instantly hampered. A nearby Minotaur seized the opportunity, its massive club crashing down with a ferocious wind. The sound was akin to shattering a bladder filled with black liquid. The ghostly nurse's body exploded, viscous, foul-smelling black blood and shattered bones scattering in all directions. A few drops of that black blood splattered onto Zhang Yang's tactical pants, instantly corroding small holes into the fabric, releasing a stinging scent and a burning sensation. He stifled a groan, yet his movements did not falter, withdrawing his dagger in a fluid motion to parry another incoming surgical knife. Chen Dongyi weaved left and right, the azure light emanating from his compass now exceedingly faint. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his undershirt, yet he dared not pause. Each activation was precisely aimed at the eyes of the malevolent spirits or the joints of their weapon-wielding arms. While he could not inflict mortal wounds, he consistently disrupted the rhythm of their attacks, creating openings for the rampaging Minotaurs. With a resounding crash, another ghostly nurse was cleaved in half by a Minotaur's massive axe. The defensive line held by the ghostly nurses crumbled swiftly under the relentless force of the Minotaurs and the precise support of Zhang Yang and Chen Dongyi. The Minotaur leader barreled forward, its enormous hooves shattering the skull of the last obstructing spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, it surged into the dark, cold corridor leading deeper into the hospital, with the other Minotaurs in hot pursuit. Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang exchanged a glance, devoid of hesitation, and followed closely behind. As they entered the corridor, a chilling, rancid, and overwhelmingly sweet stench assaulted their senses, far more intense than that of the hall. The emergency lights in the corridor were nearly all damaged, with only a faint source of illumination flickering at the far end, casting shadows that revealed even more grotesque claw marks and splattered dark brown stains on the walls. Ahead, the thunderous hoofbeats of the Minotaurs echoed like distant thunder in the narrow passage, vibrating painfully against their eardrums. Their goal was unmistakable, to pursue the fleeing leading spirit. Quick, keep up with them, Chen Dongyi urged, the compass in his hand now unwaveringly pointing deeper into the corridor. Despite the faintness of the azure light, its direction was remarkably clear. What unspeakable terror awaited in that place? Chapter 55. The thousand-faced vines demon Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang exchanged a glance, both feeling a shared anxiety. Following the Minotaurs as they raced through the darkness, their feet occasionally squelching against a slick, viscous substance, emitting nauseating sounds. The sweet, acrid stench in the air intensified, as if something was rotting and fermenting deep within. Suddenly, a low, mournful roar, reminiscent of a horn yet filled with anguish and fury, erupted from the depths of the corridor. This sound carried an indescribable power, causing the entire corridor to resonate with a deep hum, dislodging dust from the walls. The Minotaur's hoofbeats ahead grew even more frenzied and urgent. The bull-headed monstrosities appeared thoroughly enraged by the sound. Was it that leading malevolent spirit? What was it up to? Zhang Yang gasped for breath, sprinting while warily gazing into the depths of darkness. In stark contrast, Chen Dongyi's brow was furrowed, the compass needle shaking violently, as if disturbed by an overwhelming force. The roar carried an ancient, dignified essence, imbued with a primal sense of oppression. Yet, it was also laden with a profound anguish and chaotic ferocity, distinctly different from the sinister malice of the other malevolent spirits. The two men rounded a corner, and the scene before them abruptly halted their frantic pace, their pupils constricting in shock. At the end of the corridor lay a vast space that should have been a surgical area or equipment room of the hospital. The heavy blast door had been violently breached, twisted, and deformed, leaning to one side. In the center of the space stood an immense, intricate structure, adorned with countless contorted pipes, rusted gears, and eerie runes glowing with a ghostly green light. At the core of this apparatus was a transparent container resembling a colossal withered tree. Surrounding this giant tree were tendrils, akin to both tentacles and branches. And at the heart of the withered tree, a grotesque creature was ensnared. This entity bore a humanoid silhouette, yet its skin was a deep, dark crimson, reminiscent of solidified lava. Muscles bulged with explosive power. Most terrifying was its head, which was a massive, menacing bull's head, cloaked in thick black fur. The curved horns gleamed like cold, metallic blades. At that moment, the bull-headed giant, ensnared by countless vines, let out a pained and furious roar. Its body thrashed violently, causing the entire withered tree to tremble significantly, emitting a grievous creaking sound. The thick, rune-etched branches binding its limbs and neck strained rigidly, producing a grating, teeth-chattering friction. As if alive, they seemed to be desperately trying to invade through its mouth, nostrils, and pores. Beneath the withered tree stood several malevolent doctors, their presence far more potent than the other malevolent spirits. They were continuously injecting thick, writhing black mist into the tree. Their objective was evidently to control or completely corrupt the bull-headed giant ensnared by the branches. The leading bull-headed creature, having stormed in first, witnessed this scene, and its crimson eyes erupted with an overwhelming fury and heart-wrenching agony. They were desperately assaulting the building, likely in an attempt to rescue the bull-headed giant trapped within the withered tree. It emitted a heart-rending, thunderous roar. Wielding a massive bone axe with a momentum capable of obliterating everything, striking fiercely at the obstructing leading malevolent spirit. The leading malevolent spirit let out a piercing shriek, and the powerful malevolent doctors around it immediately turned, unleashing their astonishing strength to confront the raging bull-headed leader. A more brutal and pivotal showdown centered around the ensnared bull-headed giant erupted violently. Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang found themselves caught in the eye of this storm. With no way to advance or retreat, facing these hellish spirits, escape seemed impossible. In a moment of respite, Chen Dongyi suddenly recalled the existence of his system, and his mind brightened with hope. He fervently beseeched in his thoughts, "System, Father, are you there?" Shortly after, a languid voice from the system responded, "System, did you think of me as you were about to perish?" Upon hearing the system's emergence, Chen Dongyi felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. After all, the system had saved his life multiple times. Perhaps a little flattery would grant him a chance. Chen Dongyi, "Father, please tell me, do you know what this creature is?" System, 100 chi points. Goodness, this wretched system is as deceitful as ever. Yet, I have no other options. Chen Dongyi, all right, please tell me. System, it is a long-dead Jinmu tree, which, after absorbing an excessive amount of corpses and malevolent energy in hell, has transformed into its current form, known in later generations as the Qianmian Tingyao. Chen Dongyi, that sounds formidable. System, of course. Jinmu serves as a conduit between the celestial realm and the mortal plane. After a great upheaval, it was severed, and due to excessive resentment, it has been cultivating in hell. Would you not find it formidable? Chen Dongyi, System, Father, you must have a way to deal with it, right? System, I do have a method, but with your current strength, you cannot even injure it, let alone slay it. Chen Dongyi, just tell me. System, check your system panel. Given your recent peril, you likely have amassed 5,000 chi points, enabling you to learn the Shunlei Tianwei Wanjie Thunder Law, which consists of 30 thunder spells, and the Hunyuan Yinshi Thunder Law, which consists of 10 thunder spells, and a third option, the Wulei Zhengfa, of 5 thunders. Chen Dongyi eagerly opened the system panel, and indeed, his chi points had surpassed 5,000. The total was 5,350 points, with the blue talisman section still glowing brightly. The talismans could not only be upgraded to blue talismans, but also had many new talismans available, such as the Control Paperman talisman, which allowed him to create small paper figures to perform tasks, and the Tracking talisman, along with the Breaking Evil talisman waiting for him. The highlight was undoubtedly the Thunder talisman, the most potent spell in Taoism. This Thunder spell, like other spells and talismans, required not only the learning of talismans, but also the mastery of Thunder spells, meaning it was a combination of both spells and talismans for greater efficacy. Chen Dongyi had no time to peruse the explanation of the Thunder spells. He decided to learn them first. Chen Dongyi, yes. What next? System, then you shall learn the Wulei Zhengfa, and also upgrade the talisman. See how high it can be upgraded now. Chen Dongyi, Currently, I have 5,350 chi points. Deducting the 100 points for the previous information, I still have 5,350 points. After upgrading the blue talisman, deducting another 300 points, learning the Wulei Zhengfa requires 1,500 points. And learning the Wulei talisman requires 200 points. Why are the remaining talismans not illuminated? Beep. The system deducted 100 points for the information, remaining chi points, 5,350. System, of course, you must first upgrade the blue talisman to see the others. Click to upgrade. Beep. Chi points have reached 300 points. Blue talisman upgrade conditions met. Confirm upgrade? Stop with the chatter, hurry. Beep. Chi points have reached 1,000 points. Silver talisman upgrade conditions met. Confirm upgrade? Chen Dongyi looked at the prompt. His mind racing. With 50-50 chi points remaining, and the total cost of learning the thunder spell and talismans being 1,700 points. Even upgrading the talisman level would be more than sufficient. Just as he was about to confirm the upgrade, the system halted him. Chapter 56, Wulei Zhengfa System. Wait. Even if you upgrade to a silver talisman, you still cannot utilize it. You should focus on learning more practical spells instead of merely seeking higher levels. Chen Dongyi, what? If I learn it, I can't use it? System, it's a simple fact. You should acknowledge it. A mere child, given a Dongfeng 41. Would it be of any use? In the end, you might not only fail to harm the enemy, but also end up harming yourself. Chen Dongyi was suddenly enlightened. He realized that he was merely a novice who could only wield the Jingguang spell, and that he had only managed to procure a magical artifact through the Zhanling group. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the very concept of magical tools. The truth struck him. He was indeed a novice. With this thought, Chen Dongyi instantly regained his composure. System Dad, what should I do? The system replied, first, learn the blue talisman, then the 5 thunder technique, and acquire a few life-saving spells. Strike it down with lightning. Plants are most vulnerable to lightning. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyi felt a chill in his heart. Could the 5 thunder technique really contend against a millennium-old vine demon? That would be akin to using millet and a rifle against a missile. The system seemed to sense Chen Dongyi's disappointment and fear. Don't be so pessimistic. This situation is inherently perilous. However, Chen Dongyi felt a flicker of hope. If there was a however, then salvation must be possible. Quick, tell me. 200 chi points. Give. The lightning technique can summon thunder. Regardless of the type, it conjures a storm cloud. The extent of your borrowing depends on your personal cultivation. Perhaps you can utilize some advanced technology to harness the lightning from the storm cloud. Indeed, how had he not thought of that? The spirit realm was a civilization of advanced technology. Surely, creating a lightning avoidance device would be child's play. If he could transform such a device into a conductive one. After a brief contemplation, Chen Dongyi made a decisive choice to learn skills and spells. Ding. Your chi points have reached 1,500. Meeting the requirements to learn the 5 thunder technique. Confirm learning? Learn. Ding. Your chi points have reached 200. Meeting the requirements to learn the 5 thunder talisman. Confirm learning? Learn. Ding. Your chi points have reached 200. Meeting the requirements to learn the paper man control talisman. Confirm learning? Learn. Ding. Your chi points have reached 500. Meeting the requirements to learn the step on the stars technique. Confirm learning? Learn. Upon reviewing the system panel, 2,650 chi points remained. Close system. Although Chen Dongyi and the system had conversed for what felt like an eternity, only a few minutes had passed in reality. Everything had flashed through his mind expeditiously. With a mere thought, 10 blue lightning talismans manifested in his consciousness, ready to appear in his hand at his command. It seemed there were no restrictions. Upon reopening the system panel, he discovered that after upgrading the talisman, using the blue talisman imposed no time or quantity limits. Each use required only 5 points of chi, so he decided to acquire 100 talismans of the 5 thunder technique. With a thought, 100 blue lightning talismans instantly materialized in his mind, deducting 500 points from his total. Remaining chi points, 2150. Chen Dongyi swiftly memorized the incantations of the 5 thunder technique, the lightning talismans, the paper man control talisman, and the step on the stars technique. A ghostly doctor was cleaved by a minotaur warrior, fortuitously stumbling back to Chen Dongyi's side. With 3 agile steps, he deftly evaded the charging ghostly doctor, simultaneously affixing a 5 thunder talisman onto it. Initial chi judgment, 5 thunder division. Eastwood thunder, azure energy transforms into dragon. South fire thunder, fiery phoenix burns the sky. West gold thunder, white tiger howls in the wind. North water thunder, mysterious serpent covers the sea. Center earth thunder, yellow scale calms the mountain. 5 thunder envoy. 5 virtue, star monarch. Spring thunder shakes the soul. Summer thunder burns the form. Autumn thunder splits the soul. Winter thunder binds the spirit. 5 Chi return to origin. Thunderclap mixes with the 5 thunder technique. As he formed the lightning seal with his hands, he recited the incantation he had just memorized. Boom, boom, boom. 5 bolts of heavenly thunder, each as thick as a thumb, struck the ghostly doctor, instantly charring it to cinders. Even the vine connecting it from the shadows trembled and fell motionless. Wonderful, Zhang Yang exclaimed excitedly. I knew it would work after I risked my life to protect you for 5 minutes. You truly do not deceive me. Though he had just learned the step on the stars technique and was not yet fully proficient, faced with the life and death crisis, Chen Dongyi unleashed unparalleled talent and composure. The Minotaur warrior severed the paralyzed vine with a mighty swing of its axe, provoking a mournful howl from the ancient tree. Looks like you are not invulnerable. Ancient Jianmo. Chen Dongyi stepped into the stars, like a phantom, knocking over the incoming ghostly doctors and granting the Minotaur warrior an excellent opportunity to charge. Damned humans. Dare to thwart my grand design. The leader of the remaining ghostly doctors, who had not been reduced to ashes, rose from the ground, its charred face twisted in fury. It violently yanked the bone spike from its subordinate's chest, leaving behind a pool of thick, black blood. Its venomous gaze swept over the charging Minotaur leader, then over Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang, finally resting on the thrashing Minotaur giant. Time is of the essence. The ritual must be completed. It let out a piercing shriek, disregarding everyone else, and lunged once more toward the flickering crimson light of the ancient tree. It sought to sacrifice itself within the tree, completing the corruption and control over the Minotaur giant. Swoosh, swoosh. 3 azure vines shot from the ancient tree, racing toward the hall's exit. Block it! Chen Dongyi shouted urgently. He understood that their target was undoubtedly the 3 live streamers, utterly defenseless. It required fresh blood to replenish its energy. In that critical moment, they were still a step too late. The 3 live streamers had already been pierced by the vines, their essence drained, becoming part of the ghostly doctors. Yet, Chen Dongyi seized this brief interval to lay out his plan against the ancient tree. Once more, he silently recited the incantation. Several paper talisman figures busily securing the Minotaur giant below. Unbeknownst to him, 2 of the vines had already been covered in lightning talismans. This was the most crucial part of Chen Dongyi's strategy. To summon heavenly thunder to vanquish the vine demon, he needed the Minotaur giant's assistance. Completing the incantation, Chen Dongyi fixated intently on the leader of the ghostly doctors, who had been ensnared by the Minotaur. The already dim sky grew even darker, as if it intended to crush the heavens. Crackle, crackle. Dark clouds began to swell with lightning. What tremendous power would arise from the melding of 50 lightning talismans? Boom, boom, boom. Countless bolts of thunder, each as thick as a thumb, struck the 2 vines, instantly reducing them to dust. A low, resonant roar, laden with boundless pain and fury, erupted from the massive ancient tree. This time, the sound was no longer merely one of suffering. It bore the wild will of a creature thoroughly enraged and breaking free from its bonds. The eerie vines, shrouded in black energy, that bound the Minotaur giant's limbs and neck, finally emitted a groan of unbearable strain under its frantic struggles and the force of that roar. Snap, snap, snap. 2 thick vines broke simultaneously. The splintered wood fragments shot out like bullets in all directions. Ha ha, damned vine demon. You think a dead tree like this can seize my divine essence? Chapter 57. Heavenly thunder vanquishes demons. A colossal figure, exuding an aura of terrifying oppression, slowly rose to its feet. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, its dark red skin resembled cooled lava, with bulging muscles radiating explosive strength. Upon the colossal bovine head, thick and heavy like steel needles, lay a mantle of black fur, while the curved horns resembled 2 scimitars, gleaming with a chilling metallic luster. At this moment, the bull's eyes, akin to bronze bells, were bloodshot, their depths ablaze with agony, ferocity, and a hint of bewilderment from recently breaking free from confinement. It was none other than the imprisoned Minotaur. It had escaped. Lowering its gaze to observe its massive palms smeared with viscous black liquid, it then lifted its head, its crimson eyes sweeping across the entire space. Its gaze traversed the malevolent specters radiating sinister auras, then onto the severely wounded, yet fervently emotional Minotaur leader, and finally to the feeble Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang, who were concealed behind a makeshift barrier. Ultimately, its piercing gaze settled upon the leader of the malevolent spirits standing amidst the sanguine pool of blood. Suddenly, the Minotaur surged into action. Its gigantic hoof struck the ground with resounding force. Boom! The earth fractured like tofu, creating a substantial crater in an instant. Its massive form transformed into a tempest of dark crimson, charging with the ferocity to obliterate all in its path, directly targeting the malevolent leader. Its colossal fist descended like a battering ram, roaring as it cleaved through the air. No, the evil leader emitted a desperate shriek, attempting to evade. Yet the Minotaur's speed and strength surpassed its wildest imaginations. It barely managed to raise its wooden-clad arms to shield itself. Crack, splurt, like decayed wood crushed under a heavy hammer. The leader's arms, along with half of its chest, were reduced to mere pulp beneath the Minotaur's fist, which bore unfathomable fury. Viscous black blood and shattered innards erupted like fireworks. The remnants of the malevolent leader's body were hurled away with tremendous force, colliding against the distant metallic wall. Then slumping down like a puddle of mud, its charred head tilted at an angle, the green fire of hatred in its eyes extinguished swiftly. One strike, merely a single blow. The once mighty leader of malevolence was instantaneously vanquished. The remaining malevolent spirits, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered paralyzed with terror, emitting frantic shrieks as they turned to flee into the dark passage. Roar! The Minotaur bellowed with authority, its enormous hand reaching out. An invisible might yanked forth an iron chain wreathed in black flames. With a swift motion, it swept the chain across the malevolent spirits, their bodies twisting grotesquely. Bones shattering with a crack, followed by a splat as they were crushed into oblivion. They disintegrated into clumps of viscous black mist, dissipating into the air. The destruction was absolute, an overwhelming force. The entire space fell silent, save for the Minotaur's labored breathing and the rhythmic dripping of the remaining black liquid onto the ground. The wounded Minotaur leader struggled to rise, its gaze towards the Minotaur filled with excitement and reverence, emitting a low, mournful roar. The colossal Minotaur extended its hand, grasping a massive steel fork that fell into its grasp with a swoosh. Yet, it remained still, seemingly gathering strength, awaiting something. What is happening? Why did it just mention that the stump seeks to usurp its divinity? Zhang Yang inquired. He and Chen Dongyi were concealed behind a structure, stealthily observing the unfolding events. Chen Dongyi expressed his confusion, lamenting his earlier decision not to inquire with the system, wondering if it had any knowledge of the Minotaur's origins. I do not know. Is there no divinity in your world? Chen Dongyi asked. Indeed, there are deities, namely the three great commanders of our spirit realm, whom we refer to as gods. Yet, there has been no mention of a bull achieving divinity. What about this withered tree's origin? Zhang Yang continued to question. Chen Dongyi recounted everything he knew to Zhang Yang, leaving him utterly astonished. A bridge connecting humanity and the celestial realms? Such a thing exists? The celestial realm? Is it akin to our spirit realm? In response to Zhang Yang's inquiries, Chen Dongyi was at a loss for words, as he too was uncertain. He could only share his intention to eliminate this withered tree with Zhang Yang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang was taken aback, not by the plan itself, but because it seemed Chen Dongyi had awakened some latent ability. No problem, I know where to find it. But I feel this withered tree may not be a match for that old bull. Do we really need to intervene? Before Zhang Yang could finish his thought, a rustling sound emanated from beneath the building. A faint, chilling sound, akin to countless icy vines scraping against the ground, suddenly erupted from all directions, from the ceiling's ventilation ducts. From the depths of the shadowy corridor, like a tide rising. The cacophony was dense enough to send shivers down the spine. Following this, numerous pale, slimy tendrils with sharp wooden tips surged forth from every dark corner and crevice, resembling a school of piranhas that had caught the scent of blood, converging wildly. Their target was no longer Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang, but rather the recently liberated Minotaur, whose strength appeared yet to be fully restored, as well as the wounded Minotaur leader. These tendrils rushed towards the Minotaur, attempting to ensnare its limbs and pierce its joints. Simultaneously, a multitude of tendrils, like venomous snakes, lunged at the Minotaur leader on the ground, intent on strangling it completely. It's them. They've been lurking, Zhang Yang exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. These eerie tendrils were the very entities that had attacked them in the hospital corridor. Their previous targets had been Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang. Now, it was evident they perceived the newly freed Minotaur, now a formidable threat, as prey. The Minotaur was incensed by this sudden assault. Its previously quelled rage ignited once more. It let out a thunderous roar, its massive arms brandishing the steel fork, attempting to swat away the encroaching tendrils. Yet its colossal form seemed somewhat stiff, its movements lacking agility. Furthermore, the sheer number of tendrils overwhelmed it, like maggots clinging to flesh. In an instant, several tendrils coiled around its arms and ankles. The sharp tips relentlessly sought to pierce its resilient, dark red skin. At that moment, Chen Dongyi dashed out, calling to the Minotaur, "Hey, esteemed Minotaur, hold on for a moment. Give us some time." With that, he sprinted towards the building's rooftop. "Zhang Yang, find the lightning rod and await my signal." Zhang Yang, undeterred, followed Chen Dongyi up the building. The Minotaur, observing the two humans racing towards the rooftop and uttering such peculiar words, likely surmised they possessed a method to confront these vine fiends. Thus, it encircled itself to fend off the tendrils' onslaught. Zhang Yang, leveraging his familiarity with the spirit realm, quickly located the lightning rod. Fearing it was insufficiently long, he ingeniously utilized several iron pipes to extend it by several dozen meters, crafting a super colossal lightning rod. He then found the end leading underground, uprooted it, and fashioned it into a gigantic spear. Now, all that remained was for Chen Dongyi to summon the heavenly thunder with the 5 thunder techniques. Chapter 58, In Shuai Niu Tu A Bang. Chen Dongyi ascended to the rooftop, arranging all the thunder talismans according to the positions of the Bagua array, directly above the withered tree. Upon seeing Zhang Yang's signal, he understood that the preparations were complete. Chen Dongyi noticed that only about 30 Lei Fu remained, so he exchanged for an additional 100, leaving a total of 1650 at the starting point. He laid them all out on the rooftop, with over 130 Lei Fu. This should be sufficient to create a significant impact. He then formed a hand gesture and recited a spell to summon the thunderclouds. Dark clouds swiftly gathered above the rooftop, becoming as black as ink. "Insert it," Chen Dongyi shouted at Zhang Yang. With a whoosh, a crude iron spear shot toward the withered tree. The withered vine demon seemed to sense the danger and summoned dozens of vine tendrils to collide with the spear. With a clang, the spear was deflected, landing several dozen meters away from the withered tree. "Damn it, that was futile." Both Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang cursed simultaneously. It is essential to understand that the principle of a lightning rod is to conduct lightning into the ground. If the spear were to be embedded in the ground, the thundercloud would have no effect. At the moment the heavenly thunder was invoked, the bull-headed giant seemed to comprehend their intentions. Suddenly, a surge of black energy enveloped him as he raised his trident and hurled it at the withered tree. Once again, dozens of vine tendrils surged to intercept the trident. The trident was knocked away in that instant, but the bull-headed giant had already seized the iron spear. As the withered tree retracted its tendrils to gather strength, the iron spear shot forth with the sound of breaking air. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the thunder roared, and the lightning descended from the sky, with the extended lightning rod attracting tens of thousands of lightning strikes. At that moment, the iron spear pierced into the withered tree. A tremendous explosion followed, as the tree was engulfed in flames, reduced to charred remains. Moments later, they observed that the section of the tree had indeed turned to charcoal. Chen Dongyi, Zhang Yang, and the bull-headed beings could not help but sigh deeply. If not for such powerful thunder magic, it was likely that they would have perished today. The bull-headed giant approached the pile of charcoal, first retrieving his trident. This trident was no ordinary object. It remained unscathed by the ferocious lightning, surely a remarkable artifact. Chen Dongyi pondered and descended to join the bull-headed beings in examining the charred remains of the tree. The bull-headed giant did not return after finding the trident. Instead, he began rummaging through the charcoal. After a moment, he emerged with a piece of dark, charred material and approached them. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, this formidable creature had a notoriously bad temper. If he mistakenly perceived them as threats, it would be comical if he skewered them. The bull-headed giant, likely sensing Zhang Yang's unease, began to shrink in size until he resembled the other bull-headed beings standing before Chen Dongyi. His bell-like eyes fixed on Chen Dongyi as he spoke. "Kid, do you recognize me?" Chen Dongyi was taken aback, realizing he had likely guessed correctly. "I do not recognize you, but I have heard tales of the 10 Yama kings of the underworld since childhood. Based on your appearance and weaponry, along with your earlier mention of seizing your divine status, I dare to assert that you must be one of the Yama kings, specifically the bull-headed one." Upon hearing this, the bull-headed giant burst into laughter. Having been trapped in this ghostly realm for over a decade, he was finally recognized. "Indeed, I am one of the Yama kings of the underworld. My familiar name is Abang, and I possess a divine status." Chen Dongyi nodded and inquired, "But why were you ensnared by this withered tree?" The bull-headed giant's face reflected surprise as he responded, "You know about this? A perplexing matter indeed. Approximately a decade ago, the Netherworld's Yudu suddenly went out of control. I am unaware of the specifics. I only remember leading 500 bull-headed soldiers back to Yudu when chaos erupted. I was ambushed by this withered tree and have been trapped for over a decade. It sought to seize my divine status to become a Yama king. My soldiers fought against it for years, leaving only about 300. Fortunately, I encountered you." Having said that, he handed Chen Dongyi a piece of charred wood. This is the core of that withered tree. It has cultivated for 1,000 years and was destroyed by lightning. It is a rare piece of thunderstruck wood, and I see you possess magical abilities, so I bestow it upon you. However, the bull-headed giant paused for a moment before continuing. It has absorbed malevolent energy for a millennium, and ordinary individuals cannot contain it. Fortunately, your lightning magic subdued it, and I hope you can manage it. With that, he presented the nearly 1.5-meter-long piece of thunderstruck wood to Chen Dongyi. Chen Dongyi had long heard of such wood and was naturally elated to acquire a piece today, especially one that had cultivated for a millennium. If he could find a powerful Taoist priest to transform it into a wooden sword, he would surely be the epitome of elegance. Although Zhang Yang was unfamiliar with the concept of thunderstruck wood, he was intrigued by the bull-headed giant's mention of the underworld. Hey, bull-headed, may I ask, what is this underworld you speak of? And what is this place? The bull-headed giant replied, You do not even know of the underworld? After a pause, he continued, The underworld is a realm designed to house the souls of the deceased, where reincarnation occurs, you know? Zhang Yang found this somewhat confusing and pressed on. Reincarnation means being reborn, right? Does that mean people die? The bull-headed giant looked at Zhang Yang as if he were a fool, choosing not to answer the question and instead spoke of this place. This place is a miniature hell created by the withered tree demon utilizing its own power. Situated at the edge of a rift in the hellish space. What? It can create a small hell? What extraordinary power is required for that? Chen Dongyi was filled with bewilderment. The bull-headed giant clarified, It is merely a mimicry. It cannot be considered a true hell. Nonetheless, it is quite impressive. After tidying up the aftermath, the bull-headed Yama prepared to depart with his soldiers. May I ask for your names? I am Chen Dongyi, and this is Zhang Yang. All right, I shall remember that. When I return to Yudu to investigate what has transpired, I will seek you out for a drink. Here is my seal. You can use it to communicate with me. With that, the bull-headed giant handed Chen Dongyi a golden plate. As Chen Dongyi held the plate, he felt a familiar soul-devouring power emanating from it. After the bull-headed beings departed, Chen Dongyi waved to Zhang Yang and said, Let us return and report back. It is a pity about those 5 young individuals. Zhang Yang nodded, gathering some remnants from the live-streaming team to bring back as evidence of the resolved supernatural event. Yudu, Yama, reincarnation, divine status. How fascinating. Zhang Yang muttered to himself as he walked, contemplating the day's events that left him utterly perplexed. Having experienced so much, Chen Dongyi began to be more cautious, refraining from sharing every detail with Zhang Yang and the people of the spirit world. The situation among the spirit realm, human realm, and hell was chaotic. It was nearly impossible to distinguish between allies and foes. Rubbing his head, Chen Dongyi pondered how to untangle such a convoluted web. Chapter 59. Underhanded schemes. The two returned to the ground, their anxious hearts finally at ease. It was now nearing dawn, but the sky remained dim. They carefully placed all the magical artifacts onto the vehicle, and Zhang Yang prepared to drive back to the main city. Throughout the journey, Chen Dongyi remained silent. As he had just learned the 5 Thunder technique, which involved controlling human talismans and stepping through the void, he had yet to thoroughly study these skills, so he quietly reviewed them in his mind. Master every skill until it becomes second nature, ensuring that in crucial moments, one does not flounder. The ability to control talismans allows for the creation of paper figures, which can substitute for the original in perilous endeavors. These figures can not only set up formations, convey messages, and perform sleight of hand, but can also serve as avatars for spellcasting. Chen Dongyi was captivated by this wondrous technique and dedicated himself to mastering it. Suddenly, from the ruins of a distant building, a seductive figure fixated intently on the vehicle of the two. As the car approached a specific angle, that enchanting figure extended 2 fingers, perfectly framing the swiftly moving vehicle. In an instant, those fingers pinched together. A colossal fox had materialized above the speeding car, its cavernous maw lunging forward with lightning speed. A notification resonated. Crisis detected for the host. Chi point earnings doubled. Chen Dongyi's heart raced, and his hair stood on end. With hardly a moment to think, he instinctively unbuckled his seatbelt and thrust his legs towards Zhang Yang. The heavy off-road vehicle was cleaved in 2. Shards of debris striking Chen Dongyi's face. The severed vehicle tumbled to either side, and he rolled several times before regaining his balance. Before he could comprehend the situation, that eerie figure from the rooftop appeared before him in a flash. This individual was formidable and clearly targeted him, as evidenced by the disregard for Zhang Yang. With little time to ponder, Chen Dongyi seized the yin-yang umbrella and the bagua mirror that had fallen beside him, pivoting to dash into the ruins. To evade such a powerful adversary, he knew he must keep moving. Engaging in combat was not an option. As he frantically fled, he exchanged for paper figure talismans from the system, liberally casting them in his wake. Heavenly Gang, illuminate. Vital organs, generate essence. Eastern Azure Thunder into Liverwood. Transform into Azure Dragon. Southern Crimson Thunder into Heart Fire. Fold into Vermilion Tomb. Western White Thunder into Lung Gold. Shape into Radiant Armor. Northern Black Thunder into Kidney Water. Split the Suspended Dark. Central Yellow Thunder into Spleen Earth. Gather form. Central Yellow Taiji, stabilize my abode. 5 Thunders, Paper True. Heed Chi and follow the channels. To sweep away all evil filth. To protect the myriad laws in purity. Hasten, as commanded. All the paper figures stood erect, curiously surveying their surroundings, resembling phantoms. The white, alluring figure, akin to a specter, swiftly approached Chen Dongyi. Noticing she had entered his attack range, he immediately invoked the 5 Thunder Proper method. With a resounding crackle, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds loomed, pressing down on the white figure. Humph, a mere trifle. How dare you put on airs? Several of her evasive maneuvers effortlessly dodged the descending lightning. However, in her moment of overconfidence, a small paper figure adhered to her foot. Behind that paper figure was a thunder talisman. Boom. 5 bolts of lightning, each the thickness of a thumb, struck the white figure. Instantly, wisps of blue smoke arose. Charred and singed. Although the lightning was not overly weak, it inflicted minimal damage on the figure, merely causing her hair to stand on end and her clothing to blacken. Ah, damn it. This shameless brat harbors such malicious intent. Once I capture you, I shall flay your skin and strip your tendons. As she spoke, the white figure surged forward with renewed speed, hurtling toward Chen Dongyi like a cannonball. Chen Dongyi, in a state of desperation, realized that despite his mastery of the Bugang Tado technique, his level was still too low. While he could easily outrun an ordinary person, he was up against a harbinger of death, a creature that would kill without hesitation. Observing that he had evaded the first layer of paper figures, she silently recited incantations, recalling her figures to continue her assault elsewhere. The white specter left a long trail of flames in the night sky, rapidly closing the gap. Chen Dongyi pivoted and flung 2 golden light talismans, their brilliance momentarily forcing the figure to shield her eyes. However, the attack power of the golden light talismans was limited, and within a second, she had regained her pursuit. The white figure was now mere inches from Chen Dongyi. Little ghost, I've got you. He turned his head, his heart racing with fear, recognizing her as the legendary Yu Zhao Qian, a powerful yokai from Japan. Before he could utter a word, her claw, having gathered power in the air, plunged down. With a swift motion, it pierced straight through his heart. Just as Yu Zhao Qian anticipated triumph, her expression shifted to one of alarm as she instinctively retracted her claw. Foolish girl, lacking both wisdom and experience. Chen Dongyi, from a distance, made a grimace, his lips curling into a smug smile. Realizing she had fallen for his ruse, Yu Zhao Qian discovered her claw had pierced a bundle of thunder talismans. In an instant, a cacophony of lightning erupted, countless bolts striking Yu Zhao Qian. It was too late for her to evade. She could only expel her demon core to withstand the onslaught of talismans. Boom. The sound of her demon core cracking reverberated. Regardless of the creature, any being that practiced demonic arts was inherently vulnerable to the power of thunder. Yu Zhao Qian was no exception, struck by such an abundance of talismans. She would at least suffer severe injury. Ah, Chen Dongyi. A chilling scream erupted. Yu Zhao Qian, one of the most formidable yokai, had never suffered such repeated defeats. Retrieving her demon core, a crimson mist enveloped her, exponentially increasing her speed. You've destroyed 300 years of my cultivation. I will have your life. Yu Zhao Qian was genuinely enraged, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Dongyi. A chill coursed through Chen Dongyi's veins as he realized the gravity of his predicament. The previous 2 ambushes had succeeded largely because Yu Zhao Qian had underestimated him. Now, having experienced 2 setbacks, she would not afford him another opportunity. Chen Dongyi's mind raced. Within mere breaths, Yu Zhao Qian had closed the distance, her claws charging once more. 3 seconds later, 3 crimson claw lights shot towards him. Golden light spell. Bagua mirror. Yin Yang umbrella. Recognizing that evasion was futile, Chen Dongyi summoned all 3 artifacts in one desperate breath. With a sickening sound, the first 2 defenses shattered instantly, and the final claw light surged toward the Yin Yang umbrella. A mouthful of blood erupted from Chen Dongyi as he was hurled backward, crashing dozens of meters away. Even the Yin Yang umbrella was shattered, rendering both artifacts useless. Chen Dongyi landed heavily on the ground, lifting his head to gaze at Yu Zhao Qian. His finger trembled in accusation, seemingly ready to hurl curses, but only hoarse sounds escaped his throat. Suddenly, his hand fell limp, appearing as though life had left him. Yu Zhaoqian observed Chen Dongyi's defeated form with uncontainable delight, yet she dared not approach too closely. After a moment of hesitation, she began to cautiously approach his seemingly lifeless body. Chapter 60. The eccentric old man. After observing Chen Dongyi lying motionless for 2 to 3 minutes, Yu Zhaoqian finally approached to inspect him. Upon witnessing the demise of her deeply despised enemy, a faint smile finally graced her lips. Yet, how could she allow him to perish so easily? She must first reclaim her foxtail before ensuring his utter obliteration to satisfy her lingering resentment. You should have died long ago for daring to hoard my tail. As she spoke, Yu Zhaoqian kicked aside Chen Dongyi's lifeless body. Suddenly, the surrounding array illuminated, and the 7-kill soul-locking formation erupted with a kaleidoscope of malevolent energy, surging violently towards Yu Zhaoqian. The overwhelming injuries, combined with the forced operation of the 7-kill soul-locking formation, caused Chen Dongyi to spit out a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing the sudden activation of the formation, Yu Zhaoqian was so startled that she instinctively retreated several meters, miraculously escaping harm. Her cultivation was indeed profound. Seizing the opportunity of her retreat, Chen Dongyi continued his frantic escape. Feeling a sense of frustration, if only his cultivation were a tad higher, he mused, perhaps he could have dispatched her after so many successful ambushes. Infuriated once more, Yu Zhaoqian transformed into her true form, the 9-tailed fox, albeit currently an 8-tailed fox. A crimson glow enveloped her, and within mere breaths, she was closing in on him. Chen Dongyi felt desolate. His trump cards had been exhausted, and if she caught him this time, he would surely meet his end. Suddenly, he spotted a solitary house amidst the mist, standing eerily in the desolation. Despite its strangeness, it offered a potential refuge. Without a second thought, Chen Dongyi surged towards the house. Die, you shameless little brat. Yu Zhaoqian's fox claws were nearly upon his back as he struggled, having lost the strength to employ his control technique after sustaining severe injuries. Just as her claws were about to make contact, a sound like a chime rang out. Both Yu Zhaoqian and Chen Dongyi were frozen in place, as if time itself had halted. What was happening? Both were taken aback. Suddenly, they noticed an elderly man, frail and withered, seated at the entrance of the house. The air was thick with gray mist, rendering him indistinct no matter how they squinted. He held a bamboo basket, seemingly filled with yarn. What? Who was this old man? How could he be knitting in this realm teeming with supernatural beings? Both were stunned, their eyes the only parts of their bodies that could move. A 9-tailed fox demon and a human. How did you both end up fighting in my territory? The elderly man finally spoke, his knitting motions unceasing. Upon hearing him address them, Chen Dongyi felt a glimmer of hope. This was likely no mere apparition. Moreover, the instant he appeared, both he and Yu Zhaoqian had been immobilized. Residing alone in such a polluted area, all signs indicated that this elder possessed formidable power. Crucially, he had not harmed them, suggesting there was room for dialogue. Thus, Chen Dongyi quickly beseeched, Immortal? I am but a mortal, and this is a demon from the land of Hua. She sought to absorb my life force due to my handsome appearance, and having vowed to resist, she has pursued me to this very place. Yu Zhaoqian, hearing his shameless words, retorted furiously, Nonsense. With that monkey-like visage of yours, do you think I would find you appealing? Had you not repeatedly sabotaged our plans and stolen my tail, I would not have had to expend my energy to eliminate you. Unbeknownst to them, the elderly man's expression darkened at Yu Zhaoqian's words. Refusing to yield, Chen Dongyi quickly countered, You're the one who is talking nonsense. When did I ever ruin your schemes? It's you who infiltrated Huaxia with ill intentions. Ridiculous. You damned yellow-skinned monkey, you're courting death. Yu Zhaoqian seethed, her fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking as she continued her tirade. And you, old man, mind your own business. Or else before she could finish, the elderly man displayed a hint of impatience. Or else what? You little fox, have intruded upon my territory and dare act so arrogantly. In an instant, the elderly man vanished and reappeared beside them like a specter. Once, I single-handedly wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, challenging the gods without fear. You little fox possess quite the audacity. Chen Dongyi finally discerned the old man's appearance, sharp features, a bearded face, a stooped figure draped in a coarse robe. Suddenly, he recalled a legendary figure from Huaxia mythology. An inexplicable joy surged within him. If this truly was that personage, then he had indeed stumbled upon salvation today. Great sage, are you the designated envoy of the Buddha, the Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Monkey King, Sun Wukong from the Water Curtain Cave of Huagua Mountain? Upon hearing Chen Dongyi's address, a flicker of surprise crossed the elder's face. For it had been over 14 centuries since anyone had referred to him as the Great Sage. A glimmer of satisfaction passed through his heart as he inquired, "With your cultivation, to whom do you owe your allegiance in Taoism?" Chen Dongyi's heart soared. It seemed he had indeed regained his life. "Great sage, I am but an accidental recipient of fortune, having cultivated a mere semblance of Taoist arts. If permitted, I would gladly become your disciple." His words elicited a hearty laugh from the great sage, who relished the flattery. "Ha! This lad is rather clever, willing to humble himself for salvation. However, I have many descendants. I have never taken a disciple." The great sage longed to accept a talented apprentice. Yet the spirit realm had become barren of individuals possessing both talent and courage, with those of skill retreating to shelters. Though Chen Dongyi found himself immobile, he could not suppress his tongue. "Disciple Chen Dongyi pays respects to my master." The great sage did not outright refuse, instead stating, "If you wish to be my disciple, it depends on whether you possess sufficient fortune." He then pointed at Chen Dongyi's forehead. A stream of golden light surged into him. After circulating through a small cycle, the great sage gazed at Chen Dongyi in astonishment, declaring, "You possess tremendous fortune." Chen Dongyi, bewildered, thought, "I'm on the brink of death. What fortune could there be? Could it be that the great sage truly wished to take him in?" Meanwhile, Yuzuokian, bound for some time, had been exerting her magical powers to break free from the seal. Despite her efforts, she found them utterly futile, for the great sage was on an entirely different level. After futilely attempting to breach the seal for an extended period, Yuzuokian erupted in anger. "Hey, you, the designated envoy of the Buddha, the Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, are you two done chatting? How much longer will this take? Hurry up and release me." Upon hearing the little fox's insolence, the great sage paid her no mind. Instead, he gestured to Chen Dongyi, instantly releasing his seal and causing him to tumble to the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, the great sage approached and began to inspect him. Chen Dongyi felt a wave of anxiety, wondering if the great sage had some peculiar inclinations. He continued to tug at his clothes and, in a rather sleazy manner, advised the great sage, "Great sage, please don't be like this. Although I understand your solitude, I am not fond of excessive hairiness." Chapter 61, Master-Disciple Relationship. Chen Dongyi assumed the great sage had a preference for men, as he felt the sage's hands roaming over him. Upon hearing such audacious words, the great sage flicked his head in disbelief, causing Chen Dongyi to yelp in pain. "I merely wanted to assess your cultivation level. I initially believed you had encountered a grand opportunity, at least having reached the golden core stage. Yet you are nothing more than a mere waste at the spirit gathering stage." "What, great sage? I possess numerous spells, including the most formidable thunder technique." Chen Dongyi expressed his dissatisfaction, feeling that he had indeed embarked on the path of cultivation, yet the great sage dismissed him as worthless. "Ha ha, ridiculous. With your paltry skills, how dare you claim to be the best? Come, strike me with your 5 thunders." Chen Dongyi, filled with indignation, recalled how he had just used his thunder technique to give a great demon a taste of its own medicine. However, considering the great sage had achieved Buddhahood, it was natural for him to be unperturbed by thunder. Yet, his fighting spirit compelled him to witness the sage's true prowess. Thus, he produced dozens of thunder talismans and hurled them at Qi Tian de Sheng while silently chanting the incantation. The sound of crackling filled the air as the barrage of talismans unleashed a storm of thunder, akin to the bites of mosquitoes, which had no effect whatsoever on Qi Tian de Sheng. Chen Dongyi stood there, mouth agape in astonishment. Dozens of talismans, and they were blue. Just a spark? What monstrous power could this be? Why was he still hesitating to perform the customary bow of apprenticeship? Chen Dongyi swiftly dashed to a nearby hut and soon returned with a cup of tea. "Master, though I lack offerings, my heart is sincere. Please allow me to pay my respects." He placed the tea in the great sage's hands and promptly bowed deeply. After offering the great sage a sip of tea, he quickly squatted down to massage the sage's legs. The great sage, with a look of helplessness, held the freshly brewed tea, standing amidst the wind in utter disarray. This lad was quite clever, and given his fortuitous encounter with the Tao, perhaps it was worth observing him for a while. After all, solitude could be rather dull, and finding someone to pass the time with was a welcome diversion. As their conversation flowed with enthusiasm, a displeased voice suddenly interrupted. "Hey, are you two ever done? Do you not see there is someone else here?" Yu Zhaoqian, annoyed that the elder disregarded her presence, admonished them loudly. The great sage waved his hand, and in an instant, Yu Zhaoqian's seal was lifted. The moment she was freed, Yu Zhaoqian, brimming with pent-up anger, transformed her hands into claws and lunged at the great sage. Such youth, yet such a temper. He deftly sidestepped, creating distance as if toying with a child. Yu Zhaoqian realized that no matter how she attacked, she could never close the gap. In a fit of determination, she unleashed her full power, transforming into her true form. The nine-tailed fox, enveloped in crimson mist as she charged at the great sage. With a mere flick of his finger, he effortlessly nullified each of her assaults. What? Who is this old man? And how is he so formidable? I have nearly a millennium of cultivation, yet I feel like a mere child before him. Yu Zhaoqian's eyes widened, astonished by the power of the figure before her. Have you had enough of this play? If so, behave yourself. A powerful vortex of space appeared, drawing Yu Zhaoqian closer. In the next moment, she lay quietly in the great sage's embrace, transformed into an adorable little fox. The great sage, stroking her pristine fur, smiled contentedly. He turned to return to the humble abode in the wilderness, waving at Chen Dongyi as he did. Lad, you appear quite injured. I forgot to ask your name. Chen Dongyi hurriedly nodded and bowed, eager to follow the great sage. This was no ordinary figure. I am Chen Dongyi, and the injuries I bear are the result of this fox demon. The great sage nodded, not holding any animosity towards the fox. If one cannot withstand an opponent, it is a reflection of one's own inadequacy. One cannot blame others. After practicing for so long, if one cannot protect themselves, how can they protect those around them? He then tossed a quaint porcelain vial towards Chen Dongyi, adorned with a red paper label that read 9 turns Tai rejuvenation pill. Consume this. It will heal your wounds. Chen Dongyi uncorked the vial and poured out a radiant golden pill, instantly recognizing its extraordinary nature. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. The great sage observed his decisiveness and grinned widely. Aren't you concerned it might be poison? Chen Dongyi pounded his chest, speaking with righteous fervor. My master is the god of war of Huaxia. I have grown up listening to his tales. I genuinely revere Qi Tian de Sheng. My admiration for the great sage flows like the relentless Yangtze River, akin to the overflowing Yellow River, unstoppable once unleashed. The great sage, well aware that Chen Dongyi was merely flattering him, found the praise amusing as it struck the right chord. Ha! Is that so? Has my reputation truly spread so widely? Chen Dongyi eagerly nodded, known to all, from the elderly of 90 to children of 3. The great sage, pleased, patted Chen Dongyi on the shoulder. You possess potential. Yet regrettably, you have yet to open your chi gate. Thus, your progress is exceedingly slow, still at the spirit-gathering stage. Chen Dongyi immediately adopted a solemn expression and replied, Since master has spoken, I trust you possess a method to aid me. The great sage placed the nine-tailed fox down, brushed off his coarse robe, and prepared to sit in the rocking chair outside the hut. Chen Dongyi hurried over to wipe the chair with his sleeve before assisting the great sage to sit down. He then returned with a cup of tea. The nine-tailed fox, realizing this elder was a being of extraordinary caliber, understood that confronting him directly was futile. Hence, she quickly transformed into a wisp of green smoke and fled behind the cottage. Chen Dongyi was taken aback and turned to the great sage, who remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his tea without any intention of pursuing her. Observing the great sage's composure, Chen Dongyi felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, moments later, he noticed the nine-tailed fox standing several meters behind the cottage, frozen in place, unable to move. Intrigued, Chen Dongyi approached to discover what had captivated her attention. As he neared, the sight before him left him dumbfounded. Behind the cottage lay a colossal sinkhole, unfathomably deep and shrouded in darkness. Gazing down, he could see streaks of lightning flashing amidst the thick black mist. Surrounding the pit were the remains of gigantic creatures, each at least 100 meters long. Some fresh corpses emanating black malevolent energy, their eyes still glowing red, as if their deaths were filled with unfulfilled resentment. Each of these massive carcasses radiated an overwhelming pressure, likely enough to cause death to anyone with even a slightly lower cultivation level upon merely gazing upon them. The two stood at a distance, staring for mere seconds, before feeling a surge of blood rise in their throats. Terrified, they quickly retreated back to the great sage's cottage. Chapter 62. The Transmission of Tao. After retreating for several minutes, Chen Dongyi still felt his blood surging. Master, what kind of beings have perished over there? Why do they still exude such formidable pressure, even in death? The great sage's expression remained unchanged as he calmly sipped his tea. Those are demons and monsters, each at least a king-level creature. Would you not find that impressive? King-level creatures. Chen Dongyi was taken aback. It was his first time hearing about the classification of such beings. Master, how many levels are there among demons? There are little demons, demon soldiers, demon generals, demon commanders, celestial demons, and demon kings. This little fox possesses only the strength of a demon soldier, hardly worthy of being anything more than a pet in the spirit realm. After finishing his tea, the great sage rose and said to Chen Dongyi, Come, since you call me master, I shall assist you in enhancing your cultivation. Otherwise, you will surely be mocked by the three-eyed ones in the future. The three-eyed ones. Could they be Erling Shin? While Chen Dongyi pondered this, the great sage suddenly performed a hand seal and pointed towards his mouth. Ding ding ding. The great sage's fingers shimmered with golden light as he tapped several times on Chen Dongyi's chest. A golden Taiji Bagua diagram materialized, then swiftly merged into his body. In less than a quarter of an hour, Chen Dongyi felt his sensitivity to spiritual energy increase exponentially. A set of cultivation methods seemed to manifest in his mind, prompting him to sit cross-legged and comprehend. Several hours later, Chen Dongyi had absorbed a sufficient amount of spiritual energy. Following the methods in his mind, he completed several cycles of energy circulation, feeling his foundational strength remarkably solid. Moreover, the qi within him appeared inexhaustible. He wondered how many points of qi he had accumulated while being pursued by the nine-tailed fox. Thus, he called out in his mind, "System Daddy, are you there?" No response came. He called again, still no answer. Chen Dongyi was greatly alarmed, thinking perhaps his overwhelming master had caused the system to retract due to his extraordinary potential. How infuriating. For now, he decided to disregard it and show his master the progress of his cultivation. With that, Chen Dongyi opened his eyes and shouted to the great sage, "Master, what is my current cultivation level?" The great sage cast a glance at him and leisurely replied, "Not bad. You have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Keep up the diligent practice." After saying this, he gestured for Chen Dongyi to come closer. Chen Dongyi rushed to the great sage, feeling immense joy. After all, who wouldn't want to grow stronger in such circumstances? The feeling of being relentlessly pursued by that nine-tailed fox had been utterly despairing. Upon reaching the great sage's side, he was unexpectedly pushed into a barrier. "While you meditate, I have set up a barrier using the tooth of the candle dragon. 10 years inside, 1 hour outside, and I have even arranged for a sparring partner for you. Practice well. Any technique can only be mastered in dire situations. How thoughtful of my master to provide me with a training partner." Chen Dongyi felt touched and peered into the barrier, only to have his heart sink. "Master, you have paired me with someone who has long wished to kill me." It turned out the nine-tailed fox was glaring malevolently at the newly arrived Chen Dongyi, with its 8 tails poised. After setting all this up, the great sage quietly returned to his rocking chair to continue knitting. Upon closer inspection, he was crafting a beautiful scarf for women. In his room, a stunning ink painting hung in the hall, portraying an exquisite beauty that seemed lifelike. On Earth, in the human realm, early the next morning, Chen Ergu and Chun Mao Mao were roused by Tiger Brother. Ergu, rubbing his eyes in dissatisfaction, complained, "Tiger Brother, we just survived a life-and-death battle yesterday. Can't we get a proper rest today?" Tiger Brother, with a rugged demeanor, tossed his trendy bangs and inquired, "Have you seen Chen Dongyi? Why is he not in his room so early in the morning?" Mao Mao yawned and replied, "No, we went to sleep as soon as we returned. We didn't see where he went." Tiger Brother rested his chin on his hand, looking perplexed. Where could that kid have gone? He hasn't been seen since morning. Ergu and Mao Mao had already dressed and remarked, "Well, where could he possibly be? He's likely gone to buy something. He can't have just vanished, can he?" Tiger Brother nodded, no longer fixating on Chen Dongyi, and took them to begin their training for the day. In the spirit realm, an hour passed, and the great sage paused his work and approached the barrier, curious about Chen Dongyi's progress inside. To his surprise, as he neared the barrier, he heard Chen Dongyi's anguished cries. "Master, save me. I can barely hold on. This woman is too fierce. Master, I beg you, at least give me a break." The great sage frowned, finding the boy rather noisy. However, he felt quite pleased. For a person who had been cultivating for less than a month could survive against a fox demon with centuries of experience. This not only indicated talent, but also suggested a sharp intellect. With a wave of his hand, he summoned both Chen Dongyi and the nine-tailed fox. Upon seeing them, the great sage nearly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, what has happened to your clothing?" Chen Dongyi's garments were torn to shreds by the fox demon's claws, leaving him in tatters except for his underwear. Chen Dongyi emerged sprawled on the ground, indifferent to the great sage's laughter. His only desire was to rest and recover his depleted qi. Fortunately, the spirit realm was abundant in spiritual energy, even though it was tainted by mist. It remained overwhelmingly plentiful. After a brief rest of several minutes, Chen Dongyi quickly replenished his qi. The great sage nodded in approval and smiled at the nine-tailed fox. "Little fox, do not say I did not give you a chance. You squandered it." The nine-tailed fox appeared to have suffered greatly from Chen Dongyi's tactics as well. Her delicate features were disheveled, hair standing on end from lightning strikes, and her clothing was riddled with dark, torn patches. Humph. When we, the creation sect, Summon the infernal demons into the human realm. Let us see how you remain so arrogant. This thought flickered through the nine-tailed fox's mind in an instant. The great sage's fiery eyes suddenly gleamed, seemingly piercing through the fox demon's thoughts. He could not help but feel a twinge of concern, for he knew that the human realm had not been conducive to cultivation for a long time. If the malevolent demons from hell were to invade, would it not spell doom for all living beings? Noticing Chen Dongyi had rested sufficiently, the great sage waved his hand again, sending both back into the barrier. Chapter 63, A Display of Divine Power. The great sage continued knitting the scarf, and before he knew it, another hour had passed. It felt like the time had come, for this barrier was set with the tooth of the candle dragon. 1 hour outside equated to 10 years inside. Additionally, the combat prowess honed under the relentless pursuit of the nine-tailed fox would surely surpass any lessons learned. With a wave of his hand, the barrier dissolved, and Chen Dongyi and the nine-tailed fox were simultaneously ejected from it. Although Chen Dongyi's attire remained tattered, he was evidently not as disheveled as before. There is a vague implication of having reached a stalemate with the Jiwei Yaohua. The great sage surveyed Chen Dongyi, contemplating that this young fellow had made only a slight advancement over the past 2 decades, which hardly classified him as a prodigy. Well, it's acceptable. He has finally reached the golden core stage. Let us proceed. I shall assist you in forming your core. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Dongyi settled into a meditative position, channeling his spiritual energy to gather in his dantian. The rich spiritual essence flowed smoothly within him, and the harrowing scenes of cultivators struggling for their lives to condense their cores, as depicted in human realm novels, did not manifest. When he opened his eyes again, he felt an unmistakable surge of energy coursing through him. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous sound erupted from the vast abyss behind the thatched cottage. A massive bone spear, extending several dozen meters, shot forth from the depths of the chasm, landing not far from them. The great sage's eyes glimmered with golden light as he soared into the air, standing firmly above. His gaze was fixated on the abyss. With a resounding crash, a colossal claw emerged from the depths, gripping the ground of the spirit realm with ferocity. Following it, a second, a third, and a fourth claw appeared. In mere moments, countless enormous claws stretched forth from the abyss. The great sage's expression turned resolute, devoid of any panic, as he reached out. A pitch-black staff, adorned with intricate runes, flew into his hand. Simultaneously, his coarse linen garments were enveloped in a radiant golden light. The Qi Tian de Sheng, crowned with a phoenix-winged golden tiara, donned in a golden chainmail, clad in lotus silk shoes, and draped in a crimson cape, stood valiantly above the abyss. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous gargantuan beasts erupted from the chasm, attempting to flee in all directions. The great sage let out a furious roar. Who dares trespass upon my territory? Come forth and be punished. The golden staff swiftly expanded in length and girth, capable of sweeping across thousands of kilometers. With a mighty swing, the great sage whirled the colossal staff, moving with such speed that only fleeting images could be seen. In that sweeping motion, countless enormous creatures were struck down by the black staff. Even those that had already fled far away were brought crashing down, and any creature touched by that staff was reduced to putrid flesh, leaving behind only dark bones scattered around the abyss. My goodness, the might of that single strike is truly terrifying. If it were to strike me, wouldn't I be obliterated in an instant? Chen Dongyi witnessed this scene, finally grasping the concept of there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. No wonder there were so many remnants of colossal beasts behind the great sage's cottage. Even the deceased bones exuded a dreadful aura. One could only imagine the caliber of those creatures while alive. The Jiwei Yaohua was aware of this elder's formidable nature, but had not anticipated such terror. Any one of those titanic monsters emerging from the abyss could crush it with a mere finger. Thus, it was evident that this elder's power was even more formidable. After the wave of giant creatures had perished, the great sage swiftly returned to the rocking chair in the thatched cottage. Once again donned in his simple linen attire, he quietly lifted a cup of tea to his lips, his face betraying no sign of emotional fluctuation, as if he had merely been partaking in a meal. Before the great sage could speak, Chen Dongyi, recovering from his shock, inquired, "Master, where did those giant creatures come from?" The great sage set down his cup and wiped the tea stains from his mouth. "The demon king of hell. I cannot recall how many waves this is, or how many demon kings have emerged. Are you saying that this abyss leads to hell?" The great sage waved his hand dismissively and refilled his cup. "No, no, no. Those demon kings are climbing a heavenly ladder to ascend. In short, this world has changed." While Chen Dongyi was still in shock, the great sage pointed at the Jiwei Yaohua. "Freeze." The Jiuwei Yaohua appeared as if bound by an unseen force, unable to move. Young man, take out your Lei Ji Jianmu. I shall forge a weapon for you. Chen Dongyi was taken aback and promptly retrieved the pitch-black Jianmu from his pocket. A fine material, though it is regrettably a bit short. Then, the great sage soared into the air, heading towards the pile of giant monster bones. Upon reaching the largest giant's remains, he swiftly sliced off one of its sharp horns with his hand. A glimmering sharp horn fell, which the great sage brought back. Perfect. The Jianmu combined with this bone horn can forge an unparalleled divine spear. Though my expertise lies in staff techniques, there is also a set of spear techniques within the Depin Tian Xianju that I will impart to you shortly. However, this horn is infused with a dense malevolence. It appears we will need to refine it thoroughly. After saying this, he returned to the thatched cottage with the Jianmu and horn, and Chen Dongyi hurriedly followed. Upon entering the cottage, Chen Dongyi was astonished to discover the numerous rooms within. Clearly, one was a weapons room. The great sage sifted through a collection of weapons and retrieved a furnace reminiscent of a Dan furnace. Then took a spark from an ancient lamp. Chen Dongyi stood dumbfounded at the sight. There were far too many weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, and even firearms. It was an exhaustive collection, although it was very likely that the blood-dripping needle was not among them. Seeing the great sage extract a spark from the ancient lamp piqued his curiosity. He reached out to examine the flame, eager to uncover its secrets. Just as he was about to touch it, a fierce burning sensation surged through him, causing him to retract his hand in haste. Good thing you were wise, otherwise, you would have lost that finger. Master, what kind of fire is this? Its temperature is extraordinarily high. The great sage, while controlling the flame, replied. A spark taken from the furnace of Taishang Laojun. Is it the Samadhi true fire? The great sage nodded and suddenly exerted force, refining the Jianmu and horn. Seeing the great sage engrossed in forging, Chen Dongyi began to casually browse through the weapons room. Suddenly, he spotted a mirror lying on the ground, covered in dust. Ever since his encounter with the Qimyan Tingyao, when he had used the Bagua mirror, he had longed for a mirror of that kind. Although this one was not a Bagua mirror, being in the great sage's abode assured him it was not an ordinary object. He contemplated asking the great sage to gift it to him once he was done. Thus, he placed the mirror on the table and continued his search. Soon after, he discovered an ancient bronze bell, beautifully crafted, and placed it on the table as well. The rest were mostly various weapons, none of which piqued his interest. After a brief moment, the great sage opened his eyes, gazing at the long spear he held, featuring a black shaft and a white spearhead. Although my forging skills are rather modest, the quality of these materials renders this a truly exceptional divine weapon. It appeared the great sage was quite pleased with the spear, when he suddenly noticed Chen Dongyi lurking behind him. What are you doing? Upon seeing the mirror and bell on the table, the great sage quickly discerned Chen Dongyi's intentions. This lad seeks to fleece me. Chen Dongyi scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed as he pointed to the two magical artifacts on the table and asked, Master, could you possibly gift me these two items? The great sage glanced at them. These artifacts were primarily collected by him, with some obtained from other deities. For instance, the mirror was seized from the hands of the heavenly King Li Jing, and the bell had been stealthily taken from the neck of the Qing Miao in the Do Shui Palace. He may as well take it if he likes. If you like it, feel free to take it. Do you know the origins of these treasures? Upon hearing that the great sage was so readily willing to grant him the treasures, Chen Dongyi felt an overwhelming urge to bow in gratitude. When informed that the great sage would introduce the treasures, he quickly leaned in to listen attentively. This is the Xiaoyao mirror, which once belonged to the heavenly King Li Jing and later was presented to me. This is the Sanqing bell, which hung from the neck of the green ox. Also a gift to me from the ox. As he spoke, his eyes darted with excitement. Chen Dongyi mused that given the great sage's temperament, he must have taken advantage of him, engaging in a bit of theft. This being never allows himself to be at a disadvantage. The mirror is capable of defense, combat, and demon identification. It is a remarkable treasure, though it requires a chant to activate. The incantation for the Xiaoyao mirror is, the mirror reflects all corners. Selecting its master to reside within, it reveals true images, swiftly presenting true forms. Satisfied, Chen Dongyi stowed the magical artifact away, and as they walked, the great sage continued to chat. Earlier, my divine sense scanned that nine-tailed fox and uncovered a secret. Master, what secret? The fox claimed it would lead hellish demons into the human realm. They may have discovered some secret method. You must be cautious, regardless of its truth. You should prepare in advance. You have seen their combat capabilities. They are not to be underestimated. Master, you are so powerful. Won't you come down to assist us? The great sage shook his head helplessly and replied, Look at our spirit realm. It is in such disarray. What help could I possibly provide? Moreover, times have changed. If I were to return to your world, it would collapse. Master, why is that? Since you all truly exist, why can humans no longer cultivate? With a sigh, the great sage shook his head again, merely stating, the decisions from above are inscrutable. Originally, there were 3 spaces within one realm, but they were forcibly transformed into 3 separate realms. Chen Dongyi struggled to understand, but seeing that the great sage had ceased speaking, he refrained from further inquiries. You must return now. These 3 strands of hair can connect us 3 times. Use them sparingly, and remember my words. With that, the great sage waved his hand, and the space surrounding Chen Dongyi and the 9-tailed fox warped, their figures rapidly retreating. Master, how will I find you next time I come to the spirit realm? Before Chen Dongyi could finish his question, he was whisked away into the spatial rift. The great sage's voice echoed in his mind. Rest assured. As long as you arrive in the spirit realm, I will sense your presence. In the depths of the human realm's mountains, 2 figures tumbled from the spatial fissure. One was Chen Dongyi, and the other, the 9-tailed fox, who, seizing the opportunity to escape, transformed into a wisp of smoke and fled. Having endured the trials of the Zhulong's tooth spatial barrier, she had lost confidence in defeating Chen Dongyi again. Seizing the moment, she hurriedly made her escape. Chen Dongyi observed her retreating figure with a slight smile. The sky darkened, and storm clouds gathered ominously. Chen Dongyi was taken aback, wondering what was happening. Why did he return only to encounter a tempest? He quickly took to his feet and dashed away. Strangely, the storm clouds seemed to follow him relentlessly. Puzzled, Chen Dongyi summoned the system. System Dad, are you there? Yes, what is it? I can't believe you're still alive. Why didn't you show up in the spirit realm when I called? The great sage is too powerful. I was frightened and chose to hide. You mean my master? The great sage Qi Tian? Yes. Then what is this ominous cloud above my head? What is happening? That is the tribulation cloud for your advancement to the golden core stage. What? Why didn't it appear when I was forming my core? I have no idea. Perhaps it is also afraid of that formidable being? Why are you all so afraid of my master? Of course, we fear he might consume us as food. Stop wasting time and prepare for your tribulation. How do I prepare? Naturally, you must use your magical artifact for defense. What else could you do? After uttering this, the system vanished without a trace. Chen Dongyi lamented, I don't even know what a tribulation is. How am I supposed to prepare? Sighing, he resolved to treat this like a dead horse being used as a live one. He then drew forth the long spear forged for him by the great sage, infusing it with boundless qi until it radiated with brilliant golden light. Boom! The first lightning tribulation struck, colliding with the golden spear, propelling Chen Dongyi back several meters. Fortunately, the spear was made from lightning wood and possessed a degree of lightning affinity. Thus, the first strike caused him minimal harm. Observing that the second tribulation's cloud loomed larger than the first, he quickly recited the Zhaoyao mirror incantation, wielded the Sanqing bell, and prepared to withstand the second lightning strike. Boom! The second tribulation unleashed a force significantly greater than the first, yet he managed to endure it, though it caused him to spit blood onto his magical artifacts. Sizzle! The third tribulation was now coalescing, its power surpassing the previous 2. Chen Dongyi felt a surge of panic, as this was his first tribulation without guidance. In desperation, he channeled all the weapons he had received from the great sage, casting them into the sky to confront the impending lightning. Whatever blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, and hooks, he flung them all into the fray. Boom! The thick bolts of lightning struck down upon the array of weapons, shattering many of them. However, he managed to withstand this third lightning strike. If another were to come, he truly did not know how he would cope. Thankfully, after a brief wait, the fourth tribulation did not materialize. It was likely that the golden core stage only required 3 tribulations. Chapter 65. A journey to the state of you. After a quarter of an hour, the thunderclouds began to dissipate. Only then did Chen Dongyi lower his guard, retracting his equipment and settling into a meditative posture. After several hours of meditation, he discovered that the rate of spiritual energy absorption to heal his injuries in the human realm was exponentially greater than in the spirit realm, leading him to deep contemplation. Could it be that the spiritual energy in the human realm is depleted? That shouldn't be the case, as he was situated in the mountains. Wasn't it said that the spiritual energy in the mountains is more concentrated than elsewhere? If the energy felt so sparse in the mountains, the situation in other areas must be even more dire. A thought struck him. Could the current inability of humans to cultivate be related to the depletion of spiritual energy in the human realm? But who or what caused this depletion? The fact that legendary figures like the Great Sage can still appear suggests that in ages past, humans had the capacity to cultivate. Perhaps humanity once thrived as a dominant force in the cultivation world, capable of controlling the entire realm of cultivation. After completing his meditation, Chen Dongyi retrieved the divine weapons he had acquired from the great sage. In his heart, he could not help but sigh. It was fortunate that he had pilfered so many treasures. Otherwise, this tribulation would have been perilous indeed. After discarding the dilapidated weapons, he retrieved his prized long spear. As he infused it with qi, the spear erupted with an astonishing golden light, accompanied by strands of lightning. Indeed, despite the numerous near-fatal encounters with the fox demon, he had managed to transform danger into safety and had even gained an advantageous master. Recalling the spear techniques in his mind, he practiced once more. The spear techniques were indeed formidable, and with the lightning effect, they could unleash a thunderous impact. After organizing all his treasures, Chen Dongyi remembered the dog-like system. System Papa? Are you there? Yes, replied the system. Your tribulation seems to be going quite smoothly. Chen Dongyi silently cursed. You fled at the first sign of trouble, and yet you have the audacity to boast. Fortunately, the system had reminded him in time. I wish to see how many chi points I possess now. He opened the system panel and was filled with indignation. What? I was pursued by the nine-tailed fox in the spirit realm for 20 years, and you only grant me 5,580 points? Surely, I should be awarded at least several 100,000 points. Stop right there, the system interjected. In that barrier, you were exploiting loopholes. If calculated normally, 1,000,000 points would not be unreasonable. But what? I just mentioned it, didn't I? You were exploiting the system. How can that be counted? No way. That was still hard-earned through perilous battles. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for this? I don't care. If anyone is to be struck, it will be you. I'm leaving. Hey, System Papa, don't go. If nothing else, grant me a few thousand points. Chen Dongyi could only sigh as the system ceased its responses. 5,580 points were better than none, he thought. He continued to browse for skills to learn. He discovered that the blue talismans in the talisman section were now available for learning. However, it required 1,000 points, which seemed rather expensive. Yet, it was said that the power of the talismans depended on the color of the paper: yellow, blue, purple, silver, and gold, each requiring greater force to activate, thus yielding greater power. Nevertheless, he decided to learn it. His primary goal now was to become stronger. Ding! Chi points have reached 1,000, meeting the learning condition for the purple talisman. Confirm learning? Confirm learning. Ding! Purple talisman learning completed. With 4,580 points remaining, he wondered what other skills could be refreshed. Chen Dongyi widened his eyes, fixated on the system panel, and suddenly noticed that a formation was illuminated in the formation section. Tai Qianquan movement formation. What formation is this? It appeared rather impressive. Chen Dongyi carefully read the description. Tai Qianquan movement formation is a powerful teleportation formation capable of transporting living beings or goods, but it requires substantial energy as a support. This revelation sparked his interest. It was indeed a valuable asset, allowing him to teleport anywhere he desired in the future. He continued reading. Before activating the teleportation formation, one must first mark a point with a formation flag, then arrange the formation, and use powerful energy to initiate it. What? I need to mark a point? That complicates matters. He decided to set aside his concerns and learn it first. Glancing at the chi points required, he was astounded. It indeed required 3,000 points. Ding! Chi points have reached 3,000, meeting the learning condition for Tai Qianquan movement formation. Confirm learning? I learn it. Confirm learning. He looked again. The hard-earned chi points would soon dwindle. Now only 1,580 points remained, and in the previous battle with the fox demon, he had used lightning talismans in bundles. The several hundred talismans he had exchanged were now nearly exhausted. Forget it. I won't use these chi points for now. I'll exchange them all for the golden light spell, Paperman talisman, and 5 thunder talisman. After organizing everything, Chen Dongyi finally remembered to check his current location. Stepping onto the footwork technique, he quickly ascended to the peak of a mountain and gazed into the distance. What is going on? Why is it all primitive forest? He squinted. Over there, he seemed to see a wisp of smoke. Ignoring everything else, he decided to head over and take a look. As he dashed through the footwork technique, Chen Dongyi was astonished. He had never seen such a primitive forest within the Great Xia realm. After rushing for about 10 minutes, he finally emerged from the forest and spotted a village. However, it looked nothing like a village of Huaxia people. It resembled that of the Yu monkeys. Something terrible seemed to have happened in the village. The entire populace appeared dead. The village lay in ruins, with only a small military contingent and a handful of police officers remaining. The bloodstains scattered everywhere, and the surrounding corpses sent chills down Chen Dongyi's spine. This did not seem like the aftermath of human warfare. Rather, it resembled a brutal beast attack. Yet, in this day and age, how could there be incidents of beasts launching mass assaults on villages? Observing the villagers still clinging to life, babbling incoherently, Chen Dongyi felt a deep unease. Although he was reluctant to court misfortune, being trapped in this unknown place left him little choice. He resolved to cautiously approach the village to uncover the truth. However, as he drew near, he was confronted by soldiers pointing their guns at him. Yet, Chen Dongyi felt no fear whatsoever. Skillful artistry breeds boldness, he thought. After all, he was now a formidable expert at the golden course stage. Though he could not yet catch bullets with his bare hands, escaping was still within his capabilities. The soldiers chattered in their dialect. Hearing their accent, Chen Dongyi was certain they were indeed you monkeys. He quickly raised his hands and spoke in English. Don't shoot. The Kingdom of China. These you monkeys, once colonies of old colonial empires, could somewhat understand the language. Upon hearing that he was Huaxia, the leading soldier signaled for his comrades to lower their weapons, assuming he was merely a lost Huaxia tourist. They awkwardly addressed him in broken Huaxia. You are Huaxia? Why are you here? Hurry back. We were just attacked by monsters. Chen Dongyi was taken aback. What? Monsters? Chapter 66. Monsters of U-Nation monsters? What kind of monsters? Chen Dongyi's mind buzzed. Could it be that the U-Nation had already begun? Or perhaps these soldiers were mistaken? The soldier replied. We don't know either, but several survivors confirmed they encountered monsters. Huaxia, you should leave quickly. Chen Dongyi did want to depart, but where exactly was he? Just as he was about to inquire about his location, hoping these soldiers could assist him, he suddenly heard a faint moaning sound emanating from a straw hut nearby. Since his advancement to the golden core stage, his vision and hearing had far surpassed that of ordinary people. The surrounding soldiers were preoccupied with clearing the corpses, completely oblivious to the ominous presence emanating from the straw hut. A sense of extreme danger washed over him. Quick, take cover. We are under attack. Chen Dongyi cried out with a heart-wrenching agony, yet it was highly probable that the soldiers merely regarded him with nervous glances, mistaking him for a madman due to the language barrier. Just as the squad leader, who possessed a modicum of understanding of Huaxia language, approached to negotiate, a thunderous explosion erupted from a distant thatched cottage, completely demolishing it. A shadowy figure darted past one of the soldiers, who was instantly severed by the creature. Blood spilled profusely, intestines and entrails strewn about. What on earth was that? Before them stood a humanoid monstrosity, its body of vivid crimson, muscles and bones exposed. Dark, coarse hair sprouted from its joints, and it oozed a thick, scarlet liquid that exuded a foul stench. With a ghastly visage, it bore no eyes upon its face. Instead, its eyes were inexplicably located on its back. It resembled a grotesque amalgamation of a human face and a spider, complete with 2 rows of eyes upon its back. The sharp bone blades on its forelimbs were deadly, claiming the life of that soldier in an instant. The soldiers, unfamiliar with such a creature, were seized by terror and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon it. The power of their firearms proved formidable, as long as the creature was carbon-based. They could inflict significant damage. After several bursts of bullets, the creature lay motionless on the ground. A cacophony of voices erupted among the soldiers, undoubtedly a stream of curses directed at the abomination. Following their expletive-laden outburst, they cautiously approached the creature, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads due to overwhelming tension. Chen Dongyi, driven by curiosity, too advanced to examine the creature closely. Just when everyone assumed it was dead, the eyes on its back suddenly erupted forth, targeting the nearest soldier. Several unprepared soldiers were instantly pierced by those eyes. Chen Dongyi, with reflexes sharpened by countless brushes with death, instinctively reacted. He drew forth the Zhaoyajing, reciting incantations that cast light upon the creature. The eyes that had been about to launch an assault were rendered immobile, as if shackled by an unseen force. Seeing it incapacitated, Chen Dongyi summoned his long spear, imbued with crackling lightning, and thrust it directly into the creature's heart. This time, it lay utterly lifeless, motionless upon the ground. The soldiers gazed at this young man from Huaxia with a sense of wonder and admiration, eagerly approaching to greet him. The squad leader, Wan Qingshan, warmly extended his hand and introduced him to the head of the police, Wan Xiong. Hello, I am unsure of how to address you. My name is Wan Qingshan, the squad leader, and this is the chief of police responsible for this case, Wan Xiong. The police chief, having witnessed Chen Dongyi's prowess, hurriedly nodded and shook his hand. Greetings, I am Chen Dongyi. Are you all brothers? Wan Qingshan chuckled, revealing a smile that showcased his yellowing teeth. Hello, Mr. Chen. Here, over 40 of us share the surname Wan. At this moment, the police chief spoke, albeit in Vietnamese. Chen Dongyi, bewildered, looked at Wan Qingshan, hoping for a translation. Recognizing Chen Dongyi's discomfort, Ruan Qingshan promptly stepped in to assist. Mr. Chen, our chief wishes to inquire if you are a master of Huaxia metaphysics. Do you know what this creature is? Chen Dongyi furrowed his brow. He was entirely ignorant of this place, let alone the identity of such a being. I'm afraid I do not know what this creature is, he replied, having never encountered anything like it before. Realizing Chen Dongyi's linguistic limitations, the chief conversed with Ruan Qingshan for a while before the latter turned to translate. Mr. Chen, may we request your assistance in handling this incident? As you have seen, these creatures seem not to fear bullets. Chen Dongyi was at a loss for words. This was utterly absurd. He was eager to return home. Initially inclined to decline, he reconsidered his predicament. What if he refused their help? There was no means to communicate or call for assistance. Reluctantly, he decided to accompany them and see what unfolded. He nodded but stipulated his condition. I can assist you, but I require your help to return home. Ruan Qingshan, elated by his agreement, cheerfully promised that once the situation was resolved, they would ensure his safe return. Shortly after, a military vehicle entered the village, transporting the creature's remains in a metal box. The destination unknown. Subsequently, the squad leader arranged for a separate tent for Chen Dongyi to reside in. The gravity of the situation was evident. The higher-ups in this nation were surely alarmed and had dispatched soldiers to thoroughly investigate the incident, accompanied by numerous police officers. As soon as Chen Dongyi had settled in, Ruan Qingshan approached him. Mr. Chen, I apologize for the interruption. He unzipped the military tent, followed by the police chief. Chen Dongyi invited them to sit. Sensing their urgency to discuss a matter of import, both men appeared exceedingly courteous, each holding food and drink. They gathered around a makeshift camping table, placing their provisions down as they began to inquire about Chen Dongyi's background. Mr. Chen, if I may be so bold, are you one of those immortal beings portrayed on Huaxia television? Ruan Qingshan initiated, revealing a degree of familiarity with Huaxia culture. However, aware of the need for discretion while abroad, Chen Dongyi casually deflected, Oh, I am no immortal, I am merely a Taoist. Ah, I see. What was that device you employed earlier? It was incredibly effective. When you illuminated that monster, its deadly eyes were rendered useless. The police chief, unable to comprehend Huaxia language, merely nodded in agreement. It is a magical artifact used by Huaxia Taoists, specifically designed to combat such malevolent beings. Chen Dongyi explained. Ruan Qingshan, pleased by Chen Dongyi's willingness to share, responded enthusiastically, I understand. It resembles some of our own folklore, like the flying head sorcery. I had thought these were mere legends, but they appear to be real. Chen Dongyi was unfamiliar with flying head sorcery, but the notion of such sinister magic was indeed unsettling. Was it possible that such dark arts truly existed in this world? Chapter 67. The monster's lair. Having diverted to this topic, the two men finally broached the main issue. Mr. Chen, we have a request to make of you. Would you be willing to assist us? Although he was aware of their request, he felt compelled to maintain a facade of authority. Speak freely, gentlemen. What is it that you require of me? Today, as you witnessed, that unidentified creature slaughtered an entire village, and we remain oblivious to its origin. Chen Dongyi did not respond, merely nodding as beads of sweat formed on his brow. He recognized the gravity of the situation. It was undoubtedly complex. This incident is not unprecedented. Similar occurrences have transpired across various regions of the Yu Kingdom. However, they have been suppressed by the state. Had it not been for the sight of you confronting these matters, we would have hesitated to bring this to your attention. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment washed over me. It seems that multiple incidents have indeed unfolded in the birthplace of the Yu monkeys. This implies that the words spoken by the great sage during our last encounter were not solely directed at the Huaxia nation. It is fortuitous that I can now investigate this matter, gathering tangible evidence to report to the authorities, enabling them to prepare adequately. Lieutenant Ruan, did you encounter any monsters during your last expedition? Or have you discerned the origins of these creatures? Lieutenant Ruan shook his head, his face etched with horror. As he replied, No, in the past we faced assaults, yet none resulted in fatalities. These creatures could be gunned down, only to sometimes resurrect, proving exceedingly troublesome. We have paid a considerable price for this. This time, seeing that you can eliminate them, we hope you will assist us in eradicating these monsters. Of course, we shall fulfill our promises in return. A cold sweat broke out on my palms. Regardless of past encounters, I had never been in a position of leadership, usually surrounded by several companions. This time, however, I was venturing forth alone, and as a recent university graduate, I felt a twinge of fear. Nevertheless, now that I was presented with this challenge, I could not falter. Moreover, I was eager to witness the efficacy of the Yu Kingdom's sorcery, particularly their techniques in cursing. which were rumored to exist within the so-called dark web. It would serve me well to familiarize myself with their methods for when the time came to confront them. Very well, I shall assist you, I declared. Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Ruan swiftly turned to relay the message to the director. The director, brimming with excitement, likely due to the immense pressure he had faced lately, appeared relieved. Should he fail to resolve this case in due time, he might find himself dismissed and forced to return to farming. The two men, in their eagerness, bowed deeply to me, leaving me somewhat embarrassed. We shall not disturb Mr. Chen's rest any further. Tomorrow at dawn, we will commence our search for those monsters. I will station 2 sentinels at the entrance. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call them. With that, they exited the tent. I couldn't help but chuckle at their concern that I might flee in the dead of night. After all, I was a practitioner at the Jindan stage. Dealing with a mere few monsters should pose no challenge. While I mused over this, my attention was drawn to a lavish spread of food: roast chicken, beef, mutton, an abundance of delights. Clearly, these two were quite urgent in their preparations. Setting aside my concerns, I decided to indulge in a hearty meal, for it had been a while since I had savored a proper feast, particularly since my last visit to the hospital in Yosho village with Zhang Yang. Although a master at the Jindan stage could endure days without sustenance, the pleasure of satisfying one's appetite was undeniably comforting. After devouring a lavish meal, I gathered my magical implements and resolved to explore the village. The 2 soldiers stationed at the entrance, upon noticing my departure, dared not obstruct me and instead followed closely behind. The petite yet formidable soldiers, with their keen eyes, remained vigilant, observing the Huaxiao individual capable of dispatching monsters with a single shot. Whether they were motivated by fear or admiration, they trailed silently in my wake. I paid them little mind as I plunged into the village where the recent tragedy had unfolded. Employing my Qi observation technique, a surge of energy filled my eyes, transforming them into pools of golden light. This spectacle startled the 2 soldiers, prompting one to hasten back to inform their superior, likely out of concern that this enigmatic Huaxiao individual might suddenly turn into a monster and consume them all. As I activated my technique, I surveyed the village. Perhaps due to my recent advancement, I could perceive the blood's memory, vividly reconstructing the events that had transpired. On a fateful afternoon, the villagers returned home from labor, preparing their evening meals, when dark clouds suddenly loomed overhead. Moments later, thunder roared, shattering the village's tranquility. From the surrounding woods emerged pairs of blood-red eyes, encircling the village and emitting ghastly howls. Initially, the villagers believed a pack of wolves was approaching and hurriedly secured their doors and windows, neglecting further vigilance as they sought to protect their livestock. Just as they basked in the comforts of domestic life, a colossal humanoid spider monster charged towards the nearest household. With a thunderous crash, the creature effortlessly shattered the door, startling the family within. Before they could even react, the head of the male patriarch was severed from his body. A chorus of screams erupted from the women and children, but it lasted scarcely a few seconds. In mere moments, the entire family of 10 had their heads severed. In an instant, every household in the village fell victim to the onslaught, without exception. Some quick-thinking individuals managed to hide and evade the massacre momentarily. Yet upon discovering their families had been dismembered and taken away, they succumbed to madness. Consequently, no coherent and logical testimonies remained following the carnage. When the slaughter ceased, the monsters dragged the villagers' bodies into the depths of the forest. Astonishingly, my technique allowed me to trace the direction in which the creatures retreated. As the golden hue in my eyes gradually dimmed, a look of horror crossed my face. The brutality of the massacre had stirred a tumult within me, nearly causing me to retch. At this moment, the 2 leaders stood behind me, their expressions brimming with anticipation. The monsters fled in that direction. Gathering our forces would surely yield clues along the way. Lieutenant Ruan and the police chief promptly assembled their troops, both silently praying that we would annihilate the creatures before they could assault another village. True to military form, their response was remarkably swift. Within 10 minutes, all soldiers had readied their equipment. After reporting to their superiors and equipping satellite phones, they followed me into the depths of the forest. After traversing for some time, I scattered a handful of paper figures, instructing them to scout ahead. This spectacle reignited the skepticism of materialism among the onlookers. After approximately 2 hours, the clock struck 10 at night. Suddenly, I received a response from one of the paper figures, indicating that peculiar entities lurked not far ahead. Halt! I commanded with a wave of my hand, bringing the entire contingent of over 50 soldiers to a standstill. Lieutenant Ruan signaled to the troops, who swiftly readied their equipment and formed a defensive formation, enclosing me and the 2 leaders in the center. Mr. Chen, what is amiss? Lieutenant Ruan inquired softly. Has your paper figure discovered something? Within 50 meters lies a monster lair. The numbers appear substantial. Protect me while I send the paper figures in for closer reconnaissance. Upon hearing my words, Lieutenant Ruan signaled to the soldiers. They formed a protective circle, setting up heavy machine guns and collapsible shields, prepared to launch an attack at a moment's notice. Chapter 68. A direct confrontation. With a swift motion, 3 paper figures surged towards a cave from all directions. I utilized my spell to share vision. This was far more effective than a drone. The little paper figures stealthily flew towards a dark cavern deep within the forest. Inside, it was shrouded in darkness, rendering the paper figure unable to see anything clearly. It could only rely on reciting a golden spell, using the faint glow to slowly penetrate the cave. Although the interior was dim, the feeble light allowed it to discern some distant happenings. It beheld a multitude of monsters sprawled within the cavern, their soft snores resembling the unsettling sound of metal scraping, sending chills down one's spine. Chen Dongyi maneuvered the paper figure throughout the cave, discovering that it was teeming with monsters, perhaps even thousands of them. Pressing deeper into the cave, he encountered a chasm resembling a crack, from which dark mist was wafting. This was likely the origin of the monsters. After assessing the situation, Chen Dongyi decisively positioned the paper figures to lie in ambush within the cave. As he opened his eyes, Captain Ruan and Director Ruan hurried over to inquire about the situation. Mr. Chen, what is happening over there? Can we eliminate those monsters? Chen Dongyi, feeling apprehensive, realized that the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. There were at least 1,000 similar creatures, and the number would only increase. With their current troop strength, they were certainly insufficient, yet not entirely without recourse. Upon hearing that there was a plan, both men perked up, eager to listen. What is the plan? It appears they are currently asleep. If we can set up explosives in advance, we might stand a chance, he suggested. Thus, the group erected a makeshift tent to deliberate. In terms of numbers, we are at a disadvantage. If we can urgently summon 1,000 more soldiers and bring additional explosives, it should suffice. Captain Ruan, eager to resolve the issue, promptly retrieved a satellite phone to report to superiors. Director Ruan, recognizing the severity of the situation, quickly contacted the police station to request reinforcements. They had witnessed the monsters' ferocity, known for their penchant for slaughtering villages and their incredible speed. A moment's inattention could lead to a soldier losing his head to those sharp blades. He too hurriedly called higher-ups, requesting the dispatch of armed police forces. Make sure to remain silent. If we wake those monsters, it will be disastrous. Chen Dongyi stressed. Additionally, we need your soldiers to search this low hill thoroughly, ensuring that the cave has only one exit. It would be best to find a few local guides. Captain Ruan immediately ordered the deputy captain to arrange for soldiers to scour the mountain and also instructed them to bring back a local girl, aged 18 or 19, who was said to be the sole survivor of previous village attacks. She was familiar with the surrounding mountainous forests. Upon encountering so many officers and soldiers for the first time, the young girl appeared somewhat reserved. Captain Ruan naturally took on the role of translator. The girl, named Ruan Yun, was the daughter of a barefoot doctor from the area and often gathered herbs in the mountains. According to her account, these monsters had only recently appeared. She had frequently come to gather herbs before, but had never seen such creatures. Ask her if there are any other exits from this low hill, Captain Ruan instructed. The girl, still keeping her head down, replied, Yes, there is a small hole about 2 meters in diameter at the back. Chen Dongyi pondered deeply for a moment. If there were 2 openings, they would indeed have to wait for reinforcements. After all, the first encounter with a monster had left it battered, yet still alive. He feared these monsters might possess some form of resurrection ability. If they employed a large-caliber saturation attack, they might be able to contend with them. Having considered this matter, Chen Dongyi said to Captain Ruan, Let us go. Have that girl lead us to the small hole at the back. Captain Ruan quickly organized the soldiers to head towards the back mountain. At last, they discovered a small cave with a diameter of about 2 meters beneath a rock. In front of this location lay a small clearing, perfect for eliminating those monsters. Let us deal with them here. You will position 300 soldiers in ambush and block this entrance. Following this, they buried hundreds of explosive talismans nearby. Once the monsters appeared, Chen Dongyi could control the paper figures to trigger the talismans. After setting everything up, he hurried back to the front of the low hill to scout the terrain on that side. The topography here was rather complex, with many hills and ravines. If a battle were to ensue, heavy firepower would be essential. Chen Dongyi quickly called Captain Ruan to assemble all the teams, including those dispatched for terrain reconnaissance. They hurriedly dug a large, fan-shaped pit at the cave entrance. With such a barrier in place, they could effectively thwart the monster's advance. Having witnessed Chen Dongyi's capabilities, Captain Ruan and Director Ruan did not doubt his judgment. They were acutely aware of the nature of the monsters they faced. No amount of cleverness would suffice against raw power, only delaying the inevitable. They swiftly arranged for soldiers to dig the deep pit, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. As dawn approached, 500 reinforcements and 300 armed police arrived. The trench was nearly 3 meters deep, and they quickly set about concealing explosives. It seemed the group of monsters had recently attacked the village, satisfied, and now resting in the cave. Once everything was prepared, Chen Dongyi was ready to launch an assault on the monsters within the cave. At Captain Ruan's command, all light and heavy machine guns began to unleash a relentless barrage into the cave. Hand grenades, smoke bombs, and stun grenades were hurled into the cavern, the thunderous explosions awakening the monsters one by one. Chen Dongyi immediately settled into a meditative position, regaining control of the paper figures that had been pre-placed in the cave. Through the shared vision of the paper figures, he could clearly see the cave engulfed in flames, with the first round of grenades dispatching dozens of monsters. While firearms might not easily slay these creatures, grenades proved to be an entirely different matter. All carbon-based life forms were reduced to mere fragments, leaving no chance for survival. Whether they were demons or monsters, once their physical forms were destroyed, they were merely lost souls. The grenades continued to rain down, obliterating yet another wave of monsters. In just a few rounds, dozens of monsters were annihilated, inciting chaos within the cave. As the pandemonium unfolded, they could harvest the lives of these monsters like reaping wheat. The explosions persisted, and the monsters fell, one after another. Suddenly, a chilling roar resonated, stabilizing the panicking creatures. Not good, there's a boss among them. Keep throwing grenades. Don't let it organize. The soldiers, despite their battlefield experience, were unsettled by the fearsome roar. Observing the terrified expressions of his men, Captain Ruan feigned calm. They could not afford to panic now. Continue throwing grenades. Chen Dongyi shouted, having noticed the monsters within the cave beginning to quiet down. Though the surrounding monsters had been decimated by the grenades, the remaining monsters had ceased their chaos, awaiting the command of their leader. With a deafening roar, all the monsters surged orderly towards the cave entrance. The storm is about to break. Chen Dongyi's voice trembled. After all, it was the first time witnessing such a multitude of monsters. Squad leader Ruan had been chattering incessantly with the soldiers, yet Chen Dongyi could not comprehend a word. As Ruan had been closely involved with this case recently, the soldiers who arrived afterward were quite obedient to his commands. As soon as Ruan issued his orders, hundreds of monsters surged forth from the cave, their crimson eyes bulging as if they might burst at any moment. Before the creatures could reach the fan-shaped pit, the heavy machine guns roared to life, unleashing a barrage upon them. Bullets the thickness of a thumb shot forth, and those struck by the rotating projectiles were torn apart by the sheer force. In an instant, the scene resembled a slaughterhouse, with blood spraying and flesh flying. The gruesome spectacle made Chen Dongyi feel nauseous, nearly forcing him to regurgitate the meal he had consumed the previous night. For the first 5 minutes, the monsters were effectively suppressed by the gunfire, with not a single one able to breach the line. However, as the last monster finally emerged, astonishingly, no further creatures followed from the cave. That wasn't so formidable after all. The soldiers cheered, and although Chen Dongyi was uncertain of their words, their expressions indicated a celebration. He hastily maneuvered the paper figurine to scout within, where flames illuminated the cave, dispelling its darkness. Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over him. They were gathering their strength. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he observed the monsters lining up within the cave, poised to charge forth at any moment. Hearing Chen Dongyi's warning, squad leader Ruan swiftly commanded the soldiers. The soldiers, who had grown somewhat complacent, wore expressions of indifference, which became the scythe of death. With a swift whoosh, a monster larger than the previous ones erupted from the cave. The soldiers, still mocking the creature for its apparent demise, were swiftly silenced. The heavy machine gun fire struck the monster as if it were hitting cotton, failing to penetrate its massive form and instead deflecting the majority of the incoming bullets. The gigantic beast absorbed the firepower, instantly riddled with holes, yet merely collapsing into the pit below due to inertia. In that moment of its fall, dozens of smaller monsters surged forth, following the larger one in a formation reminiscent of penguins, each one following the other. This formation significantly reduced their exposure to gunfire, with the first monster sacrificing itself to shield its comrades. Witnessing this, the soldiers who had yet to join the fray suddenly ceased their laughter. If such intelligent monsters were to break through, they would surely face dire consequences. Fortunately, only a handful of monsters managed to breach the fan-shaped pit. resulting in immediate casualties among the soldiers. A monkey soldier, who had been joking and smoking just moments before, was cleaved in two by a monster-esque tentacle. The cut as clean as if made by a chainsaw, with blood spraying onto nearby soldiers, causing them to tremble in fear. Had it not been for squad leader Ruan overseeing the situation with his automatic rifle, those soldiers might have fled in terror. Thankfully, only a few monsters had breached their defenses, and the combined fire of hundreds swiftly eliminated them. After dispatching several dozen creatures, silence returned to the cave. Chen Dongyi continued his reconnaissance, only to discover that the giant monster was once again orchestrating its minions to regroup, preparing for another assault. This time, however, the leading creature was even larger and stronger, with a greater number of followers than before. Fire indiscriminately. Chen Dongyi issued the command, and all soldiers took their positions, no longer daring to act as carelessly as before. With a series of whooshes, rows of monsters launched from the cave like cannonballs. Several dozens, and then hundreds of monsters finally burst forth. The previously orderly ranks of soldiers were thrown into disarray, resulting in immediate casualties. Even with preparations in place, the situation could have been catastrophic had they encountered this horde unexpectedly. The monkey soldiers demonstrated remarkable resilience, regaining control of the battlefield within mere minutes. Fortunately, the casualties remained manageable. Despite repelling the monster's assault, the toll was significant, with nearly 100 soldiers lost, while the monsters had been reduced to less than half. Observing the heavy losses, squad leader Juan was concerned about reporting to higher-ups. He directly ordered the soldiers to employ RGB, determined to annihilate the remaining monsters at any cost. A barrage of rocket fire erupted, inciting frenzy among the creatures. Under the command of the giant monster, they charged outward with desperation, perhaps realizing that if they did not break through soon, they would be trapped inside. Some monsters began to panic, trampling their own kind in their haste to escape, resulting in many being crushed into the depths below. Chen Dongyi felt a chill run down his spine, reflecting on how fortunate it was that these monsters displayed such low intelligence. If they were to face a more cunning adversary, the monkey soldiers would be utterly outmatched. Just as everyone believed the battle was drawing to a close, a sudden gust of ominous wind swept through, and several furry monsters sprang from the underbrush. What in the world are those? Chen Dongyi gasped in astonishment, for he had never encountered such creatures. They resembled watermelons, yet bore an abundance of fur, defying classification as either animal or inanimate object, for they lacked discernible limbs. As he pondered this, squad leader Juan shouted in terror, "Fei Tu Jiang! Mr. Chen, be careful! It's Fei Tu Jiang! What in the world is Fei Tu Jiang?" Chen Dongyi wondered. The round, furry creatures plunged into the crowd, biting fiercely and swiftly tearing a gaping hole in the once sturdy defense. In mere minutes, they had decimated the monkey soldiers. Witnessing the chaos unfolding within the ranks, the giant monster in the cave unleashed a chilling roar. Gripping his rifle tightly, Chen Dongyi's fingers turned white from the pressure. The moment had come. "So, you've learned to strategize, have you?" With a swift motion, the giant monster lunged forward, and Chen Dongyi chanted a lightning incantation. With a thunderous crash, bolts of lightning struck the colossal beast. Seizing the opportunity, he tightened his grip on the rifle, stepping forward with purpose, and pierced the monster's heart with a single thrust. As the giant creature collapsed, the smaller monsters lost their command structure, descending into chaos. A few rounds from the machine guns decimated a significant portion of them, nearly wiping them out. Finally, Chen Dongyi had a moment to assess the round creatures that had infiltrated the ranks. They continued to leap and bite indiscriminately. Just as he leaned forward to observe more closely, a furry sphere lunged at him. As I approached closer, I was astonished to discover that the round sphere actually possessed a nose, eyes, ears, and a mouth. To my disbelief, it was indeed a human head. How could it fly around and bite people without a body? It appeared that dozens had already been injured by this head, which moved with remarkable speed. With a swift motion, Chen Dongyi swung his spear and struck the head that was about to bite him, rendering it unconscious and causing it to crash to the ground. At the same time, squad leader Juan shouted in alarm, "This is bad, Mr. Chen. There are also sorcerers of the flying head technique here." Upon hearing squad leader Ruan's words, I suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. This was indeed the flying head sorcery of the Nanyang practitioners. Legends tell that those who cultivate such dark arts are exceedingly malevolent. The flying head technique, also known as flying decapitation, is the most enigmatic and terrifying form of all sorcery. The flying head technique comprises 7 stages, and in the previous stages, the sorcerer does not merely send their head to suck blood, but also dispatches their digestive organs, namely, their intestines and stomach. When encountering a cat, they would extract its blood. When encountering a dog, they would consume its blood, and when encountering a human, naturally, they would drain every last drop of blood until their organs were filled, returning only at dawn. After completing these 7 stages, the sorcerer would have mastered the flying head technique. Chen Dongyi was genuinely enlightened, for he had discovered that such dark sorcery truly exists in this world. He then silently recited the incantation for the demon-repelling mirror, eager to see if this sinister Nanyang sorcery could be vanquished by Eastern magic. Upon completing the incantation, he tossed the mirror into the air, and it seemed to awaken, emitting beams of light that illuminated the erratic heads, immobilizing them in place. Squad leader Yuan gazed at Chen Dongyi with admiration, astonished by the extraordinary abilities of this young Huaxia man. If only he could acquire such a miraculous mirror. However, it was merely a fleeting thought, for he had witnessed that the activation of the mirror required the recitation of an incantation. Chen Dongyi beckoned him over, indicating for him to hurry. Without hesitation, squad leader Yuan rushed to his side. They needed to interrogate these heads. Who were they, and why did they attack us? Being a clever individual, squad leader Yuan quickly instructed the soldiers to construct wooden cages to confine these heads. Dozens of soldiers were dispatched to cut down trees for this purpose. Within a minute, the cages were completed, containing a total of 11 heads. While squad leader Yuan was busy interrogating the flying heads, it was evident from their expressions that the questioning was not going smoothly. Without a moment's pause, Chen Dongyi approached the nearest head and demanded, "Will you speak?" Squad leader Yuan dutifully translated for the head, which merely shook and babbled incoherently. What was it saying? What was it asking? How audacious could it be? Still boasting such defiance even as a captive? He raised his spear and thrust it into the babbling mouth. With a sickening squelch, a viscous liquid with a metallic scent erupted forth. Moving on to the next head, it was clear that the head was taken aback by the youth's ruthlessness. "Will you speak?" Again, squad leader Yuan translated, and the head responded with more incoherent mutterings. Another thrust followed, and once more, a thick, warm liquid gushed forth. By the time he reached the third head, terrified, finally spoke up. "What does he want?" Squad leader Yuan quickly replied. "He asks what you want them to say? You should ask the questions first." How frustrating it was that they could not understand Huaxia. This babbling was exhausting. Chen Dongyi inquired where they were hiding. Squad leader Yuan, sensing the youth's fierce determination, quickly asked the captives. "Mr. Chen, he asks if you could spare their lives if they divulged the information." With another piercing thrust, a thick, warm liquid sprayed forth once more. How dare the captives negotiate for their lives? He turned to the next head and asked, "Will you speak?" Squad leader Yuan was equally alarmed by the unfolding scene, hastily moving on to the next one. This interrogation went relatively smoothly, with the captive revealing all he knew. Essentially, they belonged to a secret society from the country of Yu, a sect of the Creationist Church. Their purpose for coming here was to summon a batch of sacred pets to cleanse the filth of this wretched land. However, they had been discovered. Initially, they intended to escape via a small path behind the mountain, but found it blocked, thus resorting to the flying head technique to breach the soldiers' formation and release the sacred pets to feast upon humans. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyi thrust his spear once more. How could they refer to these man-eating monsters as sacred pets? Did they not realize that once these creatures grew strong enough, they could annihilate their kind? It was no wonder that no monsters emerged from that small path. It was because dozens of sorcerers were hiding within. Squad leader Yuan, go and capture the remaining sorcerers who are still alive. The doubts previously held by squad leader Yuan and Chief Yuan regarding Chen Dongyi's abilities were entirely dispelled, and they became his ardent admirers. The subsequent cleanup naturally fell to the soldiers. To ensure safety, Chen Dongyi commanded the paper figures and monkey soldiers to enter the cave. The goals were twofold: to ascertain if there were any remaining threats, and to investigate if the members of the church were conducting any secret rituals. Indeed, deep within the cave, they uncovered a massive blood pool, the foul stench overwhelming many of the inexperienced soldiers. Above this blood pool was a complex formation resembling a hexagram. After locating the remains of the few remaining sorcerers, all details of the scene were meticulously documented by the police. Chen Dongyi found himself at a loss regarding this formation. While he had studied formations, he had not learned how to dismantle them. Therefore, he resorted to placing several tons of TNT beneath the formation, preparing to unleash a powerful explosion. Chen Dongyi merely requested images of the formation and the monsters from Chief Yuan, intending to report back to higher authorities in Huaxia. The matter of the monsters had reached a temporary conclusion. Yuan Xingshan and Yuan Xiong personally drove Chen Dongyi to the city, where the city leaders hosted a banquet in his honor. However, Chen Dongyi's thoughts were firmly rooted in Huaxia. He had little appetite for feasting and longed to return home swiftly. Upon arriving in the city, Chen Dongyi quickly contacted Wang Yuding, explaining the situation in detail. Wang Yuding assured him that she would immediately reach out to the embassy to expedite his return. After hanging up, Chen Dongyi examined the photographs of the monsters and formations. Deep in thought, were these dreadful creatures truly summoned by humans? Chapter 71. Return to the homeland 2 hours later. A vehicle claiming to be from the embassy arrived to collect Chen Dongyi. He successfully boarded the flight back home. Upon disembarking, he was greeted by familiar faces: Wang Yuding, Hu Gu, Ergo, and Mao Mao, all waiting at the airport. The three were ecstatic to see Chen Dongyi, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Kid, Hu Gu thought you were dead. Why haven't we heard from you in days?" Ergo also remarked. "Indeed, you didn't even bring your phone, causing us to search for you everywhere." Mao Mao quickly approached and playfully jabbed him, seemingly complaining about his abrupt departure without leaving any trace of information. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they swiftly returned to the Wang residence. Chen Dongyi wore a serious expression, uncertain whether he should confide in them about his recent experiences. However, if he couldn't trust them, whom could he turn to? After much contemplation, he resolved to be forthright with them. "I know my next words will astonish you, but these events are indeed my genuine experiences." The four stared at him in disbelief, completely puzzled by Chen Dongyi's sudden outburst. They could only wait in silence for him to continue. "I haven't been missing these past few days. Rather, I was transported to another realm." Upon hearing this, Hu Gu was the first to burst into laughter. After all, having lived in this world for quite some time, how could he possibly believe such an absurd tale? "Ha ha, time travel? Are you trying to amuse us? Did you travel back to the Qin dynasty and become Qin Shi Huang?" Chen Dongyi shook his head, fully anticipating this reaction. Fortunately, he had prepared for this moment. Whispering the incantation for the Zhouyoing, he tossed the mirror skyward. The Zhouyoing radiated a brilliant light, shooting a beam towards Hu Gu. At that moment, no one dared to utter a word, their mouths agape in astonishment. Ergo trembled, pointing at Hu Gu, his teeth chattering. "Hu Gu, are you a snake demon? A pitch-black great serpent?" Just moments ago, Hu Gu had been laughing heartily, but the Zhouyoing revealed his true form, rendering him immobile. Mao Mao, frightened, shrank behind Ergo, while Wang Yuding remained relatively unfazed. She merely gazed at the mirror that Chen Dongyi had thrown, her expression one of horror. "Hu Gu, I always suspected you were a demon, but I never knew what kind." With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the Zhouyoing. And Hu Gu seemed to shed a heavy burden, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with fear as he stared at the mirror in Chen Dongyi's hand. "What is the origin of that mirror? Why did it make me feel as if my very essence was laid bare?" The Zhouyoing, a relic of Tao Tai Tianwang. Upon hearing this, Hu Gu almost laughed again, though it was indeed rather amusing. Chen Dongyi then produced a Sanqing bell and infused it with qi, beginning to shake it. The sound resonated, and the minds of the three seemed to drift away, momentarily beyond their control. As Chen Dongyi ceased shaking the bell, their gazes gradually cleared. At this point, Hu Gu no longer dared to mock, realizing that had Chen Dongyi wished to eliminate him moments ago, it would have been a trivial task. How could one who could not withstand their own spirit possibly resist? "Do you believe me now?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Yuding's face. After all, Wang, who was also a practitioner, yet he still found it hard to believe in the existence of Tao Tai Tianwang Li Jing. Considering that no one had ascended to the celestial realm for thousands of years, not even their own ancestors. Faced with their skepticism, Chen Dongyi sighed and expelled the golden elixir from within himself. "What? The golden elixir? You have already reached the golden elixir stage? That is impossible. Our family is also composed of snake demon cultivators, but in thousands of years, there has only been one golden elixir practitioner, and none have advanced since. You've done it in just a month. That is inconceivable." Suddenly, several figures rapidly approached and entered the living room, all wearing expressions of astonishment. The newcomers were Wang Jiaojiao, the ancestor of the Wang family, and Zhang Xiantong from Longhu Mountain, both gazing at Chen Dongyi in disbelief. "Heaven bless our Huaxia. In just a month, another golden elixir practitioner has emerged." Although Chen Dongyi had gained strength, his combat experience was still limited. Upon seeing the two enter, he hastily withdrew the golden elixir. At that moment, Wang Jiaojiao gazed at him with envy. "Young man, how did you achieve this? Just days ago, you were merely a nascent cultivator. How did you leap to become a golden elixir practitioner in such a short time?" Chen Dongyi looked at the two but decided against revealing his encounters in the spirit realm, as he was still immersed in the situation. If they were not benevolent, he could find himself in a precarious position. After careful consideration, Chen Dongyi decided to recount everything about the spirit realm. The five listened intently, eagerly pressing for more details. What happened to the nine-tailed fox? Why didn't you slay her? Oh dear, can you please focus on the crux of the matter? Is the nine-tailed fox the main concern here? The focus should be on the spirit realm. Chen Dongyi felt exasperated, thinking to himself that his mind was a tangled mess. Yet they were still fixated on that fox. At this moment, Zhang Xiantong, who had remained silent, stroked his beard and mused, the spirit realm? Could it be what we perceive as the celestial realm or the immortal realm? As for why it has no connection to our world, that is indeed hard to ascertain. I have some troubling news. Our Earth may face an invasion from hellish beings, and it could be on a massive scale. Although Wang Jiaojiao and Zhang Xiantong were prominent figures in the cultivation community, their understanding of the higher echelons was still limited, and everything was merely speculation. Is this information reliable? This is a matter of national destiny and should not be taken lightly. Chen Dongyi spread his hands in resignation. Tianshi, do I seem like someone who jokes about such matters? Given the strength Chen Dongyi had just exhibited, it was clear he was not one to jest. After all, he was merely a consummate practitioner of the refining cheese stage. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xiantong declared, "This matter is of utmost importance. We may need to travel to the capital." He then took out his phone to call his senior brother. To convince them, Chen Dongyi presented the video and photographs of the creatures he encountered in Yuegua. Upon seeing the horrifying monsters in the footage, their faces turned pale with fear. If such entities truly entered Earth, it would spell doom for the world. Not to mention the malevolent spirits and the undead. If such beings existed, humanity would face extinction within 3 days. After viewing the footage, the Wang family ancestor immediately decided to have Wang Yuding purchase tickets to the capital. The Wang family members and Zhang Xiantong would accompany Chen Dongyi to the capital to consult with the prominent figures of the Xianmen regarding this matter. Chen Dongyi was in a state of turmoil, having frequently heard of organizations in Huaxiao that dealt with supernatural events online, never imagining he would find himself embroiled in such affairs. Chapter 72. Ambushed en route without delay, Wang Yuding instructed her assistant to immediately book tickets to the capital. Wang Jiaojiao, Zhang Xiantong, and Chen Dongyi boarded the aircraft heading to the capital, while Wang Yuding, Hugo, Ergo, and Mao Mao were left without any means to inquire further. 10 minutes later, the plane took off from the Tianhai City airport, arriving in the capital approximately 2.5 hours later. Zhang Xiantong had already informed his senior brother, and the leaders of the Xianmen were waiting at a secret base in the capital. After flying for over an hour, they reached a remote area above an uninhabited mountainous forest. As Chen Dongyi, who had been dozing off, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis wash over him. Ding ding. Extreme danger detected. Chi points doubled. Oh no, an enemy attack. Wang Jiaojiao and Zhang Xiantong instantly opened their eyes and looked out the airplane window. In the depths of the ancient forest, a beam of light, imperceptible to the mortal eye, shot towards the aircraft like a cannonball. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Dongyi silently recited an incantation and flung the Zhaoyao mirror outward. The mirror radiated a brilliant golden light, resembling a colossal shield that shielded the plane. A violent explosion ensued, causing the aircraft to shudder violently. Several terrified passengers prayed fervently, "How could we encounter such formidable turbulence? Surely I won't perish." This was soon followed by the captain's reassuring announcements, explaining that the plane was encountering strong air currents and urging passengers to fasten their seatbelts. Chen Dongyi sensed the presence of several immensely powerful entities outside, their eyes fixated on him. Observing the hundreds of ordinary tourists aboard, he resolved to venture out. Although his practical experience was limited, he was nonetheless a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, nearly invincible on Earth. What fear did he have of a few petty interlopers? The trio exchanged determined glances and nodded in agreement. Those who dared to assault an aircraft within Huaxiao's territory would pay the price, whether they sought trouble or not. With a swift movement, they took advantage of the chaos and positioned themselves in the flight path of the aircraft. Below, several interlopers provocatively regarded their group. Having just reached the Golden Core stage, Chen Dongyi was unable to fly and could only utilize the Zhaoyao mirror as a stepping stone. However, controlling the mirror was immensely draining, and if this continued, he might exhaust his chi before the battle even began, plunging to his demise. Thus, he remembered the system panel and hurriedly opened it. After thoroughly scanning the system, he finally discovered something useful. Ding! Chi points have reached 300, meeting the learning conditions for Bugong Tadu. Confirm learning? Chen Dongyi seized the moment to glance at the description. Bugong Tadu Level 2 allows one to step upon the yin-yang diagram and traverse the void. The duration of walking is limited by the user's chi. He thought, what an opportunity to walk through the void. Why wait? Confirming his learning, Bugong Tadu displayed Level 2 as he closed the system panel. The method of use imprinted itself in his mind, and after several attempts, a faint yin-yang diagram appeared beneath his feet. Although he could walk in the void, he had just learned it and moved rather slowly. Turning to Zhang Xiantong, he noted that he could wield a sword, evidently a sword practitioner. Meanwhile, Wang Jiaojiao stood poised with a broadsword, floating effortlessly in the void. This must be the advantage of the supernatural beings, many of whom are born with the ability to fly. Bold lunatics, daring to employ demonic arts in the Great Xia. They are simply courting death. With a swift motion, Wang Jiaojiao and Zhang Xiantong shot toward the interlopers like bullets. Only Chen Dongyi remained, struggling in the void, finding it exceedingly taxing to move. Hey, you two old monsters. Could you at least spare a thought for this newcomer? I have a fear of heights. As he spoke, Wang Jiaojiao and Zhang Xiantong engaged the adversaries. From a distance, Chen Dongyi observed an otherworldly figure clad in a white theatrical costume alongside a massive 8-headed serpent and a monstrous canine creature with 2 pairs of wings. Using his qi observation technique, Chen Dongyi's heart seethed with resentment. What? That cursed yin-yang master again. The creature with the dog head and white wings must be a Shikigami. Yukiana. And that 8-headed serpent is likely a descendant of the Yamada no Orochi. Serpents? I do enjoy slaying serpents. Without hesitation, Wang Jiaojiao charged at the Yamada no Orochi, raising her broadsword to strike. According to the tales of the Wang family patriarch, this broadsword was a weapon left behind by the legendary Guan Yu. After Guan Yu ascended to immortality, the sword remained on earth, its spirit accompanying him. However, this sword had claimed countless lives and was imbued with a malevolent aura. Ordinary spirits and demons would be affected by its murderous energy. Eventually, Wang Jiaojiao sought out the sword, beseeching Guan Yu for its blessing. Thus, he bestowed it upon her, allowing her to wield it with ferocity, vanquishing numerous demons in the name of justice. With a powerful slash, she struck the head of the Yamada no Orochi. Its once impenetrable scales were cleaved apart by the force of her strike. Had its body not been immense, its head would have surely been severed. Elated by her successful strike, Wang Jiaojiao danced with glee, taunting the serpent, daring to flaunt your arrogance before me. You little worm. I shall not fail to slay you. The serpent, having never endured such humiliation, found its 9 heads diminished to 8, with 1 head dangling grotesquely. Naturally, the serpent would not take this lightly. All 8 heads sprang into action, breathing fire, spraying water, and expelling venom, each head wielding its own unique attack, overwhelming Wang Jiaojiao. After all, she had merely 2 hands, while they boasted 8 heads. A fireball hurtled toward Wang Jiaojiao, which she cleaved apart, yet a few embers singed her clothing, causing her to yelp in distress. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiantong displayed extraordinary swordsmanship, transforming 1 sword into 18, mercilessly thrusting toward the Yukiana. The Yukiana, agile and winged, evaded with ease while occasionally launching lightning strikes, resulting in a fierce exchange. It took Chen Dongyi nearly 10 minutes to reach the battlefield. Looking down, he felt somewhat bewildered. Had he misjudged his strength? Or was he simply disregarded? The yin-yang master had not summoned more Shikigami to confront him, evidently opting to remain hidden. Taking advantage of the yin-yang master's focus on Wang Jiaojiao and Zhang Xiantong, he stealthily approached, preparing for a surprise attack. With a flicker of cold light, he delivered a decisive strike. Chen Dongyi showed no mercy, lunging directly at the yin-yang master. His spear, imbued with lightning, would surely deliver a profound impact. The master, previously engrossed in controlling his Shikigami, suddenly felt a tightening sensation in his lower back. Turning around, he discovered a massive spear embedded behind him. By the time he realized what had occurred, it was far too late. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, startling those engaged in battle nearby, who turned to witness the commotion. The Yukiana, seeing its master impaled, cast aside Zhang Xuantong's sword and charged towards the yin-yang master. Chen Dongyi would not squander such a golden opportunity, extracting his spear to continue his assault. Just as the spear tip neared the yin-yang master, he hurled a human skin talisman, identical to the one Chen Dongyi had previously found. Instinctively, Chen Dongyi prepared to retreat, realizing the yin-yang master was summoning Shikigami. In a moment of urgency, he swiftly executed the Bu-gang technique and retreated with remarkable speed. Fortunately, his rapid withdrawal spared him from being crushed into a pulp by the colossal beast. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he had summoned a Nyogue. Its massive frame was muscularly defined, and its fur sent shivers down the spines of those with a fear of clusters. The horns atop its head were sharp as blades. It slowly raised its head, its crimson eyes glaring furiously in the direction of Chen Dongyi. Although he could not comprehend the cryptic language spoken by the Onmyoji, The general implication was undoubtedly, Niu Gui, go and annihilate that fellow. With a snort, the Niu Gui stomped the ground furiously, gathering momentum for a savage charge. A tactic that would surely fail to harm Chen Dongyi. However, being a brute force type of spirit, it relied solely on its raw strength. With a deafening roar, the Niu Gui charged straight at him, intent on ending the battle with a collision. Chen Dongyi remained unperturbed. After a 10-minute practice session, he had gained a new understanding of the Bugang technique. This skill was not merely a means of escape, but also a combat maneuver. Just as the Niu Gui bore down on him, he deftly sidestepped its charge with 2 precise steps, evading the impact with ease. As the Niu Gui barreled past him, he formed a hand gesture, activating the 7-kill soul locking formation beneath them. The formation pinned the Niu Gui firmly in place where it had halted. With a flurry of thunder talismans cast towards it, lightning erupted spectacularly. Dozens of lightning bolts, each as thick as a thumb, struck the Niu Gui. Initially believing that this beast could be easily subdued, he was taken aback by the Niu Gui's astonishing strength. It crossed its fists atop its head and slammed them into the ground with tremendous force, uprooting the soil and disrupting the formation. The array was shattered in an instant, startling Chen Dongyi, who had not anticipated the Niu Gui's formidable physical prowess. The moment it was freed from confinement, the Niu Gui rolled aside, causing the lightning to strike the ground, creating a massive crater. Now liberated, the Niu Gui became even more ferocious, its eyes gradually turning blood red, signaling the onset of a berserk state. Chen Dongyi, realizing that a surprise attack had failed, hastily retreated several dozen meters to create distance. Meanwhile, the Shuetiango observed that the assailant of its master was entangled with the Niu Gui and charged towards Zhang Xiantong. On Wang Jiaojiao's side, the pressure was not overwhelming. Rather, it was Chen Dongyi who faced an increasing burden. He had initially thought he could eliminate the unfortunate Onmyoji with a single strike, but the latter's defenses were unexpectedly tight. Realizing his oversight, he quickly recalibrated his strategy. If a direct confrontation was futile, he would resort to trickery. Had he not outsmarted the Jiawu fox several times in the spirit realm? Surely, this lumbering giant would be even easier to manipulate. From his pocket, he produced dozens of paper talismans, chanting incantations as they animated, wielding paper knives and guns as they surged towards the Niu Gui. Although the Niu Gui possessed immense strength, it was utterly helpless against such diminutive entities. The swarm of paper figures rushed at the Niu Gui's legs, piercing and pricking at it like a swarm of mosquitoes. In no time, they had thoroughly ensnared the beast. To the Niu Gui, these paper figures were merely nuisances, irritating yet elusive. In a fit of rage, the Niu Gui howled at the sky, constantly wary of the treacherous human attempting to stab it in the back. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Dongyi hurled a few lightning talismans, leaving the Niu Gui in a state of disarray. Frustrated, the Niu Gui frantically swiped at the paper figures. Go ahead and try to catch them. I refuse to believe your stamina can withstand this many paper figures. Chen Dongyi decided against engaging further, keeping his gaze fixed on the Onmyoji lying in the distance. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Onmyoji, who had relentlessly sought his demise despite his having done nothing to provoke them. Seeing that the Onmyoji was unprotected, he brandished his spear and advanced towards him. The Onmyoji, initially observing the situation, suddenly sensed a pair of malicious eyes fixated upon him. Turning around, he was met with the sight of this unscrupulous individual charging at him with a spear. The memory of his previous embarrassment resurfaced, sending chills down his spine. He hurriedly turned to crawl towards the Niu Gui, dragging himself and leaving a trail of blood. Seeing the Onmyoji's frantic demeanor, Chen Dongyi stifled a laugh. Had he known this would be the outcome, why bother stirring trouble in Huaxia? He lunged forward, spear in hand, ready to strike. The Onmyoji, now desperate, seemed to cry out for his mother. He raised his hand, flinging another human skin talisman, accompanied by a spurt of blood from his tongue. It appeared that this fellow was truly fighting for his life. With a resounding crash, a colossal head plummeted from above, crashing into the ground with a thunderous roar. Where do you summon all these Shikigami? How do you conjure such a massive head? The enormous head lacked a body, merely a rotund visage adorned with an extravagant mane of hair, causing Chen Dongyi to question the necessity of such a hairstyle for a mere head. Just as he was perplexed, the enormous head began to shake its hair, which then swept towards the paper figures, seemingly intent on aiding the Niu Gui in eliminating those bothersome nuisances. Chen Dongyi was taken aback. Do these ghostly beings collaborate? In a matter of moments, the hair of the massive head ensnared all the paper figures. Unable to escape, the paper figures were helplessly torn apart. Exhausted, the Niu Gui rested its hands on the ground momentarily, yet its gaze remained fixed on Chen Dongyi. The intensity of that gaze made Chen Dongyi uneasy. After all, this was one of the two great demons from Japanese lore. Even one of them would be enough to spell disaster for him. Although he now possessed the strength of the Golden Core stage, his combat experience was still lacking. From a distance, the Onmyoji lying on the ground laughed heartily at Chen Dongyi, as if half of his pent-up anger had dissipated. The massive head and the Nyogue, spurred on by the Onmyoji's taunts, approached Chen Dongyi with malevolent intent, seemingly intent on devouring him alive. Chen Dongyi dared not linger. He immediately turned and activated the Bugang technique to flee. With his life hanging by a thread, he had no time to concern himself with dignity. As Wang Jiaojiao looked over, she was astonished to see a Golden Core practitioner being pursued by two monstrous beings. Her mind was filled with a torrent of expletives. Was it not these two creatures that should be fleeing? In a fit of rage, her fingers whitened around the hilt of her sword as she prepared to leap high into the air, gathering her strength. The air around her crackled with energy as she resolved to deal with this pest and assist him. Hiya Balong Slash. With a fierce shout, her formidable blade transformed into a massive shadow, a strike aimed at the eight-headed serpent. The force of her blow rivaled that of a small atomic bomb. The violent shockwave severed the surrounding trees at their trunks, causing a significant portion of the forest to vanish in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing the colossal blade's descent, the eight-headed serpent, Okuchi Okami, was drenched in cold sweat. In an instant, its 8 heads merged into one, uniting in a desperate attempt to withstand the attack. Remarkably, the formidable blade aura struck against its resilient scales without penetrating them. Unifying into one head, little bug, I underestimated you. Since you wish to challenge my true form, I shall oblige. With that, Wang Jiaojiao sheathed her weapon and transformed into a magnificent serpent, stretching over 100 meters. Unlike the Okuchi Okami, her serpentine form exuded femininity, adorned with a pair of diminutive horns, indicative of her nearing transformation into a dragon. With a thunderous roar, the two colossal beings entwined, biting and injuring each other in a fierce struggle of brute strength. The mastery of the Okuchi Okami was indeed profound, having attained such a level of cultivation to unify its heads. However, Wang Jiaojiao was a millennium-old demon, on the verge of becoming a dragon. In terms of physical strength, the Okuchi Okami could not match a dragon. Within mere exchanges, Wang Jiaojiao's sharp fangs left the serpent battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuantong's combat style was more flamboyant. His swordsmanship eschewed elaborate techniques, focusing solely on the essence of slaying foes. The snow wolf's wings crackled with electricity, each collision unleashing an unending storm of lightning. The two sides reveled in the chaos of battle, while Chen Dongyi, the highest-ranking Jindan cultivator, found himself relentlessly pursued by two formidable demons, with nowhere to escape. The head of the creature whipped its hair, resembling tendrils, relentlessly attacking Chen Dongyi. Neither the Golden Light spell nor the Five Thunder spell proved effective against such a numerous and fine-haired adversary. A bolt of divine lightning struck, but it could only sever a few strands. Yet, with the bull demon providing support, any pause in Chen Dongyi's movements would lead to a brutal charge. Should he be struck, even if he survived, he would likely spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Sweat beaded on Chen Dongyi's forehead as he gripped the long hair tightly, as he observed the relentless pursuit of the two monsters. His mind raced to devise an escape plan. Just then, amidst his panic, he recalled the mirror for revealing demons. He silently recited the incantation and hurled the mirror at the head creature. Isn't it fond of hair? Let it gaze upon its own hideousness. A golden beam illuminated the creature's head, ensnaring it in place. Seeing it was effective, Chen Dongyi launched a physical attack. However, upon cursing for a while, he realized that this creature hailed from Wugwa and could not comprehend Huasha's language. It merely glared furiously at him, its expression filled with rage. He quickly retrieved the Sanqing bell, giving it a shake. The crisp sound resonated, momentarily stunning the bull demon, the bloodhound, the Okuchi Okami, and Wang Jiaojiao for 3 seconds. The Sanqing bell could disrupt the intelligence of demons, causing them to pause. Only Chen Dongyi, Zhang Xuantong, and the Onmyoji remained unaffected. An experienced veteran, Zhang Xuantong recognized this golden opportunity and struck the snow wolf's head with his sword. Although the Sanqing bell had a disorienting effect, Chen Dongyi had yet to grasp its full potential. In a state of sheer terror, the snow wolf managed to tilt its head, causing the sword to miss its target and instead sever its own wing. With a swift motion, Zhang Xuantong's blade cleaved through one of the snow wolf's wings. While Chen Dongyi lacked battle experience, his meticulous nature allowed him to seize the moment. 3 seconds may determine life or death for seasoned warriors, but for him, it was ample time for a sneak attack. With astounding speed, he dashed beneath the bull demon, affixing 10-5 thunder talismans to its knees and elbows while chanting spells before swiftly retreating. As the 3 seconds elapsed, the bull demon regained its senses and realized something was amiss. A cacophony of thunderclaps rang out as dozens of lightning bolts, each as thick as a thumb, descended from the storm clouds. The bull demon had no time to defend itself and, moments later, lay incapacitated on the ground. One down. Just one more to go. Upon witnessing the fall of its ally, the head creature, fueled by an unknown surge of strength, broke free from the mirror's confinement and charged at Chen Dongyi with reckless abandon, fleeing into the dense woods. Chen Dongyi felt his heart race as he glanced back at the approaching beast. Now, he formed a hand gesture and silently chanted the complex formation of the Tai Qiankuan Noi formation, swiftly setting up the array. In the blink of an eye, it was complete. Earlier, while targeting the bull demon, he had discreetly marked a spot not far from it. If he teleported there, he would position himself right behind the head creature. An opportunity. Chen Dongyi made a gesture to launch his spear, waiting for the creature to turn. Perplexed, the creature wondered why the human it had been pursuing had suddenly vanished. As it turned its head, a young man with a wicked grin, clutching a long spear, aimed at its mouth. Go, my precious. The spear, charged with energy, sped toward the creature's maw, resulting in a resounding impact. The spear pierced its mouth, causing it to howl in agony. With a furious roar that echoed through the air, it thrashed its hair, entangling the spear and drawing forth a torrent of crimson liquid, splattering to the ground with a sizzling sound. Baga, you despicable scoundrel, always so insidious. The Onmyoji, lying on the ground, uttered a clumsy phrase in Daxia amidst his fury. Chen Dongyi smirked, feeling a surge of satisfaction. I shall deceive you, what now? Upon hearing Chen Dongyi's merciless taunts, the Onmyoji, now utterly deranged, felt an overwhelming rage swell within him. Since his inception into this world, he had never failed in either exorcising demons or conducting assassinations. Today, before this human, he had been outsmarted multiple times, igniting a furious blaze within him. With a spurt of blood onto the talisman in his hand, he muttered incomprehensible incantations and cast it skyward. Suddenly, the head creature convulsed as if intoxicated, collapsing to the ground while foaming at the mouth. Moments later, it surprisingly took flight again, charging toward the bull demon, its mouth agape, ready to swallow it whole. What is this madness? How can it still be alive? Is it an indestructible cockroach? The head creature devoured the bull demon, its body flushing with heat as countless long heads morphed into skeletal appendages, adorned with vicious spines. The face of the great beast contorted grotesquely, ultimately settling into a visage reminiscent of a Rakshasa. Banruo, how has it transformed into yet another malevolent entity? After its transformation, the beast's offensive capabilities became extraordinarily acute. Each strike was executed with uncanny precision, anticipating Chen Dongyi's every move. After just 2 exchanges, Chen Dongyi was left profoundly astonished. He realized he was no match for the creature and needed to devise a means to eliminate it. However, clever tactics were rendered futile in the face of overwhelming strength. Akin to a child attempting to confront an adult. In the span of merely 2 rounds, the beast ensnared Chen Dongyi completely. As Banruo approached him, it did not hasten to consume him. Instead, it extended its long tongue to lick his face. The viscous saliva covered him, emitting a nauseating stench that was overwhelming. Baka, you dared to ambush and act so arrogantly. Banruo, devour him. Quickly, the onlooking Onmyoji, witnessing Chen Dongyi's utter helplessness, finally felt a sense of release from the pent-up anger within. From a distance, Wang Jiaojiao was frantic, striking out to repel the Yamada no Orochi several meters away. She turned to rescue Chen Dongyi, but alas, the serpent, seemingly driven mad, lunged at her, leaving her no time to spare. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the beast seized the opportunity, inflicting a grievous wound upon her abdomen that exposed bone. Zhang Xiantong, equally anxious, recognized Chen Dongyi as a rare talent among the human race, one who could not afford to perish before him. Otherwise, the elders of Shuangguan would undoubtedly tear him apart. The swords in the air multiplied from 16 to 32, hurtling towards the injured Snow Tengu. The Snow Tengu, already harboring deep resentment against him, now saw an opportunity to eliminate a golden core cultivator. The other great demons, too, were prepared to risk their lives to ensure the demise of the golden core practitioner. Banruo widened its eyes at Chen Dongyi, finally opening its cavernous maw to consume him. As Chen Dongyi found himself within the beast's enormous mouth, he could clearly see remnants of other creatures lodged between its teeth. Just at that critical juncture, a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, pressing down upon Banruo, rendering it immobile. Terrified, it gazed towards the horizon. In a few swift movements, a hazy figure flashed into view. You dark web assassins have become increasingly brazen, slaughtering at will in my domain. Do you truly believe that there is no one in Huaxia? A youthful voice resonated, causing the demons to spit blood in shock. The demons turned to regard the newcomer, instinctively trembling under an innate pressure. As the young man approached, Chen Dongyi discerned that he was clad in military attire, draped in a military overcoat, and bore a striking resemblance to Wang Jiaojiao. Upon seeing this extraordinary young man, Wang Jiaojiao's lips curled into a relieved smile. Brother, you have finally arrived. Brother? What is the meaning of this? Zhang family's ancestor was said to be Wang Jiaojiao alone. How could another youth who resembled her appear? Could this individual be the true head of the Wang family? The other three unrestrained monsters, upon spotting the ethereal young man, attempted to flee with the Onmyoji. Yet, escaping before this remarkable individual proved to be no easy feat. With a firm stomp, the young man subdued all four beasts with golden light. Each demon's eyes reflected sheer terror, as if they beheld something far more horrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed as the four beasts were instantly reduced to a pulpy mass. Their demon cores tumbled to the ground, emitting a faint, dark glow. Humph. If we do not quell your arrogance, you might truly believe that Huaxia is defenseless. Today, let us collect some interest. The Onmyoji, witnessing the annihilation of his side's demons, surrendered any thought of resistance. Even if he attempted to escape using magic, he knew all too well the terror of this ethereal youth. With a wave of his hand, the young man collected the four demon cores from the ground. He turned to face the trio, his eyes glimmering. Indeed, 4 against 3. And yet you held on for so long. Young man, although you may lack skill, you possess a clever mind. Chen Dongyi felt his face flush, pondering whether the young man was praising or criticizing him. Wang Jiaojiao, clenching her small fist, pouted in frustration. Brother, you truly are something, taking so long to arrive. It should only take an hour by plane. You should have been here instantly. The ethereal young man laughed heartily, unperturbed, and gently patted Wang Jiaojiao's nose. You truly believe your brother is a deity, capable of instantaneous travel? Do you think I am a Deluo Jinxian? Upon glancing at Wang Jiaojiao's abdominal wound, he sighed in relief, grateful it had not struck a vital area. Otherwise, he would have regretted it for a lifetime. Surveying the devastated forest, littered with shattered trees and boulders, one could only imagine the brutality of the earlier battle. He turned to Zhang Xiantong and nodded. Thank you, Zhang Tianshi, for escorting this Onmyoji back to Shuangguan. It is high time we dealt with these audacious beings. Zhang Xiantong wasted no time, bowing his head and swiftly descending to bind the Onmyoji. The ethereal young man tossed the 4 demon cores to Wang Jiaojiao, then turned his attention back to Chen Dongyi, scrutinizing the youngest golden core cultivator in history. I am Wang Yi. Are you unscathed, young friend? Chen Dongyi, momentarily taken aback, suddenly had a flash of realization. He scrutinized the ethereal young man, sensing that he was no ordinary individual. An impulse to utilize a revelation mirror surged within him. Yet confronting such a formidable being was exceedingly unwise. Thus, he hastily returned a respectful bow, his gaze never straying from the striking figure. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have perished here today. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he gasped in astonishment. You are not the individual who transcended tribulation over Tianhai City 8 years ago, are you? Upon hearing this, the ethereal young man exhibited a look of embarrassment. It seemed he had inadvertently touched upon a sore subject. However, given their current standing as equals, he felt compelled to respond. Indeed, I did not expect that incident from years past would be known to you. Chen Dongyi's mind raced in astonishment. It truly was him. He was indeed a formidable figure. Yet rumors spoke of him being stripped of his inner core by the great masters of Shuangguan. How could he appear here, alive and thriving, with such overwhelming power? Chapter 76. Past events. The three descended to the ground, and Chen Dongyi, having exhausted himself in the struggle against the great beast, collapsed onto the earth. He sat there, stealing glances at Wang Yi. Numerous times he opened his mouth, as if to speak, only to falter, his expression comically awkward. Wang Yi, observing this, harbored no anger. He could surmise what the young man wished to inquire. Thus, he took the initiative to speak. Young man, I know what you wish to ask. Feel free to inquire. I shall answer any queries that do not contravene principles. Chen Dongyi smiled awkwardly, clearing his throat. It is said that you borrowed the luck of the human race to transcend the tribulation. Yet you were ultimately stripped of your inner elixir by a formidable figure from the Xianmen. How is it that you still stand here? Wang Yi let out a hearty laugh, his expression one of disdain. I knew these online trolls love to spread rumors, but it matters little. It is only reasonable for them to seek a sense of existence online when they cannot find it in reality. This is not against any principles, for you too shall soon become one of us, and there are matters you will inevitably come to know. Indeed, I did transcend the tribulation. But I was not in Tianhai City. Rather, I was upon the vast sea adjacent to it, where I had cast a spell to conceal the celestial phenomena. However, I encountered the powerful Typhoon Talum, which reached a terrifying Category 5 intensity. Had the eye of this typhoon truly passed over Tianhai City, the calamity that would have befallen this city is unimaginable. Therefore, I expended a portion of my magical power to deflect the typhoon by approximately 50 kilometers, which is why Tianhai City was spared. Yet, I was subsequently drawn into the skies above Tianhai City, and my remaining magical energy was insufficient to both withstand the heavenly tribulation and maintain the concealment array. To ensure the success of my transcendence, I had no choice but to dismantle the array and expose myself to the eyes of mortals. I withstood the final bolt of heavenly lightning with all my might, but at a significant personal cost. There was no truth to the claim that I borrowed the luck of humanity. Rather, it seemed that the path of the typhoon had been tampered with. Chen Dongyi's eyes flickered, filled with astonishment. Could there truly be someone in this world capable of controlling typhoons? Perhaps that is not entirely accurate. It could be that someone committed a heinous act that provoked divine retribution, yet it is quite peculiar that it heads directly towards the land of Huaxia. It feels as though an unnamed force is stirring the waters. After successfully transcending the tribulation, I found myself exceedingly weak, fleeing towards Changbai Mountain, where my master, the Qingmeng, guarded the mountain. Yet, I was intercepted by members of the Xianmen. Fortunately, due to my deflection of the typhoon, the leaders of the Xianmen agreed that as long as I pledged my allegiance to them and safeguarded the peace of Tianhai City, I would not be held accountable for my past actions. After all, I am the only demon to have successfully transcended in a millennium, and the Xuanmen's experts are nearing a state of depletion. The rumors of my inner elixir being taken were born from their fears that the demon race would one day gain sentience and believe in the notion of borrowing human luck. This is why online trolls are truly harmful. Thus, I joined the Xianmen, and for these years, I have been safeguarding this region's tranquility. Our Wang family has also relocated from the northeast to establish roots in Tianhai City. I have been cultivating in the sole hillside of Shi Mountain within Tianhai City. Yet alas, this realm can no longer sustain cultivators beyond the golden core stage. Chen Dongyi finally understood, inwardly cursing those keyboard warriors who only know how to spout nonsense. After Wang Yi finished speaking, his eyes sparkled with intensity as he turned to Chen Dongyi. Well then, I have shared my story. Now it is your turn to answer my inquiries. Chen Dongyi's gaze shifted uncomfortably, for he had a good idea of what Wang Yi wished to ask. Of course, if you are reluctant to share, that is perfectly acceptable. After all, everyone harbors secrets. Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, Chen Dongyi felt a twinge of guilt. After all, the man had just bared his soul. If he were to hesitate now, it would lack sincerity. He nodded at Wang Yi. I heard from Jiao that it has only been less than a month since you came to know each other. How is it that you were able to break through to the golden core stage so swiftly? This question made Chen Dongyi's heart race, pondering whether to reveal the truth or fabricate a tale to gloss over the matter. After all, such occurrences as traversing realms only happen in the novels of Zhangxi. Would speaking the truth lead others to think of me as mad? Yet, given his 1,000 years of cultivation, Wang Yi would likely discern a lie. After organizing his thoughts, he decided to be candid. If I told you I traversed realms, would you believe me? The three were momentarily taken aback, but Wang Yi quickly regained his composure. He pointed at the Onmyoji, severing that individual's 5 senses entirely, then spoke slowly. That is a rather intriguing premise. Could you elaborate? Immediately, the three regarded him with expressions of disbelief. It appeared that without solid evidence, convincing others would be quite challenging. Truly, I was transported to a realm known as the spirit realm, where the spiritual energy is as pure as crystal clear water. The moment I utilized my magical methods, it flowed into my meridians like liquid. Upon hearing this, the jaws of the three nearly dropped to the ground. Is this the reason for your rapid ascent to the golden core stage? Chen Dongyi's mind raced as he considered whether to mention the benefits he received from his master, Desheng. Ultimately, he decided to keep that detail to himself. Yes, although I spent less than 10 days in the spirit realm, the amount of spiritual energy I absorbed is equivalent to what you would accumulate over decades. He certainly did not disclose that Desheng had opened a spatial barrier for him using the tooth of the candle dragon. However, he understood that this matter would eventually come to light, especially since the nine-tailed fox had escaped. She too should have been transported to some location on Earth. Wang Yi nodded, his face filled with yearning. After all, for one who cultivates in the path of immortality, the ultimate goal in life is to successfully ascend to the celestial realm. What is the spirit realm like? Wang Jiao inquired curiously, her voice laced with longing. Well, it has already been largely occupied by various specters. I do not know the exact reasons, but it was already in disarray by the time I arrived. It is said that they have 3 main commanders who established 8 safe zones and organized the Spirit-Slaying Corps to address incidents of spectral pollution that infiltrated these safe areas. I was recruited as one of their members, referred to as a descendant. Moreover, there is a rumor in the spirit realm that one descendant will ultimately locate and eradicate the source of pollution, thereby saving the spirit realm from its taint. The 3 fell into a collective silence, as it sounded like a powerful civilization had encountered a catastrophic change. What kind of world could their realm possibly be? Zhang Xintong, too, asked with curiosity. By the way, they mentioned that we exist in parallel worlds. If categorized by civilization, they are a creation-level planetary civilization, even capable of generating new universes, while we are merely a planetary civilization reliant on the energies of our celestial bodies. Furthermore, according to their accounts, our worlds exist in a mutually beneficial relationship, and they have aided us in overcoming several catastrophic disasters, such as solar storms and the Russian meteor incident, all of which were covertly handled by them. What? Wang Yi stared at Chen Dongyi in horror, realizing that this intelligence must be reported promptly. This matter is far from ordinary. Chapter 77. The meeting. After listening to Chen Dongyi's account, everyone fell into a profound silence. No one wished to believe it was true, yet they felt that this young man before them was not lying. Chen Dongyi produced the video of the monstrous incident he encountered in Yueshang and the photographs of the teleportation array taken at that time. He recounted the words of Desheng in his own manner. The expressions of the 3 revealed unprecedented fear, with cold sweat breaking out on each of their foreheads. Wang Yi pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone and dialing a number. Half an hour later, a military helicopter appeared before them. Regardless of whether this young man spoke the truth or not, this information was of utmost importance. This young man must not face any errors. He could no longer board a civilian aircraft. Thus, he utilized his special connections to summon a helicopter from the armed division of the Xianmen. This military helicopter was unlike any other, with intricate talismans inscribed all over its fuselage. There are some inexplicable devices, entirely unlike the aircraft we see on television. The thunderous sound of gigantic propellers whirling creates a tumultuous whirlwind that scatters leaves in disarray. After the 4 individuals, accompanied by the Yinyang master, boarded the aircraft, they headed straight towards a clandestine military base. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived in a secluded mountainous region, where an enormous formation was surprisingly concealed. Within this formation lay a vast military stronghold, replete with an array of advanced warplanes, artillery, and missiles. To my astonishment, the military prowess of Huaxia has reached such a formidable level. Wang Yi, are all these our weapons? Wang Yi nodded, a hint of pride illuminating his face. Huaxia is a nation that has endured a century of humiliation, and the fear of insufficient firepower perpetually lingers. What you see are merely the visible weapons. It is the unseen ones that truly instill terror. Chen Dongyi's heart raced at the revelation. These already appeared incredibly futuristic, and there were even more remarkable technologies hidden away. At that moment, he trembled in disbelief, realizing the immense strength Huaxia has amassed after years of bearing humiliation. As Wang Yi and his companions entered the base, a soldier resembling an officer approached and saluted Wang Yi, who returned the gesture. Arrange for us a Hongtian fighter jet. We must return to Shanjing at once. Yes, General. I shall make the arrangements immediately. The efficiency of the military was commendable. Just 3 minutes later, a platform emerged from beneath the base. Upon it stood a super fighter jet, whose design and aesthetics rivaled that of interstellar warships. Even more astonishing were the myriad of intricate runes etched upon the aircraft. Let us depart for the Xuanmen headquarters. The fighter jet ascended vertically, leaving Chen Dongyi utterly mesmerized. He had never encountered such a marvel in his life. With a sharp whoosh, the aircraft vanished from sight. Caught off guard, Chen Dongyi felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. 3 minutes later, the jet abruptly halted, preparing to descend vertically onto a similarly expansive base. Chen Dongyi felt dizzy, as if he had consumed counterfeit liquor. Upon disembarking, he immediately crouched and began to retch violently. At that moment, Wang Jiao's voice rang out. Oh dear, how can a dignified Jindan period practitioner suffer from motion sickness? What a disgrace. Wang Yi offered no solace to his sister, lightly flicking her forehead. Indeed, I wonder who it was that, during their first flight, vomited all day and did not eat for 3 consecutive days. This remark elicited a stifled chuckle from Zhang Xiantong, quickly silenced by Wang Jiaojiao's fierce glare. Wang Jiaojiao stomped her foot, pinched Wang Yi, pouted, and turned away from him. After a prolonged bout of nausea, Chen Dongyi finally began to feel somewhat better. The four of them arrived at a colossal, ultra-modern office building, where even the entrance was guarded by AI robots. Wang Yi produced a bagua and held it up to the door, which creaked open. Subsequently, a flying disc approached the four, and Wang Yi and the others stepped onto it, leaving Chen Dongyi in a state of astonishment. "Hurry up, why are you dawdling?" Wang Jiaojiao admonished, her dissatisfaction evident. Perhaps she was still miffed about the earlier teasing from her brother. Chen Dongyi hastily stepped aboard, but before he could steady himself, the disc surged to sublight speed. He nearly lost his footing and instinctively grasped the thigh beneath Wang Jiaojiao's skirt. Unintentionally, he tugged at her skirt, though he had no desire to do so. It was merely a consequence of her proximity. "Ah, you rogue, where are you touching? Quickly remove your hand." Chen Dongyi tightly shut his eyes, disregarding everything else. He clung to Wang Jiaojiao's thigh, enduring her relentless strikes, refusing to let go. It is worth noting that she was a formidable being, no matter how cold it got. She would not add an extra layer of clothing. Furthermore, it was summer, and she was dressed in shorts and a sheer skirt. Having not engaged in a romantic relationship for nearly a millennium, Wang Jiaojiao felt her face flush, her body warm and trembling. After enduring dozens of punches, Chen Dongyi found himself bleeding from his nose, yet remained steadfast in his grip, embodying the essence of a stubborn pig, indifferent to the situation. Wang Jiaojiao, feeling helpless, could only glare at him in exasperation. After a few minutes, as her anger subsided, she discovered that being held like this was rather pleasant. She pondered why her heart raced so rapidly, akin to a startled deer. Once they reached their destination, Chen Dongyi slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the dazzling whiteness before him, he felt an uncontrollable surge of embarrassment flush through him, his cheeks reddening to the tips of his ears. He quickly released his hold and obediently stepped aside. Observing Chen Dongyi's withdrawal, Wang Jiaojiao felt a twinge of disappointment. If only this base were several times larger, she mused. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, revealing 8 elderly men, each exuding an aura of formidable authority. Upon spotting Wang Yi accompanied by a young man, their faces broke into satisfied smiles. "Ah, a fine seedling, with a commendable foundation," remarked one elder, clad in a coarse Taoist robe, unable to discern his rank. He appeared decent enough. One couldn't help but wonder if his granddaughter would take a liking to him. A modestly dressed elderly woman also expressed approval, scrutinizing the young man before her. Indeed, as the reports indicated, he possesses considerable strength. A pity he is somewhat clumsy. The others remained silent, their lips curving into faint smiles of approval. "Please, take a seat. We shall wait for the chairman before commencing the meeting." "The chairman? Could it be the current chairman of Huaxia? Am I truly going to meet the chairman?" Just as he was contemplating this, a powerful voice resonated from outside. "Esteemed elders, I appreciate your efforts." Chen Dongyi felt a surge of excitement. It was indeed the voice he recognized from television. The chairman entered, and upon noticing Chen Dongyi, approached him to extend a handshake. Startled, Chen Dongyi promptly stood, bowing and nodding, unsure of how to respond to the chairman's gesture. Chapter 78. National Policy. Chen Dongyi was taken aback. When would the chairman of the nation willingly extend a hand to him? After exchanging pleasantries, the chairman gestured toward Chen Dongyi. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chen Dongyi stood frozen, glancing around in bewilderment until the chairman's assistant quietly reminded him. "The chairman indicates you may begin." "Oh." Chen Dongyi, flustered and nervous, struggled to articulate his thoughts as he approached the podium. Having been too anxious to properly observe the prominent figures earlier, he finally allowed himself a moment to take in the scene. The dignitaries were divided into 2 sides. One side featured the 8 elderly men in simple attire, while on the opposite side sat the chairman in the central position, flanked by several elderly individuals in military uniforms. They were likely either prominent figures from Xuanmen or generals from the military. The aura surrounding him was indeed not something an ordinary person could withstand. At a loss, Chen Dongyi promptly produced the video he had filmed in Yuegua. After it played, everyone, including the chairman, was left in utter astonishment. The creature depicted in the video was undeniably not a species native to Earth. Furthermore, the terrifying energy radiating from that eerie array was beyond the capabilities of cinematic special effects to replicate. Subsequently, Chen Dongyi recounted his experiences and the matters entrusted to him by De Sheng in one sweeping narrative. The 8 esteemed figures of the Xianmen furrowed their brows, casting worried glances at the chairman. However, the chairman displayed no excessive fear, merely smiling at the 8 venerable ones. Elders, what are your thoughts? In response, a prominent figure clad in coarse, hemp garments took a sip of water and remarked, Chairman, I sense something amiss. We must investigate this matter further and simultaneously prepare ourselves accordingly. The chairman nodded in acknowledgement and turned to the others. Another elder spoke up, Chairman, my greatest concern is not whether the monster will invade our world, but rather the whereabouts of those transmission arrays that this young man mentioned. Humph. These little scoundrels prefer to resort to underhanded tactics when they cannot confront us openly. If they truly intend to hide, it may prove challenging. However, it matters not. Our Ma family from the northeast will mobilize the entire Chumasientang to root out the vermin of the north, bellowed a burly man from northeast China, his accent thick and resonant. The other silent elders nodded in agreement. Observing the consensus among his colleagues, the chairman addressed the generals behind him, stating, the Xianmen will handle those bizarre occurrences, yet our soldiers must remain vigilant, ensuring readiness to respond to unforeseen events and safeguard the nation and its people. The veteran generals nodded, their gazes resolute and powerful. Rest assured, Chairman, we have 5 million elite soldiers from Huaxia, ever prepared to sacrifice for our country and its citizens. The chairman harbored no doubts regarding the loyalty of Huaxia's warriors and turned to his secretarial team, instructing, disseminate our emergency plans. Each provincial capital must initiate the fortress project, constructing shelters while allocating all foreign reserves to procure wartime supplies. Leave not a single cent unspent. The Secretary General immediately began quietly issuing orders, and everyone dispersed into action. After bidding farewell to the chairman and the others, the 8 elders rose to depart. Only the individual clad in a Taoist robe addressed Wang Yi, saying, Wang Yi, this young friend will be assigned to your Qinglong Tang. Please make the necessary arrangements. I, too, must attend to my own matters. Understood, Zhang Lao. Rest assured it will be arranged appropriately. With that, the old Taoist took his leave alongside Zhang Xiantong. The meeting room was left with only the Wang siblings and Chen Dongyi. With the departure of the esteemed figures, Chen Dongyi finally exhaled in relief. His eyes glimmered with curiosity, realizing that the chairman and Xianmen seemed to have been prepared for this eventuality all along. Mr. Wang, why does it seem like the higher echelons of the state were already prepared? Wang Yi burst into laughter, patting his shoulder. Our Huaxia has a history spanning thousands of years. We have never waited until the knife is at our throats to retaliate. Our think tank is not to be underestimated. Moreover, these vermin have targeted our Huaxia for quite some time now. It is merely the frequency of their actions that varies. While we remain unaware of their ultimate goal, we have been diligently monitoring their movements. The state has long been formulating crisis plans. After all, the secrets held by those in power far exceed those of the common populace. Wang Yi then retrieved a document from his coat pocket, a crimson booklet embossed with a steel seal, bearing the inscription of the Huaxian National Supernatural Incident Investigation Bureau. From now on, you are one of us in Qinglong Tang. This investigation bureau, referred to as Xianmen, consists of 4 halls and 4 departments, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, supervising the 4 cardinal directions of Huaxia. The departments are responsible for military operations, engineering, law enforcement, and logistics. The military department oversees offensive strategies, composed of various sects practicing attack spells. The engineering department is headed by figures like Lu Ban and Gong Shujia. The law enforcement department manages intelligence and internal supervision, centered around the 6 doors, and the logistics department provides weaponry, overseen by the national military. Chen Dongyi listened, his mouth agape in astonishment, realizing the state had long been preparing for such contingencies. When was such a vast and intricate department established? Since the Qin dynasty. Sometimes, I wonder if Emperor Qin Shi Huang was a time traveler, for each step he took has had profound implications for posterity. These departments have been passed down through the ages, merely adopting different names as dynasties changed. Thus, one cannot help but admire the foresight of our ancestors. Chen Dongyi found himself deeply impressed, pondering which nation in the world possessed such forward-thinking capabilities. By the way, there's something else. I recall hearing Zhang Yang mention in the spirit realm that the ghosts and spirits there cannot be killed, yet I can slay them, indicating that our spells are effective against them. Moreover, they harbor a fear of porcelain and silver. Wang Yi nodded. Understood. I will relay this information to the Xianmen. I won't impose a timeline on you, as I know you possess your own leads. Proceed as you see fit, and feel free to request any support you require. To ensure your safety, I will have my sister accompany you. In Huaxia, aside from myself and the Xianmen elders, there are but a few who can contend with her, making her an ideal bodyguard for you. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiao's face flushed crimson, her lips pouting in reluctant discontent. What? You want me to protect this weakling? No way. However, her body betrayed her as she began walking towards Chen Dongyi. Wang Yi sighed softly. Alas, daughters grow up too fast. Oh brother, what are you saying? How annoying. Chen Dongyi, unperturbed, recalled the adage that if one is not embarrassed, the embarrassment lies with others. Mr. Wang, will we be receiving a salary? Wang Yi was taken aback. Had this fellow not just received 600 million from the Wang family? How could he be short on funds so soon? Are you in need of money? No. I want to have Hu Gu, Ergo, and Mao Mao join me as well. I can't let my brothers work for nothing. Wang Yi chuckled and turned to leave. Yes, indeed, just go ahead. And from now on, call me Iga. Watching Wang Yi's retreating figure, Chen Dongyi hurriedly pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. It was time to inquire about the situation. Chapter 79. The note. As he caressed the creased paper, Chen Dongyi felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He was uncertain of the terrifying news that awaited him. Hopefully, it would be something favorable. Turning around, he unexpectedly collided with someone. Had it not been for the height difference, they might have nearly kissed. Startled, Chen Dongyi quickly stepped back, only to realize it was Wang Jiao, who had just departed. Hadn't she left? Why was she back again? Wang Jiao seemed to notice his confusion and stepped on his foot. This was not the soft, delicate girl rumored online, who needed her boyfriend to open a bottle of mineral water. She was a nearly 1,000-year-old entity, wielding a hefty sword as if it were a toy. One could imagine the force behind that step. Before Chen Dongyi could let out a cry of distress, she haughtily declared, "Brother said I must protect you, so I shall naturally protect you." Upon completing her speech, she prepared to leave the central building. "Ah, my dear aunt," she exclaimed in pain, reluctantly limping after Wang Jiao as they exited. At the entrance, Wang Jiao was already waiting for him. "Hurry up and come here. If you dawdle any longer, I shall teach you a lesson." This aunt, who used to refer to herself as the matriarch, has now reverted to calling herself this young lady. "I'm here, aunt," he replied. Unexpectedly, Wang Jiao's expression transformed into one of fury as she confronted him. Her fair fingers pointed at his chest. "Furthermore, you are forbidden from calling me aunt or ancestor. You must address me as sister or Jiao." After declaring this, she skipped towards the cafeteria of the base. "Sister, where are we off to now?" "Of course, we are going to enjoy some delicious food." Wang Jiao led Chen Dongyi to the cafeteria. By then, it was already noon, and the cafeteria was bustling with diners from various ethnic minorities, monks, and Taoists, representing a multitude of sections. The culinary delights within the cafeteria were indeed commendable, and Chen Dongyi savored every bite, particularly appreciating the fact that he did not have to spend his own money. After the meal, Chen Dongyi showed Wang Jiao a note, hoping she would assist him in locating the woman from the first descendant spirit city. Upon seeing the address, Wang Jiao frowned at the mention of Dogtail Alley. For such a trivial matter, simply consult a colleague from the 6 doors. They can resolve it in a heartbeat. With that, she turned and headed towards the 6 doors office. The sight of Wang Jiao sent cold sweat cascading down the foreheads of several sharply dressed young men. It appeared that her reputation at the base was not particularly favorable. "Oh dear, what brings you here? You could have just called, and I would have sent someone over." A middle-aged man emerged from the office, exuding a slick demeanor. "Old Lu, you are just in time. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Please check this address and arrange for a vehicle to take us there." The man known as Old Lu nodded and took the note, merely glancing at it before making the necessary arrangements. "Xiao Wang, come here, drive Sister Jiao to this location, and ensure everything is in order." The young man named Xiao Wang took the note and politely led the two to retrieve a vehicle. Their efficiency was remarkably swift. "They seem quite intimidated by you. Is it because you are too fierce?" Chen Dongyi inquired, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Wang Jiao unexpectedly replied in a teasing tone, "What nonsense are you spouting? I am renowned in the Xianmen as a well-behaved girl." "Isn't that right, Xiao Wang?" The young man, gripping the steering wheel, felt a cold sweat trickle down his palms and quickly offered flattery. Yes. Our sister Jiao's prowess is among the best in the Xianmen. All the experts from 6 doors have been bested by her." Thump. She landed a playful punch on Xiao Wang's nape. "What nonsense are you saying? When did I ever defeat the experts from 6 doors? You're just making things up." Xiao Wang recoiled, akin to a frightened quail, shrinking his neck and avoiding eye contact. No, I must have misremembered. Their banter and playfulness filled the air with a lively atmosphere. Time passed unnoticed until the vehicle came to a stop before an old courtyard. "Sister Jiao, we have arrived at Dogtail Alley." Wang Jiao stepped out of the car, her face contorted in distaste. "This place is far too dilapidated. Are you certain this is it?" Chen Dongyi also exited the vehicle, scrutinizing the village. It was located in a rather remote area of Shanjing City, likely awaiting demolition, resulting in numerous illegal constructions that imparted an aura reminiscent of a slum. After Xiao Wang dropped them off, he returned to report, and the two proceeded into the village. Indeed, this is the place, number 63, Dogtail Alley. Chen Dongyi compared the note while searching for the designated courtyard. After a series of inquiries, they finally arrived at the front of number 63, yet the sight before them left them utterly astounded. It was in a state of utter disrepair, so much so that even dogs would refuse to dwell there. The building was not only crumbling, but also had a leaking roof. This abode hardly seemed fitting for someone capable of traversing the spirit realm. He tiptoed to peer over the wall, hoping to ascertain if anyone was inside. In that fleeting moment, a faceless female nurse wielding a scalpel lunged at him. Chen Dongyi's heart plummeted. What on earth? In broad daylight. How could a ghostly nurse from the spirit city be here? This was illogical, extremely illogical. If such apparitions existed on Earth, widespread panic would have ensued long ago. How could everything remain so tranquil after more than a month? He calmly sidestepped, instinctively turning to grab Wang Jiao. As he reached out, he stumbled, almost losing his balance. Where did Wang Jiao, who was just behind me, disappear to? With his current cultivation level, it was improbable for a living person to vanish so suddenly, especially without him noticing. Had he entered the realm of spirits? He quickly produced a golden talisman and silently recited the incantation, affixing it to the ghostly nurse. At the moment the talisman made contact, the nurse disintegrated into dust. Chen Dongyi grinned, as if having discerned a truth. He clenched the talisman tightly, reciting the incantation, and forcefully slammed it to the ground. Boom! The golden light surged, and the surrounding space shattered like glass. Just as he intended to look around, a fierce gale swept towards his forehead. Chen Dongyi instinctively stepped into a defensive stance, swiftly adjusting his position to evade. A broadsword suddenly sliced past his cheek. This was bad. Wang Jiao had also fallen victim to an illusion. He quickly repositioned himself and pressed the talisman against her. Wang Jiao jolted awake as if electrocuted. Furious at having been tricked, she clenched her fists tightly, the sound of her knuckles cracking resonating. Who dares to employ sorcery against me? Come forth and face your demise. With that, she charged into the dilapidated courtyard. Observing this, Chen Dongyi hurriedly followed her in, knowing that he could not allow her to harm the woman inside, for doing so would sever their lead. Chapter 80, Bian Xiaorou. In a swift turn of events, Wang Jiao had already raised her blade above the woman's head. Chen Dongyi urgently drew his long gun to intercept the descending blade. "Aunt, please calm down." Wang Jiao was not one to heed advice. She swung her blade aside and attempted to charge forward. At that moment, the woman spoke. "Which male from the spirit city are you?" This question halted Wang Jiao. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the woman within. The woman appeared utterly filthy and tattered, resembling a ragged scavenger, seemingly intent on obscuring her face from view. Still seething with anger, Wang Jiao pointed at the woman and shouted, "Who is this sorceress, daring to use evil magic in our presence?" Fearing that the situation might escalate once more, Chen Dongyi swiftly interjected, "It was I who was pursued by a monster at that time. You saved my life and handed me this note." The woman's eyes sparkled with delight. "You have finally arrived. I have encountered no fewer than several thousand people in Lingcheng, yet none have emerged alive. You are the first, and I am utterly elated. I sincerely apologize for employing an illusion earlier. It was merely to ascertain whether you possess the ability to intervene in this matter." Wang Jiao felt a surge of jealousy upon noticing the familiarity between the woman and Chen Dongyi. "Have you two known each other for a long time? She wouldn't happen to be your ex, would she?" Chen Dongyi rolled his eyes in embarrassment, pondering the peculiar thought process of this lady. "She saved my life when I first arrived in Lingcheng, the very Lingcheng of the spirit realm. That note was given to me by her. This is our first encounter, and until now, we haven't even exchanged names." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiao's tone softened. The woman removed her wig and discarded her tattered clothing, revealing her fair arms. She was far from a ragged old woman. Rather, she was a striking beauty. She approached Chen Dongyi and extended her delicate hand. "Hello, I am Bian Xiaorou. It brings me great joy that you have come to find me." Wang Jiao, noticing the beauty of her hand, hurriedly grasped it. "Hello, I am Wang Jiao. And this is Chen Dongyi." After introducing them, Bian Xiaorou walked over to a pile of refuse, clearing away the debris to reveal a hidden floor. Upon lifting the floor, a staircase appeared, leading down to a considerable space beneath. She led the way, explaining, "This is my secret base. On the surface, it appears to be a recycling station. But in reality, it serves as my intelligence-gathering hub. Wang Jiaojiao followed her down, while Chen Dongyi closed the iron door behind them. Inside, they discovered a cozy setup complete with sofas, tables, chairs, and even several high-definition computers, stocked with ample fresh water and food sufficient for months of seclusion. You are truly fortunate. Had you arrived an hour later, I might have left. Perhaps it is fate that has brought us together. Chen Dongyi surveyed the surroundings and noticed a photograph on one of the desks. It depicted a family of 3, and it was evident that Bian Xiaoro was the woman in the picture, accompanied by a man and a girl. Bian Xiaoro's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she poured water for them. That is my husband and my daughter. Unfortunately, I have yet to locate them. What do you mean? Have they also been brought here? Bian Xiaoro wiped her tears and shook her head. No. They were forcefully thrown into Lingcheng to serve as fodder for those monsters. What? Someone is feeding those ghastly creatures? Chen Dongyi's eyes widened in fury, the veins in his neck standing out. What evidence do you have? Bian Xiaoro gestured for them to sit, so she could recount her tale in detail. Do you know how many people go missing in Huaxiao each year? Both shook their heads. Approximately 200,000. You mean to say that those deranged members of the Chuangshi sect are abducting our people to serve as sustenance for the monsters of Lingqing? There is a significant possibility of that, she affirmed. 3 years ago, I was a hypnotist, and my husband was an ordinary worker. We had a daughter together. That summer, our family planned a trip to Xiangshan. We camped in the mountains one night, only to be captured by a group of men in black. Taken to a cave outside the city, we found others who had been captured, all imprisoned in cages while those masked figures worshipped a strange formation on the wall before tossing people into it. We were terrified. My husband and I pleaded for their mercy, offering any amount of money to spare our daughter. Yet, they paid us no heed. Days passed, and the number of captives dwindled until only a few of us remained, and we were thrown into that dreadful place. Most who entered initially perished from the fall. We were among the fortunate few who survived. We were engulfed in despair and fear, desperately searching for our family until we were pursued by zombie-like monsters. We took refuge in a hospital, only to discover it was teeming with those very creatures, terrifying beyond belief. They hunted us merely to satiate their hunger, treating us as prey. Subsequently, we were chased by ghostly doctors and nurses, as well as hideous stitched monstrosities. Ultimately, out of thousands that entered, only a handful escaped. After about a week in Lingcheng, I felt my body undergoing a transformation. I seemed to develop the ability to create illusions that could deceive others. This skill allowed me to evade one pursuit after another, enabling me to survive until now. Chen Dongyi rested his chin on his hand, gazing intently into Bian Xiaoro's eyes. Is this the illusion you used on us earlier? She nodded, her gaze still reflecting the terror as if the pursuit by those monsters had occurred just yesterday. How did you manage to escape? Logically, those individuals would not retrieve you after casting you in to feed the monsters. Indeed, I was not retrieved by them. I stumbled upon this device during the chase. Bian Xiaoro produced a device similar to Chen Dongyi's transmitter, albeit with several unknown modifications that rendered it extraordinarily mysterious. What is this? She toyed with the device momentarily before returning it to her possession. It may be a tool developed by a certain faction to surreptitiously enter Lingcheng while avoiding detection by its inhabitants. I found this device still attached to a severed arm. I wonder which unfortunate soul fell prey to those monsters. Chapter 81. A ruin. So, there exists another faction stealthily infiltrating the spirit realm. What could their intentions be? What mischief are they perpetrating using that device? Chen Dongyi was perplexed, having only been acquainted with this world for slightly over a month. Bian Xiaoro, however, had navigated this realm for over 3 years. They are breeding monsters and demons, seemingly guiding something within the spirit realm. The secrets of this level are far too profound. Even after years of exploration, I have uncovered naught. Bian Xiaoro gazed earnestly at the two, having laid bare her experiences. Thank you for your trust, Miss Bian. Over these 3 years, what have you discovered? Bian Xiaoro rose and approached a nearby filing cabinet, then powered on one of the computers. I may have uncovered the origins of these monsters. However, I cannot be entirely certain. What? Upon hearing this explosive revelation, both Chen Dongyi and Wang Jiaojiao sprang to their feet. If we can ascertain the origins of the monsters, could we not prepare defenses in advance? Bian Xiaoro's expression remained unchanged as she silently opened a folder on the computer and retrieved the documents she had taken from the cabinet. This is the information I have gathered over the years while traversing the spirit realm, piecing together intelligence from what I have overheard, my own experiences, and subjective conclusions. Perhaps it was due to Bian Xiaoro's prolonged solitude, or perhaps the weight of the news she received became unbearable, igniting an overwhelming desire to share her experiences. She poured forth her memories, documenting the locations and sites captured in photographs taken over the years. Each image depicted grotesque entities and supernatural beings emerging from abyssal depths. This marked my initial discovery of an abyss, which I shall refer to as Abyss Number 1. Within its confines, dark clouds swirled and lightning flickered. Yet these monstrous beings surged forth undeterred. Frequently, colossal creatures, accompanied by countless smaller entities, would breach the stormy clouds and enter the realm of the supernatural. I have uncovered thousands of such abysses, both grand and diminutive. And this is merely my solitary endeavor. What of those yet to be discovered? You must understand that the realm of the supernatural vastly exceeds the expanse of Earth. Chen Dongyi nodded, picking up the stack of photographs from the table. As he flipped through them, an epiphany struck him. These abysses bear a striking resemblance to something I have encountered before. He continued to scrutinize the images, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Yes, it is the abyss guarded by my master. Yet, none of these photographs capture the sheer magnitude of that abyss. I have seen this abyss. Those monsters emerged from the lowest realms. But where do those lower worlds reside? Upon hearing this, Bian Xiaoro appeared enlightened. She opened another folder and magnified an image. The photograph revealed a desolate landscape, yet the remnants of traditional Chinese architecture were discernible amidst the ruins. The vastness of the devastation was staggering. It must have required monumental effort to construct such an extensive complex. As the image was expanded, they discovered a weathered plaque among the debris, inscribed with ancient characters that were faint and indistinct. Do you see these two characters? This is something I stumbled upon during an expedition. What does this character resemble to you? Bian Xiaoro gently tapped the computer screen, attempting to jog their memories. Wang Jiao examined it closely, hesitating to voice her thoughts multiple times. Meanwhile, Chen Dongyi appeared bewildered, as the ancient script was unfamiliar to those accustomed to simplified characters. This character resembles the word for heaven, which I have seen in my brother's scriptures. Bian Xiaoro gazed at Wang Jiao in astonishment, her eyes reflecting disbelief. You can actually recognize ancient script? It took me over a year to have a retired professor decipher this character for me. Indeed, it is heaven. Heaven? Is that remarkable? What is the issue here? Bian Xiaoro rubbed her temples and continued. The character for heaven is not unusual, is it? Have you considered that if the supernatural realm bears no connection to Earth, why would ancient characters appear, and why do we have someone capable of recognizing them? Wang Jiao smacked her forehead, as if struck by sudden clarity. Oh, I understand now. Are you suggesting that it might have been introduced by humanity? Bian Xiaoro, now slightly exasperated, implored them to broaden their perspectives and reconsider any other possibilities. At last, Chen Dongyi grasped the implication, his expression brightening. Are you suggesting that this supernatural realm is intertwined with humanity? Or that the beings within this realm are connected to us? Precisely. I am inclined to think so. Examine the ruins carefully. What do you find? The two of them strained their eyes in the direction she indicated, searching for any clues. Yet, Chen Dongyi's gaze was bloodshot from the intensity of his scrutiny, and he found nothing. Just then, Wang Jiao's expression shifted to one of gravity, as if she had uncovered a vital clue. What have you discovered? With incredulity in her eyes, Wang Jiao rubbed them and looked again. Behind this ruin, I discerned a fragment of a character, yet I could surmise what it was. Chen Dongyi rushed closer, seemingly catching a glimpse of the character. However, it remained obscured, eluding recognition. Bian Xiaoro finally exhaled in relief. If this character truly existed, it would affirm her sanity. She covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. Finally, someone else has recognized this character. But what precisely is this character? Chen Dongyi tugged at his hair, rendered speechless. Could it be the character for Door? Wang Jiao gazed at Bian Xiaoro, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Indeed, I consulted numerous experts, and the consensus is that it is likely the character for Door. Their exchange left Chen Dongyi perplexed, struggling to comprehend. The characters for Heaven and Door, isn't that rather unremarkable? Wang Jiao playfully swatted Chen Dongyi on the forehead. You and Bian Xiaoro are not ordinary individuals. You practice cultivation, I also practice cultivation, and Bian Xiaoro possesses extraordinary abilities. Consider this in conjunction with the plaque. What could it signify? A thunderclap of realization struck him. Why has my thinking remained confined to that of an ordinary person? If I am a cultivator, what could this ex-Tianmin represent? Chapter 82, Return to Lingqing. Are you suggesting the Nanxuan project currently underway in Huaxia? Smack. Two playful slaps landed on the back of his head. What kind of reasoning is that? Have you been consuming too much Zion? Bian Xiaoro intended to convey the legendary Nanxuan. You understand? Oh, you refer to the Nanxuan in the heavens, the one guarded by the 4 heavenly generals? Finally, The pieces fell into place. The two girls sighed in unison, relief washing over them. However, this seems rather implausible. Where in the world is there a Nanshanman? Just as he was about to articulate this thought, Chen Dongyi's voice softened. Indeed, I have begun my own cultivation journey, having encountered prominent figures within the realm. Is the emergence of a Nanshanman truly so extraordinary? Are you implying that this supernatural realm might be the fabled heavenly realm? The heavenly realm. The heavenly realm. No wonder the spiritual energy here is so dense. With a bit of refinement, it can be liquefied. Wait, there is still a question. The two girls turned to him expectantly, hoping for a reasonable challenge. If this is indeed the heavenly realm, why has it been reduced to such a state? Logically, our heavenly realm should represent the pinnacle of power among the Earth's cultivation sects. How could it have been vanquished to this extent? The girls paused, astonished. It is true. Considering the profound mythological heritage of Huaxia, it eclipses other sections. How could this world possess a mythological system capable of annihilating the heavenly realm? What transpired in the supernatural realm, or rather, the heavenly realm? Chen Dongyi's eyes flickered with uncertainty, pondering whether his speculations were mere folly. The only course of action is to teleport immediately and seize an opportune moment to uncover relevant clues. By the way, why does Zhang Yang persistently accompany me on every mission? Is it not a desire to acquire more knowledge and to monitor one's own actions? Or could Bian Xiao assist in transporting oneself there for a closer inspection? If the concept of the heavenly realm holds any validity, then the existence of the great sage becomes both real and reasonable. I wish to venture into the spirit realm. Will you accompany me? Chen Dongyi gazed at Bian Xiao, his eyes brimming with determination and resolve. At that moment, Wang Jiaojiao attempted to voice her concerns, but was silenced by a gesture from Chen Dongyi. It would be best if you refrained from going. Without the necessary equipment, you stand a high chance of being obliterated by the spirit realm. Wang Jiaojiao understood that such matters cannot be forced and nodded in agreement. The three departed with all pertinent information, making their way to the base in Shanjing City. They entrusted all the data to Wang Yi and shared their plans with him. The following day, the government of Huaxia initiated the Fortress Project, liquidating all foreign exchange reserves to procure food, meat, pharmaceuticals, and military supplies. This action stirred global uproar, with numerous international netizens on TK criticizing Huaxia. Could it be that Huaxia seeks to expand its territory? To my knowledge, they have remained dormant for over a century. I concur with the previous statement. Historically, during its zenith, Huaxia was indeed formidable. This is an essential lesson. Interestingly, even our ancestors possessed Huaxia lineage. Please refrain from self-aggrandizing. Just admit it. You were once conquered. Spare me your incessant prattle. Being colonized is far better than living in such dire straits. I would welcome being conquered by Huaxia. They are currently the strongest nation on Earth, without exception, and I accept no rebuttal. While your points are valid, let us redirect the conversation. Why are they stockpiling resources in such large quantities? Indeed, is there anyone in the know who can shed some light on this? Oh, you are aware of Huaxia's modus operandi. Until the very last moment, one remains oblivious to their intentions. In any case, let us not ponder too deeply. We should follow their lead and start hoarding supplies ourselves. Indeed, with Huaxia's actions, the price of meat in our country has skyrocketed. Rice and gasoline have also risen in cost. If this continues unchecked, we may struggle to survive. While I can understand the other necessities, what is the rationale behind the stockpiling of silver? Surely it cannot be that the Sunset Empire across the canyon intends to unleash vampires? Is this the apocalypse? We implore the authorities to clarify. It is also possible that the United States is secretly releasing toxins to execute their plan for the eradication of the poor. So, this might be the work of those deranged remnants of the Holy War. I sincerely hope that art students return to the historical stage to eradicate those inhumane monsters. The U.S. has never engaged in benevolent actions. Quickly, let us return home to stockpile supplies. Some foreign netizens are advocating for war, while others predict the end of the world. This has instilled a sense of panic globally. As Huaxia aggressively acquires strategic materials, the nation is firing on all cylinders, with provinces unifying to construct defensive fortifications based on their respective cities. Furthermore, Huaxia's most esteemed scientific team is establishing outermost war fortresses by designated battle zones. Such an undertaking would be implausible in any other nation on Earth. Yet, with Huaxia, known for its infrastructural prowess, there exists no apprehension. As various strategic materials are transported back to the homeland, construction of defensive fortifications proceeds tirelessly day and night. Chen Dongyi initially planned to descend upon Lingqing, but he discovered that his transporter had been damaged during combat. He had no choice but to accompany Bian Xiaoro in her transportation. Miss Bian, do you have a base upon crossing over? Bian Xiaoro shook her head, exasperation evident in her gesture. None at all. Each time I traverse, it feels like a brush with death. Had it not been for my particularly useful abilities, I would have perished hundreds of times. Indeed, my descent is also random. Has that device not been given to the national researchers? They have already studied it, recording various data. When shall we descend again? Let us aim for tonight. Let us prepare. Naturally, Bian Xiaoro was absorbed into the Qinglong Hall under Chen Dongyi's management. Wang Yi did not interfere much with his operations, merely requesting prior notification of any plans, leaving the rest entirely to Chen Dongyi's discretion. As night fell, Chen Dongyi and Bian Xiaoro readied themselves for descent. Wang Jiaojiao, feeling slightly miffed, lamented that such an exhilarating venture did not include her. Once everything was set, Bian Xiaoro grasped Chen Dongyi's hand and activated the device. Instantly, a strange force began to tug at their bodies, as if threatening to tear them apart. In the blink of an eye, the two opened their eyes to find themselves plummeting at high speed. Chen Dongyi grounded himself, the Bagua image manifesting beneath his feet. He swiftly moved to Bian Xiaoro's side, steadying her before taking several steps towards what appeared to be a safer area. Two streaks of light descended rapidly, drawing the attention of numerous monsters below, which began to congregate, sensing the potential feast of fresh flesh. Chapter 83, The Onslaught of Monsters. Chen Dongyi and Bian Xiaoro landed firmly atop an abandoned building. Gazing down, they observed a horde of monsters, zombies, and stitched creatures surging towards them. They found themselves disoriented in the mist-laden city. They would be torn to shreds if they descended now. Bian Xiaoro, filled with trepidation, realized this was her first encounter with such a terrifying spectacle. Chen Dongyi scrutinized the surroundings, noting the vast number of monsters within several miles. While a hasty escape was feasible, it would be arduous. It would be more prudent to eliminate a portion of them here. As a skilled practitioner at the Golden Core stage, he felt more than capable of dealing with these mindless, flesh-hungry creatures. Moreover, in the spirit realm, he could harness boundless spiritual energy. He then composed himself and began to set up a formation on the rooftop. He intended to create an expansive 7-killing soul-locking array. Miss, I will establish a large array here to eliminate a wave of these creatures. Can you use your abilities to create an illusion of an empty rooftop for them? From now on, call me Xiaoro. I can certainly do that. I have previously used illusions to conceal myself from monsters. Very well, Xiaoro, you may refer to me as Dongzi. Prepare yourself. With that, Chen Dongyi produced array flags and arranged the expansive 7-killing soul-locking array across the rooftop. The monsters exhibited rapid movements, seemingly ravenous after a prolonged hunger. Such an abundance of creatures would scarcely satisfy a few thousand. You may initiate the illusion whenever you deem fit. Bian Xiaoro nodded, prepared to unleash her skill. Various monsters surged up the stairs in a chaotic frenzy. Numerous spirits clung to the building's exterior, drifting towards the rooftop. Chen Dongyi and Bian Xiaoro stood at the center of the array, observing the approaching horde in silence. Ding! Extreme danger detected. Chi points doubled. As the system alert echoed, the road was suddenly teeming with malevolent spirits. The rooftop, expansive enough to encompass 4 or 5 basketball courts, was instantly overcrowded with these ghastly entities. With bared teeth and ferocious growls, they surged toward the two protagonists. Chen Dongyi remained utterly unfazed, calmly awaiting the influx of more spirits to enter the formidable array he had meticulously set up. Bian Xiaoro, observing the malevolence up close, felt a flicker of panic within her. Her fingers trembled slightly, and beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. Steady yourself. Do not worry. Chen Dongyi's reassuring hand rested firmly on her shoulder, instilling her with courage and confidence. As she gazed into his composed and serene visage, her heart inexplicably steadied. In truth, Chen Dongyi was also petrified. After all, he had never encountered such a dense horde of monsters. Yet, in the presence of a woman, he knew he must exude unwavering strength to provide her with a sense of security. Just as the claws of the first wave of spirits were about to grasp them, Chen Dongyi bellowed, 7-kill soul locking array. Activate. 5 thunder righteous method. Engage. In an instant, the formation glowed with a resplendent 7-colored aura, its intensity overwhelming. Countless bolts of lightning, as thick as a thumb, rained down mercilessly upon the advancing spirits. The cacophony of thunderous explosions and sizzling sounds ensued as the first wave of spirits was instantly reduced to ash. The spirits struck by the lightning were obliterated in an instant. The scent of blood incited an even more violent frenzy among the spirits, their eyes glowing crimson as they charged toward the duo. Yet, witnessing such a gruesome spectacle, Bian Xiaoro surprisingly felt no fear. Instead, a sense of exhilaration coursed through her veins. This was more thrilling than any short play she had ever seen. Unleash your skills. At Chen Dongyi's command, Bian Xiaoro immediately activated her illusion. The spirits, who moments ago had aimed to tear the two apart, suddenly lost their focus. In their final moments, they could not fathom why the two had vanished. In reality, they had not disappeared. Rather, through the clever use of illusion, the spirits perceived only an empty rooftop. Within mere waves of assault, the rooftop had become a morbid graveyard, piled high with the remains of the spirits. The later spirits, bereft of targets, gradually calmed, retreating like receding tides. With a sigh of relief, the two exhaled simultaneously, finally feeling a sense of safety. Upon surveying their surroundings, a scene of carnage unfolded before them, bodies and ash strewn across the ground. Malevolent entities were typically reduced to mere dust, while monsters left behind remnants of their existence. The sight of mountains of corpses and seas of blood was indeed harrowing, reminiscent of the legendary Shizhuo Ridge. You are truly remarkable, Dongyi. To think you could vanquish so many spirits with a mere formation. Bian Xiaoro, suppressing her nausea while gazing at the remains, turned to Chen Dongyi. That was perilously close. I was nearly terrified to the point of losing control, facing thousands of spirits. I shall never forget this moment. Their eyes met in a shared smile, fostering the growth of a seed of trust between them. After the harrowing ordeal, Bian Xiaoro was the first to pose a pressing question. What shall we do now? A very pragmatic dilemma lay before them. They were devoid of the assistance from the Lingqing Zhanling Tuan. Navigating the outside world of Lingqing was a daunting challenge, rendered all the more difficult by the pervasive fog that obscured visibility even a few meters ahead, complicating any sense of direction. We must first seek help from Lingqing. They possess vehicles capable of precise location tracking and valuable intelligence. Chen Dongyi, a mere grassroots member of the Zhanling Tuan, understood the necessity of acquiring Lingqing's support for operations beyond its borders. Bian Xiaoro comprehended this logic as well. Hearing Chen Dongyi mention that the spirit realm was a civilization of higher dimensions, she realized that certain extraordinary methods were indeed at their disposal. However, as an intruder, she knew they would likely reject her identity. Becoming a descender was not simply a matter of desire. Each descender had to undergo rigorous scrutiny. Otherwise, Lingqing would become a lawless territory for other civilizations. Chen Dongyi, arriving at this conclusion, reflected on the peculiar frequency with which he encountered Yangzi during that period. While others deemed him delusional, the truth was that Yangzi's consciousness had been shadowing him, assessing his worthiness. Upon passing the evaluation, a trial would be forcibly initiated. Only those who survived the trial would be deemed worthy of recognition as descenders by their spirit realm. Failure meant merciless eradication by their celestial net, becoming mere energy within it. With this understanding, Chen Dongyi made a decisive resolution. We must return to Lingqing, and I will find a way to secure you a legal identity, enabling you to reside there lawfully. Bian Xiaoro felt elated. Although she possessed a teleportation device, it was not a legitimate means. Should the celestial net of Lingqing discover her, her fate would be sealed. If she could indeed acquire an identity, it would allow her to operate openly within Lingqing's bounds. Do you have any leads on obtaining an identity? Chen Dongyi inquired, noting her 3 years of experience in Lingqing. With a forlorn expression, Bian Xiaoro responded, there is a way, but it requires 100 points of Qi Jin. You see, only those with identities in Lingqing can earn rewards through trading or hunting spirits to resolve pollution incidents. And to accumulate 100 points, how many pollution incidents must one address? Chen Dongyi chuckled heartily. I fear that purchasing Qi Jin is not the issue. If it can be resolved with money, then it is hardly a problem. He then offered her a reassuring glance, indicating that this minor obstacle was not insurmountable. Chapter 84. A crisis zone. Seeing the resoluteness in Chen Dongyi's eyes, Bian Xiaoro felt a wave of relief wash over her. Since entering the spirit realm, every day had felt like walking on thin ice. Today, she finally felt like a woman, no longer burdened to shoulder everything alone. Last time, I undertook an SSS-level mission with a reward of 1,000 points of Qi Jin. Once I return to Lingqing, everything will be manageable. Bian Xiaoro's mouth fell agape in astonishment. The Qi Jin of Lingqing was frequently spoken of, and 1,000 points was an astronomical figure. She had not expected Chen Dongyi to possess such wealth, though she quickly reconciled with the notion. After all, he had dealt with an SSS-level pollution incident, a task fraught with peril. Greater risks naturally yielded greater rewards. Fortune did not simply fall from the sky. Very well. If you assist me in resolving my household registration issue, I shall undoubtedly lead you to the truth. Chen Dongyi nodded in agreement, gesturing toward the path ahead. How did you navigate lynching in the past? Bian Xiaoro felt a surge of optimism. Thankfully, during her former ventures in Lingqing, she had left numerous markers. When I first arrived in Lingcheng, I could not discern direction at all. Eventually, I devised a method. I marked every place I traversed with special symbols, ensuring I would not lose my way. Then, do you recall this area? Have you left any markers here? Chen Dongyi inquired. Bian Xiaoro scanned her surroundings. Her brow furrowed in concentration. This place is shrouded in such dense fog that I cannot discern anything. I typically mark the highest or most distinctive locations. Noting her expression, Chen Dongyi realized that further inquiry would yield little fruit. Then let us proceed forward, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance. Everything now rests in fate's hands. The two individuals proceeded, one in front and the other behind, moving casually in a singular direction. Chen Dongyi retrieved 2 golden talismans from his pocket, muttering incantations as he affixed them to their bodies. This was to guard against any sudden assaults from soul entities, providing a temporary shield against an attack. He then produced several paper effigies, reciting the control incantation as he scattered them into the air. The paper figures seemed to spring to life, swiftly dispersing around them, serving as vigilant sentinels. Should they detect anything amiss, they would immediately share their vision with Chen Dongyi. Bian Xiaoro was taken aback, astonished by the young man's formidable magical prowess, which far surpassed her own abilities. After walking for approximately half an hour, they encountered no formidable monsters. The minor spirits they did meet were effortlessly dispatched by Chen Dongyi's spear. As they continued, they suddenly spotted a building ahead that seemed vaguely familiar. Have you noticed? This place feels oddly familiar, Chen Dongyi remarked, hoping to jog Bian Xiaoro's memory. She instinctively scrutinized her surroundings, the dilapidated streets overgrown with weeds, recognizing it from somewhere, but unable to recall where. After taking a few more steps, they looked up to discover a decrepit hospital looming before them. This appears to be the hospital I passed by on my first arrival. Bian Xiaoro's eyes flickered with recognition as she carefully examined the structure, attempting to unearth her past memories. Yes, indeed. Beyond the hospital lies the crumbling building where I saved you. However, Chen Dongyi halted, turning to Bian Xiaoro, noting a glimmer of fear in her eyes. But at that time, we encountered a Rakshasa. Do you remember? Chen Dongyi's heart trembled at the thought. That monstrous entity was leagues beyond these minor spirits. It was an authentic boss-level foe, patrolling this very area last time. If they crossed paths with it today, even his advancements would afford him little hope of survival. Yes, we must traverse this area, and there is a high probability we will encounter it. If we do, it could mean certain death. Yet, there was no alternative. If this was indeed the hospital, the only way to the direction of Lingcheng was through it. Bian Xiaoro's brow furrowed, her lips paling from anxiety. What if we could circumvent this place? She suggested. Even if we could avoid this area, would other locations be secure? What if Chen Dongyi refrained from continuing his thought, not wishing to impose undue pressure on her, nor was he certain of the many uncertainties that lay ahead? Bian Xiaoro sighed softly, realizing that successfully navigating this perilous journey depended not solely on their strength, but significantly on luck. After deliberating for a while, they found a secluded spot to rest and consumed a modest meal. Tidying up, they prepared to continue their journey. The interior of the hospital was certainly not a place they could traverse directly, for it housed not only ghostly nurses, but also a colossal stitched monster. Thus, they could only quietly make their way to the adjacent street, both silently praying to avoid encountering the great boss. Half an hour later, they successfully circumvented the hospital and pressed onward, soon spotting a towering building, approximately 80 stories high. That's the structure. I marked it over there. Let us hasten. Chen Dongyi cautiously followed Bian Xiaoro into an abandoned security room. She crouched down, pushing aside a dilapidated chair, revealing a clearly carved arrow on the wall. Found it. In that direction, Bian Xiaoro exclaimed excitedly, glancing towards the indicated path, estimating it would take about half a day's journey to reach the outskirts of Lingcheng. Once they arrived at the outskirts, they would be less likely to encounter any formidable monsters, as Lingcheng's defenses were quite formidable. The two remained vigilant, stealthily venturing forth in the indicated direction. Chen Dongyi continued to manipulate the paper figures, leading the way. They were fortunate to have the protection of the paper figures and Bian Xiaoro's powers, allowing them to evade most of the less intelligent spirits. As for those that seemed to possess a glimmer of intelligence, they were swiftly eliminated by Chen Dongyi. After approximately 10 minutes, they stumbled upon a mound of ruins towering like a small hill. What kind of battle could have wrought such devastation? Both were astonished by the sight of the massive heap of debris, struggling to comprehend the scale of the conflict that had occurred. This mound of ruins stood over 20 meters high and stretched for hundreds of meters. Circumventing it would likely prevent them from reaching the outskirts of Lingcheng before nightfall, which was the most terrifying aspect of the spirit realm, as countless spirit entities would emerge at dusk. Although Chen Dongyi carried a protective shield, it could only accommodate one person. With no other choice, they braced themselves and began to ascend, praying fervently to escape this treacherous locale. Chapter 85. The Rakshasa Ghost King. As the two traversed the inexplicable mound of ruins, an unsettling feeling lingered in their minds. They could not pinpoint the source of their discomfort, so they trudged on in silence. The two diminutive figures navigated through one decrepit room after another until they finally noticed something unusual. Chen Dongyi waved his hand behind him, quickly crouching down. Seeing him do so, Bian Xiaoro, who had been cautiously following, also crouched low, her gaze fixed intently ahead, even holding her breath. After a lengthy pause, Chen Dongyi softly spoke. Have you noticed anything amiss? It's eerily quiet here. Not even a single ordinary ghost to be found. Bian Xiaoro's eyes flickered, and she nodded in agreement. Indeed, throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous spirits, yet now, upon ascending this mound of ruins, they had encountered none. In a city overrun by spirits, this was far from a good sign. Be cautious, something feels off. Either this place harbors a presence that other spirits dare not disturb, or there is something else at play. They exchanged glances, both agreeing to continue their careful ascent of the mound. After 2 hours of arduous effort, they finally reached the summit. Standing atop the elevation, they surveyed their surroundings, still seeing no spirits, which only deepened their confusion. Chen Dongyi signaled to Bian Xiaoro, urging her to proceed. Sometimes, events unfold with such abruptness. As Bian Xiaoro took a step forward, a stone beneath her foot shifted and tumbled down. The sound of the stone clattering against the ruins echoed ominously in the desolate city. Startled, the pair crouched low, scanning their surroundings for any signs of movement. They held their breath, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, fearful of a sudden ghostly emergence. After about 5 minutes, it seemed nothing unexpected had transpired, and they dared to rise, preparing to continue their descent from the mound. Just then, the spot where the stone had fallen began to crumble, as if the supporting pillars beneath the sandy heap had suddenly been removed. The sand cascaded downward like a flowing stream. The two individuals, startled by the commotion, quickly crouched down. Any slightest sound could induce sheer terror. They remained still until the debris settled, and just as they intended to rise, an unsettling sensation crept over them, as if a pair of eyes were fixed upon their backs. Chen Dongyi's heart raced, his hair standing on end, as an overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged toward him from behind. The intense killing intent paralyzed him, rendering him unable to glance back, even for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Warning. Host is encountering a lethal threat. Chi point earnings doubled. Run. Chen Dongyi commanded, his feet grounding themselves in the stance of a martial artist. As he grasped Bian Xiaoro's hand and propelled them up the heap of rubble, he no longer cared about the noise they might make. Survival was paramount. Bian Xiaoro, still oblivious to the unfolding chaos, could only see the sheer terror etched on Chen Dongyi's face. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding debris erupted, revealing a terrifyingly dark claw that lunged toward them. If caught, their chances of survival would be extinguished. Fortunately, Chen Dongyi's instincts kicked in, and he evaded just in time, the claw crashing down where they had just stood. What is that? Bian Xiaoro gasped, aghast at the sight of the claw. I have no idea, but it's definitely not human. We must hurry. As they landed, Chen Dongyi tugged at Bian Xiaoro, urging her forward to escape this perilous place. Another deafening crash resonated as the monster's other claw descended, blocking their path. This way. Without a moment's hesitation, they pivoted and dashed in a different direction. Boom. Another claw fell, encircling them. The sheer size of the creature was becoming apparent. It was Bian Xiaoro's step on a loose stone that triggered a chain reaction, inadvertently awakening the slumbering beast. What was destined to come has arrived. Prepare for battle. Bian Xiaoro, witnessing the scene before her, immediately conjured an illusion. Yet, it seemed utterly ineffective against the beast, which violently shook its claw, causing Bian Xiaoro to cough up blood and clutch her chest, unable to cast any further spells. This monster is beyond our capacity to handle. Stop using your skills. Leave it to me, Chen Dongyi declared, releasing Bian Xiaoro as he surged skyward, propelled by his martial stance. The creature began to rise from the rubble, revealing its true form, its green face adorned with fangs, topped with a pair of crimson horns. Its skin was grotesquely wrinkled, resembling a mask from a Peking opera, with glowing, blood-red eyes and disheveled hair. Its emaciated body appeared deceptively muscular, covered in dark red skin studded with bone protrusions. Most unsettling was the presence of 4 arms, Two were free, while the others remained buried beneath the debris. It seemed this creature had indulged itself, hiding amidst the ruins in a deep slumber, only to be roused by Bian Xiaoro's misstep, greed flashing in its eyes as it regarded them. Moments later, the colossal beast fully emerged from the wreckage, towering over 50 meters tall, dwarfing the surrounding buildings. Fresh human flesh. Devour. Its roar reverberated, the words barely coherent, yet clear enough to understand. With a swish, its massive claws lunged toward Chen Dongyi. He hovered in midair, hastily producing a lightning talisman, hurling it at the monstrous entity while chanting the incantation. Boom. Thunderous bolts of lightning struck the creature, yet they seemed to have no effect, merely causing it to shudder slightly without inflicting any real damage. What manner of monstrosity is this? Such colossal size. To his astonishment, the creature appeared to comprehend his words, as if asserting its dominion. Impudent wretch, I am the Rakshasa Demon King. The realization that this beast could introduce itself sent Chen Dongyi spiraling back to a memory of a previous encounter in Ling City, where a massive creature had stomped through, proclaiming, by decree, duelists shall perish, as it devoured a ghostly nurse and a stitched monstrosity. This creature, too, seemed to have crawled from the abyss, ruling over the myriad spirits and monsters that plagued Ling City. It was conceivable that one day, these titanic beings would lead a charge against the city. Chapter 86. A clash of courageous souls. Today, they had encountered their match. Even without the option to fight back, they had no choice. Chen Dongyi steadied himself, locking eyes with the Rakshasa Demon King. Fear gripped his heart, but he dared not show weakness. A primal roar shattered the stillness, filled with raw fury and insatiable hunger, sending shockwaves that collided with Chen Dongyi. The very air twisted under the force of the roar. Every muscle in his body tightened as an instinctual warning pierced his spine. He barely had time to react, his honed battle instincts propelling him forward with fervor. Drawing on the 20 years of experience battling Yuzhou Qian, he leaped into action. Boom. The ground where he had just stood disintegrated under an unimaginable force, a boulder the size of a grinding stone reduced to dust. Debris flew like a torrential downpour, slicing through the air and tearing his tattered robe, exposing his toned physique. Chen Dongyi executed a swift roll, stabilizing himself on one knee. His right hand shot back with lightning speed, grasping tightly onto a long spear, its dark body and white tip reflecting the cold, deadly aura bestowed upon him by the great sage. A chilling gleam flickered at the spear's tip, swirling ominously in the dim light of the ruins. His gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, piercing through the settling dust to fixate on the terrifying figure emerging from the vast shadow. Each of the Demon King's steps crushed the rubble beneath, reducing it to finer dust. Its dark, scale-like armor clung to bulging muscles, marred by scars reminiscent of ancient battles, adding to its menacing presence. Most disconcerting were its eyes, two glowing orbs of crimson fire, devoid of any emotion save for a primal desire for destruction and an insatiable greed to consume. That fiery glare bore down on Chen Dongyi, as if intent on igniting him and devouring his very soul. Rakshasa Demon King, the terrifying entity that lurked in the heart of Ling City's ruins, having consumed countless intruders' flesh and souls. Humanity, fresh flesh. The Ghost King split its enormous maw, filled with jagged fangs, emitting an unintelligible, metallic shriek. It scorned verbal communication, raising its arm, as thick as a siege pillar, with a sudden force. At the end of that arm were not hands, but two massive bone blades, twisted and formed entirely from stark, white skeletal remains. The edges were jagged and gleamed with a chilling, ghostly pallor. With a swift motion, the bone blades sliced through the viscous air, roaring with a thunderous hiss as they descended upon Chen Dongyi. The speed was astonishing, the power overwhelming, as if it intended to cleave the very fabric of space along with its target. Chen Dongyi's pupils constricted in shock. This velocity exceeded all his estimations. Evasion was futile. A golden light enveloped him, and with a sharp exclamation from his throat, he unleashed a multitude of golden talismans, layered and colliding against the bone blade. The pure innate Tao Qi within him surged forth like a torrent, pouring into his limbs without reservation, then bursting outward. Boom! The dazzling golden light erupted around him without warning. The radiance solidified and swirled, instantly forming a near-physical dome that enveloped him entirely. The golden talismans detonated in rapid succession. This single strike nearly overwhelmed him. Fortunately, Chen Dongyi's mind remained clear, and he did not rely on a solitary talisman. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded as the massive, pale bone blade struck the golden dome with full force. The golden light violently caved inward. The solid ground beneath Chen Dongyi's feet cracked and sank, forming a distinct depression. The immense impact coursed through the golden talismans, sending tremors throughout his body, as if struck head-on by a small mountain, causing his organs to churn violently. A metallic taste surged in his throat. Boom. Dozens of golden talismans exploded in unison, utterly shattered by the strike. Such overpowering force. Chen Dongyi felt a chill. The brute strength of this demonic entity was truly fearsome. The ghostly king's crimson eye sockets flickered with flames, seemingly surprised that this insignificant insect could withstand its blow. Yet, this surprise quickly morphed into furious wrath. It twisted its arms violently, the colossal bone blades spinning like two frenzied guillotines, summoning a storm of blinding white blades. Viciously charging at Chen Dongyi once more. Crack! Crack! Chen Dongyi swiftly retreated, hurling a barrage of thunder talismans towards the Ghost King. The dense lightning momentarily halted the creature, but it was merely a fleeting pause. To confront it head-on would be a path to doom. Chen Dongyi's gaze hardened, stepping into the flow of battle. He pressed his foot down decisively. This movement was enigmatic, transcendent in its execution. In the face of imminent danger, he seemed to unleash the essence of this technique. His figure instantly became ethereal and blurred, as if blending into the faint currents of air amidst the ruins. Without explosive force or discernible trajectory, he moved as if drawn by an unseen power, defying all logic. In an instant, he slid several feet to the left, leaving only a faint golden afterimage in his wake. Whoosh! The bone blade storm swept through, shredding the afterimage and the ground below into oblivion, yet grasped nothing. The colossal form of the Ghost King momentarily hesitated, sensing the absence of its target. A prime opportunity. A flash of cold light ignited in Chen Dongyi's eyes. The sliding figure had yet to stabilize. In his hand, the long spear transformed into a bolt of black lightning, tearing through the air. The spear's tip glimmered with a chilling radiance, aimed directly at the ribcage beneath the Ghost King's dark, scaly armor. This thrust was swift, precise, and merciless. It harnessed all of his strength and speed, utilizing the peculiar momentum granted by his earlier movement. The spear shot forth like a dragon, silent yet imbued with an unstoppable force. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing resonated. The spear tip struck the ribcage with pinpoint accuracy. However, the anticipated scene of piercing flesh and blood did not unfold. The dark, blood-like scales proved far more resilient than expected. The spear tip felt as though it had struck an ancient mountain forged from indestructible iron. An unimaginable backlash surged back through the spear, causing excruciating pain. His arms were jolted, numb, and aching, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. With a muffled grunt, he harnessed the recoil to push off the ground once more, retreating swiftly like a willow in the wind. The area where the Ghost King had been struck only bore a trivial white mark, without even a scratch on the scales. Chapter 87. Growth in the Face of Death. Roar! The Ghost King was utterly enraged. The flames in its crimson eyes flared. It gaped wide, unleashing a viscous, dark green liquid that emitted a pungent stench of decay, spraying forth like a high-pressure water cannon. Wherever the liquid flowed, the air hissed ominously, and even the stones on the ground dissolved instantly, releasing acrid green smoke. Corpse venom. The range was vast, the speed terrifying. Chen Dongyi's pupils constricted. The space to evade seemed utterly sealed by the overwhelming tide of poison. In a moment of crisis. System Father, can I upgrade the step technique? Ding. Chi points have reached 600, meeting the conditions for learning step technique Shadow. Confirm learning? Confirm. Hurry. Ding. Successfully learned step technique Shadow. Chen Dongyi took a deep breath. Within his dantian, the condensed Dao Qi spun wildly. The speed of his step technique surged to its peak. His figure transformed from gliding to a series of rapid flashes, nearly impossible to capture. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The lethal dark green poison rained down like deadly hail, narrowly grazing his swiftly shifting form. Each spot where he had just stood became a gaping pit, unfathomably deep. The dense stench of decay and corrosive smoke enveloped the area, blurring his vision even further. Seizing the brief opening provided by the Ghost King's venomous spray, Chen Dongyi maneuvered through the rubble with ghostly agility, successfully creating a relatively safe distance. He leaned against a half-toppled colossal stone pillar, his chest heaving violently. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his breath hot and labored. The brute force was astonishing, the scales impenetrable, and the corrosive venom from this abomination proved to be a formidable challenge. Chen Dongyi quickly regulated his breathing, his gaze sharp as it swept over the massive form of the Ghost King, searching for potential weaknesses. The crimson eyes? Or the throat? Ha ha ha. The Ghost King ceased spewing venom, letting out a chilling, eerie laugh that sent shivers down one's spine. its fiery crimson eyes fixated on Chen Dongyi. As its bone-like arms slowly raised, grinding against each other with a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. Mortals possess some interest. Your flesh smells delightful. Its words were distorted and rough, akin to the creaking of a dilapidated bellows, each syllable dripping with raw greed. Chen Dongyi remained unperturbed, his gaze growing ever more tranquil and piercing. With his left hand gripping a firearm, his right hand stealthily formed an intricate gesture at his side. The middle finger bent inward, the thumb pressing upon it, while the index, ring, and little fingers stood erect like swords. A barely perceptible azure electric light began to flicker and dance at his fingertips, gradually converging. Following this, a flurry of talismans was hurled towards the Ghost King with fierce intensity. The particles of dust in the air seemed to respond to an invisible force, quivering slightly. An indescribable, suffocating pressure, akin to an unseen tide, quietly radiated from Chen Dongyi. The Ghost King's crimson eyes abruptly narrowed. Its perception of energy was extraordinarily acute. The aura emanating from this insignificant mortal suddenly instilled in it an instinctive, overwhelming sense of unease and revulsion. This was a power that was inherently capable of restraining its malevolent essence. Thunderous magic? For the first time, the Ghost King's voice was tinged with a mix of shock and fury, akin to metal being forcibly torn apart. "Ant, you dare!" Rage transformed into a tidal wave of murderous intent. It would not permit this power to fully manifest. Die! The Ghost King's massive form erupted with a terrifying speed that belied its size. It held nothing back, its colossal foot crashing down onto the ground. Boom! The earth buckled as if struck by a heavy hammer, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly. The figure of the Ghost King morphed into a dark red shadow that tore through space, charging towards Chen Dongyi with a ferocious momentum aimed at obliterating everything. Its robust arms raised high, the two enormous, pale bone blades ignited with a roaring, dark green corpse fire. The flames, silent yet exuding an extreme chill capable of incinerating souls, danced menacingly. These two massive, fiery bone blades, resembling mountains ablaze with hellfire, came crashing down upon Chen Dongyi and the enormous structure behind him. The corpse fire was the Ghost King's true killing move. Not only did it harbor terrifying physical force, but it also contained the malicious, soul-burning fire. It aimed to reduce this audacious mortal who dared to summon thunder, along with this very space, to nothingness. The overwhelming pressure felt tangible, like a tsunami. Before the corpse fire even arrived, the piercing chill and the searing pain at the soul level had already enveloped him, plunging him into an icy abyss, his thoughts seemingly frozen. The azure electric light flickering at his fingertips grew increasingly unstable under this cataclysmic pressure, flickering in and out. Chen Dongyi clenched his jaw tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. His dantian surged like a barrel of explosives, all the qi recklessly rushing towards his gesturing right hand. The profound steps of Bugang Ta Do were pushed to their utmost limit as his figure darted in rapid, small movements, attempting to evade the core lock of this lethal strike, buying precious time to summon the thunder. Faster, just a bit faster, he roared within. Yet, the Ghost King's speed was too formidable. The range of the intersecting bone blades engulfed everything. Boom! The two colossal bone blades, ablaze with dark green corpse fire, descended with ferocity. The first to suffer was the massive structure against which Chen Dongyi leaned. Upon impact, the solid stone pillar crumbled like rotten wood, severed effortlessly. The cut's surface burned black and melted, emitting a pungent green smoke. The cut was smooth as a mirror, and then, under the tremendous force, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust soaring. A portion of the venomous fire licked at Chen Dongyi's left shoulder in an instant. An indescribable agony surged through his body. It was not merely the pain of flesh being incinerated. It was the sensation of his soul being pierced by countless icy, venomous needles. The fabric of his left shoulder was reduced to ash, the flesh sizzling and turning black. Even more terrifying was the sinister, cold power that surged through the wound, akin to a venomous serpent, frantically burrowing into his veins, attempting to freeze his vitality and corrupt his qi. Chen Dongyi's vision darkened suddenly, the excruciating pain nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet, in this moment of despair, where golden light shattered and corpse fire engulfed him, his eyes, blurred by sweat, blood, and dust, ignited with an unprecedented, almost frenzied brilliance. It was a resolve born from desperation, a fierce determination to cast aside life and death. Chapter 88, 5 Thunder Law, Thunder in the Palm. System, upgrade my 5 Thunder Law. Ding. Chi points have reached 1,000. Meeting the conditions for learning 5 Thunder Law, Thunder in the Palm. Confirm learning? Confirm learning. Ding. You have successfully upgraded the 5 Thunder Law, Thunder in the palm skill. The violent pain only fueled his madness. Now, a singular thought consumed him. That was to annihilate it. At last, under the immense pressure of desperation, an explosion erupted from the palm of his gesturing right hand. Yang Thunder breaks the curse. Command. A roar erupted like the sound of thunderclaps from the heavens, drowning out the collapse of ruins and the wails of corpse fire. Chen Dongyi's right hand shot upward. Fingers splayed wide, palm aimed directly at the towering head of the Ghost King, ablaze with crimson flames, mere inches away. Boom! A bolt of azure lightning, as thick as a child's arm and blazing to an unviewable intensity, erupted violently from his palm like a dragon unleashed. This was no longer the thin tendrils of electricity. It was the culmination of Chen Dongyi's entire essence, his will to survive, and the yang qi of the 5 Thunder Law. In that moment, it seemed as though only this brilliant blue light remained in the world. The speed of the thunder surpassed the Ghost King's reflexes. Its massive form leaned forward due to its full-powered slashing, its crimson eyes still gleaming with the delight of annihilating its foe, coupled with a flicker of instinctive dread towards the thunder. Zzz. The furious Yang Thunder struck solidly at the very center of the Ghost King's enormous head. Time appeared to freeze for a fleeting moment. Then, a resounding explosion reverberated. The Ghost King's incredibly hard, scale-covered head shattered under the onslaught of the Yang Thunder, akin to a watermelon crushed by a heavy hammer. Countless fragments of blackened bones ablaze with crimson flames, thick, foul-smelling dark green liquid, and charred scales erupted like a torrential downpour. The air was instantly filled with an indescribable, nauseating stench of charred and putrid odors. The Ghost King's massive body abruptly stiffened. The bone blades that had crossed to deliver the lethal blow extinguished, their dark green flames snuffed out as if the source had been cut off. The decapitated body, like a colossal tower stripped of its support, began to tilt backward with a disquieting heaviness. Was it done? The agony made Chen Dongyi's vision blur, the cold, searing pain from his left shoulder gnawing at his will. Yet, he gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the metallic taste forcing him to remain alert. He could not falter. The spectral entities are treacherous and should never be underestimated. Indeed, just as that colossal headless form was on the verge of crashing to the ground, an unexpected transformation occurred. Amidst the deluge of shattered skull fragments, a fist-sized, dense scarlet soul fire broke free from the remnants of its decaying body. This soul fire burned with a ferocity that surpassed before, exuding an even purer and more malevolent aura of resentment. It acted like a frenzied beacon, emitting a blinding red light. The hum resonated as the crimson radiance instantly enveloped the Ghost King's toppling figure. An astonishing scene unfolded. The headless body, which should have succumbed to death, abruptly halted its descent under the illumination of the red light. From the severed neck, countless inky, viscous substances, reminiscent of oil, writhed frantically. They surged upward at a visible pace, stacking and coalescing. Flesh reborn. No, it was a more bizarre accumulation of energy. From the writhing dark matter, numerous sharp bone spurs erupted like bamboo shoots after rain, growing wildly and intertwining. In the blink of an eye, a grotesque, terrifying semblance of a head formed atop the severed neck, twisted and contorted by countless jagged bone spikes. In the center of this bony visage, 2 points of scarlet light flared to life, fixating intently on Chen Dongyi. Keek, I am indestructible. A sharper, more vengeful mental wave directly assaulted Chen Dongyi's consciousness. His heart sank heavily. The resilience of this spectral being was utterly despairing. Even after its head was obliterated by divine lightning, it could still forcibly reconstruct its body using its core soul fire. And judging by its speed, if allowed to complete its reconstruction, he cast a glance at his painfully numb left arm. The feeble sensation from the consolidation of divine lightning surged again. To execute a complete 5 Thunder technique again, it was utterly impossible in such a short span. He could not allow this abomination to complete its reconstruction. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Chen Dongyi made a near-mad decision. He propelled himself off the shattered ground, advancing rather than retreating, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, charging directly towards the Ghost King's frantically reconstructing bony head. His right hand remained tightly clasped around the cold, dark spear, his sole reliance at this moment. With every step, he executed the profound footwork. His figure became elusive as he charged forward. Each landing was calculated and peculiar, narrowly avoiding the remaining pools of toxic green liquid and the fallen boulders. His target was the Ghost King's chest. There lay the frenziedly burning, resentful scarlet soul fire that governed all regeneration. Roar! The outline of the bony head grew increasingly distinct. The 2 points of scarlet light brimming with furious rage provoked by an ant. It raised a bone-clawed paw, still smoldering with remnants of corpse fire, and struck down fiercely towards the oncoming Chen Dongyi. The claw's reach was immense. Though its speed had slightly diminished due to the reconstructing head, its power remained terrifying. A gust of wind rushed towards him, laden with the stench of death. Chen Dongyi's gaze was chillingly calm. Just as the massive bone claw's shadow was about to engulf him entirely, he suddenly pivoted, maximizing the essence of his footwork. His figure slid to the side, almost brushing the ground in an extreme maneuver. The gigantic bone claw, accompanied by a howling wind, barely grazed his scalp, shattering a crumbling stone tablet behind him. Now was the moment. Seizing this precarious evasion, Chen Dongyi dashed to the Ghost King's decaying form. He was mere feet away from the pulsating, resentfully glowing soul fire nestled in the Ghost King's chest. The Ghost King's other bone claw, preoccupied with supporting its toppling body and aiding the head's reconstruction, couldn't counter in time. The red light at the center of the bony head flickered violently, emitting a sharp and urgent mental shriek. The chill in Chen Dongyi's eyes intensified. All his strength, all his will, and all his pain coalesced into this one thrust. His right arm's muscles bulged. The dark spear awakened like an enraged dragon, propelled by a fierce momentum towards the Ghost King's chest, aiming fiercely at the scarlet soul fire. Break! The spear surged like a dragon, a flicker of cold light tearing through space, targeting the core. However, just as the spear tip was about to make contact with the soul fire, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The 2 points of scarlet light at the center of the bony head flared intensely. An invisible, immensely powerful mental shockwave struck Chen Dongyi's mind like a tangible hammer. Without warning, buzz! Chen Dongyi's vision abruptly darkened. Agonizing pain pierced through his temples like steel needles. His forward momentum inevitably faltered for a moment, as if ensnared in an invisible mire. The spear, imbued with all his power and relentless momentum, wavered slightly due to this sudden mental assault. This critical hesitation. The scarlet soul fire in the Ghost King's chest erupted with blinding light. A thin, blood-colored membrane materialized instantaneously over the surface of the soul fire. Chapter 89, Metal Fragments. Sizzle. The tip of the dark spear, with a piercing screech, forcefully struck this blood-colored membrane. The membrane buckled and rippled violently, akin to a bubble being punctured, yet remarkably resilient. The resistance felt as though he was piercing through a viscous swamp of blood. Open up for me. Chen Dongyi's eyes bulged with fury, emitting a beast-like roar. The excruciating pain in his left shoulder, the dizziness from the mental assault, and the depletion of his vital energy. All his suffering converged into a desperate gambit. The muscles in his arms swelled to their limits, nearly tearing through his skin, as the profound energy from deep within his dantian surged forth, recklessly channeling into the spear. Buzz! The dark spear emitted a groan of unbearable strain. The dim blue lightning along its shaft flickered back to life, albeit faintly, yet imbued with a resolve of no return. Like tiny serpents, this raging force coiled around the cold spear tip. Pop! Under the combined might of the dense energy and azure lightning, that resilient blood-colored membrane finally tore open a small gap. The spear tip, propelled by relentless momentum and entwined with faint lightning, plunged into the violently pulsating scarlet soul fire. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The frenziedly burning scarlet soul fire abruptly ceased its pulsation, as if frozen in time. The 2 flickering points of scarlet light at the center of the bony head solidified instantly, filled with disbelief and a hint of terror emanating from the depths of their very souls. The spear tip, entwined with faint lightning, was firmly embedded in the core of the soul fire. Sizzle! Like a heated iron rod plunged into ice water, a piercing sound erupted. The scarlet soul fire twisted and writhed in a frenzy, collapsing and contracting. It was not a flame, but rather a desperate wail of some malevolent energy being eroded by the supreme force of divine lightning. On the surface of the soul fire, countless slender azure electric serpents wildly danced and tore apart, obliterating the crimson energy. A harrowing wail echoed, transcending the physical realm and resonating directly at the soul level. It was akin to the simultaneous shrieks of a myriad of vengeful spirits, erupting violently from the soul fire. This intangible mental scream surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing all in its path. Chen Dongyi found himself at the forefront, his head feeling as though it were pierced and stirred by countless steel needles. Blood trickled from his 7 orifices, and before his eyes, golden stars flickered chaotically, his consciousness wavering like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. He bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain sparking the last remnants of clarity. His hands gripped the gun barrel as if cast in iron, desperately channeling all the residual strength of his body, even burning his life potential, forcing it through the gun's body. Annihilate it. The faint, nearly invisible golden runes on the gun flickered once more. The residual lightning coiling around the gun's tip seemed to receive a final impetus, suddenly brightening. With a soft pop, like a balloon bursting, the violently contorted, struggling crimson soul fire shrank inward under the dual assault of the golden runes and azure lightning, and then erupted with a thunderous blast. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a muffled sound of energy being extinguished. Countless tiny, dim crimson points of light scattered like fireflies blown away by a tempest, bursting forth from the center of the dissipating soul fire, quickly fading into a grayish, dull hue. Ultimately, they disintegrated into nothingness, dissolving in the desolate air of the ruins. The 2 points of scarlet light, frozen in the center of the bone-spike skull, extinguished completely, like a lamp that had run out of oil. Without the support of the soul fire, the dark matter that had been frantically reshaping the bone-spike skull instantly stiffened, ceasing all activity. Subsequently, like soulless, decaying mud, it collapsed with a splat from the severed neck, flowing down into a putrid black sludge. The massive headless corpse, akin to a mountain, lost its core of strength and could no longer sustain itself. With a thunderous crash, the enormous body fell heavily to the ground. Echoing like a colossal tree being felled, dust surged upward like a tsunami. Mixed with debris, bone fragments, and the stench of charred flesh, it formed a murky shroud, swiftly engulfing the area where the Ghost King had fallen and obscuring the precarious figure of Chen Dongyi. Deep within the ruins, they were once again enveloped in a thick, suffocating haze and deathly silence. Only at the half-tilted stone pillar's broken end did a few strands of dark green corpse fire persistently flicker, emitting faint sizzling sounds, reminiscent of the Ghost King's final, reluctant embers. Chen Dongyi coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, nearly collapsing to the ground. He leaned against the gun, gradually regaining his composure. Yet he understood that now was not the time to rest. The commotion from his desperate struggle had been too great. It certainly attracted the attention of distant monsters, and his immediate priority was to flee this perilous place. Just as he was about to leave, something golden caught his eye. What was that? A piece of metallic debris? The same kind of metallic fragment as before. Chen Dongyi dashed over, scooped up the metallic shard, and rushed toward Bian Xiaoro. Grasping her firmly, he sprinted toward the outskirts of Lingxing. In the distance, the sounds of colossal beings running reverberated. Amidst the thick fog, those sounds were terrifying enough to scare off all the minor ghosts. Within mere minutes, 3 or 4 similar Rakshasas had gathered at the spot where the Ghost King had fallen. Fortunately, Chen Dongyi managed to escape swiftly. Although blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth, he dared not pause for a moment. Bian Xiaoro, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from disturbing him, allowing him to carry her as they fled for their lives. Thankfully, the gigantic Ghost King had been drawn away by the battle, and Chen Dongyi navigated cautiously, finally reaching the outskirts of Lingxing. Overwhelmed by the tremendous burden, he could no longer hold on, collapsing amidst the ruins of the outskirts, slipping into unconsciousness. Days passed, and upon awakening, Chen Dongyi found himself lying on a tattered bed. Bian Xiaoro was asleep by the bedside, and he scrutinized the room. It was a very dilapidated space, with the sole electrical device being a single lamp. However, this lamp appeared remarkably advanced, far superior to anything on Earth. Other than that, the furnishings were sparse, consisting of a worn metal table, a decrepit bed, and a chair. This was all the furniture in the room, giving it an unrefined appearance. Perhaps sensing Chen Dongyi's movements, Bian Xiaoro suddenly lifted her head from the bed. "You're awake? You scared me. I thought you were going to die." Upon seeing him conscious, tears involuntarily welled in the corners of her eyes. After all, having just found a like-minded companion, losing him so soon would sadden anyone. Chen Dongyi did not respond, merely weakly inquired, "Where's this?" Bian Xiaoro poured a glass of water, propping him up to sip. "Of course, this is Lingxing. Where else would you think it is?" "Lingxing? How did you get into Lingxing?" Chen Dongyi was astounded, raising his head to look at Bian Xiaoro. "I've survived for 3 years in Lingxing, which shows I have my methods. Have you forgotten my connections in the underground black market of Lingxing?" She then brandished a device before him, as if to assert her own status. Just then, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Bian Xiaoro tensed, instinctively drawing a dagger. "It's me, Xiaoro. I'm A Feng. I brought you food." Upon hearing A Feng's voice, Bian Xiaoro sheathed her dagger, her mood instantly brightening. She exchanged a glance with Chen Dongyi, silently conveying that there was no need to worry. He was one of their own. However, Chen Dongyi wished to express that he was not concerned, as he had his own standing in Lingqing. Bian Xiao opened the door and pulled a Feng inside. Only then did Chen Dongyi get a clear look at a Feng's appearance. This man was robust, with striking features, short hair, and bright, expressive eyes. At first glance, he seemed quite handsome, though it was unclear how he had come to know Bian Xiao. Let me introduce you. This is Chen Feng, a friend of mine in Lingqing. And this is Chen Dongyi, also my friend. A Feng was not shy, approaching Chen Dongyi to shake his hand, cheerfully exchanging pleasantries. Dongyi, right? The other day, Xiao carried you back, and seeing you so gravely injured, I thought you were done for. I didn't expect you to recover to this extent in just 2 days. That is impressive. Chen Dongyi smiled in response, expressing his gratitude. Brother Feng, thank you for saving my life. Upon hearing Chen Dongyi's words of gratitude, a Feng placed the basket of food onto the table, feeling a bit embarrassed. No need, no need. As long as you don't mind, I didn't do much. It's just that you have a strong will to live. I have brought you some food, though it is nothing extraordinary. Please make do with it for now. As he spoke, he retrieved some coarse grain bread and a liquid. Chen Dongyi observed the man, deducing that he was likely a local native, and thus engaged him in casual conversation. Feng Ge, are you a local? Indeed, I was born in Lingqing. Back then, the Lingjia was a remarkably beautiful place. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyi's interest was piqued. He wondered if he could glean any insights from him. Could you describe what the Lingjia was like in the past? Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng's expression darkened, filled with a sudden wariness. He looked at Chen Dongyi with a face of horror, causing Chen Dongyi to feel an involuntary chill. However, he soon understood the reason for Xiao Feng's sudden hostility. After all, the current situation in the Lingjia was fraught with danger, and one could easily be harmed by an unknown individual. Do not be alarmed, Feng Ge. I am with the Zhanling Tuan. Here is my identification. After which, he produced his identity card and handed it to Xiao Feng for verification. Xiao Feng, being a meticulous individual, promptly retrieved a card reader from his pocket and swiped it. Zhanling Tuan B Team, code 9527, Qijin 300 points. Upon seeing this identification card, Xiao Feng was visibly startled. Since the disaster in the Lingjia began, the news channels had been inundated with stories about the Zhanling Tuan. Naturally, he was aware of the organization's significance, prompting him to inquire further. Since you are with the Zhanling Tuan, why are you unaware of the events occurring in the Lingjia? Chen Dongyi's mind momentarily blanked. He had made an error by neglecting this matter. He quickly pondered how to articulate his response to alleviate Xiao Feng's suspicions. You see, we in the Zhanling Tuan frequently embark on missions. During one such mission, I sustained a severe head injury. Oh, I understand now. You suffered a head injury and lost your memory, correct? Chen Dongyi was taken aback, realizing that this young man was quite perceptive, having filled in the gaps on his own. He hastily nodded, feigning great distress as he turned his gaze towards the window, continuing his act of misery. Indeed, Feng Ge, I cannot even recall where my own hometown is, let alone the reasons behind the disaster in the Lingjia. Just as Chen Dongyi finished speaking and turned back, he noticed Xiao Feng with tears streaming down his face. I did not realize my brother was in such dire straits. It is all due to that wretched disaster. Xiao Feng began to weep, leaving Chen Dongyi momentarily stunned as he glanced at Bian Xiao. Bian Xiao shrugged and remarked, from my understanding, the people of the Lingjia are mostly quite simple-minded, likely due to their living conditions. Xiao Feng wiped his tears and began to recount. Our Lingjia is a splendid place. Not only is the environment exquisite, but it is also particularly hospitable for living. Strangely enough, we, the people of the Lingjia, never fall ill or age. Unless one commits suicide or is murdered, otherwise, one can live until the end of time. He continued, and as for our technology, you must have seen it by now. We hardly need to work. Xiao Feng spoke with enthusiasm, yet Chen Dongyi felt a surge of resentment. We people of Earth toil under the harsh regime of 996, laboring like beasts of burden for our elders. You mean to say you need not work at all and never fall ill? Is there no justice in this world? Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced. Then where does your food come from? Chen Dongyi, like Bian Xiao, was curious. In the past, our Lingjia was filled with picturesque mountains and clear waters. Food could be found everywhere. There was no need for sowing each year when the season arrived. We could simply harvest at will, and those who gathered more were even rewarded. What? How astonishing! The two thought, their minds racing with disbelief. Yet they restrained themselves to continue listening. However, the absence of labor in exchange for rewards, coupled with eternal youth, would inevitably lead to complications over time. For instance, uneven food distribution could incite rampant theft, while the Lingren's prolonged health and immortality placed immense strain on the Lingjia's resources, culminating in an unmanageable situation. Human nature is the most susceptible to trials. When one receives more, they invariably desire even more, creating an endless cycle. Consequently, the inhabitants of the Lingjia succumbed to various negative emotions, and some, overwhelmed by these sentiments, employed unknown means to introduce countless abysses, transforming the once mighty Lingjia into its current state in a mere few days. Fenggu, what you refer to as the abysses, are they those inexplicable sinkholes outside? After all these years of development in the Lingjia, how could you be undone by such things? Xiao Feng nodded, continuing, that question is indeed pointed, but it is the truth. The primary culprits are the malevolent spirits and ethereal entities that have escaped from the abysses. We Lingren are utterly at a loss when confronted with these two entities. Fenggu, are you suggesting that you have never encountered such occurrences before? It took you a year or two of research to uncover the weaknesses of these creatures, such as the fact that ethereal entities cannot penetrate porcelain or silver. Oh, if only we had discovered this sooner, perhaps the Lingjia would not have been so tainted and shattered. Chapter 91, The Underground Black Market. Having learned so much information, it seemed to echo Zhang Yang's remarks. This incident required further investigation to corroborate their suspicions. The immediate priority was to establish a firm footing in the Lingjia before proceeding with any plans. Chen Dongyi regained his composure and exchanged a meaningful glance with Bian Xiaoro. She, understanding his intent, responded promptly. Fenggu, I have a favor to ask of you. You must help me. Xiao Feng turned to Xiaoro, his expression serious. What is it? Speak. Bian Xiaoro squeezed out a few tears, her voice trembling with emotion. Fenggu, you know I have fled from another region, without money or identity. I beg you to help me obtain a Lingxing identity card. After saying this, Chen Dongyi handed over his card. Xiaoro, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but given the current circumstances, it is quite difficult. Chen Dongyi's eyes flickered, contemplating how genuinely simple the people of Lingxing were. Fenggu, if you swipe 200 Qi Jin, consider it your service fee. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement, trembling with anticipation. Scavenging and combating the supernatural. Were any of these endeavors not perilous? And to think one could receive such a meager sum of Qi Jin, barely sufficient for survival. Accepting this task, despite the risks, was an undeniable temptation. Given the generous offer, such a sum of Qi Jin could sustain them in the black market for 3 months. Xiao Feng's expression transformed, a barely perceptible smile tugging at his lips. Though it is challenging, we are friends, after all. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. He eagerly seized his card and swiped away 200 points of Qi Jin, striding eagerly toward the door. Dongyi, did we perhaps give too much? Chen Dongyi shook his head. He had his own reasoning. Acquiring an identity card in Lingxiang was indeed a formidable task, and the crisis facing the Lingjia was greater than ever before. A little extra incentive should deter him from taking unnecessary risks. Bian Xiaoro considered this as well. The heightened security measures indicated that something significant had likely occurred. Xiao Feng, laden with a substantial sum, approached a small shop. After exchanging a nod with the proprietor, he was led to a concealed corner. There lay a room furnished with simple furniture. Seated on the central sofa were several imposing figures, their faces marked by brutish features. Balger recently secured a lucrative business deal, earning a substantial sum of 100 Qi Jin. In the center of the sofa sat a man with a scarred face, meticulously organizing a list of items. These goods were what they sought while scavenging, all commissioned by others. They never inquired about the identities of these individuals or the purpose behind their requests. This group was part of a sizable scavenger organization operating in the suburbs of Lingxing. What business? Balger asked, lifting his gaze, the scar on his face giving him a more menacing appearance. This scar had been inflicted during a previous scavenging outing when he was caught by a grotesque creature. The injury, which extended from his forehead to his chin, had been gruesome. Fortunately, the medical technology in the Ling realm was highly advanced, which spared their scavenger organization from dire consequences. Xiao Feng produced a card and handed it to Balga, who swiped it while listening to Xiao Feng's explanation. A girl he had met while scavenging needed an identity card, as she had fled from another city and could not secure one in Lingxing. As Balger finished hearing this, the card's approval came through, revealing an astonishing sum, 200 Qi Jin. What? 200 Qi Jin? I only earned 50 Qi Jin from this stack of lists. This money is far too easy to acquire. He then turned to Xiao Feng, a sinister glint in his eyes. Xiao Feng, sensing the dangerous intent, quickly shook his head. No underhanded tactics. He is from the Zhanling Tuan, and his identity has been verified. Even if we had 10 heads, it wouldn't suffice. Upon hearing this, Bao Ge's malevolent gaze softened, realizing the significance of their connection to the Zhanling Tuan, which might be beneficial in the future. At that moment, a younger member, puzzled, asked, "Brother, if he is from the Zhanling Tuan, why doesn't he find someone else to help?" Balgura cast a dismissive glance at the young man, thinking he was still naive about the intricacies of human relations. There are rules for humans and rules for spirits. Certain matters shouldn't be laid bare, necessitating the involvement of those operating in the shadows. The younger members, though somewhat confused, understood that their leader's words were undoubtedly wise. Balgura promptly transferred 180 Qi Jin from the card, declaring, "Xiao Feng, as the intermediary, you shall have 20. The rest is mine. No objections, I trust." Xiao Feng dared not protest. The channel belonged to Balgura, and establishing such connections required funds. 20 Qi Jin was already a substantial expenditure, sufficient to keep him from scavenging for 3 months. It must be said that while the black market's fees were steep, their efficiency was commendable. Within a day, the following morning, Xiao Feng arrived in Lingqiang with the identity card, though the name had been changed to Lingjia Suburb D District, Lu Mei, Qijin, Euro. Chen Dongyi quickly grasped the underlying intricacies. This group routinely ventured out to scavenge, and inevitably, some women would perish outdoors. They would find a look-alike and simply replace the photograph in the relevant documentation. A little incentive for the deceased family would ensure they didn't report the death, effectively sealing their scheme. As long as the authorities didn't dig too deeply, the truth would remain concealed for a lifetime. However, the complexity of the situation depended on the amount of energy one possessed in the corresponding sector. In addition to Bian Xiaorou's identity card, Xiao Feng also brought a variety of delicacies, which cost no more than 1 or 2 Qi Jin. These were meant for someone Balgura specifically requested to treat well. Chen Dongyi then provided him with 10 Qi Jin to expedite the search for a suitable shop for Bian Xiaorou in the black market. Establishing a foothold in Lingqiang necessitated a base, ideally located in a bustling area with high foot traffic. The nature of the business would depend on the resources at their disposal. Xiao Feng, being a straightforward individual, promptly set about this task. Chen Dongyi then transferred the remaining 90 Qi Jin from his card to Bian Xiaorou, instructing her to prepare for the opening of the shop. Xiao Feng, as usual, reported back to Balgura about the developments. Balgura immediately arranged for a prime location in the black market, securing a 3-story building for Xiao Feng. The next day, Xiao Feng brought the two to inspect the property. Chen Dongyi thoroughly examined the location and found it quite promising. It was situated at the very heart of the black market, teeming with a diverse crowd. "Feng Ge, this place is excellent. How did you manage to rent it?" Xiao Feng eagerly replied, "Dongge, please just call me Xiao Feng. You are our benefactor." With that, he gestured towards the entrance, where a burly man with a terrifying scar on his face entered, accompanied by another robust figure. Chapter 92, Tingxian Pavilion. The scarred man startled Bian Xiaorou as he approached. Chen Dongyi noted that he was a practitioner of spiritual patterns, indicating he possessed some strength. "Ha ha ha, brother, I hear you wish to rent this property?" Chen Dongyi regained his composure and replied, "Indeed, may I inquire who this gentleman is?" Balgura, sensing his authority waning, noted the young man's calm demeanor, which only intensified his interest. "I am Hu Biao, and I am grateful for your kindness. Everyone calls me Biao Ge." "Oh, Biao Ge, it is a pleasure. I wish to rent this property. Could you inform me about the rental terms?" Bao Ge's eyes darted, realizing this gentleman was no ordinary client. "I wonder if Brother Chen is interested in collaborating. You see, those who partake in this line of work do so with their lives on the line, striving to ensure their families have enough to eat." Chen Dongyi's eyes flickered as he remained silent, allowing Balgura to elaborate on his intentions. "What I propose is that whenever you venture out to cleanse an area of pollution, you could mark the locations on a map for us. This would greatly facilitate our scavenging efforts. Additionally, if you could assist us in locating some relics from the old world, we would be exceedingly grateful." If these were the only requests, they were indeed quite manageable. Generally, demonic creatures, much like animals, have their own territories. If a ghost king is vanquished in a region, a spiritual pattern practitioner could easily handle the remaining monsters. That is no problem. I have recently cleared 2 areas where the ghost kings were slain. If you agree to rent me this property, I can share that information with you right now." Upon hearing this, Bao Ge laughed heartily, as this was precisely the type of intelligence he sought. Despite having numerous lookout posts in their scavenger group, they often suffered casualties due to inaccurate information. However, it was not entirely the lookout post's fault. They were typically spiritual pattern practitioners who lacked the capability to infiltrate and gather intelligence. Thus, they could only observe from the periphery, assuming safety in areas where no ghost kings had appeared for an extended period. Unfortunately, this was often a flawed assumption. If official personnel could provide them with information, They could exploit the time difference to collect valuable items. After the demise of a ghost king, a fierce struggle for territory would ensue before a new one emerged. During this power struggle, the ghost kings would typically overlook insignificant humans. Balgura's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long sought a partnership with the authorities. However, how could the esteemed officials possibly regard him, a mere insignificant force, with any favor? He promptly requested the leasing contract and affixed his signature without hesitation. Chen Dongyi, too, swiftly signed his name, albeit under his alias in the spirit realm. Biao Gu gazed at the codename 9527 with considerable confusion, yet he dared not inquire, as the man before him undeniably possessed genuine official backing. Upon sealing the deal, Biao Gu expressed that his scavenging group held a modicum of renown in this suburban area. They had their dominion over the black market here, and should any issues arise, he could be approached directly. Chen Dongyi retrieved a map he had prepared earlier and marked the areas around Nyosho village and the outskirts of the spirit realm. These two locations are where we recently vanquished the Ghost King. You may wish to investigate. Upon receiving the map, Biao Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ha ha ha, splendid. Brother Chen Dongyi, if you do not mind, let us be friends from this day forth. For Chen Dongyi, who had traversed from another realm, having a few acquaintances was undoubtedly beneficial. He nodded in tacit agreement to the band of scavengers. Quickly, assemble the team. We must venture to these two locations. Biao Gu handed the map to a nearby subordinate, who hurriedly exited to inform the members. Prepare for the expedition. All scavenging teams, ready yourselves. The boss is about to organize the next scavenging mission. The spirits, upon receiving the news, were left in a quandary, unsure whether to feel joy or dread. For each expedition often resulted in the loss of nearly half their number. Yet, they were compelled to participate, abstaining meant starvation. Brother, we must act swiftly, otherwise many of my companions will go hungry. Biao Gu bowed to Chen Dongyi and instructed Xiao Feng, you shall remain behind this time, assisting brother Chen Dongyi with the new establishment. Purchase whatever is needed at the market, and if any opportunistic soul attempts to inflate prices, send him packing. Receiving the order, Xiao Feng beamed with excitement, grateful for the chance to avoid scavenging. Such fortunate circumstances were rare. Rest assured, I shall ensure the well-being of Dong Gu and Xiao Rou. With that, he exchanged farewells with Chen Dongyi and departed with his men. Xiao Feng, brimming with enthusiasm, busied himself in assisting the two with setting up the premises. This location was already prime real estate, boasting the highest foot traffic. Originally, Biao Gu intended to use it for networking with higher-ups. However, the authorities showed no interest in such a site. Dong Gu, what business do you plan to conduct here? In truth, Chen Dongyi and Bian Xiao Rou had already devised a plan to acquire more intelligence, focusing on taverns and auction houses. However, without substantial backing, they could only establish a consignment point for the time being. Customers could consign their goods at the store, receiving a portion of the payment up front, with the remainder settled after sales, minus a commission. This method was widely accepted in Lingcheng. The first floor would serve as a tavern, catering to the many scavengers and street dwellers who relished a drink. Alcohol often led to the unintentional sharing of valuable information. The tavern would occupy the first and second floors, while the third would serve as a shop specializing in supernatural artifacts and tech products. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng promptly took on the responsibility of sourcing goods and personnel. The boss had already assigned him this task, and he dashed off to negotiate with the brewery owner. After securing a deal for the liquor, he moved on to discuss culinary arrangements, and subsequently, seating and utensils. His efficiency was commendable, and within half a day, the establishment was meticulously organized. Bian Xiaorou assumed the role of the proprietress under the guise of Lu Mei. Early the next morning, all pre-ordered chairs, tables, ingredients, beverages, and staff arrived promptly. Xiao Feng had relayed the boss's orders in the black market. On opening day, all notable figures in the black market were expected to attend. The small establishment was set to officially open 3 days later, with a 2-day trial period at remarkably low prices, primarily to familiarize the patrons with the process. Given Bian Xiaorou's experience in hypnosis on Earth, managing personnel came easily to her. In just 2 days, the small shop began to take shape. On the 3rd day, the establishment officially opened, and Chen Dongyi named it Ting Xiange. With all preparations complete, Chen Dongyi decided it was time to return to the Zhanling Tuan to check in. The 1,000 Qi gold he had secured from his previous mission would serve as the startup capital for the shop. Chapter 93. So that is how it is. Having concluded his dealings in the black market, Chen Dongyi hurried back to the Zhanling Tuan. With his identity card in hand, he no longer required guidance to enter. He made his way directly to their office, intent on discovering methods to integrate himself into the spirit realm. Just as he reached the office door, he overheard Zhang Yang and Xiao Zhou engaged in conversation. Yangzi, your partner has gone missing. Why are you not the least bit anxious? Xiao Zhou poured a cup of coffee, gazing at Zhang Yang with a look of disbelief. Zhang Yang, with an air of indifference, puffed on a cigarette. Oh, it's been so many days. The transmitter hasn't reacted at all. He has probably been devoured by that nine-tailed fox. Though I found his spirit at the time, I merely viewed him as a tool. In our line of work, how could one afford to develop genuine feelings? Besides, the mission has already concluded. Even if he truly perished, wouldn't that mean the mission was accomplished? Xiao Zhou took another sip of coffee, a hint of disdain creeping onto his lips. I suspect you want to pocket that 1,000 chi gold for yourself? Given your avaricious demeanor. Zhang Yang took a deep drag of his cigarette, revealing a few yellowed teeth. Humph, when I put you through your trials, I spent quite a bit of chi gold too, not to mention the costs of spirit traversing. By this logic, we are even. Hearing this, Chen Dongyi finally understood. The so-called good brothers and childhood friends were merely a ruse to seek out descendants in the spirit realm. How utterly deceived he had been by Zhang Yang. Just as he felt a surge of anger, a chilling realization washed over him. Perhaps the last thing he should do now was to confront them. As for Zhang Yang, he could devise a method to glean the truth without raising suspicions among the members of Zhanling Tuan. An insidious yet audacious idea took root in his mind. He steadied his nerves and composed himself before gently knocking on the door and entering. Yangzi, you truly are my dear brother. I've been missing for so many days, and you didn't even bother to look for me. Upon seeing Chen Dongyi emerge from outside the office, both Zhang Yang and Xiao Zhou were taken aback. How has he returned? Did he overhear our conversation? Both were startled, apprehensive that their words had been caught. A flicker of guilt surfaced in their hearts, which Chen Dongyi was keen to exploit. Zhang Yang was the first to regain his composure, hastily extinguishing his cigarette and approaching with a look of astonishment, eager to embrace him. Yet, Chen Dongyi had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. He was there to confront him. After all, it was troubling that he had not sought him out all this time. With the might of Zhanling Tuan, locating a single individual should not have posed a challenge. A heavy fist connected with Zhang Yang's face. Chen Dongyi's expression was fierce, his gaze fixated on Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding Chen Dongyi's current disposition. He was even more uncertain whether Chen had overheard their previous conversation. If he had, then it would be prudent to eliminate him. However, if he hadn't, there remained the possibility of capitalizing on this lucrative opportunity. Brother, you misunderstood. We have been searching for you everywhere. I have incessantly summoned you, yet your communicator showed no sign of life. Chen Dongyi produced a shattered communicator from his pocket, feigning greater indignation. My communicator was damaged long ago during the battle. Were you not aware that you should report this and summon the Zhanling Tuan for my rescue? Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Yang's forehead. Although he could request the Zhanling Tuan to terminate him, being the unreasonable party would inevitably lead to a sense of awkwardness. Chen Dongyi was intent on making him feel precisely that, having exerted considerable effort to assist them only to end up in such a predicament. Chen Dongyi was prepared to strike him, determined to turn the charade into reality. In a fit of desperation, Zhang Yang brandished his soul lantern, ready to confront him. When Yuling Long, the captain of the second team, arrived, she immediately discerned that Chen Dongyi had significantly advanced in his cultivation and quickly intervened. A compliant spirit pattern master was now more precious than an ordinary ability user, especially one who had reached the level of a 4-pattern master. Both of you stand down. Zhang Yang felt an instinctive fear that he might not be able to best Chen Dongyi in a confrontation. Now, not only did Chen possess more experience regarding supernatural occurrences, but his cultivation also surpassed Zhang Yang's by a considerable margin, causing genuine concern to swell within him. Upon hearing Yuling Long's reprimand, Chen Dongyi reluctantly halted, acknowledging the necessity of maintaining face for their leader. Captain, Zhang Yang abandoned me and fled. He failed to report to the Zhanling Tuan for my rescue. I nearly lost my life. Yuling Long had already heard about the incident and nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Dongyi, I understand you feel aggrieved, but Zhang Yang did not intentionally leave you behind. He did report the situation. However, numerous events unfolded within the team at that time, making it impossible to allocate resources for your rescue. It was not that the team did not wish to save you. Chen Dongyi's anger dissipated significantly upon hearing this, though he feigned it, aware that even Yuling Long would undoubtedly lean towards the interests of the spirit realm. He replied with mock ire, very well. I shall tentatively believe you. That fox spirit was indeed formidable. I nearly perished at her hands several times. Upon hearing their captain defend him, Zhang Yang noticed Chen Dongyi's demeanor soften. He quickly approached, forcing a bitter smile and hastily presenting his identification card. Brother, it truly is not my fault. I am merely a first-tier ability user, and when that fox pursued you into the depths of the ruins, I did return to search for you. Alas, I could not find you. Chen Dongyi examined the offered identification card and swiped it through his Qi Gold device. Fine, I shall reluctantly believe you. But the rewards for this mission will rightfully belong to me. After all, I nearly lost my life there. Zhang Yang's heart sank at these words, feeling a profound sense of loss, yet recognizing the futility of resistance. Since he had decided to keep Chen Dongyi, he must exert every effort to mend their rift. As Chen Dongyi took possession of the identification card, Zhang Yang could only grit his teeth and swallow his grievances. Zhanling Tuan Team B, code 9527. Qi Gold, 1,000 points. Zhang Yang had initially envisioned seizing this substantial sum of Qi Gold for himself, which could have afforded him a comfortable retirement. Unexpectedly, he found himself back at square one, forced to rely on his wits to make a living. Observing Zhang Yang's crestfallen expression brought Chen Dongyi immense satisfaction. A fitting consequence for Zhang's previous deceit. The matter concluded here. And Yuling Long summoned Chen Dongyi to her office for inquiries about his escape and how he had ascended from a 1-pattern master to a 4-pattern master in such a short span. She expressed her desire to learn any shortcuts he might have discovered, which could potentially earn Team B a reward from above. However, Chen Dongyi had already prepared responses to address her inquiries, deftly diverting the conversation. Next, he sought a suitable mission to elevate his standing within the spirit realm. Chapter 94. A renewed collaboration. Upon exiting Yuling Long's office, Chen Dongyi made his way directly to Zhang Yang's office. Zhang Yang scratched his head awkwardly, uncertain whether to greet him. Conversely, Chen Dongyi appeared remarkably at ease, offering a reassuring glance. Yangzi, let us put this behind us. We are still brothers. I understand the circumstances. It is not entirely your fault. Ultimately, I have returned safely, and we should continue contributing to the team. Hearing these words, Zhang Yang's heart raced, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Yet, unable to detect any signs of insincerity on Chen Dongyi's face, he could only respond with a reluctant nod. Yes, yes. As long as everything is fine, we remain good brothers. Chen Dongyi patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder, smiling broadly. Come on, brother, I've just swiped your funds. It's time we accept a new mission. Without allowing Zhang Yang a moment to process, Chen Dongyi seized him and headed toward the mission hall. Zhang Yang felt a sense of unease, pondering whether Chen Dongyi was genuinely interested in taking on a mission or merely jesting. Just as he contemplated accepting a simple B-level task, Chen Dongyi restrained him. How can we, as a duo, settle for such a basic task? We ought to aim for an S-level mission. Under Chen Dongyi's assertive gaze, Zhang Yang's eyes darted nervously. All right then, let us go with this one. This S-level mission offers a reward of 300 Qi Gold. After reviewing the mission details, Chen Dongyi noted that the ominous atmosphere was palpable and nodded in agreement. Upon accepting the mission, Zhang Yang immediately contacted the local Zhanling Tuan to prepare for their journey to the incident site. The two drove to the mortuary where the incident had occurred. The chilling rain lashed against the darkened light at the back entrance of the suburban mortuary, casting a dim glow that spread across the damp concrete floor, vaguely illuminating the outline of a body draped in white cloth. Beyond the cordon, several young police officers in deep blue uniforms appeared pale, struggling to suppress their nausea. An elderly coroner crouched beside the corpse, his gloved hands trembling slightly as he hesitated to unveil the white sheet. A dark gray SUV silently rolled through puddles and came to a halt outside the caution tape. The door swung open, and Chen Dongyi stepped out, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning the scene with piercing intensity. The heavy, chilling aura of death tightened his brow. Ignoring the concerned glances from the nearby Zhanling Tuan members, he bent down and crossed the caution line. Rainwater dripped onto his shoulders, creating dark splotches on his clothing. Master Chen, a middle-aged officer in plain clothes, whose insignia indicated he was in charge, approached briskly, his expression grave. Chen Dongyi recognized these individuals from their previous involvement in handling the supernatural incident at the cinema, perhaps due to their awareness of the duo's capabilities. They treated them with considerable respect. Inside, it's old Zhao on night duty. The manner of death is quite peculiar. His voice was low, tinged with a barely detectable tremor of fear. Chen Dongyi remained silent, merely nodding as his gaze fell upon the white cloth. The coroner, upon noticing him, seemed to find his anchor and quickly stepped aside. Chen Dongyi approached the body and crouched down. He did not immediately touch the white cloth, but instead extended his right hand, swiftly and silently calculating with his thumb against the joints of his index, middle, and ring fingers. A faint glimmer of golden light, almost imperceptible, flickered at his fingertips and vanished into the surrounding air. The moment his fingertips brushed against the air, a chill, viscous malice, imbued with a profound hatred, surged towards him. It felt as though countless barbed ice needles pierced his senses. Instinctively, his internal Tao power stirred, and a faint golden aura emerged beneath his skin, only to be forcefully suppressed in an instant. This malevolent presence, suffused with an indescribable greed and filth, was far beyond that of an ordinary vengeful spirit. Zhang Yang was also not idle. He reached into his bag and retrieved a palm-sized bronze compass. The needle within the compass, which had previously pointed steadily north, began to swing violently from side to side. Wisps of visibly foul black mist began to emanate from the corpse. "Step back," Chen Dongyi commanded in a low voice, his tone firm and compelling. The nearby officers and the aging coroner instinctively retreated several steps. Before the echoes of his command faded, the bronze compass emitted a loud hum, vibrating violently as the needle's oscillation reached its limit, accompanied by a grating sound of metal under duress. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated, not the sound of metal fracturing, but rather the explosion of some unseen force. The central part of the compass, where the needle rested, abruptly caved in, forming an irregular hole. The edges of the metal twisted and tore, and the black smoke that poured forth intensified several-fold, releasing a stench of char and decay. The needle shattered completely, with a small metallic fragment clattering against the damp, cold cement floor. Chen Dongyi's grip on the remnants of the compass was unwavering, his knuckles whitening from the strain. His expression hardened like iron, yet a flicker of gravity shone in his eyes. The golden light shielded his body, and the compass signaled a warning. The lingering aura of malevolence here was fierce and domineering, capable of corrupting artifacts and rebounding against Tao power. This was no ordinary homicide. Without hesitation, he yanked away the white cloth covering the corpse. The surrounding officers gasped sharply, and a few young ones could not suppress their nausea. The deceased was clad in a deep blue work uniform from the funeral home, lying supine. His eyes were wide open, the pupils murky and gray, nearly bulging from their sockets, frozen in an expression of boundless terror from his final moments. His mouth was agape, torn open to an impossible extent, as if forcibly pried apart by an invisible force, filled with a thick, blackish-green substance. Yet, this was not the most horrifying detail. His chest, from just below the throat to the abdomen, was entirely split open. The wound was not neatly incised by a sharp instrument. Rather, it resembled the savage tearing of a beast's claws from the inside out. The ribs were splayed outward, the broken ends protruding through the flesh. The thoracic and abdominal cavities were empty, with the heart, liver, spleen, and lungs all vanished. Only shattered connective tissue and severed intestines remained, immersed in a pool of semi-congealed dark red blood, which still writhed sluggishly, exuding a potent stench. The edges of the wound displayed a bizarre grayish pallor, as if all vitality and moisture had been abruptly siphoned away, leaving the skin shriveled and withered. This starkly contrasted with the surrounding skin, which appeared relatively normal. Finally, someone succumbed to the grotesque sight, covering their mouth as they rushed to the corner. Chen Dongyi's gaze remained fixated on the vast void in the corpse's chest and the surrounding withered flesh. He could distinctly perceive a purer yet twisted malevolence, akin to maggots clinging to every inch of the wound, greedily siphoning the last remnants of life essence. The source of this aura bore an infantile quality, yet mingled with a primal, brutal greed. Chapter 95. Haunted by evil spirits, Chen Dongyi slowly rose to his feet, casting his gaze toward the dark passageway at the back of the funeral home. An oppressive chill of death was seeping forth from there in relentless waves. "Zhang Yang," Chen Dongyi spoke in a low tone without turning around. "I'm here." A calm and gentle voice resonated behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yang had already positioned himself at his back. His expression was grim, internally chiding this individual for opting out of B-level missions in favor of this S-level challenge. Wondering what he was thinking, unconsciously, he held a lantern in his hand, which was of an ancient design, made of bronze, resembling an octagonal palace lamp, only the size of an adult's palm. The lantern's walls were adorned with intricate, archaic cloud patterns and bird-beast motifs, exuding an air of antiquity. Instead of oil and a wick, the lantern contained a fist-sized, azure flame that floated within, steadily burning and emanating a gentle light capable of cleansing the soul, dispelling the stifling chill and the scent of blood in the vicinity. This was his soul lantern. Zhang Yang approached Chen Dongyi, his attention drawn to the horrific wound on the corpse, his brow subtly furrowed. "It's very sinister." Zhang Yang's voice remained calm, yet Chen Dongyi sensed the weight within it. Residual greed and malevolence. The aura has invaded the bones, imbued with a hunger for rebirth. The internal organs have been taken, Chen Dongyi observed. His tone icy as he scrutinized the hollow chest cavity, eager to uncover the secrets that Zhang Yang's soul lantern concealed. This was an opportune moment for him to study his abilities closely. Find it. Zhang Yang nodded, refraining from further words. With his left hand holding the bronze soul lantern and his right hand poised like a sword, he directed a thread of pure, gentle azure light towards the belly of the lantern. Set. As he uttered this incantation, the azure light surged into the lantern's body. The azure flame within the lantern flared brightly. A faint, ancient resonance, reminiscent of a bronze bell from antiquity, reverberated outward. This sound was not merely auditory. It resonated deep within the souls of every living being present. It bore a unique power that calmed agitation and suppressed chaos. The azure light rippled forth like waves, enveloping the entire corpse and the surrounding space within moments. The formless, swirling malevolent energy in the air hissed, as if it were droplets of water splashed into boiling oil, dissolving and purifying the majority of it. Remarkably, the corpse, with its gaping chest and horrific condition, began to exhibit signs of tranquility under the azure illumination. The virulent resentment and repulsive aura emanating from the body were forcibly repressed by an unseen force, firmly contained within the cadaver. The corpse appeared to be frozen in a moment of death, the slight movements at the edges of the wound coming to a complete halt. The oppressive atmosphere in the rear door area suddenly lightened. Even the incessant, biting cold of the rain appeared to lose its sting. A few police officers and the elderly forensic expert gasped for breath, their expressions a mix of awe and trepidation as they gazed at the ancient lamp emanating a mystical azure glow alongside Zhang Yang. Ignoring those around him, Zhang Yang crouched beside the lifeless body, the ethereal azure radiance enveloping the corpse with a steady luminescence. His gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, meticulously sweeping over the gruesome wounds that marred the body, particularly the desiccated, shriveled flesh at the edges of the gaping lacerations. Chen Dongyi also knelt down, his fingers hovering just above the wound without making contact, slowly brushing over the area with delicate precision. His fingertips once again shimmered with an almost imperceptible golden light, akin to the most sophisticated of detectors, sensing the faintest traces of lingering malevolence. Time languidly flowed amidst the oppressive sound of rain. Outside the cordon, police lights continued to silently spin, casting an eerie illumination on the tense, pallid faces present at the scene. Suddenly, Zhang Yang's gaze fixated on a crease near a broken rib on the left side of the corpse's chest. The color of the desiccated flesh there seemed darker than in other areas, forming an irregular dark blotch. Here, Zhang Yang's voice carried a barely discernible tension. Chen Dongyi's fingertips immediately moved to the spot, the golden light flickering subtly, with his left hand firmly holding the soul lamp, maintaining its stabilizing azure glow. Zhang Yang's right hand brought his index and middle fingers together, the pure azure light once more coalescing, delicately probing towards the dark blotch. At the moment the azure light made contact, an almost imperceptible shadow seemed to recoil beneath the dry flesh, attempting to escape, but was thwarted by the soul lamp's overwhelming stabilizing power, merely twisting in vain. The azure glow at Zhang Yang's fingertips acted as the most precise of chisels, gently caressing the surface of the dark blotch. A miracle unfolded. Under the application of the azure light, the dark blotch faded as if washed away by water, revealing a distinct imprint beneath that had previously been concealed. It was a minuscule handprint, slightly larger than an adult's thumbnail, with clearly defined fingers and a rounded shape, exuding the unique, tender contours of an infant's hand. Yet, this imprint was not made of ordinary dirt or blood, but rather a viscous, lustrous substance, akin to some foul oil, deeply embedded within the withered flesh. The edges of the handprint bore faint, hair-like black traces, radiating a chilling malice. A handprint of an infant, yet it carried an ominous, devouring power, akin to a corrupted compass. Chen Dongyi's pupils constricted sharply. He abruptly looked up, his gaze piercing as it traversed the icy curtain of rain and the unfathomable darkness of the funeral home's rear passage, as if striving to pierce through layers of mist to pinpoint the presence that had left this malevolent mark. Guiying. He uttered the words between clenched teeth, the chill penetrating to the bone. In the southern outskirts of Lingcheng, in a corner long forsaken by the city, a massive, rusted metal frame loomed silently amidst the gray rain, resembling the decaying skeleton of a prehistoric beast. This place had once been the bustling Xianyang toy factory, which produced countless colorful plastic dolls and wind-up tin frogs. Now, only the desolate, crumbling factory remained, with shattered windows resembling hollow eye sockets, and the air thick with the lingering, sickly sweet scent of aging plastic. mingling with the metallic tang of rust washed by the rain, creating an eerie sense of decay. In the center of the warehouse, a vast, alarming circular sigil was drawn upon the ground with a dark red, viscous liquid. The liquid had not yet fully dried, reflecting a sinister sheen under the dim light. The lines of the sigil twisted grotesquely, filled with inverted pentagrams, blasphemous eye symbols, and indecipherable, distorted characters, emanating a powerful aura of malevolence. At each critical juncture of the sigil, there lay chilling offerings, several strands of withered, knotted hair, gray in color, a few nails, blackened at the edges and desiccated. Even a small, dried segment of a dark brown umbilical cord coiled at the center of the formation. In the heart of this sigil sat a man, none other than Wang Defa, the owner of the toy factory. Chapter 96. The source of contamination. The once vibrant and rotund image of the businessman had long since vanished. He sat bare-chested, his skin a sickly, corpse-like, grayish-white. The sagging flesh hung limply, crisscrossed with a web of blue-black veins, as if something beneath his skin writhed in a frenzy. His eyes were tightly shut, deep-set in their sockets, cheekbones protruding sharply. Chapped, purplish lips struggled with each breath, producing a hoarse, wheezing sound reminiscent of a deflating bagpipe. Each inhalation seemed to sap all his strength, while each exhalation carried the stench of decaying entrails. His posture was unnaturally rigid, arms dangling weakly at his sides, fingertips twitching slightly. Before him knelt a figure, carefully using a sharp silver knife to slice her fingertip. Vivid red droplets of blood immediately welled forth. It was Chen Dongyi. Her complexion was equally pale, dark circles under her eyes betraying her exhaustion. The once beautiful features were now marked by weariness and a near-numb fatigue. Clad in a loose black dress with rolled-up sleeves, her wrists appeared alarmingly thin, the blue-black veins visible beneath her skin. Her gaze was vacant, reminiscent of a delicate doll drained of its soul, her movements precise yet mechanical. She pressed her bleeding finger above Wang Defa's cracked, purple lips, exerting pressure on the wound. The bright, living blood droplets fell one by one into Wang Defa's slightly parted mouth. With each droplet that fell, the crisscrossed blue-black veins beneath his ashen skin swelled greedily. As if alive, drinking in the life force. The wheezing sound emanating from his throat would momentarily subside, and his contorted, pained expression would seem to gain an eerie semblance of relief. Yet soon after, a deeper pallor enveloped him, and the movement of the veins beneath the skin became increasingly agitated. Soon, Dad, soon. Chen Dongyi's voice was soft, trembling with a neurotic edge, as if to comfort her father while also hypnotizing herself, exuding an unsettling air. After this, we will have so much money, more than enough to look down on everyone. Her gaze fell upon the region of Wang Defa's chest where his heart resided. Beneath the skin, a small, distinct bulge pulsed slowly yet powerfully. With each pulse, Wang Defa's entire upper body quivered slightly. The protrusion did not resemble a heart, but rather that of a curled-up fetus, with vague outlines of limbs barely discernible through the thin, nearly transparent skin that barely concealed the lurking monstrosity beneath. A nauseating, dark greenish hue emanated from below. At that moment, Wang Defa's tightly shut eyelids suddenly trembled. His grayish eyelids twitched violently a few times before unexpectedly snapping open. There was neither sclera nor pupil in his eye sockets, only a viscous, pitch-black void reminiscent of crude oil. Deep within that pure darkness, flickering crimson specks seemed to dance, imbued with insatiable hunger and primal cruelty. A chill far more intense than before erupted from Wang Defa's being. The dim light in the warehouse flickered violently, wavering unpredictably, while the light bulbs emitted a mournful buzzing sound. The air became thick and heavy, laden with a biting cold and an overwhelming sense of filth. The offerings at the edge of the talisman array, dried hair, nails, umbilical cords, were instantly ignited by an unseen flame, turning to ash. A sound not of this world escaped Wang Defa's throat, a shrill, distorted cry, akin to a baby's wail, yet laced with a malevolence that chilled the marrow. He abruptly raised a bony hand, veined with a dark hue, no longer drooping helplessly but instead reaching towards Chen Dongyi's bleeding wrist with a zombie-like rigidity and ferocity. His fingers had transformed into sharp, blackened claws, resembling those of a bird. Chen Dongyi was petrified, her soul nearly fleeing her body, as she screamed and recoiled as if electrocuted, tumbling backward onto the ground. Terrified, she gazed at the father she both recognized and found utterly alien. Those eyes, swirling with darkness and punctuated by crimson glimmers, fixed upon her, locking her in place. Pure malice pierced her soul like an ice pick. Wang Defa's lips twisted upwards in a stiff semblance of a smile, revealing a horrific grin of white teeth and cracked, purplish gums, transforming his visage into a ghastly mask. Hunger. A high-pitched, distorted voice, entirely alien to Wang Defa, emerged from deep within his throat, filled with a desperate, infantile yearning that sent chills down her spine. Chun Xiuyan trembled uncontrollably, her teeth chattering, as she observed the pulsating dark protrusion on her father's chest. Glancing back at his eyes, now devoid of humanity, a profound, icy despair engulfed her. The air was thick with a rancid smell reminiscent of rust. Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang had tracked the source to this very location. They halted, and Chen Dongyi swiftly pressed his thumb against the knuckles of the other 3 fingers, and a fleeting glint of golden light flickered at his fingertips. Around them, a dozen paper figures quickly dispersed, laughing mischievously as they scattered. Zhang Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement, contemplating how wise it was to have invested his efforts here. Moments later, Chen Dongyi abruptly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze piercing through the rain of the warehouse, illuminating the dilapidated structure deep within the compound. The source lay there. His voice was low, resonating with a metallic harshness. The malevolence boiled like a cauldron, infused with resentment and an insatiable hunger. A filthy imprint of a baby's hand flashed through his mind, deepening the chill in his gaze. Zhang Yang held the soul lamp, its bluish flame burning steadily within. Appearing even more concentrated than usual, it resembled a tranquil, deep pool, silently dissolving the encroaching dark malevolence. He sensed the delicate feedback from the soul lamp, which felt like a spider's web being eroded. Nodding, his handsome face bore a serious expression. It was breathing. The entire factory was its nest, and it was expanding its range of pollution. The two exchanged no further words, swiftly navigating through the crumbling factory. Chen Dongyi's steps, though seemingly unhurried, were remarkably steady. Each footfall resonated with an unusual rhythm, as if he were stepping upon invisible nodes. Zhang Yang followed closely, the bluish light of the soul lamp acting as an unquenchable beacon. Yet, he was intrigued by Chen Dongyi's ghostly gait, wondering if the young man had discovered some fortuitous opportunity in the depths of the ruins. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him. If only that opportunity could be his. As they approached the massive warehouse, the malevolence thickened. It clung like glue, laden with intense spiritual pollution, attempting to infiltrate their pores and corrupt their minds. Under the onslaught of the oppressive darkness, indistinct, twisted faces resembling weeping infants began to materialize, emitting silent shrieks. Humph! Chen Dongyi scoffed coldly, his chi circulating within, as a thin layer of golden aura enveloped him instantly, akin to donning an invisible armor of light. The encroaching malevolence sizzled upon contact with the golden glow, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Zhang Yang shouted freeze, as he infused his fingertips with azure light into the soul lamp. A humming sound reverberated, and the azure light surged outward from the lamp like a tidal wave, instantly dispersing the ghostly visages that had just emerged, as if they were soap bubbles exposed to sunlight, twisting and shattering. The viscous malevolence was forcibly repelled and purified, creating a temporarily stable passage. They finally reached the enormous, rust-covered rolling door of the warehouse. The door was not entirely shut, leaving a narrow gap just wide enough for a person to slip through sideways. The stench of the malevolence intensified, oozing out from the crack like a tangible, foul essence. Within it lay a greed, a brutality, and a primal hunger that seemed almost corporeal, piercing their souls. From deep within the warehouse, a sound reminiscent of countless dry branches scraping together echoed, accompanied by a low, sticky, almost dreamlike moan of hunger, reverberating through the vast space. Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang exchanged a glance, each recognizing an unprecedented gravity in the other's expression. The intensity of this aura far exceeded their expectations, indicating that this mission was on the verge of escalating into an SSS-level spiritual contamination incident. Chen Dongyi inhaled deeply, his gaze sharp as a blade. He reached behind him and withdrew an object from his cloth bag. It was neither a peachwood sword nor a talisman. Instead, it was a long, dark black rod, cold and heavy to the touch, crafted neither of metal nor wood. It was the thunderwood spear fashioned for him by Desheng. One end gleamed with a cold light, spiraled with intricate patterns, while the other end bore a shorter, weighted segment, similarly adorned with ancient cloud and thunder motifs. The nearly 2-meter-long antique spear appeared in his hand, its tip angled towards the ground, exuding a sharp, purifying aura that seemed to slice through the air. Faint arcs of electricity danced at the spear's tip. Zhang Yang's eyes widened once more, contemplating the fortuitous circumstances that must have befallen Chen Dongyi. In just a few days, he had produced one magical artifact after another. Holding the spear in his left hand, Zhang Yang's right hand delved once more into the cloth bag. This time, he retrieved an ancient copper mirror, its edges slightly chipped. The mirror's surface was not smooth, but rather adorned with tightly woven, spiderweb-like natural patterns. The air was thick with a sense of desolation as the Zhaoyao Jing revealed hidden truths. How could this be? What kind of extraordinary fortune had this individual stumbled upon? The objects before him were clearly antiquities, and despite frequent visits to the black market, he had never managed to unearth even a single piece. This young man was astonishingly able to produce such a collection, stirring a deep envy within him. Observing this, Zhang Yang stepped forward, positioning himself alongside Chen Dongyi. With his left hand firmly elevating the bronze soul lamp and his right hand splayed out, he pressed it against the lamp's belly. Instantly, a swirling azure flame erupted within the lamp, illuminating their surroundings with a brilliant azure glow akin to a small sun, casting a verdant light around them. A potent and refined purifying force emanated, countering the overwhelming malevolence seeping through the door. If he did not demonstrate his true capabilities soon, he would surely earn the disdain of Chen Dongyi. Both men exerted their strength simultaneously. Chen Dongyi let out a low shout, and golden light erupted around him, blazing like a roaring flame as he swiftly turned to the side and darted through the narrow crevice of the door. Wherever the golden brilliance passed, the thick, malevolent energy boiled away like snow in scalding water, dissipating rapidly. Zhang Yang followed closely, raising the soul lamp high as the azure light expanded, clearing the lingering shadows behind him. Upon entering the warehouse, even though they were mentally prepared, the hellish scene before them still sent shivers down their spines. In the flickering yellow light, the immense blasphemous sigil drawn in blood at the center of the warehouse remained intact. However, at that moment, what stood at the heart of the sigil was no longer a human form. Wang Defa, or rather, what was once Wang Defa, was now a grotesque tree composed of writhing, grotesquely expanded flesh and pale bones. The gnarled trunk was formed from Wang Defa's own body, swollen beyond recognition. His ashen, sagging skin stretched thin, beneath which pulsed twisted, dark purple veins and muscle fibers, resembling countless enormous, living maggots. His head, unnaturally perched atop the tree, gaped wide, emitting a continuous, sticky, hungry moan. From his contorted trunk, numerous branches sprouted wildly, all composed of human limbs. Grayish, swollen arms, thighs, and even deformed torsos emerged from the trunk, twisting and extending, penetrating the concrete floor of the warehouse, piercing through rusted metal shelves, and entwining around heavy steel beams. They resembled the roots of a living entity, greedily siphoning the accumulated resentment and residual life force that had settled over countless years. At the tips of each root, grotesque, fist-sized flesh lumps sprouted, each with gaping mouths oozing black saliva, producing a faint, overlapping sound akin to a baby's cries. The entire tree of despair writhed and expanded slowly yet violently, producing a spine-chilling cacophony of creaking and flesh-tearing. A vast, overwhelming wave of filth and violence surged forth, like a viscous black tide, washing over the entire warehouse. In the air floated countless dark gray specks, akin to spores, the essence of ghostly infants released by this entity. A few meters away from the main trunk of the ghostly tree, Chen Shulian huddled among a pile of discarded plastic doll remnants. Her black dress was torn in several places, exposing her skin marred with dark bruises and scratches, her gaze vacant, with blood frothing at her lips. Her body trembled violently, seemingly clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness. She stared intently at the horrific tree of flesh, her eyes filled with boundless fear, regret, and a trace of lingering, desperate sorrow. "Dad," she murmured unconsciously, her voice barely a whisper, swallowed entirely by the monstrous hunger emanating from above. At the pinnacle of the ghostly tree, Wang Defa's head abruptly turned toward the intruders. His pitch-black eye sockets locked onto Chen Dongyi, enveloped in golden light, and Zhang Yang, surrounded by azure protection. A chilling roar, a fusion of Wang Defa's rasp and the ghostly infant's shrill cry, erupted, causing the already precarious bulbs in the warehouse to explode in rapid succession, scattering shards everywhere. Simultaneously, the trunk of the ghostly tree unleashed its thick, viscous roots, akin to an enraged serpent, whipping toward Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang with a piercing shriek. The root tips, lined with jagged, tooth-like flesh, gaped wide, releasing a foul black mist. Chen Dongyi's pupils constricted, and the golden light surrounding him surged to its utmost limit, solidifying into a protective armor. He stepped forward forcefully, his foot crashing onto the cold, damp concrete floor. With a deep thud, A sound not of mere physics, but a resonance between his power and the Earth's ley lines erupted. An overwhelming force of purification radiated from his point of contact, instantly dispelling the cold malevolence attempting to ensnare him. Leveraging this momentum, he surged forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, charging headlong toward the oncoming roots of flesh. The thunder-patterned spear in his hand emitted a clear, resonant hum. Boundless heavens, the laws of the universe, he intoned, invoking the might of the 5 thunder generals, channeling the power of thunder to obliterate foes. With a shout that reverberated throughout the warehouse, he unleashed the incantation, and from the golden light enveloping him erupted numerous furious blue-white electric serpents. These electric serpents, rather than chaotic, were drawn toward the spear's tip, converging like rivers flowing to the sea, all directed toward the blinding spearhead. With a crackle and a pop, the spear tip transformed into a blinding sphere of thunder. The ferocious power of thunder compressed to its utmost, producing a deafening roar. The space surrounding the spear warped slightly under the immense energy. "Break!" Chen Dongyi shouted, muscles taut, as he hurled the spear, infused with the essence of the 5 thunders, toward the massive, writhing trunk of the ghostly tree formed from Wang Defa's body. The spear flew like a dragon, lightning exploding forth. With a resounding boom, the blinding lightning instantly consumed everything in its path. The violent clash between the thunderous force and the viscous, malevolent energy produced an ear-splitting explosion. Blue-white lightning intertwined with swirling black mist, annihilating all in its wake. The roots of flesh charging forward bore the brunt of the attack, instantly charring, carbonizing, and fracturing under the onslaught of pure thunder. The foul juice and charred flesh splattered everywhere. Zhang Yang, standing behind, was momentarily stunned, only realizing moments ago that this young man not only possessed an array of magical artifacts, but his combat prowess far surpassed his own. Any burgeoning thoughts of malevolence were swiftly quashed. The thunder spear pierced violently into the tree's enormous, writhing trunk. At the pinnacle of the Gui Shu, Wang Defa's head let out a piercing wail of excruciating agony. His massive, fleshly form convulsed violently, twitching uncontrollably. Where the thunder spear had pierced, the lightning raged furiously, blackening rapidly as foul blood erupted like a fountain. However, at the very moment the thunder spear penetrated, Chen Dongyi's expression shifted dramatically. He felt no sensation of piercing through flesh. Within that colossal trunk lay an unfathomable, viscous abyss. The spear penetrated only a foot or so, yet an unimaginable force of devouring and assimilating malevolence surged forth, akin to countless frigid leeches, racing up the spear's shaft in a frenzy of backlash. This force of retaliation was ferocious and vile. The golden protective spell surrounding Chen Dongyi crackled with intense heat, dimming visibly and melting away. The foul malevolence, as if alive, pierced through the golden defense, crashing violently against his foundational essence. With a gasp, Chen Dongyi felt as if struck by a heavy blow. Pain surged through his chest, and a sweet taste flooded his throat as a mouthful of blood erupted forth, splattering onto the ground, which was instantly corroded by the dark energy. His arms, tightly gripping the spear, trembled violently, the skin at his palms tearing, blood streaming down the spear's shaft. The furious electric light of the thunder spear was rapidly consumed by the viscous darkness, extinguishing. The spear emitted a mournful cry, as though it might fracture at any moment. "Dongzi!" Zhang Yang's exclamation pierced the air. He had been closely following Chen Dongyi, his soul lantern glowing with a vibrant azure light, forming a sturdy shield against the encroaching malevolence and the spores of the ghostly progeny. He witnessed, with his own eyes, the seemingly invincible thunder spear being severely countered. The Gui Shu had suffered grave wounds, yet it was far from destroyed. The agony only ignited its deeper ferocity. Dozens of undamaged, fleshy roots on the trunk danced like frenzied demons, whipping and entangling with greater fervor. Simultaneously, the pulsating, purplish-black veins on the trunk swelled ominously. Countless viscous, foul-smelling black liquids shot forth towards the injured Chen Dongyi and Zhang Yang, who stood protectively before him, as if from a high-pressure hose. Wherever the liquid passed, the air hissed in corrosion. More terrifyingly, the entire warehouse, its floor, walls, and ceiling, began to writhe violently in the areas tainted by the Gui Shu's roots. Distorted and grotesque forms of ghostly infants, forged from mucus, plastic debris, rust, and tainted blood, struggled and shrieked as they crawled forth like maggots from a swamp, surging toward the two in a maddening tide, numbering in the hundreds and thousands. Zhang Yang's expression was graver than ever, yet his gaze remained as tranquil as ice. He saw the bright crimson blood at the corner of Chen Dongyi's mouth, noted the dimming thunder spear in his hand being ravaged by the foul malevolence, and beheld the overwhelming tide of corruption and ghostly infants surging forth. There was no retreat, none to retreat to. Soul Lantern ignite. Zhang Yang roared with resolute determination. His voice, tinged with a shred of agonizing despair, rang with unwavering conviction. He gripped the bronze Soul Lantern tightly in his left hand, while his right hand spread wide before clenching fiercely. It was as if he infused a part of his very soul into the ancient artifact. In an instant, the once azure and serene flame within the lantern erupted with blinding, almost white-hot brilliance. The flame swelled in size, its intensity eclipsing all that had come before, unleashing a terrifying, purifying force that blazed forth. The bronze Soul Lantern resonated with an unprecedented, thunderous sound akin to a colossal bell. A shock wave of condensed azure flame radiated outward in a circular burst from the lantern's center. The corrosive black liquid, upon contact with the azure flame shockwave, emitted a fierce hissing sound, evaporating instantly. Countless twisted, ghostly forms, rushing forward, were reduced to ashes before they could even utter a cry. Even the frenzied, whipping roots were violently pushed back, singed, and sizzling with a burnt aroma. Yet, this explosive power came at an immense cost. Zhang Yang's youthful visage drained of all color, turning ashen like gold paper. His arm, bearing the Soul Lantern, trembled violently, and he staggered, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Although the flame of the Soul Lantern remained fierce after its eruption, the lantern itself emitted faint, straining cracks, the ancient patterns upon its surface dimming slightly. He was burning the essence of the Soul Lantern. Now was the moment. Zhang Yang, struggling against the searing agony of his soul and the weakness of the burning essence, shouted hoarsely to Chen Dongyi, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the trunk of the Gui Shu. There, at the wound inflicted by Chen Dongyi's thunder spear, the gaping hole was frantically being filled with foul blood and dark energy. Through the roiling darkness, a faint, yet distinctly pure and greedy core pulsated, emanating a ghastly azure-black glow. That was the Yuan He, the core born of the ghostly infant after it devoured Wang Defa's soul. Chapter 99, The Fierce Battle. Chen Dongyi's eyes blazed with intensity. He suppressed the surging pain of his corrupted blood, releasing his grip on the thunder-marked spear. The spear remained lodged in the wound of the Gui Shu, its lightning flickering weakly and like a bolt of lightning. He reached into his robe to retrieve the ancient demon-revealing mirror. The copper mirror felt icy to the touch. The vast cloud patterns on its back seemed to come alive. Heaven and earth, the source of all energies. Golden light swiftly manifests, shielding the true self. Command. Chen Dongyi, disregarding his injuries, forcefully activated the golden spell once more. This time, the golden light was not for protection, but was recklessly infused into the demon-revealing mirror in his left hand. The mirror, adorned with natural spiderweb patterns, suddenly blazed to life. It did not reflect external light. Instead, brilliant, pure golden rays erupted from the back of the mirror. The surface of the mirror transformed into molten gold. He aimed the mirror, now radiating with the brilliance of a miniature sun, directly at Zhang Yang's Soul Lantern, which was burning with the essence and emanating a searing white-blue flame. Zhang Yang, draw the light. Zhang Yang instantly understood. He bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the Soul Lantern. Bind the soul. Draw the spirit. Azure flame transforms into chains. Bind. As he uttered his hoarse command, the intense white-blue flame within the Soul Lantern abruptly contracted, condensing. No longer a spreading shockwave, it coalesced into a chain of azure flame, nearly palpable. One end of the chain remained attached to the Soul Lantern, while the other, like a living serpent, let out a piercing shriek, penetrating the swirling foul blood and malevolence at the Gui Shu's wound with pinpoint accuracy, wrapping tightly around the faint azure-black Yuan He. Chen Dongyi's eyes flickered. He had long suspected that Zhang Yang's abilities extended beyond this. Today he finally witnessed his true prowess, and it was indeed remarkable. The Gui Shu emitted an unprecedented, terrifying shriek that seemed to originate from the depths of the abyss. Its colossal body writhed and convulsed in a frenzy. All the flesh and blood tendrils lashed violently against the ground and walls, scattering fragments of stone. The azure flame chains entwined around the Yuan core emitted a sizzling sound of intense combustion, while the filthy, dark green light of the Yuan core flickered maniacally, resisting. Just at the moment the azure flame chains wrapped around the Yuan core, the mirror in Chen Dongyi's hand, radiating with golden brilliance, was perfectly aligned with the exquisitely condensed azure flame chains connecting the soul lamp and the Yuan core. The golden light illuminated the azure flame chains. an astonishing scene unfolded. The fiercely burning azure flames of the soul lamp, under the pure golden light, not only failed to be suppressed or extinguished, but instead seemed to be infused with a sacred catalyst. With a hiss, the color of the azure flame chains underwent a qualitative transformation. From a bright azure white, it morphed into an indescribably resplendent golden blue hue. The temperature of the flames and the power of purification surged tenfold under the enhancement of the golden light, as if the core of the sun had been compressed into the shape of the chains. The golden blue flame chains pierced through like a red-hot iron into butter. With a muffled sound, akin to a core being penetrated, the dark azure yun core, ensnared by the chains, was subjected to the frenzied burning and purification of the golden blue flames, resembling an ice block thrown into a furnace, instantly covered in countless golden cracks. Blinding golden light burst forth from the fissures. At the pinnacle of the ghost tree, Wang Defa's head emitted a final, indistinct murmur filled with insatiable greed and despair, still thinking of his money even as he neared death. In the next moment, a tremendous explosion erupted within the core of the ghost tree. Blinding golden blue light mingled with the dissipating black mist, resembling a colossal, expanding amalgamation of light and darkness, violently bursting forth from the yun core. A massive shockwave swept across the entire warehouse. The gigantic ghost tree, composed of flesh, bone, and resentment, was torn apart from within by countless blades of light. The thrashing trunk, whipping tendrils, and wailing flesh tumors all succumbed to the overwhelming golden blue radiance, disintegrating, shattering, and vaporizing inch by inch. They transformed into a swirling mass of swiftly dissipating ashes. The thick, tainted malevolence was purified and dispelled as if retreating from the tide. The ghostly spores clinging to the walls and floor, as well as the unformed ghostly infant shapes, emitted silent shrieks, melting away like snowflakes exposed to the scorching sun. In the warehouse, only the aftershocks of the explosion reverberated, along with countless ashes falling like black snow. Chen Dongyi was violently hurled away by the impact of the explosion, crashing heavily against a discarded metal shelf, letting out a muffled groan as blood surged from his mouth once more. The mirror in his hand dimmed, a fine crack appearing on its surface. He struggled to rise, but the movement aggravated his internal injuries, leading to a fit of violent coughing. Zhang Yang fared worse. The burning of the soul lamp's essence and the final activation of his blood had nearly exhausted all his strength. At the moment the azure flame chains detonated the yun core, the bronze soul lamp in his grasp emitted a mournful, brittle sound, a fine crack appearing on its body. His vision darkened, and his body slumped forward, the soul lamp slipping from his grasp and rolling to the ground, the flame within reduced to a faint azure glow, as if it would extinguish at any moment. He lay on the cold, muddy ground, gasping, each breath laced with the taste of blood. In the center of the warehouse, only a massive, charred pit, burned black by the explosion's energy, remained, along with a small amount of quickly disintegrating blackened debris at the bottom of the pit. The air was thick with the scent of burnt residue and a peculiar, faint aftertaste reminiscent of burnt sandalwood, a trace of the malevolence that had been thoroughly purified. In the profound silence, only the sound of raindrops striking the dilapidated iron roof of the warehouse monotonously echoed. Chen Dongyi, curled up amidst the remnants of plastic dolls in the corner, was awakened by the tremendous explosion and blinding light. She raised her head in confusion, her face covered in black soot and tear stains. She beheld the charred pit, witnessing the last remnants of her father dissipating within. There were no screams, no wailing. Her vacant, hollow gaze slowly focused on the scorched earth, as if she could see the man who had once been spirited and was ultimately consumed by greed. Two streams of tears, mingled with black soot and blood, silently rolled down her parched cheeks. Her lips, stained with filth, moved slightly as she summoned the last remnants of her strength, uttering a fragmented whisper, nearly drowned out by the sound of the rain. "Dad, we don't want the money anymore." At that moment, her consciousness was fading, filled with deep regret for having believed in her father, for allowing greed to summon malevolent spirits. Simultaneously, the contaminated spirits surrounding them began to collapse one by one, gradually regaining their clarity upon losing the motherly control. "What about this girl?" Zhang Yang, barely alive, looked at the injured Chen Dongyi and pointed to Chen Dongyi in the corner. "Call the headquarters to take her away for medical attention." Chen Dongyi returned to the spot where the ritual had taken place in the warehouse, deeply embedding the ritual patterns in his mind. Zhang Yang leaned against the wall, slowly retrieving his communicator to directly contact the old police officer. Subsequently, most of them returned to the headquarters of the Zhanling Tuan. Back at the Zhanling Tuan, Chen Dongyi received an additional 150 points of Qi Gold as a reward for the S-level mission, which was quite generous from Ling City. Now, he possessed a total of 1150 points, sufficient as his initial capital in Ling City. After addressing matters within the group, Chen Dongyi hurried back to the underground black market shop. He transferred all 1,000 points of Qi Gold to Lu Mei, instructing her to discreetly select capable talents. To establish a foothold in the black market, mere goods were insufficient. Trustworthy individuals were essential. Lu Mei lived up to expectations, her skills as a hypnotist allowing her to thrive. The character of an individual could be assessed in mere minutes. Within a few days, she had cultivated a reliable team. Seeing Chen Dongyi place such trust in her, she was determined to achieve great things. Regardless of whether her husband and son were alive or dead, she needed a resolution. In the office, only Chen Dongyi and Bian Xiao remained. Xiao, you understand my intention, right? Xiao flicked her hair and poured him a glass of water. I see. You wish to establish a foothold in Ling City, correct? Chen Dongyi nodded in satisfaction and continued, if what the great sage said is true, human society will soon face supernatural invasions. We need accurate intelligence and more powerful weapons. Rest assured, Donggu, I am already planning. Though resources are limited for now, I am training informants who will be ready to take on their roles in a few days. However, about these weapons, Chen Dongyi narrowed his eyes. Already formulating a plan. I will first acquire supplies from Biaogu. After all, we are currently in a mutually beneficial relationship. Bian Xiao nodded in agreement. There was a knock on the door, and a server called from outside. The boss, Biaogu, and the others have returned, having reserved the entire restaurant. And they wish to see you. Bian Xiao raised her delicate brows slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Invite him in. Unbeknownst to them, their positions in the black market had solidified. Biao Ji's hearty laughter echoed as he strode directly to the second-floor office, his mirth evident from afar. Upon entering, he enveloped Chen Dongyi in a bear hug, clearly elated with today's bountiful gains. What brings you such joy, Biaogu? Chen Dongyi inquired. Biaogu removed the cigarette from his mouth, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face, causing a shiver to run down Chen Dongyi's spine. Thank you, brother. Ha. If such fortunate events arise again, do let me know. I assure you, I will not shortchange you. With that, he produced an identity card from his pocket, ready to bestow a gratuity upon Chen Dongyi. Ding. Successfully credited 200 Qi points. Chen Dongyi was taken aback, wondering if this man had lost his senses. Just a couple of days prior, he had regarded 100 Qi points as a treasure. How was he now so generous? Directly offering 200 points without a second thought. Biaogu, what is the meaning of this? Chen Dongyi feigned astonishment, gazing at Biaogu with confusion. Brother, it's all thanks to you. I recently visited the Nyosho village hospital, and after a thorough sweep, I collected numerous samples of supernatural creatures, all of which were eagerly acquired by the Ling Chung Research Institute. They paid a premium without a hint of negotiation. This outing netted us a total of 2,000 points. And this introduction fee is a must for you. The most crucial part is that casualties were minimized. I truly appreciate your assistance. Chen Dongyi finally understood, realizing that those bizarre biological samples held such value. Had he known, he would have collected them himself and delivered them to the Research Institute, resulting in a significant profit. Suddenly, he was struck by a peculiar thought. What exactly was this Research Institute that Biaogu mentioned? If it were indeed an official entity of Ling Chung, someone as money-minded as Zhang Yang would surely be aware of it. The fact that even Zhang Yang was oblivious to the Institute's collection of supernatural biological samples was rather implausible. Therefore, he inquired, Biaogu, what kind of institution is this? Is it affiliated with the Ling Chung authorities? Biaogu was momentarily taken aback. They were merely scavengers and did not concern themselves with the origins of such institutions. He scratched his head, pondering but arriving at no conclusions. We scavengers just care about the money. We've never bothered to inquire about where these institutions come from. Chen Dongyi sensed something amiss and continued, Biaogu, I have a pattern here. Could you please inquire among your black market contacts if anyone has seen it? Biaogu took the paper, studying the design carefully. It was unmistakably the pattern he had observed earlier that day in the warehouse of a toy factory on the outskirts of Lingcheng. A six-pointed star-like figure, featuring a grotesque, tentacled humanoid. Alongside this research institute, please ascertain what kind of organization or unit it truly is. Furthermore, I require the most advanced weaponry from Lingcheng. In return, I can disclose to you a newly discovered resource point. Initially, Biaogu contemplated refusing, but upon hearing about the resource point, his eyes gleamed with desire. Though the advanced weaponry in Lingcheng was tightly regulated, if the younger brother was willing to assist him so generously, He would risk everything to procure some genuine weapons for him. Chen Dongyi held a deep admiration for Biao Gu. Despite his avarice, he never shortchanged his friends. Honoring one's word is a fundamental principle in the black market. Otherwise, one could never achieve dominance in such a realm. Very well, with your assurance. I shall provide you with a resource point, the toy factory on the outskirts, where I recently eliminated a ghost king-level creature. Upon hearing this, Biao Gu immediately stood upright. His eyes filled with reverence as he looked at Chen Dongyi. You defeated a ghost king? What kind of power is this? The key point is that he still stood here speaking to me, indicating that not only had he vanquished the ghost king, but he had also escaped unscathed. This required at least the strength of a 5-pattern spiritual tattoo practitioner, one would presume. Contemplating this, a smile involuntarily crept across Biao Ji's lips, as he felt proud of his earlier decision to befriend him. Had he acted rashly and listened to his subordinates to simply seize the opportunity, their scavenging group might have ceased to exist. Brother, you are quite the big shot, aren't you? I am fortunate to have latched onto your coattails. Thank heaven. Weapons are not an issue, whether it be plasma bombs or particle cannons. All are effective against supernatural entities and specters, though I cannot guarantee they are the most advanced. Chen Dongyi's eyes sparkled. Having these would suffice, even though the Zhanling group possessed similar equipment. However, the bureaucratic process for reporting and approval was cumbersome and strictly regulated. Furthermore, their ability users and spiritual tattoo practitioners seldom needed firearms. Adequate magical tools and soul lamps were generally sufficient, and these thermal weapons were largely ineffective against king-level anomalies. Excellent. Then I shall trouble you, Biao Gu. Rest assured, your reward will be ample. Biao Gu patted his chest in assurance. What kind of talk is that, brother? As your elder, how could I let you suffer? I will charge you only at cost price. With that, he forcibly dragged Chen Dongyi and Bian Xiaoro downstairs for drinks, as they had reserved 2 floors for the evening. Chapter 101. Extraterrestrial equipment. Biao Gu was remarkably efficient, immediately turning to his trusted aide and whispering a few instructions. The aide swiftly departed with several brothers, showing no signs of delay. Brother, I am dispatching someone to find Daoba. He is the local bigwig and has connections, ensuring he can procure some genuine goods. Chen Dongyi reflected quietly. Where there is capital, there are loopholes. Even in such an advanced spiritual realm, the insidious nature of capital remains a parasite. Half an hour later, several younger subordinates returned and whispered something into Biao Gu's ear. Ha ha ha, brother, your luck is impeccable. We've got goods. Come, let us go take a look. The transaction will be straightforward, cash for goods. I 1T act as a middleman and 1T earn a penny. Biao Gu clasped Chen Dongyi's hand, beckoning his brothers to board the vehicle heading to Daoba's territory. In this chaotic world, one must always be adequately prepared, no matter how close the relationships. It is better to be cautious. Thus, the two, accompanied by dozens of men, set off toward Daoba's domain. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Daoba's warehouse, located in the southern outskirts of the city. Oh, what brings you here, Biao Gu? I heard you've struck it rich recently. Come in, let us share a drink. Daoba greeted Biao Gu warmly, recognizing the latter's notoriety in their circles. Daoba, I'm not here for drinks today. I've come to introduce you to a brother. With that, he pulled Chen Dongyi forward, introducing him with a face full of respect. This brother is someone I've recently befriended, and he is formidable. He single-handedly took down a ghost king. Both of these points were provided to me by him. In the future, when he comes here to procure goods, you must not haggle. Daoba's expression was one of astonishment. He had just laid eyes on this young man and had not sensed anything particularly impressive about him. However, hearing Biao Ji's words, he realized that this was indeed someone of significance. Oh, this individual is so formidable, capable of challenging Ghost King-level anomalies? Daoba remained skeptical at first. After all, one cannot rely solely on words, especially from someone so young. Chen Dongyi produced a golden light talisman and pressed it onto Daoba, silently reciting the incantation. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power enveloping him, as if he were shrouded in a sacred force. The sensation of invincibility washed over him. The scarred man gaped in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. Upon witnessing the effect, Chen Dongyi retrieved the talisman and tucked it away in his pocket. The scarred man, bereft of the golden light's protection, instantly reverted to his former self, displaying a look of lingering desire. Brother, what is this? How much does it cost? Can you sell some to me? Chen Dongyi felt a pang of regret, thinking how fortunate it would be if he could sell it. He had amassed quite a collection of various talismans over time. Unfortunately, utilizing these talismans required an internal flow of qi and the ability to chant incantations. They were not universally applicable items. I'm afraid not, Brother Dao. This belongs to a unique set of skills that others cannot utilize. The scarred man could only shake his head in disappointment and let out a sigh. He contemplated how beneficial it would be for someone frequently venturing into perilous territories to possess such a life-saving artifact. Even in the depths of ruins, one could rest assured. However, since the other party was unwilling to divulge further information, he refrained from probing deeper, understanding that typically, those with exceptional skills possess a few private means of safeguarding their lives. All right then, brother, I understand. What did Biaozi say you needed to purchase? Oh, I was hoping to buy some weapons and equipment from Brother Dao. I wonder what you might have available? The scarred man looked perplexed and turned to Biaozi. Ha. Brother Dao, this young fellow often undertakes tasks outside and requires some weapons for self-defense. Chen Dongyi discerned the scarred man's skepticism, likely pondering why he would need such items if he possessed such capabilities. He quickly added, Brother Dao, you may not be aware, but those of us who frequently venture outdoors encounter all manner of bizarre entities. Relying solely on our abilities may not allow us to survive until today. Thus, I wish to procure some useful equipment from you. Upon hearing this, the scarred man found some merit in his words. Although it was a lucrative transaction, the spirit realm strictly regulates weapons and equipment, particularly high-tech gear. Regardless, it was prudent to inquire further. Well, since Biaozi introduced you, I trust you. Brothers, bring out the provisions. Understood, boss. Soon after, crates of weapons were brought forth, including plasma grenades, small-caliber rifles, and even large-caliber machine guns, rivaling the anti-aircraft artillery of the human world. Chen Dongyi's heart soared with delight at the sight of such extraordinary equipment. If these items could be transported back, the scientists could study them. In no time, they would surely replicate similar weapons, significantly increasing their chances of survival in the event of an apocalypse. Brother Dao, how much for these items? Plasma grenades are 15 points, small-caliber rifles are 30 points, and large-caliber machine guns are 50 points. If you purchase in bulk, I can offer you a discount. Chen Dongyi toyed with a plasma grenade, feeling it was lacking in some regard. The scarred man chuckled. Come, give it a try. He led everyone to a spacious warehouse and pointed at a cluster of dilapidated buildings. Brother, throw one and see how it goes. Consider it on me. Just pull the pin, squeeze tightly, and toss it. Chen Dongyi accepted the challenge, pulled the pin, squeezed firmly, and hurled it into the ruins. With a resounding explosion, a powerful wave of plasma erupted, instantly pulverizing the debris. He distinctly felt the plasma interfering with the brainwaves of those nearby. Ha. Brother, I trust you felt that? This bomb not only detonates, but also disrupts brainwaves, which is why it can be effective against spiritual entities. Chen Dongyi marveled silently, deeply impressed by the technological advancements of the spirit realm. The capability to produce weaponry that could harm spiritual beings was astonishing, and he resolved to purchase every crate of these items on the table. The scarred man was visibly elated. He had never encountered such a substantial client in the spirit realm before. Typically, those who dared to privately hoard weapons were influential figures, purchasing arms for self-defense or equipping bodyguards. Thus, it was rare to see someone requesting multiple crates. Quickly, pack it up for my brother. In no time, the henchman had wrapped up the weapons and presented the bill to the scarred man. He glanced at the bill and read aloud, a total of 685 chi gold. Since this is your first visit, I'll give you a discount. Let us call it 650 points. Be sure to come back and support my business. Chen Dongyi paid readily, while Biaozi wished to have his men assist with the transport. However, Chen Dongyi made a hand gesture, performing a spell. With a swish, the equipment vanished. Wow, incredible. How did you do that? The surrounding ruffians were left astonished. In truth, Chen Dongyi had simply stored the equipment in the bag gifted to him by the man in black. After bidding farewell to Biaozi and the scarred man, Chen Dongyi purchased a teleporter and directly traversed back to the human realm. He intended to deliver these weapons to Wang Yi, urging him to expedite their transfer to the national research institutions for study, striving to equip the military of Huaxia before the impending apocalypse.